Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Second time around I became Kenpachi 1BK Chapter 1 Freshman. Soul Society is the place where the souls of living beings return after death. Here, it is divided into Seireitei and Rukongai. Seireitei is the place where the existence called Shinigami and some nobles who have been rooted in the Soul Society have lived since ancient times, while Rukongai is the place where ordinary souls live. Rukongai is divided into 4 major regions, southeast, northwest, and each region has 80 districts, totaling 320 districts. In these 320 districts, there are countless souls living. And the breath of the soul is the most delicious food for another kind of creature named Shu, that was degenerated from the dead. Therefore, in some places of Rukongai, there will be virtual infestation from time to time. Some souls are devoured by the ghost due to bad luck, while others are annihilated by the Shinigami from among the Seireitei. Shinigami, hostile to Shu, although they live in the heavily hierarchical Seireitei, most of them are indeed working hard to maintain the stability of the world where the soul lives. Among the Seireitei, many Shinigami are divided into 13 teams, called Godei 13, which was an armed group that was gradually established 800 years ago. The reason for its establishment at that time was to concentrate more powerful forces to deal with this as a huge war for the entire Soul Society. The 11th team is the fighting team of Godei 13. The captains of all generations are called Kenpachi. Kenpachi is the name given to the strongest Shinigami by Godei 13. Every member of the 11th team respects the captain who bears the name of Kenpachi, and all Shinigami who hold such titles. It is our duty to protect the Soul Society. In the wilderness, the smell of blood and wine has not dissipated. Prior to this, Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th team and many Shinigami from the 11th team, faced Menos Grande from Hueco Mundo here. Kenpachi easily defeated Menos Grande with Zanpakuto, which was never Shikai. Then, to celebrate this victory, many Shinigami of the 11th team held a banquet at this venue. Team 8 Captain Kiraku Shunsui smelled the aroma of wine from a long distance and rushed here to participate in the reception. But no one expected that not long after the reception started, another man dressed in aristocratic costumes appeared here. He called himself Soya Mojo, and the purpose of coming here was to challenge Kenpachi. In Godei 13, the succession of captains has strict rituals. Let's talk about the rest of the teams, but the captain succession ceremony of the 11th team is the cruelest. Its succession ceremony is that by defeating the previous captain, you can become the new Kenpachi. In the past, with a few exceptions, most captains who were defeated died directly in the battle. The goal of Soya Moleyo was immediately revealed. He wanted to become the new captain of Godei 13 by defeating Kenpachi. Advertisement. After understanding the other party's intentions, Team 8 Captain Kiraku Shunsui tried to persuade Soya Mojo, but unfortunately, failed. In the end, it was Kenpachi who took the initiative to stand up and meet the challenge of Kenpachi. During the battle, the two fought to the point of losing both sides, but in the end, it was Mo Chungshuang who also won. This result was unacceptable to many officers and team members who had just witnessed Kenpachi defeating Menos Grande, to defeat their own captain. I have to seek justice from Mo Chungshuang. Among them, there was a young man. But their actions were stopped by Kenpachi. After stopping them, Tokiyashiki Kenpachi yelled at the members of the 11th team. You guys carry the number 11, don't mess up the one-on-one duel. The air condensed under the overwhelming momentum of Tsurugashiki, making all the members of the 11th division speechless. I died under the knife of this guy, and that's everything. I don't allow you to deny the iron rules of the 11th team. From today, this guy is Kenpachi. The words that the captain spit out afterwards made people feel strange. If the people present saw him yelling at his subordinates, and then blasted away the Shinigami who rushed up to teach the noble youth with Zanpakuto, everyone would definitely think that Tokuyashiki could still fight. However, then his face changed into an angry expression. He turned his head to look at Kiraku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th division, and said some words, which meant that he and the general captain would relay a few words, so that the general captain would take care of him. Fan Mole City Double also. Kiraku Shunsui readily agreed. Kenpachi suddenly felt relieved, and his eyes fell on Soya Mojo again. Facing Soya Mojo's questioning, if you do Bankai directly, you should be able to win, he didn't refute, and used the last sentence. The words turned to Mo Chungshuang and said, the 11th team and these guys will be handed over to you. Kenpachi, the 7th generation Kenpachi Kuuei Kenpachi, died immediately after saying these words. In the 11th team, in the team building, a young man slowly opened his eyes. In other words, I was born again. The young man spoke like this. His name is Gosuke Shigure, and he was the orphan adopted by Kenpachi at the beginning. When Kenpachi was defeated by Kenpachi of Mole City, he was the most unbelievable person. Because he couldn't accept the facts, he wanted to go to Mole City. Kenpachi asked for justice, but he didn't expect to be blocked by Kenpachi, and then fell asleep due to the impact of Kenpachi's aura. It seems that it is because of the blow that he has suffered too much. After he opened his eyes, there was an extra memory in his mind, or 2 memories. Advertisement. The first paragraph is the memory of his life as a social animal on Earth, and the second paragraph is the memory of him as a Shinigami thousands of years ago. That's right, this is his second Shinigami career. Looking back, He traveled to another world and was very excited when he learned that the world he was in was called Soul Society, but later he realized that he traveled a little too early, and there was no such thing as Gode 13 in Soul Society at that time. However, even so, he still strives to become a Shinigami. After all, Shinigami is fashionable enough. It seems that because of time travel, his talent is not bad. Ryotsu was born powerful, and then awakened an extremely powerful Zanpakuto. Because of his familiarity with the original setting, he once became one of the strongest Shinigami. Unfortunately, the Soul Society was not peaceful at that time. Not only faced with Hueco Mundo due to the pressure, there are also constant disputes within the Soul Society. In the end, although he had great strength, he still died because of Tai Lang. Logically speaking, after the death of a powerful Shinigami like him in his previous life, his soul should go to hell. But unexpectedly, he did not enter hell, but kept a ray of spirituality, and kept reincarnating on the land of the Soul Society. In this life, it seems that because of some accident, he awakened the memory of his previous life. For Gosuke Shigure, reliving his life and awakening these memories is undoubtedly a good thing. After all, if you can live soberly, no one wants to die. Those things that happened thousands of years ago, after all, are already in the past, and they will go with the wind. So, the name of the previous life, everything can be let go. But after excluding his life as a Shinigami in his previous life, he is an out-and-out earthling, a traveler, and he is familiar with the plot. Although the current time period of this life is still many years away from the plot in the original book. But Kenpachi, Mole City, and his own name will inevitably make him think of a lot. The memory of the 11th team flashed through his mind. In the current 11th team, because Kenpachi is an LSP and keen to recruit female players, compared to the 11th team in the original book, Fan Team has many female players. But whether it is a male player or a female player, there is only one surnamed, Gosuke. That is this body, Gosuke Shigure. In other words, my identity in this life is the 9th generation of Kenpachi in the future. In the original book, it wasn't even mentioned. It was just mentioned in the author's interview. Gosuke Kenpachi? Whattest Kenpachi ever? Chapter 2 I just want to be an ordinary Shinigami in this life. In the original book, there are 11 generations of Kenpachi up to Zaraki Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi is the 11th generation, and the 4th division captain Unohana Retsu is the 1st generation Kenpachi. Unohana Retsu, Gosuke Shinzuru was very familiar in his previous life. For some reason, he had a lot of contact with the other party. He also fought against the other party many times in his previous life, and even taught her sword skills. Unohana Retsu, as 1st generation Kenpachi, is self-evident. From the 2nd generation to the 6th generation Kenpachi after her, the name is unknown, either died in the battle, or died because of the challenge of others. There is nothing more to say. Anyway, since the establishment of Gode 13, the replacement of captains should not be too much frequently. There are very few captains who can be more than 100 years old, and there are only a handful of captains who can be more than 200 years old. 7th generation Kenpachi, Takuyashiki is a well-deserved strongman, and he was favored by Team Zero, and was invited verbally by Team Zero, but after all, it was only a verbal invitation, more like a joke. So no formal appointment to Central 46. All of this has to be attributed to the promotion conditions of Team Zero, which is the need to create something that has never existed before and is of great benefit to the progress of Soul Society civilization. Although Kenpachi is very strong, he is obviously not good at inventing. Guy. 8 generations of Kenpachi, who is now the controversial Mole City Kenpachi in the 11th team, can defeat Kenpachi, and his strength should not be underestimated. But if you follow the process of the original book, the next 2 generations of Kenpachi are the shame of Seireitei. The 9th generation Kenpachi, named Gosuke Kenpachi, is the deputy captain of Kenpachi in Mole City. After Kenpachi in Mole City was imprisoned for committing a serious crime, he became the 9th generation Kenpachi directly, because he was neither the captain of the normal captain assessment ceremony, nor is it the Kenpachi that became by challenging the previous Kenpachi. Therefore, in the original book, the 9th generation Kenpachi of the 11th team is extremely weak. Not long after being Kenpachi, he was defeated by the barbarian Ghost Rock City from Rukongai. It's fine if Ghost Rock City is strong. Later, Ghost Rock City was cut down by Zaraki Kenpachi, which means that he is also a parallel importer. But compared to his water, Gosuke Kenpachi is obviously more water. Knowing that his identity in this life is Gosuke Kenpachi, the worst Kenpachi in history, Gosuke Shigure suddenly had the idea of changing his name. Could it be that as long as he is not surnamed Gosuke, he will not become Gosuke Kenpachi, and then be nailed to the pillar of shame up? But after thinking about it, I gave up. Even if the future self does have the chance to become Kenpachi, that's in the future. It's hard to live now, and this era is undoubtedly much more stable than it was 1,000 years ago. Although the Soul Society will still be harassed by Hueco Mundo, Gode 13 has been established, and there is a unified and stable armed group to maintain order. Compared with 1,000 years ago, I don't know how much better it is. In this life, he is going to learn the lessons of his previous life and be an ordinary Shinigami. Advertisement. Although we are now in the 11th team, not the 4th team, which is best to fish in troubled waters, the 11th team in this era seems to be pretty good, with a lot of female players, and the 11th team even has another name. It's called the Hana no Samurai Group. Of course, the premise is that the captain of the 11th team is not Ghost Rock City. And I want Ghost Rock City not to be the captain of the 11th team, but to be Kenpachi. It seems that I can't get around the Kenpachi who was nailed to the pillar of shame, Gosuke Kenpachi. No, maybe there is another way. Freshman Gosuke Shigure thought of someone. The person who just defeated Kenpachi, who will soon become the 8th generation Kenpachi Suya Mole City. In the original book, Mo Chungshuang was finally sentenced to 10,000 years for committing a heinous crime, and was imprisoned in the bottom of the underground prison. Although Mo Chungshuang is not a good person, but when he was Kenpachi, he really took on the responsibilities of Kenpachi. Take the lead in killing the emptiness and maintain the peace of the Soul Society. Perhaps it was because he saw the powerlessness of Shinigami and the strength of Hueco Mundo that he made the subsequent rebellion. If it can stop Mo Chungshuang, can the future be changed by asking the other party to give up those crooked ideas and keep walking on the good road? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking about it. In the team building, because Gosuke Shigure is unconscious, he is the only one present at the moment. Many Shinigami of the 11th team would never think of it. Because Kenpachi, brother and father, died, Gosuke Shigure fell into a coma under grief and anger. When he woke up, there was a new person inside. It would never have occurred to him that the person inside was busy thinking as soon as he woke up. The future of the 11th team. He is too busy. Gosuke Shigure didn't take too long to rest. Advertisement after all, he would be sent here to rest. The reason is that the predecessor was too weak to withstand the powerful Ryotsu oppression released by Kenpachi, rather than being seriously injured when fighting the enemy head-on. After a while of self-cultivation, he almost recovered. After recovering, he first looked for a mirror to see his current appearance clearly. In terms of height, it is about 1.8 meters. In this world, it is not considered tall, but it is not considered short. Fortunately, this is the world of Shinigami, and there is still this world, many Shinigami, many of which are achieved by the souls of the world. If placed in the world of One Piece next door, his height would be considered short. In terms of appearance, Gosuke Shigure's appearance is not very handsome, but he is not ugly either. He is just an ordinary sunny boy. He looks about 20 years old. Combine the memories in your mind. He knew that his predecessor was the Rukongai orphan who had been rescued by Kenpachi. It is precisely because he was saved by Kenpachi that he was saved by Kenpachi, so he has a grudge about joining the 11th team. Later, after he successfully joined the 11th team, he always aimed to follow Kenpachi. Of course, this goal was achieved. But to be honest, from the current Gosuke Shigure's point of view, it is more Kenpachi who is taking care of the predecessor, and the fighting level of the predecessor is really hard to describe. No wonder it was killed by waste like Ghost Rock City in the original book. In addition, what Gosuke Shigure cares most about his appearance in the mirror is probably the black deadly costume. Aside from other things, Shinigami is still the most handsome in a deadly costume. The reason why he is so emotional, of course, is because, in the era he originally lived in, there was no such thing as a deadly domineering outfit. The deadly costume is something that came out after the establishment of Gode 13. Its creator is called Shudar Senjumaru. Chapter 3 knew Kenpachi in Gosuke Shigure's original era, there was no Gode 13. In that era, although there was also the existence of Shinigami. But Shinigami is definitely not as good as it is now, doing its best to maintain the order of the Soul Society. The so-called Shinigami are just a group of villains who pursue absolute power. Not only cut the false, but also cut people. If you want to survive in such a chaotic world, it depends on whose knife is sharper. After tidying up his clothes and sorting out the memories in his mind, he walked out of the 11th team's team building. After all, he wasn't injured in battle himself. It is also not suitable to rest for too long in the team building. Gosuke, you're awake. Not long after walking out of the team building, a bold female voice sounded. Gosuke Shigure looked sideways, and saw a tall woman with a dark complexion and a deep scar on her face, which destroyed the original beauty. What's more noticeable is that she has only one left arm, and the clothes on the right arm are empty, and the sleeve robe is swinging wantonly with her footsteps. Yumi. Gosuke Shigure thought about it for a while, and immediately recognized the other party, and greeted the other party with the previous address. Gomisawa Yumi, the 9th seed of the 11th team, is a Shinigami who is as bold as a man despite being a woman. Don't think it would be strange for female Shinigami to appear in the 11th squad, which is the combat squad. This is actually not a strange thing. The current 11th team has a name in the outside world, called Hana no Samurai Group, and there is a large proportion of female Shinigami in the team, all because of Kenpachi. It is a pity that in the original book, the 11th team added a Kenpachi named Ghost Rock City. During his period, most of the female members of the 11th team were eliminated and replaced by a group of vulgar bandits, men of. Even though Ghost Rock City was hacked to death by Zaraki Kenpachi, in the 11th team, there was only one female member, the vice-captain Kusajishi Yachiru, and more male Shinigami. Advertisement. Although he had accepted all the memories of the original owner before. But reborn in this era, the memories of the past and the present are intertwined. Gosuke Shigure still feels that the current 11th team is very different. It's kind of weird, but it's still pretty good. Gosuke, you are really embarrassing. After saying hello, Gomisawa Yumi immediately complained to Gosuke Shigure, how could you be overwhelmed by the captain's aura? It seems that your practice is not enough, so how can you do it like this? Be the vice captain. Because there is a 5 in the name, Gomisawa Yumi has a good relationship with the original Gosuke Shigure, or in other words, Gosuke Shigure has a good relationship with most of the Shinigami of the 11th team. Even though his strength is not really strong, he can't hold back. Gosuke Shigure has been with Kenpachi in Takuyushiki a long time ago. His qualifications are extremely old, and Gosuke Shigure has adept internal affairs ability. Most of the dead Shendu in the 11th team are a group of rough people who only like to fight. Talents like Gosuke Shigure are becoming more and more scarce. For this reason, Gosuke Shigure became the vice captain of the 11th team under the recommendation of many members. Only the 11th team is so special. In other teams, the position of vice captain is not so easy to take. But the 11th team is different, the members all like to fight, including the captain. But a team needs to do more than just fight, such as logistics, task distribution, and personnel deployment. These logistical tasks also need people to do. It was naturally impossible for the previous captains to do it. It is the vice captain who actually does these things. And because of the special nature of the 11th team, many members of the 11th team kept the position of vice captain at arm's length, and would rather be a seat officer than a vice captain. Because in their view, the deputy captain has a lot of work and can't fight happily, which is not a good thing. Of course, if they are strong enough, they don't mind challenging the captain and trying to replace him as the new Kenpachi. However, even many members of the 11th team didn't think about it, they only dared to think about it. What hadn't been done would one day be done by an outsider they didn't know. Thinking of the captain's death at the hands of that man named Soya Mojo, Gomisawa Yumi felt uncomfortable for a while. Advertisement, however, due to the rules of the 11th team, she still didn't say anything in the end. After all, the captain died in a frontal battle. Even if the timing of that person's challenge to the captain was wrong, after the captain had just fought with Menos Grande, since the rules allowed, that person's behavior was always beyond reproach. After sighing in her heart for a while, Gomisawa Yumi said to Gosuke Shigure again, "Gosuke, you woke up just in time, come with me to the captain's room, something is going on there." Gosuke Shigure's eyes flickered, he nodded slightly and said nothing. He followed Gomisawa Yumi to the direction of the captain's room. On the way, Gomisawa Yumi said to Gosuke Shigure, "Gosuke, I know that the captain's matter makes you very uncomfortable, but I hope you can think about it. The captain is anyway died in battle. No matter how much you hate that man, from the moment he defeated the captain, he is our new captain." Gosuke Shigure paused. Words of resentment or relief came out of his mouth. "I see. Go to the captain's room." Many officers and team members of the 11th team all came here. Fortunately, at the entrance of the captain's room of the 11th division, there is a huge courtyard, which can accommodate hundreds of Shinigami without any problem. Because of the death of Captain Kenpachi Kuyashiki, all the team members were saddened. But due to the order of the first team, they had to gather here again. The captain of Gode 13, Yamamoto Genryusai, the strongest Shinigami of Seireitei, came to the 11th team because of Kenpachi. Because the succession ceremony of the captain of the 11th team is completely different from that of the other teams. Therefore, when the captain was appointed, he was not appointed in the first room of the first team in front of many captains and vice-captains, but directly came to the 11th team and was appointed in front of many players. Mojo City also defeated Kenpachi in a head-to-head confrontation. The witness was Kyoraku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th division. After Gode 13 and Central 46 confirmed that Mojo City also complied with the succession rules for the captain of the 11th division. From now on, Mochung Shuangya is the new Kenpachi of the 11th team, that is, the 8th generation Kenpachi. The captain explained the whole story in front of the Shinigami of the 11th squad. Then, behind him, an indifferent young man wearing the captain's haori and not Zanpakuto, who looked like a nobleman, walked forward slowly, looked at the many members of the 11th team, and nodded slightly. Chapter 4: Simple and Unpretentious Life. A day like this is really unpretentious, quiet and comfortable. In the captain's room of the 11th squad, Gosuke Shigure was sitting behind the desk, dealing with team affairs, and couldn't help expressing his emotion. A few days have passed since Mujo Soya became the 8th generation Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th squad. No matter whether the members of the 11th team are worried about the killing of Kenpachi Moleyo, it will not change the fact that Moleyo has become the new Kenpachi. And what makes many members of the 11th team feel better is that the new Mochung Shuang also seems to have no intention of changing the 11th team after he succeeds as the captain of the 11th team, as if all he wants is to become the captain. Because Soya Mojo was only succeeded as the captain, and he was not yet familiar with the affairs of the 11th squad. Therefore, a lot of team affairs, as before, fell on the vice-captain Gosuke Shigure. To be honest, dealing with team affairs is actually quite novel for the freshman Gosuke Shigure. In the previous life, that is, the Soul Society more than 1,000 years ago, it was not too chaotic at that time. Either I will kill you, or you will kill me. Although there are nobles, the nobles themselves are a group of newspapers for warmth. A villain who will blindly plunder profits. There should not be too many conflicts between civilians and nobles, between nobles, and there are many so-called nobles who disappear in the melee. In such a situation, where is there any opportunity to deal with government affairs? These are things that only happened after Gode 13 was established. But fortunately, because he inherited Gosuke Shigure's memory completely, and as an ordinary person on the earth in his previous life, he also worked as a clerk for a while. Gosuke Shigure is also familiar with handling team affairs, and he quickly got started. In the eyes of the rest of the 11th squad, dealing with team affairs is a boring job, and only a fool like Gosuke likes it. But in Gosuke Shigure's view, handling team affairs in such a quiet way, without hacking people or worrying about being hacked to death, is probably the good day he dreams of. Gode 13 was originally established to fight against the Quincy division headed by Yuhabak. After the Quincy rebellion was put down, this organization was not disbanded. On the contrary, as an organization to maintain the order of the Soul Society, with the support of many nobles under this, it survived. Although the nobles are the ultimate beneficiaries, the civilians still failed in the struggle against the nobles. Although there is too much darkness behind the whole Seireitei, you have to admit that the existence of Gode 13 is indeed to maintain Soul Society's stability. They concentrated all the power of the Soul Society in the small circle in the center, which is also more conducive to fighting Hueco Mundo. Advertisement: the 13 teams each perform their duties. The responsibilities of the 11th team are the simplest. They are a combat team, and most of the members are a group of reckless people who like to fight and have no brains. In the future, the Zanpakuto of the Kido series will not even be easy to take out in the 11th team. The whole team is proud of the Zanpakuto of the direct attack system. Also because of this reason, the team affairs of the 11th team are actually very easy to handle. There is no need to collect clues, nor to sort out information. It is only necessary to conduct Ryotsu monitoring in the 12th division, and after determining where there is a virtual invasion, send a team to hack the virtual in that place to death. Soon, Gosuke Shigure distributed the tasks under his hands. The officer who received the task led his soldiers to fight excitedly. As for the chief executive who has no mission, he is somewhat disappointed. That's right, the 11th team is so simple and unpretentious. The members are eager to fight, looking forward to the arrival of the battle all the time, and even feel lost because there is no combat mission. Gosuke Shigure noticed the loss of those officers who had no mission, but didn't try to comfort them. Just when he finished handling the team affairs, he had nothing to do for a while, and was wondering if he wanted to make a tea set later, and drink tea here when he had nothing to do. A black hell butterfly flew to him. The hell butterfly is the messenger between the Shinigami and the guide who guides the souls of the dead after the Shinigami's soul burial in this world to the Soul Society. It is an extremely important tool cultivated by the Shinigami. These days, the Technology Development Bureau has not yet been established. Once Shinigami creates something groundbreaking, they can enter the Zero team, which shows that the innovation ability is low. Most of the information transmitted between the 13 teams relies on this ancient and practical hell butterfly. The hell butterfly flew in front of Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure raised his hand, and immediately, he was informed of strands of information. "I see, advertisement," he said to the hell butterfly, and then let the hell butterfly return. After the hell butterfly left, his brows slightly raised. The situation is not good. A while ago, after Kenpachi fought Hueco Mundo's Vasto Lord even Menos Grande, it stands to reason that Hueco Mundo should stop for a while, but only a few days later, in the fringe area of Rukongai, traces of Menos Grande appeared again up. A few Menos Grandes came across the border. After the 12th Division detected the Menos Grandes Ryotsu, they immediately informed the 11th Division of the incident. Send this task to the chief. Gosuke Shigure first thought of the previous officers who were a little disappointed because they didn't receive the task. Immediately, he shook his head. Although the officers of the 11th team are all good at fighting, they are all masters honed from battles, but after all, Menos Grande, even the most ordinary Jillian, has an extremely large body. Be injured, and even die. Although it hasn't been long since he was reborn, because he inherited all the memories of his predecessor, Gosuke Shigure still doesn't want to see the scene of funerals for his companions. Of course, he also knew that he could not help these players for a lifetime. Sooner or later they will face more dangerous tasks. But before that, he still doesn't mind helping the team members avoid some dangerous tasks under some circumstances within his ability. It's just a few Menos Grande. After having the rich combat experience in his previous life, Gosuke Shigure is not afraid. However, he didn't plan to carry out this mission himself. Even if he was the vice captain, he had the obligation to fight first. But on the other hand, he is only the vice captain, and above him, there is an even stronger towering tree. Ever since, Gosuke Shigure took this mission and decisively went to find Kenpachi, the new captain of the 11th team. Chapter 5 First Battle. Because of Gosuke Shigure's help with team affairs, Kenpachi seldom stays in the captain's room. There's a training room behind the captain's room of the 11th team. This is the place where Kenpachi honed his chopping technique in the old days. Because Kenpachi's Bankai is too powerful, Central 46 strictly forbids it to be used in Seireitei. Although he lost a powerful trump card, Kenpachi did not complain about himself. He thinks that even with Shikai's ability, it is also enough to deal with all powerful enemies. Because of this, he honed an extremely powerful chopping technique. Without Zanpakuto and Kido, he can kill Menos Grande by himself only with slash and white hits. In the past, among the Seireitei, he also had a well-known title, called, One Rider is 1,000. But no one thought that such an extremely powerful man who had killed Vasto Lord level Menos Grande on his own would die in the hands of Mole City Kenpachi. After Kenpachi took over as the captain of the 11th team in Mole City, he usually stayed in this training room most of the time. He also didn't train here like Kenpachi did in the past. Just sitting quietly on the wooden floor. At his side, Zanpakuto was not placed either. No one knows what Kenpachi, Mole City, is doing here. When Gosuke Shigure came here, Kenpachi, who was in a daze alone in Mole City, raised his head and glanced at Gosuke Shigure. His expression did not fluctuate, and his tone was indifferent. What's the matter? The 12th Division detected a high-concentration Ryotsu reaction in the suburbs of the 68th district of East Rukongai, and several Menos Grandes invaded. It is difficult for ordinary officers to deal with Menos Grandes, let alone several Menos Grandes. Mole City Kenpachi immediately understood what was going on. His expression was as calm as ever. I see, I'll go right away. After becoming the captain of the 11th squad, you need to assume the responsibility of the captain and fight against Shu. Mole City Kenpachi understood this from the beginning, and he never resisted. Seeing that Mole City Kenpachi got up, he was about to rush to the 68th district of East Rukongai. Gosuke Shigure didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly said to Kenpachi, Captain, I'll go with you. It's too dangerous for you to face Menos Grande alone, especially with your wounds still not healed. Advertisement. A while ago, Kenpachi Mole City challenged Kenpachi Takuyashiki. Although he won the victory, he also suffered an extremely serious injury. It has only been a few days. Even after the treatment of the 4th team, Kenpachi Mole City's injury has not completely healed. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Mole City Kenpachi paused, and indifferent words came out of his mouth, it's up to you. Gosuke Shigure glanced at Kenpachi Mole City, his eyes flickered, and he smiled faintly. Leaving Seireitei, soon, Mole City Kenpachi and Gosuke Shigure, the captain and deputy captain of the 11th team, came to Rukongai. Seireitei and Rukongai seem to be two completely different worlds. It's like the city and the countryside. Seireitei is extremely prosperous, and even has a commercial street exclusive to the nobles. But Rukongai is different, backward and barren, and sometimes the dead souls living here can even draw their swords at the surrounding dead souls for a bite to eat. Of course, that's what happens in the fringe areas. Generally, the souls of the dead living in the fringe areas, because of the lack of resources in the area, often fight endlessly for the only resources. The 68th district of East Rukongai, where Kenpachi and Gosuke Shigure moved to, is a relatively backward area. When the two came here, they saw some dead souls fighting for the water source. But the two of them didn't pay attention to this kind of thing. Mole City Kenpachi is indifferent because he himself is an indifferent person. When he was very young, because of his family's experience, he didn't have a good impression of everyone and everything around him, and he was always on guard. In his opinion, the only thing he can rely on is himself from beginning to end. As for Gosuke Shigure, it was because he had seen many such things in his previous life, and he was numb to the point of numbness. He is not a saint, so naturally he has no intention of stopping it. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of East Rukongai District 68. Once the void invades, the place where the Soul Society descends is irregular, appearing randomly in various parts of Rukongai. It is the best situation to appear in a suburb with vast land and sparsely populated like the current one. The worst, probably, is in the central area of Rukongai. In that case, even if Shinigami rushed towards the place where Shu descended immediately after receiving the news, it would still be slower, causing many dead souls to be swallowed by Shu. Although Shu could be killed in the end, strictly speaking, this is not a good thing. Because the reduction in the number of dead souls in Rukongai will break the balance. As for the balance? Few people explain it. Advertisement? All in all, it's not a good thing. Therefore, when Zaishu appears in Rukongai, it needs to be hacked to death in time. Of course, Hollow only appears in Rukongai, never in Seireitei. Why? Naturally, it is because of the powerful soul-cloaking membrane that surrounds the Seireitei, and they block the coming of Shu. Six-headed Jillian, it's an ordinary giant monster. Gosuke Shigure glanced at the huge monster in front of him and said softly, while speaking, he changed his tone again, no, behind them, there is an unhealed black cavity, and a Menos Grande, Ajukas. When hearing Ajukas, Mole City Kenpachi's eyes lighted slightly. Hueco Mundo's Menos Grande is divided into 3 levels, namely Jillian, Ajukas, and Vasto Lord. Among them, Vasto Lord is the strongest, possessing a stronger strength than ordinary captains, such a virtual, even in Hueco Mundo, there is not much. Ajukas, in Hueco Mundo, are considered powerful virtual. A while ago, there was an incident in Rukongai where Vasto Lord enslaved Ajukas and multiple Jillians attacked. Finally, the matter was resolved by Kenpachi who was still alive. Unexpectedly, such a short time has passed, and this happened again kind of thing. Hueco Mundo, what a woe. Turning to one side, Mole City Kenpachi said to Gosuke Shigure beside him, stay back. Judging from this posture, he is ready to deal with these Menos Grande alone. But Gosuke Shigure also had his own ideas. The captain can deal with that Ajukas to his heart's content, the 6 Jillians, leave it to me. Hearing this, Mole City Kenpachi couldn't help but glance at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure looked calm, showing no expression. It's up to you. After Mole City Kenpachi said something, his figure flickered, and he cast Shunpo to attack Ajukas who just came out of the black cavity. 31 of Hado. Red Cannon. In the middle of the move, a Hado that gave up the chant was cast by Kenpachi. Chapter 6 1 kill. 4 kills when Kenpachi cast Kido against Ajukas in Mole City. Gosuke Shigure looked at the 6-headed Jillian, who was clumsy but huge with complicated eyes. He would say such things in front of Kenpachi, Mole City, not because he wanted to show off, nor because he was arrogant. Rather, he wanted to measure the strength of this body. Although he was reborn with the memories of his previous life and all his combat experience, after rebirth, he was quite satisfied with his current body, but after all, he hadn't fought yet. Right now, these Jillians are good test subjects. Although this is Menos Grande, it is only the lowest level of Menos Grande. As a vice captain, it's not out of the ordinary to deal with a few Jillians. While the thought flickered, Gosuke Shigure moved suddenly, and the Zanpakuto hanging from his waist suddenly came out of its sheath at the moment of his movement. He also does not perform Shikai, just simply wave the Zanpakuto in the sealed state. Powerful spiritual power gushes out of his hand and pours into the blade, because Shinigami contains powerful spiritual power in his body, which is far better than the spiritual energy in the outside air, and then creates a strong negative pressure difference. This negative pressure difference, both is Reiatsu. A powerful Shinigami can use this negative pressure difference to suppress the enemy, and even use it to create a powerful offensive. And when this power is used on Zanpakuto, what it forms is sword pressure. A white streamer flew out, and the terrifying sword pressure was cut by Gosuke Shigure. With one blow, Jillian's head was cut off immediately. When its head fell to the ground, it realized that it was dead, and then, Jillian's powerful body fell to the ground, just blocking the front of Jillian on the other end blocked its footsteps. However, Jillian on the other end was not angry because of this, not only because Jillian's IQ was extremely low, but also because it no longer had the possibility of anger. Advertisement Gosuke Shigure's sword continued to slash after killing one Jillian, and then penetrated the bodies of 3 Jillians one after another, killing the 3 Jillians directly. This is certainly no coincidence. It was Gosuke Shigure who did it on purpose, ready to time the 4 Jillians in a straight line. 1 kill and 4 kills. Unfortunately, bad luck, failed to complete the pentakill. Because of this, Gosuke Shigure felt a little depressed, so he cast Shunpo again and came to the side of the remaining 2 Jillians, and each made a stab. After 2 stabs, the 2 tall bodies fell to the ground, and the last 2 Jillians also dead. Although he didn't perform Shikai, he couldn't hold back. Gosuke Shigure's combat experience in his previous life was too rich. Such a Jillian killed 800 people instead of 1,000. He really doesn't have much technical content to deal with this kind of ghost. The reason for doing this kind of non-technical thing is to test whether this body is used to it. So far, not bad. Although he has the bonus of rich combat experience in his previous life, he has only been reborn not long after all. Even though Gosuke Shigure is satisfied with his current body, he has never fought before, and he does not know if he has any hidden diseases. Just like Kuchiki Aojun, the father of Byakuya Kuchiki in the original book, he looks like a dog, and he also served as the vice-captain of the 6th team, but in the end, he was physically weak and died directly in the battle. After this battle, Gosuke Shigure has some understanding of his current body. Maybe it's because he has experienced a lot of battles with Kenpachi in the past. This body has excellent bones. Reiatsu is not too strong, not even the level of vice-captain, but he is also at the level of a former officer. Yes, because of the selection of many officers of the 11th squad, it is basically no problem to serve as a vice-captain. The knife that Gosuke Shigure slashed earlier basically consumed nearly half of the spiritual power in his body. However, he is not worried. In the final analysis, apart from innate strength, such things as spiritual power can be acquired. Like the masking of Shinigami and the virtualization of Arankar, it will make its Reiatsu skyrocket. Of course, this is an unconventional means. Advertisement. As for the more conventional means, if you want to make Reiatsu skyrocket, there is a relatively simple way, that is to liberate Zanpakuto. In normal Shikai, Shinigami Reiatsu will increase by about 1 or 2 times, while Bankai is powerful. After Bankai, Shinigami's Reiatsu will increase by 5 to 10 times on the basis of Shikai. You know, as long as Shinigami can learn when it was Bankai, its Reiatsu itself was strong enough to reach the threshold of Bankai. In such a situation, if Zanpakuto was liberated, even if Reiatsu had not reached the captain level before, he would definitely be able to reach the captain level after liberation. Therefore, it is not a joke that Bankai can serve as the captain. But after Bankai, to some extent, he did meet the standard of being a captain. The current situation of Gosuke Shigure is that the predecessor has mastered Shikai, but has not yet mastered Bankai. In other words, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Not to mention, in Gosuke Shigure's body at this moment, the one who really dominates this body is an old monster who has lived in the Soul Society for countless years and experienced many battles. A set of ways to increase spiritual power in the body and increase Reiatsu. After feeling the situation in his body, Gosuke Shigure looked at the battle on the Mole City Kenpachi again. Obviously Gosuke Shigure is only the vice-captain, but the battle on his side ended faster than that of the Captain Kenpachi. It's not surprising though, who called Gosuke Shigure's enemies are weaker, just the usual Jillian. The enemy of Kenpachi, the Mole City, is an Ajukas. If Kenpachi of the Mole City changed his fighting style, he could kill Ajukas faster, but for some reason, he didn't use Zanpakuto, and even, he didn't see Zanpakuto with him, he just used Kido to fight Ajukas. But I have to say that Kenpachi is worthy of being a captain-level Shinigami. He is very good at using Kido with one hand. When Gosuke Shigure was watching Kenpachi, he was also beating this Ajukas all the time. In the end, a powerful fiery lightning howl directly annihilated the Ajukas in the thunder. So far, the 7-headed Menos Grande who invaded Rukongai have all been dealt with by the captain and deputy captain of the 11th team. After killing Ajukas, Kenpachi glanced at the 6 Jillian corpses not far away, but he didn't intend to collect them. After being killed, it's okay not to collect the corpses, because after a while, they will Houkai and then turn into a spirit sun, and return to the earth. Compared with collecting Jillian's body, it was the vice-captain Gosuke Shigure who surprised Kenpachi in Mole City. Chapter 7 Kiraku Shunsui's Invitation. Jillian is the lowest Menos Grande though, but it is not so easy to deal with. Perhaps, for the captain, this kind of thing is a miscellaneous fish that can be killed casually, but for ordinary Shinigami, if you want to deal with it, you must at least have the strength of an officer. Even though Gosuke Shigure was the vice captain, there was not just one Jillian, there were 6 of them. Being able to kill all 6 Jillians in such a short period of time is enough to show that Gosuke Shigure is not bad. Mole City Kenpachi couldn't help but think of the previous generation Kenpachi who died in his hands. Even he, who is extremely indifferent in matters of emotion, has to admit that Kyoshiki is a real hero, and his strength is extremely terrifying. If Bankai of Kyoshiki was not able to use it for some reason, and he used the airblade back then, such disgraceful means really can't kill Tsukiyashiki. Gosuke Shigure's ability to serve as the vice captain of Kenpachi is really unique. When he first served as the captain of the 11th team, Kenpachi only had the idea of needing a vice captain, so he didn't change everything about the 11th team. He continued to let Gosuke Shigure serve as the vice captain, and he didn't even intervene in team affairs. All team affairs are handed over to Gosuke Shigure. In the past few days, Gosuke Shigure has also handled all team affairs in an orderly manner. Today, after going through this battle, Mojo Kenpachi knows Gosuke Shigure a little better. In his mind, Gosuke Shigure has changed from a simple vice captain of the 11th squad to a talented person. Of course, that's all. Putting away those thoughts in his heart, Mole City Kenpachi said to Gosuke Shigure, "Let's go back." Gosuke Shigure nodded. Back to Team 11. Life seemed peaceful for a while. Mole City Kenpachi is completely different from Kenpachi, who likes to joke and mingle with the players, or two extremes. He has an indifferent personality, and usually doesn't communicate with the players very much. Most of the time, he also likes to stay in the training room behind the captain's room, not training, just sitting there alone. No one knows what he is doing. In terms of team affairs, he basically handed over to Gosuke Shigure. Over time, the members of the 11th team also know that Kenpachi is a weirdo. Fortunately, there is one thing they can still accept. That is the Mole City Kenpachi has never tarnished the name of Kenpachi. Whenever Menos Grande was called upon to fight, he never refused to fight. Advertisement take the lead and always be able to kill Menos Grande in the first place. Compared with that weird, it can be called indifferent personality. His strength has been recognized by the public. After all, he was the one who defeated Kenpachi in a head-to-head confrontation. But if the members of the 11th team were asked to choose between Kenpachi and Kenpachi, most of them would still choose Kenpachi. No way, who told Kenpachi to be more approachable? And after each battle, there will be a reception. They sang songs, drank wine, and celebrated the victory of the battle. It was such a happy day. But in the era of Mole City Kenpachi never had the idea of doing such a thing. Compared with the discomfort of ordinary players, Gosuke Shigure didn't have much emotion, even, because of the resurrection, he also looked down on Kenpachi's death. In his opinion, people are mortal, why the dead one can't it be Takuyoshiki? Compared with death, he cared more about his rebirth. Alive again, although the Soul Society is still quite messy, and needs to fight Hueco Mundo from time to time. But compared to thousands of years ago, it seems that it is not as chaotic as imagined. Usually, I deal with team affairs most of the time, and occasionally go to a battle to vent. This kind of peaceful life can be said to be something I dreamed of in my previous life. On this day, when Gosuke Shigure was handling team affairs, an uninvited guest came to the captain's room. "Gosuke, you really did your best." A slightly mocking voice came from the door. Gosuke Shigure raised his head, looked at the person who came, and nodded slightly. King Band Leader. The person who came was wearing a bamboo hat and a flowered robe over the captain's white feather weaving. This is an exception among all the captains of Gode 13. There's only one person dressed like this, and that is the captain of the 8th Division, Kyoraku Shunsui. As the beloved student of Chief Captain Yamamoto Genryusai, the first outstanding graduate of Spiritual Arts Academy, and the earliest graduate to become captain, Kyoraku Shunsui has very old qualifications in Gode 13 and is a veteran captain. One thing for sure in Gode 13 is that the older captains are definitely strong. Because of the weak ones, they have already died in years of fighting. "Is the band leader Kyo here for something?" Gosuke Shigure asked Kyoraku Shunsui. Advertisement Kyoraku Shunsui said with a smile. "When I have nothing to do, I came to the 11th team for a walk. I haven't been here for a while. It seems that there is no change here, but a lot of changes have taken place. When Kenpachi was still alive, he and Kyoraku Shunsui were good friends, and they often drank together, so Kyoraku Shunsui was a frequent visitor to the 11th team. When Kenpachi defeated Menos Grande, Kyoraku Shunsui held a celebratory reception. Kyoraku Shunsui was the guest who attended the reception. It was also at this reception that Kenpachi challenged Kenpachi. Kyoraku Shunsui's words seem like nonsense and inconsistent. While saying that the 11th team has not changed its methods, it also said that there have been great changes. But this is exactly how he feels. When he came to the 11th team, on the surface, it seemed that the 11th team was operating as usual without any changes, and the players were still so brave and good at fighting. But compared to the time of Kenpachi, there is something missing after all. That's laughter. Kenpachi is a real hero, he treats people kindly, and he does not despise the weak because of his own strength. When he is a Kenpachi, even ordinary soldiers can fight against him. Joke. The members of the 11th team are eager to fight, and even more eager to celebrate the reception held by their captain after the battle is won. Sadly, none of that exists anymore. This is of course related to trusting Captain Mole City Kenpachi as an indifferent man. Kyoraku Shunsui wants to change this situation, although after Kenpachi became the captain, as a senior nobleman, he investigated Kenpachi and learned what happened to the family of Mole City in the past, which is what led to the death of Mole City. The reason why Kenpachi became so cold. But people will eventually change. Invite Mole City Kenpachi to several receptions, maybe it can change the other party's indifferent character. This time, he came to Kenpachi with this idea in mind. Kenpachi of Mole City met him, but unfortunately, he directly and decisively refused to participate in the reception. This makes Kyoraku Shunsui, who claims to be kind and approachable, a little depressed. He didn't expect that he would be rejected here. Compared with the indifferent Mole City Kenpachi, the former members of the 11th team are easier to get along with. Kyoraku Shunsui looked at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke, would you be interested in going out for a drink with me? It should be very boring if you have to deal with team affairs all the time. Anyway, Kyoraku Shunsui doesn't like to deal with team affairs, and usually hides whenever he can. Compared with dealing with boring team affairs, it's more chic and happy to go out and drink. Chapter 8. A place, not suitable for children. After hearing Kyoraku Shunsui's words, Gosuke Shigure froze. However, he did not refuse. After all, he is not a rigid person himself. In his previous life, he lived a life of licking blood on the tip of a knife. Sometimes, after a battle, he always needs to vent. Things like wine and S*X are the best vents. Since it is the invitation of the leader of the Beijing band, I can only be respectful rather than obedient. Gosuke Shigure's words were polite. Kyoraku Shunsui also froze when he heard such words. It's not surprising that other people say such polite words, but it seems extraordinarily weird to appear in the 11th team full of reckless people. Temporarily put down the team affairs and left the 11th team with Kyoraku Shunsui. Seireitei is not as vast as the Rukongai of the 4 regions, but it is definitely not small. This is the area where nobles and Shinigami lived. In addition to the rich spirit during the period, in order to facilitate the life of the nobles, there are also many areas for nobles to live and entertain here. A place like Kabukicho is naturally indispensable. Gosuke Shigure originally thought that Kyoraku Shunsui took him to drink, to a place in a tavern, or a private reception with several captains and vice-captains. Unexpectedly, he took himself directly to the Kabuki town near Noble Street. Business in Kakacho is very good. At the entrance, there are several huge sakura flower trees planted. When a breeze blows, the pink sakura flowers fly down, bringing the smell of rouge and wine to the nostrils, showing the luxurious atmosphere. Occasionally, people in noble costumes can be seen coming and going. Many of them were people whom Kyoraku Shunsui knew. After seeing Kyoraku Shunsui, they greeted Kyoraku Shunsui politely. This is not surprising. In addition to being the captain of Gode 13, Kyoraku Shunsui is also the head of the upper-class nobleman Jingle family. Advertisement in the Soul Society, many aristocratic forces are headed by the 5 nobles, and below them are many higher-level nobles, and the Jingle family is the best of these higher-level nobles. In the world of fantasy novels, it can be called a half-step perfect nobleman. Under the leadership of Kyoraku Shunsui, Gosuke Shigure stepped into this Kabuki town. In Kabuki town, there are many private rooms, all of which are separated by sliding doors, and are dotted with sandalwood and the like, exuding a faint fragrance. Among the various private rooms, there is also a small stage, which is a place for Kabuki to perform in Kabuki. Of course, this is a private performance. In addition to this small stage, outside the private room, there is a very spacious place where there is a big stage. The Kabuki danced some unsuitable dances there. Gosuke Shigure knew with just a few glances that this was a place only grown-ups could come to. Ever since, his curious eyes fell on Kyoraku Shunsui's face. The leader of the Beijing band, he never thought that Kyoraku Shunsui would bring him to this kind of place. Could he come to this kind of place that is not suitable for children and will be banned at every turn? Oh, he's grown up. That's fine. There is nothing embarrassing about Kyoraku Shunsui. After all, they are adults and not children. He smiled and explained to Gosuke Shigure. I originally wanted to invite your Captain Kenpachi to come and relax. After all, his temperament is too dull, although it may have something to do with his past, but now that he has become the captain of Gode 13, it is better to get out as soon as possible, instead of locking himself in a small room. Unfortunately, he rejected my invitation. Fortunately, Gosuke, you didn't reject me. Kyoraku Shunsui told the whole story. Gosuke understands it, and feelings themselves are a spare tire. Kyoraku Shunsui originally wanted to invite Kenpachi Mole City, but Kenpachi Mole City couldn't come, so he became himself. Gosuke Shigure wasn't annoyed, though. Compared with this trivial matter, what he cares more about is the past of the Mole City Kenpachi mentioned by Kyoraku Shunsui. You mean, the past of Captain Mole City? What happened to his past? To be honest, Gosuke Shigure doesn't know much about the Mole City Kenpachi even though he is a human being in the 3rd life and has the memories of the previous life on Earth. I only know that the other party used Zanpakuto's particularity to defeat the 7th generation Kenpachi Kuwu-wan and became the 8th generation Kenpachi. Advertisement later, because of planning something, he became a sinner and was imprisoned in Wujin, a large underground prison. A few years later, shortly after Aizen was imprisoned, he escaped from prison, was defeated by Zaraki Kenpachi, and was imprisoned again in Inferno. Beyond that, he doesn't know. Whether it is the past of Kenpachi Mole City or what he is planning, it is not very clear. After all, the memory is too long. It was not easy for him to remember such a person as Mole City Kenpachi. A complex look appeared on Kiraku Shunsui's face. I shouldn't have told you about this, but since you asked Gosuke, I'll tell you. I also investigated him after defeating Takuyashiki in Mole City and becoming the new Kenpachi. Judging from his appearance, he is undoubtedly an aristocrat. It is impossible for such an aristocratic master to be unknown before. This investigation really allowed me to discover his past. Mochung Kenpachi's full name is Mochung Shuangya. He was originally the eldest son of the Mochung family. The Mochung family was a low-class nobleman. Many years ago, due to an accident, the Mochung family fell into decline. Although the Mochung family is only a low-level nobleman, but there are still some resources in the family that have attracted outsiders' prying eyes, so, under the intervention of outsiders, members of the Mochung family died one after another. The only sister of Mole City also died in order to protect him and fought against Menos Grande at the execution site, but even so, some people were still unwilling to let the surviving Mole City go. It was at this time that he awakened his own Zanpakuto. The power of Zanpakuto makes all those around him die. When the stealth maneuver arrived, Mochung was the only survivor left. Originally, the families of those who died were planning to retaliate against Mole City, but in the end, with the intervention of the great nobles, the matter was settled. Because of this incident, Mojo didn't join Gode 13, so that before he came forward to challenge Kenpachi, even I didn't know that Seireitei still has such a master. Kiraku Shunsui sighed after finishing explaining the reason of the matter. Perhaps, it is precisely because of my childhood experience that Mole City has become so indifferent. There are also some words that Kiraku Shunsui did not say. For example, Mochung is clearly an aristocrat, but he minimized the characteristics of nobility on his body, leaving only the most basic symbols, which represent the status of nobility, which in itself explains something. It shows Kenpachi's resistance to the nobles, but even if he resists the nobles, it can't change the fact that the Mochung family is also a noble. That's why he had such a contradictory dress. Chapter 9: The Mole City Kenpachi's Problem. So that's how it is. Knowing a little about the past of the Mole City Kenpachi, Gosuke Shigure nodded. In Kiraku Shunsui's words, some words appear vague. But Gosuke Shigure knew that by some of the people he was talking about, he was referring to nobles. Nobility, in the final analysis, is just a good name. In fact, they may not be much more virtuous than ordinary people. They are a group of meat-eating wolves, not only eating away at the interests of the common people, but also unwilling to let go of the interests of the nobles. From the birth of the Soul Society, from the birth of the group of nobles, it is unknown how many nobles have died out. Some of them died accidentally because of the battle with Ueko Mundo, and more of them died by means of companions who belonged to nobles. What happened to Kenpachi in Mole City is not surprising. After learning about the past of Kenpachi, Gosuke Shigure did not take the initiative to mention Kenpachi, but drank wine with Kiraku Shunsui. They all came to this kind of place that is not suitable for children. Of course you have to enjoy it. In particular, today is the Kiraku Shunsui treat. His eyes fell on the kabuki on the big stage outside the private room, and Gosuke Shigure showed admiration as he watched the other party's twisting waist. Kiraku Shunsui held a glass of wine, took a sip, and teased. I thought, Gosuke, you don't like this kind of place, but now it seems that I think too much. Gosuke Shigure turned his head and glanced at Kiraku Shunsui. How can there be men who don't like this kind of place? Anyone who doesn't like this kind of place is either not a normal man, or he has a bigger desire in his heart, and the bigger desire suppresses the instinct of the body. Kiraku Shunsui was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, that's true. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Kenpachi, the Mole City who rejected him. Mole City. What kind of man are you? Kiraku Shunsui is not familiar with the man who killed Tsukiyashiki and became the new Kenpachi, but he could sense a dangerous aura from him. This may be the reason why he wants to close the relationship with Kenpachi and change the character of the other party. Among the singing and dancing towns. Advertisement. Because of the presence of Kiraku Shunsui, Gosuke Shigure still didn't show more of a man's nature after all, doing too many inappropriate things. In this way, he drank flower wine with Kiraku Shunsui here for half a year, watching the kabuki lady writhing for a long time in order to survive, and finally, he left here with Kiraku Shunsui who was also drunk with the smell of alcohol all over his body. It was already night when they left Kabukicho, and the two headed towards their respective teams. Back to the familiar 11th team. Although he drank a lot of wine, Gosuke Shigure was not too drunk except for the smell of alcohol on his body. On the contrary, he was in a good state of mind and was about to finish the unfinished team affairs. Just stepped into the vicinity of the captain's room. Under the darkness, a figure caught his attention. Gosuke Shigure frowned slightly and then said, Captain. Under the night, a figure stood quietly in the courtyard in front of the captain's room. There was no moon tonight, so he stood in the darkness like this, not knowing what he was thinking. It's Gosuke. Mole City Kenpachi spoke. His tone was as indifferent as ever. He stood in the darkness, so that others could not see his face clearly. The leader of the Beijing band invited me out for a drink. Gosuke Shigure explained, and then asked Kenpachi, it's so late, why doesn't the leader go to rest and stand here? Mole City Kenpachi did not answer the question, but remained silent. After being silent for a while, Mole City-Kenpachi suddenly asked Gosuke Shigure, "Gosuke, what do you think of Hueco Mundo?" Gosuke Shigure's eyes froze. He didn't expect Kenpachi Mole City to ask such a question. However, he still gave an answer. Hueco Mundo and Soul Society are like one body with two sides. After the death of human beings in this world, the soul either falls into Hueco Mundo or enters Soul Society. Even if it devours everything, we cannot deny that the existence of Soul Society has its meaning, and it forms a certain balance with Soul Society. Of course, if there are too many ghosts, it's not good, and it will break the balance. That's why Shinigami needs to cut the ghosts to maintain this balance. Is it balanced? I don't know if it was an illusion, but Gosuke Shigure heard a complex meaning in Kenpachi's words, and he heard Kenpachi say again, "This is your opinion." Mole City-Kenpachi seems a little surprised and disappointed by Gosuke Shigure's opinion. But he didn't continue to dwell on this issue for too long, and asked another question to Gosuke Shigure, "What do you think of nobles?" "Can I answer this question?" Gosuke Shigure muttered inwardly. Although he is the vice-captain of the 11th team, in the final analysis, he was born as a commoner. Advertisement, and it is always the nobles who really hold the power of Seireitei. Nobles will be high above. All of this is related to the birth of this world. The world was born because of them, so they are the biggest beneficiaries. Of course, Gosuke Shigure is not afraid of the so-called aristocrats, but this is Seireitei after all, and it is better not to say some things, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Well, it seems that you can't answer my question. Mole City-Kenpachi sighed with some regret. Immediately, ignoring Gosuke Shigure, turned around and left here. Gosuke Shigure looks at the departed Mole City-Kenpachi. The words that Kyoraku Shunsui said in Kabuki Town came to mind again. About the past of the Mole City-Kenpachi, after the conversation with Kenpachi that night. Mole City-Kenpachi never asked Gosuke Shigure a similar question. The new captain of the 11th team was as indifferent as ever. But when it's time to strike, he's never polite. The members of the 11th team still don't have much intimacy with Kenpachi, the Mole City, but that resistance has gradually disappeared with the passage of time. In other words, they have gradually accepted the new Kenpachi. Gosuke Shigure is also completely used to the life of the vice-captain. The peaceful days passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. A year is not a particularly long time for ordinary people, but it is even shorter for Shinigami who live for hundreds or thousands of years. At best, it is about the same as a month for ordinary humans. Just when Gosuke Shigure was completely used to such a peaceful life, on this day, while drinking with Kyoraku Shunsui, he heard a news from Kyoraku Shunsui. Chapter 10, The Missing Soul Incident. Kyoraku Shunsui is a veteran wanderer. He is free and easy, likes to search for flowers and willows, and goes to and from the land of wind and moon, but he always adheres to the habit of living among thousands of flowers and not touching his body with a single leaf. The so-called not sticking to the body means that after so many years, he is still an old bachelor. However, although he is an old bachelor, it is undeniable that Kyoraku Shunsui is very popular. During his long career as captain, he did not know how many drinking buddies he met. Normally, the captain of the 8th Division's favorite thing to do is to go drinking with all kinds of friends. Gosuke Shigure, but one of his many drinking buddies. In addition to drinking, Kyoraku Shunsui will also share with Gosuke Shigure the latest anecdotes in Seireitei. The 8th Division is an intelligence team. Although Kyoraku Shunsui, the captain, is not doing his job properly, if there is any latest news, he can always know it as soon as possible. "Gosuke, have you heard about the disappearance of souls?" Kyoraku Shunsui said something casually. Gosuke Shigure's eyes froze. When he heard this sentence, a name flashed in his mind for the first time. Aizen Sosuke. In the original book, Hiriko Shinji and other captains were killed by Hollow, and the cause of that incident was the disappearance of the soul. Because Aizen secretly carried out the Hollow experiment, a large number of Rukongai's ordinary dead souls disappeared, which then attracted the attention of Seireitei. Gode 13 sent a captain to investigate, but they did not expect that Aizen was fishing from the beginning. He was no longer satisfied with carrying out the Hollow experiment on ordinary souls, and set the target on the captain and vice-captain. Hiriko Shinji and others were tricked, and Urahara Kazuki liked to blame him. And Aizen, as the winner, got away with it until 100 years after that incident, when he had a complete showdown and stopped acting. Gosuke Shigure immediately vetoed it after going through the whole story of this big incident in his mind. No, it should not be Aizen. At least, the time of that incident should not be now. You know, Hiriko Shinji is not the captain now. Advertisement. He looked at Kyoraku Shunsui again, and asked curiously, "Oh, listen to what the leader of the Beijing band said?" Kyoraku Shunsui didn't mean to hide it. Otherwise it would be impossible to take the initiative to talk about it in front of Gosuke Shigure. It happened recently. The Seireitei Research Institute under the 12th Division detected that Rukongai's souls began to appear in large quantities. Disappeared, so I reported this matter to the 1st team, and then the 1st team passed this matter to our 8th team. I want our 8th squad to find out the cause of the matter. You also know that my number 8 team is an intelligence team, which is responsible for investigating intelligence. But even so, I sent someone to investigate for a while, but I still found nothing. Didn't I think of you when I was drinking with you today? Gosuke, you are also a vice-captain anyway, and the 11th team often goes to Rukongai to fight against Shu. If you find anything unusual, please let me know as soon as possible. Oh. After Kyoraku Shunsui finished speaking, Gosuke Shigure understood immediately. Emotion is a problem that the first team sent to the 8th team. Kyoraku Shunsui's investigation was fruitless, so he wanted to get clues from other sources. The bottom of my heart was clear, but verbally, Gosuke Shigure still said softly, I know, I will let the team members pay attention to this matter. Kyoraku Shunsui nodded, stop talking, keep drinking, Gosuke, your drinking capacity is really getting better and better. Gosuke said with a smile, after all, drinking capacity will increase. When he said this, he inevitably slandered Kyoraku Shunsui. Obviously he doesn't hold much alcohol, but he still likes to drink. Basically every time Kyoraku Shunsui and Gosuke Shigure drink, Kyoraku Shunsui gets drunk. Back to Team 11. Captain Mole City Kenpachi is not there again. Recently, the whereabouts of Kenpachi in Mole City have become more and more strange. He didn't stay in the captain's room, nor did he stay in the training room behind the captain's room like before. No one knew where he went or what he did. Gosuke Shigure took care of the team. In my mind, I remembered what Kyoraku Shunsui said again, showing thoughtfulness. Until the evening. Advertisement Captain Mole City Kenpachi has just returned. He is still dressed in the same unchanging way, and Zanpakuto is not seen on his body. Captain, you're back. Gosuke Shigure greeted Mole City Kenpachi. Mole City Kenpachi nodded, serious. Gosuke Shigure is an extrovert, since Mochung Kenpachi didn't speak, then he just took the initiative to speak. By the way, the leader of the Beijing band told me something today. Mole City Kenpachi still didn't speak, just looked at Gosuke Shigure, which meant to let Gosuke Shigure speak. Recently in Rukongai, there has been a large-scale disappearance of souls. The 8th team is trying to investigate the whole story of this incident, but they have not found any clues, so the leader of the Beijing band asked me for help. He wants our 11th team help keep an eye on this. When Gosuke Shigure was talking about this, he had been staring at Kenpachi Mole City, paying attention to the expression of Kenpachi Mole City. Although it disappeared soon, Gosuke Shigure still noticed that after he said this, a strange color flashed in Kenpachi's eyes. After Gosuke Shigure finished speaking, Mojo Kenpachi said, since the leader of the Beijing band has begged for you, you should tell the matter and let the players pay more attention. Yes. Gosuke Shigure responded. Mole City Kenpachi didn't intend to stay here for a long time, even if this is the captain's room, the real owner here is actually him. But he would rather let the vice-captain Gosuke Shigure handle team affairs here, but he has no intention of staying here for a long time. Wait until the Mole City Kenpachi leaves. Gosuke Shigure spoke softly. Sure enough, is this matter related to you? Although the strange color in Kenpachi's eyes was concealed quickly, Gosuke Shigure still saw it, and then he had the answer in his heart. Although he knew that Kenpachi Mole City was a very ambitious person, in the original book, he was sentenced to be imprisoned in Wujin because he planned something, but Gosuke Shigure did not expect that the other party would start to take action so quickly, and then it's time to move on. According to the original book, it won't be long before Kenpachi of Mole City will surrender himself to Central 46 because of the conspiracy, and then be imprisoned in the bottom of the underground prison. But in the past year, getting along with each other has been quite pleasant after all. In addition, Gosuke Shigure is also very satisfied with the current position of vice-captain, and really has no intention of becoming captain and serving as Kenpachi. He'd like to try and stop Kenpachi if he could. Chapter 11 for balance. Time, and a few days passed. It seems that it is because of knowing from Gosuke Shigure that the 8th Division is investigating the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. Mole City Kenpachi has not been out for a while. Instead, as before, he stayed alone in the training room behind the captain's room. Gosuke Shigure didn't bother Kenpachi, the Mole City either. During the one-year relationship, the captain and vice-captain don't talk much, but they have a tacit understanding. Kenpachi trusts Gosuke Shigure and entrusts all team affairs to Gosuke Shigure. When he shot to cut shoe. The rest of the time, he basically doesn't care about anything. Sometimes, officials like Yumi Gomisawa even teased Gosuke Shigure in front of Gosuke Shigure. Compared with Kenpachi, who just has the name of Kenpachi and captain for nothing, Gosuke Shigure is more like the real captain. For these remarks, Gosuke Shigure just laughed and did not respond. This day, Kenpachi, who had been in the fan team for a few days, went out again. Although his going out is very covert, he still never hides it from Gosuke Shigure. Is it so unbearable? Gosuke Shigure whispered to himself. Immediately put down the writing brush in his hand. Instead of continuing to deal with team affairs, he mentioned Zanpakuto and left here. North Rukongai 80 District, Zaraki District. This is a well-deserved place of poverty. It is extremely barren and lacks resources, but even in such a place, there are still many souls living here. Of course, the areas where souls live are not actually chosen by themselves. Instead, it is assigned by Seireitei. The souls who come to the Soul Society will be distributed, sorting coupons, which will be distributed to the 80 regions in the southeast, northwest and north according to the order of death. Among them, the more front the area, the richer the resources, while the latter area is the lack of resources. After reaching the 78th area, the lack of fresh water becomes more and more serious. A strong soul is not bad, it can forcefully cross regions and go to more prosperous regions to occupy a place to survive. And weak souls can only stay in the area they are assigned to survive. For many souls, living in the back area is not what they want to choose, but since they are all assigned here, in order to survive, they can only do whatever it takes. This also led to the more sturdy the folk customs as they went to the back area. Advertisement, especially in the last few areas, those who can survive are all villain-level characters. Although Kenpachi, the mole city, is indifferent and ruthless, when carrying out his goals and doing experiments, he chose the last few areas. After all, the souls here are all villains. Even if they die, there is nothing to be pitied about. On a barren hill, Mole City Kenpachi stood quietly. In front of him, several souls screamed in pain. Powerful spiritual power gushed out from them, but it didn't last too long. The souls couldn't bear the powerful. It collapsed directly, and then turned into spirit particles and dissipated between heaven and earth. The screams suddenly stopped. Looking at the disappearing soul, Mole City Kenpachi frowned slightly. Isn't it still okay? During this time, he tried to experiment with his Zanpakuto. He wants to transform Rukongai's soul so that ordinary souls can also have powerful power. In Hueco Mundo, voids are being born every moment. Not so with Soul Society. The number of Shinigami is limited. There are only a few hundred Shinigami in each team, and the entire Gode 13 adds up to a few thousand Shinigami. Except for the captain, vice captain and many seats, most of the Shinigami are unbearable. It was so powerful that even a mediocre Menos Grande like Jillian couldn't handle it. If things go on like this, Hueco Mundo will surely destroy Soul Society. So, is there a way around this? Mole City Kenpachi first thought of Rukongai. There are countless souls living in Rukongai, and every moment the dead come to Rukongai to start a new life as souls. Although there are some souls with Shinigami qualifications among them, they are only a few after all. Most of the souls spend their lives in mediocrity and then disappear as spirit sons. Instead of letting them disappear like this, it is better to find a way to transform them. If ordinary souls can have powerful power through transformation, perhaps these souls of Rukongai can be used to destroy the entire Hueco Mundo. Zanpakuto of Kenpachi, the mole city, made him see the possibility of this. However, the idea was good, but in practice, it still ended in failure. Leave here. Mole City Kenpachi is going to find some souls for experiments again. However, just when he found a few souls and was about to conduct his own experiments, he sensed a wave of Ryotsu. Mole City Kenpachi turned his head and looked at the visitor with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Gosuke, it's you. Advertisement? How did you come? He greeted Gosuke Shigure in a calm tone without the slightest panic. Gosuke Shigure's expression was also extremely calm. He asked Kenpachi, the mole city, does the captain want to use these souls for experiments? The disappearance of Rukongai's soul, you did it. When Mole City Kenpachi heard this, his expression was slightly calm. But soon, facing the question from his vice-captain, he didn't hide anything. That's right, I did it. It was discovered by you. Gosuke, you are really amazing. Mole City Kenpachi also did not ask how Gosuke found out about this. Because. Doesn't make any sense. Some things, just do it, you don't need to explore the process at all. Importantly, he did it, and Gosuke Shigure found out the truth. Gosuke Shigure's expression was calm, because in his heart, he already had the answer, but having said that, sometimes, there are still questions that should be asked. Why? He asked the Mole City Kenpachi like this. Remember that question I asked you that night? Mole City Kenpachi looked at Gosuke Shigure and said calmly. I was also afraid that Gosuke Shigure would not remember that question. So, he said again, that night, I asked you what you think of Hueco Mundo and nobles. You said, the existence of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society are mutually balanced. You are right, there is indeed a balance between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, and the existence of Shinigami is also to maintain this balance. However, compared to the constantly growing voids that can devour everything, the power of Shinigami is, after all, there is a limit. In particular, the existence of nobles itself further weakens the power of the Shinigami, so they don't care about the so-called balance. In their view, the so-called Shinigami are just serving them. It's true that there are heroes like Takuyashiki in this world. He is so powerful that he can stand against 1,000. However, even someone as strong as Takuyashiki will eventually die. Chapter 12 Confrontation. Never before has Kenpachi, Mole City, spoken more. He seems to have said everything he has said in the past year since he took over as captain. It is obvious that Yushiki died in his hands, but according to what he said, even if he didn't take action, Tsuneyashiki would die sooner or later. The expansion of Hueco Mundo seriously threatens the Soul Society, the existence of nobles, and holds most of the interests of the Soul Society, further squeezing the living space of Shinigami, and the common people of Rukongai led a precarious life. In such a situation, the probability of Shinigami being born among them will only get lower and lower? I don't know if you have counted how many Shinigami have died in battle over the years, and how many new Shinigami have been born. I used to count this when I had nothing to do. Finally, a conclusion was reached. If things go on like this, the balance will be broken sooner or later. The disorderly expansion of Hueco Mundo, the infinite growth of void, will sooner or later devour the Soul Society. At that time, the power of Shinigami alone will not be able to deal with Hueco Mundo. This world will usher in destruction sooner or later. There is a hint of madness in Kenpachi's words, which is extremely rare for a person like Kenpachi in Mole City. You know, no matter what the occasion was in the past, he always looked calm and peaceful. But at this moment, when talking about these things, he finally showed a trace of real emotion. So, what does this have to do with what you're doing? Gosuke Shigure looked at Kenpachi, the Mole City, and asked calmly. Mole City Kenpachi said, When human beings die in this world, their souls will either fall into Hueco Mundo, or enter the Soul Society, and fall into the soul of Hueco Mundo. They will either become voids or be swallowed by voids, and become the nourishment of other voids and strengthen them. The power of the soul, and the soul that fell into the soul of the Soul Society and became a Shinigami is very few. I said, the balance will be broken sooner or later. Although this world is so ugly, since I exist in this world and have power, I have an obligation to make this world a better place. Instead of letting these souls who fell into the Soul Society live a life of mediocrity, it is better to make the best use of them, transform them, give them strength, and let them crusade against Hueco Mundo. Having said that, the purpose of Kenpachi, Mole City, has been revealed. Advertisement. After talking about his purpose, Kenpachi's eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure again. Gosuke, I can see that you are a very talented person. I don't know, would you like to stand on my side? Help me? Gosuke Shigure was silent for a long time, and gave Kenpachi the answer, sorry. Although it is only 2 words, Kenpachi already has the answer in his heart. That's it. There was a hint of regret in his words, and then the regret disappeared, and his eyes became extremely indifferent. The next moment, the figure of Mole City-Kenpachi suddenly moved. With a flash of Shunpo, he has already come to the back of Gosuke Shigure. At the same time, he sticks out his palm, and the indifferent words come out of his mouth, 33 of Hado, blue fire pendant. The moment the words came out, a huge group of explosive flames swept out, intending to engulf Gosuke Shigure's body. Although it is the Kido after abandoning the chant, Kenpachi of Mole City has a strong attainment above Kido. Over the years, when the 11th team received the mission of the Menos Grande invasion and went to help, most of the Kenpachi of Mole City they all relied on the powerful Kido to kill Menos Grande, which shows the strength of his Kido. Unfortunately, his attack was unsuccessful after all. Gosuke Shigure felt a strong killing intent after saying the 3 words of Kenpachi in Mole City, and then, when the blue fire pendant fell on him, he also launched Shunpo to avoid it. In an instant, Shunpo performed, and the 2 people changed places. By the time Gosuke Shigure turned around, he and Kenpachi had swapped positions left and right. The captain is planning to kill me. Gosuke Shigure looked at Kenpachi, the Mole City, and opened his mouth lightly. Mole City-Kenpachi said in a deep voice, Gosuke, I'm sorry, since you discovered my secret, I can only kill you. Gosuke Shigure said, I don't know if the captain has thought about a problem. What you do is not hidden. Sooner or later, people will find out. At that time, you will be able to kill everyone who knows what you are planning. Is it clean? Mole City-Kenpachi is silent. Instead of answering Gosuke Shigure's question, he chose to continue shooting at Gosuke Shigure. Since he decided to kill Gosuke Shigure here, he naturally wouldn't hesitate because of Gosuke Shigure's words. Maybe what I did will be discovered sooner or later. Advertisement. But Mole City-Kenpachi firmly believes that by that time, he has accomplished what he wants to do. Rain-Du Zalu, he spoke again and said a strange name. After the name came out, Gosuke Shigure suddenly felt a surge of Ryotsu, and then, beside Kenpachi, the Mole City, there seemed to be an extra figure, which was hidden in the invisible, and then, a knife quietly emerged from midair, held in the hands of Mole City-Kenpachi. This knife looks similar to an ordinary sealed state, but there is a high concentration of Ryotsu on its blade. In other words, this knife, if you cut it casually, it will be extremely terrifying. Should I be honored to be worth your Zanpakuto? Gosuke Shigure looked at Kenpachi, the Mole City, and spoke again. Since he succeeded the captain of the 11th team, the 8th generation Kenpachi, Mole City-Kenpachi has never used Zanpakuto, and has never carried Zanpakuto with him, but in a chat between Gosuke Shigure and Kiraku Shunsui a guess was given. Although I haven't seen the knife, it must be there. Because in the battle with Kenpachi, Mole City-Kenpachi used Zanpakuto. In other words, Zanpakuto had always been with him, but he had hidden it in some special way. Now it seems that is indeed the case. Holding a sealed state General Zanpakuto, Mole City-Kenpachi did not answer Gosuke Shigure's question. He faced Gosuke Shigure, and he just slashed out. A powerful sword pressure swept out. Gosuke Shigure evaded to the side, a deep crack suddenly appeared in the barren land, and dust flew everywhere. Fortunately, this is the Zaraki district of Rukongai 80 district, which is extremely barren and sparsely populated. This gave the Mole City-Kenpachi and Gosuke Shigure a place to fight wantonly. As for the souls that Kenpachi was planning to attack earlier, after Gosuke Shigure appeared and confronted Kenpachi, they were already scared and fled in panic. Although in this Zaraki area, these souls are well-deserved bullies, and they have always oppressed other souls. But even with bullies, it depends on who you compare with. Compared with Shinigami, Shinigami is the real bully. Chapter 13 Captain Level Battle. Mole City-Kenpachi's offensive continues. After Gosuke Shigure easily dodged the first cut, he cut it out again. The high concentration of Ryotsu condensed on the Zanpakuto blade in his hand, and then released a powerful sword pressure. This is not a skill attached to Zanpakuto, but a simple frontal slash, but as long as Ryotsu is strong enough, even an ordinary slash can also unleash a more powerful Kido attack. So a certain sentence of Aizen in the original book is not wrong, the battle of Shinigami is the battle of Ryotsu. If you look into it, there may be some problems, but this sentence definitely applies to most situations. Like, now, Gosuke Shigure faced the ensuing slashing attacks from Mole City-Kenpachi, while using Shunpo to dodge. On the other hand, he also pulled out his own Zanpakuto. Shikai is not performed. Instead, keep Zanpakuto in the sealed state, that is, to slash out with a single knife, and the white sword pressure flies away. Meet the sword pressure of the Mole City Kenpachi. Boom! Two powerful sword pressures collided, and smoke and dust swept all around. The spiritual particles that were originally permeating the air and tending to a stable state were immediately destroyed, and then triggered a powerful storm of spiritual particles. The other end of the Zaraki district. Holding a tattered sealed state with many gaps, a tall figure who was hacking the enemy to death in front of him sensed the terrifying spirit storm, and immediately glanced curiously. He had a hunch that there seemed to be an extremely powerful person on the other side. Maybe it can be a good opponent. Ever since, he resolutely gave up on the opponent in front of him who had already been cut to a state of residual blood, and headed towards the direction where the storm of spiritual particles spread, preparing to have a hearty fight with him. Seireitei Institute. This is a research institution under the command of the 12th Division. Although the Soul Society is old and backward in some systems, but apart from the system, there are also advanced places in some places, such as the Seireitei Research Institute, which represents the technical strength of Seireitei. Over the years, they did not know that they have developed how many useful equipment and tools. In the future, after Urahara Kazuki took office as the captain of the 12th Division, this place was integrated and transformed, and then renamed the Technology Development Bureau. Normally, the task of the Seireitei Research Institute is not only to study various new technologies related to the soul, but also to detect the spiritual waves of the entire Soul Society. Soul Society is the world of spirits, and everything in it is made of spirits. Since it is a spirit sun, it will naturally produce fluctuations. Advertisement Ryotsu is a powerful wave. Whenever Menos Grande comes to the Soul Society, whether it is the opening of the black cavity or the Ryotsu released by itself, there will be huge fluctuations, which will be accurately grasped by the equipment arranged by the Technology Research Institute throughout the Soul Society, so that Seireitei will be the first time sent the Shinigami to kill the invading Khan. At this moment, the Seireitei Research Institute has detected two more powerful Ryotsu. These two strands of Ryotsu. Vice Captain. Captain, it's almost at the captain's level. Is there a captain fighting in Rukongai? Where exactly is it? In the Zaraki district. In the Research Institute, many researchers began to whisper after monitoring the two powerful Ryotsu colliding. In the end, it was the director of the institute who made the decision. Report this matter to the first team immediately. Yes, researchers dare not slack off in the slightest. Soon, the Hell Butterfly was summoned. Through the Hell Butterfly message, this matter was immediately reported to the first team, and then Shinigami, who integrated the affairs of the various teams, learned about it, and did not dare to neglect, and quickly reported the matter to the captain. Captain-level Shinigami fighting in Rukongai? Generated a strong Ryotsu wave? One side is the Mole City Kenpachi, and the other side is unknown? After knowing the reason of the incident, the head captain Yamamoto Genryusai raised his pale brows slightly. He didn't know what he was thinking about, but soon he made a decision. Although I don't know who Kenpachi is fighting against. But from the Ryotsu fluctuations monitored by the Seireitei Institute, there is no doubt that the other person is Shinigami without a doubt. Among the Seireitei, there is a rule that it is strictly forbidden to kill fellow Shinigami. As for the fact that Kenpachi of Mole City killed Kenpachi of Takuyashiki, that was a special case because of the unique succession rules of Kenpachi of the 11th team, so it was not counted as a violation of Kenpachi of Mole City. Of course, another reason that prompted the captain to decide to get involved in this matter was that he had a feeling. This sudden captain-level battle may be related to the recent disappearance of Rukongai's soul. Is Mole City Kenpachi found the murderer? Advertisement. Just when the captain thought so, Kiraku Shunsui came to the first team. Old Man Shan. Stepping into the chief's office, looking at the chief sitting behind the desk, Kiraku Shunsui spoke with a hint of haste. Say, the captain is succinct. I have some clues about the disappearance of Rukongai's soul, but I don't know whether to say it or not. After Kiraku Shunsui finished speaking, Captain Yamamoto's sharp eyes immediately fell on Kiraku Shunsui. Kiraku Shunsui immediately understood what Old Man Shan meant, so he didn't hide anything and said it directly. This matter is suspected to be related to the Mole City Kenpachi. Hearing this name, Commander Yamamoto's eyes suddenly became sharp. Immediately afterwards, without saying a word, he gave Kiraku Shunsui a task. The old man wants you to rush to the Zaraki district immediately. Kenpachi, Mole City, is fighting there right now. Go back to the Zaraki area. On the wilderness, Gosuke Shigure is still colliding with the Mole City Kenpachi. Mole City Kenpachi is very strong. After taking out Zanpakuto, each of his slashes contains extremely powerful power. The terrifying sword pressure is enough to cut everything in front of him. Although it was a coincidence that he killed Kenpachi at the beginning, even if it was a coincidence, it is enough to show that his strength is at least at the same level as Kenpachi. You must know that Kenpachi can easily kill Vasto Lord the mighty Shinigami of Menos Grande. But what really surprised Kenpachi in Mole City was the strength of Gosuke Shigure. As a vice captain, Gosuke Shigure naturally cannot be weak. Gosuke Shigure easily killed 6 Jillians that day, which also illustrates this point. But even so, Kenpachi decided to kill Gosuke Shigure after realizing that Gosuke Shigure had discovered his plan. However, after fighting against Gosuke Shigure, he found that Gosuke Shigure's strength was far more than that, and it seemed a bit difficult to kill him. Chapter 14 Let's Destroy, Thunder Tribulation. Gosuke, I really underestimated you. Mole City-Kenpachi held Zanpakuto, looked at Gosuke Shigure who was fighting against him, and expressed such emotion. I thought killing Gosuke would be an easy task. As it turned out, Gosuke Shigure was more difficult than expected. The next moment, Kenpachi raised his empty left hand and began to chant, O King of Kings, the mask of flesh and blood, the Vientiane, the thing that flies high and bears the name of human beings. Burning heat and chaos, separation. The sea reverses and rolls southward, step forward. This is the chant of Hado's 31 red cannon. However, the moment this chant came out, another new chant suddenly sounded. Impressively, beast bones scattered everywhere, spires, red crystals, and steel wheels. What moves is the wind, what is still is the sky. The sound of spears striking each other resounds through the empty city. When Kenpachi in Mole City chanted the chant of the red cannon, he actually chanted the chant of fiery lightning howl in another way. That's nothing. Apart from these two chants, several more chants sounded one after another. Carve the double lotus on the wall of the blue fire, and wait for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. The steeple, the red crystal, the steel wheel. What moves is the wind, what is still is the sky. The sound of spears striking each other resounds through the void city. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientiane, flapping its wings, and what bears the name of human beings. Scorching heat and strife, across the sea to the south, step forward. Countless chant sounds sounded, and many of them overlapped. This made the originally barren wilderness here extremely noisy. The voices of Kenpachi, Mole City, are overlapping and weird. Gosuke Shigure was a little surprised when he saw Kenpachi raised his hand and was about to use Kido to fight against the enemy. At this moment, after realizing the weirdness here, he didn't know that Kenpachi's Kido attainments were stronger than he imagined. Of course, there is no lack of Mole City-Kenpachi has adopted other means to increase Kido. Just like, at this moment, mouths appeared in the surrounding sand, stones and other things, from which the voices belonging to the Mole City-Kenpachi came out, which is why there are so many chant voices overlapping. The ability of Zanpakuto? Gosuke Shigure thought so. But he didn't give Mole City-Kenpachi a chance to finish his chant. Advertisement. When the chant of Kenpachi in Mole City was about to be finished, he suddenly moved, holding Zanpakuto, and instantly came to Kenpachi in Mole City with Shunpo, and slashed out from bottom to top. This knife brought out an extremely powerful sword pressure. Mole City sword lore remains unchanged. It is true that Gosuke Shigure's response was very clever, but Gosuke Shigure ultimately underestimated one thing. That is his Zanpakuto ability. After Yulu Tuolu Bankai, you can fuse your own spirit seeds with the spirit seeds contained in other living or non-living things, and then you can manipulate them at will. Mole City-Kenpachi, after integrating his own spirit into the spirit of inorganic matter, he can freely control the matter to attack or restrain the enemy like using his hands and feet. Once integrated with a certain space, you can monitor, perceive, and control everything in it, and you can create avatars to appear in any corner of the space at will. The larger the range to be fused, the more time it takes. Integrate its own spirit into the spirit of other creatures, and control the fused part, but it cannot directly damage the enemy whose body surface Ryotsu is too high. The stronger the Ryotsu released by the fused person, the stronger the rejection reaction to Mole City, and the shorter the biofusion lasts. Although the time to manipulate a creature with strong spiritual power will not be too long, sometimes, only a moment is enough. On that day, he used Takumi Bankai's ability to buy himself a moment before killing Kenpachi. Right now, he is going to use Yulu Tuolu again to buy himself a moment of time. Then, the next moment, the body of Gosuke Shigure, who was cutting towards Kenpachi with a knife, froze suddenly. Gosuke Shigure only feels that half of his body doesn't belong to him anymore. In it, there is a brand new will, a completely different Ryotsu. This will, this Ryotsu, belongs to Mole City-Kenpachi. Gosuke, meet death. Mole Castle Kenpachi looked at Gosuke Shigure and spoke in a deep voice. While speaking, his body pulled back, and after that, the innumerable Hado condensed. This is Hado fully chanted, without any weakening of its power. If it is just a single hit, even a captain-level Shinigami will be injured if he does not defend. Not to mention, so many Hado came together. Boom boom boom. Red cannon. Fiery lightning howl. Xuanlian Kango pendant. Advertisement. Many powerful Hado fell on Gosuke Shigure's body at the same time, engulfing Gosuke Shigure's body. Although during this process, Kenpachi of Mole City integrated his spirit into Gosuke Shigure's body, and if he became a younger half of Gosuke Shigure was injured or died, he would also suffer a strong backlash. But after all, it was only half of his body. Such an injury was not enough to kill him. More importantly, Gosuke is a worthy opponent. As long as it kills Gosuke, it's worth it. Amid the roar of Hado, a deep voice sounded, destroy it, thunder tribulation. The electric light flickered and intersected with the electric light produced by fiery lightning hell, so that Kenpachi, the Mole City, did not notice this scene at the first time. But soon, he realized what had happened. Because the spirit sun he invaded Gosuke Shigure's body suffered irreversible trauma, and in an instant, all of it was wiped away because of a certain force. This kind of backlash made him feel like he was in severe distress immediately, and the scarlet blood couldn't help but flow out of his mouth. But even so, the instinct of the body still prompted him to subconsciously wave the Zanpakuto in his hand. During the flashes of lightning, a long knife lingering with a blue arc slashed towards him, and was blocked by the Zanpakuto in his hand. The figure holding the long knife lingering around the arc-long knife is Gosuke Shigure. He didn't die amidst the multiple Kido chants of Kenpachi, the Mole City. At this moment, in addition to the blue arcs lingering on Zanpakuto, there are also blue arcs mobilizing on his body from time to time. This lightning power, in addition to giving Gosuke Shigure a strong defense, also gave him ultimate speed. This is the Zanpakuto of Gosuke Shigure's life, Zanpakuto of the Thunder Department, Thunder Calamity. This knife, judging from its attributes, should belong to the Kido family, but judging from its post-Shikai ability, it can be regarded as a direct attack type, because its post-Shikai ability is to increase status. Such a knife will not be of much use if it falls into the hands of someone who does not fight as a Grandmaster. Because there is no Grandmaster fighter, no matter how sharp the knife is given him, no matter how fast he is, it will have no effect. But it is a well-deserved good knife in the hands of Gosuke Shigure, who once reached the peak on the Shinigami road and has experienced many battles. Chapter 15 The Defeated Mole City-Kenpachi. Gosuke, you're really surprising me more and more. Mole City-Kenpachi blocked Gosuke Shigure's knife with Zanpakuto. He didn't care about the blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Gosuke Shigure and opened his mouth in surprise. Gosuke Shigure didn't take advantage of the victory either. In the final analysis, Kenpachi is his captain after all, and it has been quite a pleasure to get along with him for more than a year. He doesn't mind giving Mole City-Kenpachi a decent way to lose. It's just a coincidence. Gosuke Shigure said to the Mole City-Kenpachi, Captain, your Zanpakuto ability should be to inject your own spirit into all living and non-living things around you, and then manipulate them. Your multiple Kido chants were achieved in this way. When I came to attack you with a knife, I could feel that there was a new will in my body, and it was affecting my body. This will belongs to you, Captain. Mole City-Kenpachi was non-committal, but since he didn't refute this, it has already been shown that what Gosuke Shigure said is correct. At the same time, in the heart of Mole City-Kenpachi, his evaluation of Gosuke Shigure is also a little higher. In such a short time, it was clearly the first time he used Zanpakuto in front of Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure guessed his Zanpakuto ability. It is indeed powerful. You know, his Zanpakuto has been in the state of Bankai since his awakening, and has never been released, which makes outsiders don't know his Zanpakuto's ability at all. How to observe the ability that has never been released? Keep Bankai's Zanpakuto, as weird as it sounds, but in fact, that is the case. To this day, even Kenpachi himself does not know the liberation language of Zanpakuto, let alone the name after Bankai, but he can use the ability of Zanpakuto. While speaking, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Gosuke Shigure's mouth. It's also fortunate that my Zanpakuto ability is still good, otherwise, I almost died before. As for what Zanpakuto's abilities are, Gosuke Shigure doesn't say. Although Mole City-Kenpachi was curious, he didn't ask too many questions. Just need to know that Gosuke Shigure is out of his hands and out of danger. On the contrary, he was extremely seriously injured by the backlash because the spirit seed injected into Gosuke Shigure's body was destroyed. Thinking of this, Mole City-Kenpachi suddenly made up his mind. Advertisement, Gosuke, kill me. Mole City-Kenpachi said this in a flat tone. He has no fear of death. When he was determined to do that, he had already thought about facing the entire Godai 13, and also thought about the end of his own death. It's just that I didn't expect that before what I did was discovered by Godai 13, I was given insight by my vice-captain Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke's strength is beyond his expectation. The tyrannical ultimate chopping technique, the impressive Shunpo, and the powerful Zanpakuto all surprised Kenpachi. Of course, he ended up like this because he didn't expect Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto's ability, so he suffered backlash and was seriously injured. But in such a situation, remorse no longer makes any sense. Rather than remorse, he wishes Gosuke Shigure would kill him. For this matter, make an understanding. Among the Seireitei, it is a serious crime to kill a fellow Shinigami without permission, but I am different, I am Kenpachi. The rule of being a Kenpachi is to kill the previous Kenpachi in battle. That's how I killed Tsukiyashiki in the beginning. Now, you just have to kill me and you're the new Kenpachi. Mole Castle Kenpachi spoke to Gosuke Shigure calmly. Gosuke Shigure smiled lightly and did not answer Kenpachi's question. That's it. Mole City-Kenpachi didn't know what to think of, and then swung Zanpakuto in his hand, and the powerful Ryotsu was compressed on Zanpakuto's blade, making each of his cuts carry a powerful sword pressure. Since Gosuke Shigure didn't give an answer, then I will do my last bit and try to kill Gosuke. Peiron's sword pressure exploded and turned into a terrifying slash. Gosuke Shigure remains in the Shikai state. The thunder force lingering on his body stimulates his cells and muscles, giving him the ultimate speed. At this moment, his state and the original work are in a state of instant coaxing. Shihun Yoruichi is somewhat similar. With the Kido surrounding its body, it endows itself with powerful mobility. However, Gosuke Shigure's mobility was not given by Kido, but by Zanpakuto. Advertisement with ultimate speed, he easily dodged Kenpachi's slash. Then, returned it with color. Zanpakuto, who was also lingering with the slightest arc, swung out, and the sword pressure shattered the sword pressure of Mole City-Kenpachi, and then, with a slash, passed over Mole City-Kenpachi's body. The captain's white feathered weave and the black death suit inside were torn at the same time, and scarlet blood spurted out. Mole City-Kenpachi's body fell to the ground, completely giving up the fight. I lost. Lying on the barren hill, feeling the weakness and pain in his body, Kenpachi looked at the sky. There was no cloud in the sky, and the scorching sun was mercilessly burning the earth. Although it is under the same sky, the sun in the 80th district of Rukongai seems to be much hotter than other areas. Unfortunately, even such a scorching sun did not bring any warmth to the mole city of Kenpachi. He just felt cold all over his body, in addition to the cold caused by the loss of blood and vitality due to serious injuries. What's more, at the moment of defeat, he thought of one thing. Then I felt a will. Even if I hadn't been defeated by Gosuke Shigure today, I probably wouldn't succeed in what I wanted to do. Because a certain supreme being does not allow himself to do such a thing. Spirit King. Mole City Kenpachi muttered to himself, uttering an epithet that, for many of the Soul Society's Shinigami, was a noble title. But in his words, he didn't have much respect for the Spirit King. Then, the Mole City Kenpachi lay in the wilderness. Unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure didn't deal him a fatal blow, but kept watch over him with a knife. Mole City Kenpachi doesn't understand what Gosuke Shigure is going to do, but Gosuke Shigure is the winner after all and has the privilege to do anything. After waiting for a while, Gosuke Shigure's voice sounded, "It's finally here." A figure wearing 2 fancy hairpins, wearing a pink feather jacket embroidered with patterns, and a bamboo hat quickly came here. Chapter 16 I surrender myself. Oh, this result is really unexpected. The visitors came here and were very surprised after seeing Kenpachi and Gosuke Shigure, especially the tragic situation in Kenpachi. Although I knew from the old man Sean that Kenpachi of Mole City was fighting against someone here, judging from the monitoring results of the spiritual fluctuations, the opponent was also a captain-level Shinigami. However, realizing that the other person is Gosuke Shigure is enough to take the comers by surprise. He didn't expect that Gosuke, who used to drink together and seemed extremely honest, would have such strength. And the second thing that surprised him was that the loser was Kenpachi, the Mole City. Mole City Kenpachi, although he has not been a Kenpachi for a long time, only more than a year. But from the fact that he can serve as Kenpachi, it is enough to show his strength. Kenpachi is the name given to the strongest Shinigami by the Soul Society. Although this, strongest, is still open to question, after all, Gode 13 still has such a powerful Shinigami as the captain, but what is certain is that none of those who can become Kenpachi are strong. Even among the many captains of Gode 13, it is also among the best. The strength of the predecessor Kenpachi Kuuwei is obvious to all. Even the top Menos Grande Vasto Lord in Hueco Mundo, he can easily kill alone. Mole Castle Kenpachi can kill Kuwu Sheng. Naturally it is the Shinigami who is stronger than Kuwu Sheng. In the same way, Seireitei also gave privileges to powerful Shinigami. Such is the case with the Kenpachi name. For example, during the captain meeting, the owner of Kenpachi can choose not to participate. After all, the existence of Kenpachi itself is a deterrent, a powerful weapon, and Kenpachi's duty is to fight. But now, the bearer of the Kenpachi name lost to Gosuke Shigure. How can this not make the visitors shocked and surprised? As the person who personally defeated Kenpachi, Gosuke Shigure did not feel complacent at all. He looked at the man who came here and greeted him calmly. "King Band Leader, you are here." "Gosuke. Who are you?" Kiraku Shunsui asked curiously as he glanced at Kenpachi and Gosuke Shigure. Although according to the information investigated by the 8th Division, the recent disappearance of Rukongai's soul is suspected to have something to do with Kenpachi, the Mole City, but this is just some speculation. Advertisement because Shinigami saw the Mole City Kenpachi frequently went to Rukongai recently, and his whereabouts were strange. And the place where he went didn't take long before his soul disappeared. This gave Kiraku Shunsui some guesswork. But guesses are guesses after all, and no real evidence has been obtained after all. Before he is fully convicted, Mole City Kenpachi is still the captain of the 11th team, and he cannot be treated with any disrespect. Mole City Kenpachi didn't answer Kiraku Shunsui's question, but Gosuke Shigure did. As the Beijing band leader saw, the captain and I had a fight here. As for the reason for the fight, his tone froze, and he didn't answer directly, but looked at Kenpachi, the Mole City. Kiraku Shunsui noticed the unusual meaning, and also looked at the Mole City Kenpachi. Mole City Kenpachi sensed the double gaze of Gosuke Shigure and Kiraku Shunsui, and a quirky smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. While Gosuke Shigure was waiting for Kiraku Shunsui to come, he suddenly changed his mind and suddenly didn't want to die. It would be a pity if he died like this. Facing Kiraku Shunsui's gaze, Mole City Kenpachi suddenly said, "I want to see Central 46. Kiraku Shunsui frowned. Central 46 is the highest judicial body of the Soul Society. Shinigami will be judged by Central 46 for their crimes in the Soul Society or in this world. Mole City Kenpachi offered to meet Central 46. In this sentence, Kiraku Shunsui heard some unusual meanings. Combined with the previous guess, Kiraku Shunsui felt that he was getting closer to the truth. Can Kiraku Shunsui and Gosuke Shigure returned to the Seireitei with the badly wounded Mole City Kenpachi. They first went to the 4th team. Captain Yunohana Retsu personally took action to help Kenpachi of Mole City deal with some injuries. During this process, Yunohana Retsu's expression seemed calm, without the slightest fluctuation, as if he was healing an ordinary patient. Gosuke Shigure, as the vice-captain of the 11th team, watched Yunohana Retsu use Kaido to heal the wounds of Mole City Kenpachi the whole time. Advertisement during this process, it is inevitable that there will be some emotions. Except for some Shinigami who have lived longer, no one would have thought that this seemingly merciful and compassionate captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu, would have been a murderous evil spirit in the past, and would be first-generation Kenpachi. Captain Unohana, please excuse me, after watching Unohana Retsu deal with Kenpachi's injury and make sure that the other party will not die, Kiraku Shunsui, who also came here, said gratefully. Unohana Retsu said calmly, it's nothing, this is the responsibility of my 4th team. But having said that, I'm still a little curious, who was Captain Mole City fighting with and suffered such a serious injury? The captain of Mole City is Kenpachi. Among the Soul Society, there are only a handful of existences that can inflict such injuries on him, or is Hueco Mundo invaded by Menos Grande again? Unohana Retsu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Kiraku Shunsui curiously. Kiraku Shunsui frowned, thinking of what Kenpachi said earlier. He said to Unohana Retsu in a deep voice. Sorry, Captain Unohana, I can't tell you about this for now. A hint of surprise flashed in Unohana Retsu's eyes, and she didn't mean to get to the bottom of it. I see. Then, Gosuke Shigure returned to the 11th squad alone. Kiraku Shunsui took Kenpachi, the Mole City, and went to the team first. He didn't know what he said to the captain, but the captain looked very serious. Afterwards, the Mole City Kenpachi was brought into Central 46. Central 46 is the highest judicial institution of the Soul Society, composed of 40 sages and 6 judges. Its interior is extremely dark. 46 of the Soul Society's most powerful men sit high on the steps, hidden in the darkness. The judge stood at the lowest point in the center and was forced to accept the scrutiny of these people. After Mole City Kenpachi came here, the eyes of the 46 people immediately fell on him. Shuangye Mochung, why do you want to see us? Indifferent words came from the mouth of a judge. Mole City Kenpachi had a weird smile on his mouth. I'm from here. Chapter 17 Interrogation. Gosuke Shigure returns to the 11th squad. He did not tell many members of the 11th team what happened to Kenpachi, the Mole City. Many team members don't know that Kenpachi, the current Mole City, has gone to Central 46 to surrender to his crimes. Gosuke Shigure took care of team affairs as vice captain. Not long after, an old acquaintance came to the 11th team. The person who arrived was Kiraku Shunsui. You were calmer than I imagined. Although I don't know what Kenpachi of Mole City has done, judging from his voluntary request to see Central 46 and Old Man Sean's dignified expression, it is obviously not unusual. You as the only person who was with Mochung at that time, and fought with him, there is also a deep suspicion on you. As expected, Central 46 will see you after seeing Mochung. Or, have you ever thought about it? While handling team affairs, Gosuke Shigure said, since some things have already happened, we can only accept their existence. Compared with pure worry and tension, I believe that the clearer will clear up. The matter of Mole City has nothing to do with me. Gosuke Shigure said this with an extremely serious tone. Kiraku Shunsui was also a little surprised when he heard Gosuke Shigure's words. Central 46, as the highest judicial body of the Soul Society, its members are all composed of nobles. Nobles, what kind of people are they? Kiraku Shunsui, the head of a high-ranking nobleman, couldn't be more clear. It is really difficult to say, justice, for an organization composed of such a group of people. Of course, in this case, you can't say it face to face. At least on the bright side, Central 46 represents absolute justice. I also hope that the matter in Mole City has nothing to do with you. Kiraku Shunsui said to Gosuke Shigure in a concerned tone, and then said, for some reason, the people in Central 46 are very old-fashioned. I hope they will find you later when talking. You don't get offended by the tone of their voice. If what you said is true, the matter in Mole City has nothing to do with you. I will do my best to help you get rid of the suspicion. Thanks. Gosuke Shigure expressed his sincere thanks to Kiraku Shunsui. Gosuke Shigure's easy life didn't last long. It didn't take long before a group of Shinigami who looked like ninjas in black clothes and masks came before Gosuke Shigure. It's the Criminal Army, a unit in the Soul Society that is responsible for detaining and arresting criminals. Advertisement, Deputy Captain of the 11th Division, Gosuke Shigure, Central 46 summons. The Criminal Army came and conveyed the order of Central 46. I see. Gosuke Shigure nodded, stood up, and followed Xingjun. On the way, the soldiers of the Xingjun confiscated Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto. At the same time, they put special locks on Gosuke Shigure. The material of the locks is very special, and it confines Gosuke Shigure's spiritual power. That's nothing. The men of the Xingjun cast multiple Bakuto on Gosuke Shigure again, all to limit Gosuke Shigure's power. After all, Gosuke Shigure is about to meet people from Central 46. For the safety of those people, all measures must be taken. For this matter, Gosuke Shigure did not resist. Soon, Gosuke Shigure came to the door of Central 46. The towering gate separates Central 46 from the outside world. Although there are not too many decorations, it naturally gives people a sense of majesty. This is the highest authority of the Soul Society. If Gode 13 holds the power of the Soul Society, then Central 46 holds something even stronger than power, that is, power. Gosuke Shigure came here under the leadership of Xingjun, and he couldn't help but look up. In the previous life, Gode 13 was never established, and Seireitei and Rukongai were never separated. In that era, nobles and commoners lived together. Although the nobles also had a lot of power, the commoners might not have the opportunity to surpass the nobles, let alone Central 46. There is no such thing at all, but this is not the case today. Central 46 is high above, and most civilians can only live in Rukongai, and only by becoming Shinigami can they enter Seireitei. This shows that in the invisible struggle that year, the nobles finally won. And the Shinigami who were born as civilians, such as Yamamoto Genryusai, finally made a compromise. I don't know how I will be judged. Even at this time, Gosuke Shigure didn't show any signs of panic, he looked very calm. The door of Central 46 slowly opened. Under the leadership of Shinjun, Gosuke Shigure stepped into it. The environment inside is extremely dark. When entering inside, Gosuke Shigure felt a sense of oppression again. Advertisement obviously, Central 46 has a powerful barrier inside, which greatly limits the strength of the Shinigami who stepped into it. Soon, they came to the place where they were interrogated. A small platform in the middle of Central 46. Speaking of the platform, in fact, this is the lowest point of the Central 46 hall. Around it, there are layers of towering steps. On the steps, there are figures sitting one after another. They hide themselves in the darkness. If you look carefully, you can only see their cold eyes. Maybe these people do not have great power, but they do have comparative strength. Something more powerful. Gosuke Shigure. Indifferent words came from one of them. Exist. Gosuke Shigure replied calmly. Earlier, there was an incident of Rukongai's soul disappearing. Gode 13 conducted a detailed investigation on this incident. Earlier today, Mo Chungshuang, the captain of the 11th team, also came forward and admitted that this incident was caused by him. Because, the nature of this matter is far worse than imagined. Before Mo Chungshuang also surrendered, you were the last person to come into contact with him, so I summon you here for interrogation. Are you also involved in the double mole incident? When this remark came out, Gosuke Shigure immediately felt 46 pairs of eyes on him. No, there's more than Central 46 here. In the dark, there is also an extremely elite army hidden. After all, the identities of these people in Central 46 are extraordinary. If no one is sent to protect them, what will happen in case of an accident? Gosuke Shigure said calmly, no, you're lying. After Gosuke Shigure's words sounded, another so-called sage immediately questioned him. As the vice captain of the 11th team, as far as we know, Mo Chungshuang trusted you very much when he was the captain of the 11th team, and entrusted all team affairs to you. Before he turned himself in, you were the only one who had contact with him, and you appeared with him in Zaraki District, 80 District, North Rukongai. Therefore, we believe that you must know what Mo Shuang also did. I'll ask you again, are you involved? Indifferent words came out. Gosuke Shigure suddenly understood why Kiraku Shunsui gave himself such a reminder before, so as not to be angry. Chapter 18. The Palace of Repentance Central 46 is a bunch of stubborn people. They admit death. Obviously there is no evidence, but they believe that Gosuke Shigure is Mo Shuang his accomplice and a guilty person. In a short period of time, the 46 people of Central 46 successively questioned Gosuke Shigure. Their words are sharp and fierce, and they are not nice words. In front of Gosuke Shigure, they showed a strong sense of presence. Maybe it's because they didn't have any sense of presence in front of Kenpachi in Mole City before, which made them look like this. Mole City Kenpachi is too honest. Not only did he take the initiative to surrender himself, but he also told everything he had done. Whether Central 46 believes it or not, all in all, they appear to have no sense of existence in front of Kenpachi, the Mole City. Especially, before Kenpachi Mole City turned himself in, they didn't even know that Kenpachi Mole City did those things. After realizing that Gosuke Shigure is also suspected of committing a felony, of course they have to interrogate them severely. To demonstrate their authority, so that the world can understand what is called a sage and what is called justice. However, Gosuke Shigure's mentality is surprisingly good. No matter what Central 46 interrogates him, he vehemently denied that he had not participated in what was planned by Kenpachi, the Mole City. Even, as to why he was the one who was with Kenpachi in Mole City in the end. Gosuke Shigure also gave an answer. The answer is that he discovered the strange whereabouts of Kenpachi in Mole City recently, and Kiraku Shunsui told him about the disappearance of Rukongai's soul, so he recently paid attention to it. He realized that there was something wrong with Kenpachi, the Mole City, so he tracked down Kenpachi, the Mole City. Finally found out that Mole City Kenpachi was attacking the soul of Rukongai. Mole City Kenpachi found his trail and was about to kill him, but he had no choice but to fight back and fought a battle with Mole City Kenpachi. All in all, in Gosuke Shigure's phrasing, he is not a sinner, but a hero. Central 46 is certainly unwilling to accept such rhetoric. Because they all identified Gosuke Shigure as a sinner. Advertisement: if you choose to believe Gosuke Shigure, wouldn't you be questioning authority? So, they continued to cross-examine. However, the interrogation methods that have always been unfavorable in the past are of no use in front of Gosuke Shigure. More importantly, they can't torture Gosuke Shigure casually. After all, although Gosuke Shigure is highly suspected, he has not been convicted and there is no evidence to prove that he committed a crime. Finally, after the fruitless interrogation, the 46 noble gentlemen of Central 46 seemed to be tired too. They decided to imprison Gosuke Shigure in the Penance Palace first. Then, choose another day for retrial. In this way, Gosuke Shigure was imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance and enjoyed the same treatment as Rukia Kuchiki in the original book. The environment in the confession palace is not good. Especially after it is covered with murderous stones, which can suppress spiritual energy, it only feels more uncomfortable to stay inside. It should be noted that the concentration of spirit particles inside the Seireitei is extremely dense, and those without spiritual power living in it are like living in a pressure cooker, feeling extremely depressed, and the high concentration of spirit particles will constantly oppress the spirit and body. In the original book, Byakuya Kuchiki's wife, Hima, died every few years after marrying Byakuya because she couldn't bear the internal environment of Seireitei. Shinigami can easily withstand such an environment because of the strong spiritual power in his body. However, when the spiritual power in Shinigami's body is suppressed by things first, and then they are in the environment of murderous stone, they will have the same feeling as whole. Gosuke Shigure had a similar feeling at this moment. What a subtle feeling. Even Gosuke Shigure never imagined that one day, he would be able to experience the life of a prisoner. Zanpakuto was taken away and spiritual power was suppressed. It seemed that he was in an unprecedented desperate situation. But Gosuke Shigure knows that the so-called desperate situation has not yet been reached. Things are turning around. He is also waiting for the so-called turning point to appear. Of course, if this turning point can't happen, then he has no choice but to get out of the turmoil in his own way after being involved in the turmoil. In this world, there is not only Soul Society, but also Hueco Mundo and the present world. Even if the spiritual power is temporarily banned, even if Zanpakuto is confiscated. But after all, he lived for such a long time in his previous life, even if he died because of waves, in the end, he still had some trump cards after all. In this life, the reason why I put myself in the rules is just to live a peaceful life. Advertisement if it is really impossible to live a peaceful life. Gosuke Shigure didn't mind making a move and took the initiative to break the calm. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Gosuke Shigure was imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance. In the past half a month, no one came to visit him. After all, he is not Rukia Kuchiki. Although Rukia Kuchiki was imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance, she was a member of the Kuchiki family anyway. As the head of the four nobles, the Kuchiki family should enjoy some privileges, so Byakuya Kuchiki and her like can visit her from time to time. Of course, it is also for this reason that so many people were stunned after Rukia Kuchiki was sentenced to Sokyoku in the original book. Because it is unreasonable. That's why some people want to explore the truth of Central 46's judgment, and then discover the fact that they have been slaughtered long ago. Back to business. For half a month, although no one came to visit him, Gosuke Shigure didn't feel bored. He just sat quietly in the confession palace every day. Central 46 did not hold Gosuke Shigure for a second trial. According to Gosuke Shigure's guess, during this time, Central 46 should be collecting evidence of what Mole Shuang also did. The fact is also as expected by Gosuke Shigure. Gode 13 is very busy during this time. The matter of Kenpachi surrendered in Mole City was also learned by the entire Gode 13 after the captain held a captain meeting. The crime he committed was not simply causing Rukongai's soul to disappear. It is a felony with an even worse nature. It intends to break the balance of souls between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. When this matter was known by the many Shinigami of the 11th team, the many Shinigami of the 11th team were undoubtedly extremely uncomfortable. For more than a year, they have finally accepted the existence of the Mole City Kenpachi. In the end, it turned out that Kenpachi Mole City was not the successor of Kenpachi who was going to kill the house, but a sinner. In such a situation, Gosuke Shigure, who was implicated in the Mole City Kenpachi and imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance, naturally no one cared. Of course, saying no one cares doesn't mean no one remembers Gosuke Shigure. Chapter 19. Out of prison, the Palace of Confession is a white building. Among the white towers, Gosuke Shigure sits cross-legged. Suddenly, the sound of dull footsteps sounded, which was particularly ear-piercing in this quiet Palace of Confession. He couldn't help raising his eyes and looked over. The first thing that catches the eyes is a touch of bright color. It's really rare. I thought that everyone had forgotten me and treated me as a real sinner. I didn't expect that someone would come to see me. Looking at the visitor, Gosuke Shigure expressed his heartfelt emotion. The corner of the visitor's mouth was slightly raised, outlining a faint smile. How could it be? During this period of time, I have been running around for Gosuke's affairs. Really, isn't it collecting information and clues related to the Mole City Kenpachi? Gosuke Shigure revealed the truth of the words of the comer. The visitor did not deny it. Gosuke, you were right. Recently, I have indeed been collecting information related to Mole City. Similarly, as the information collection is almost the same, I am more and more sure about one thing. What's up? You are innocent. The visitor said such words in an extremely serious tone. Gosuke Shigure didn't have any joy. He was calmer than he imagined, and he was more concerned about how long he would have to stay here than hearing the words about his innocence from the passers-by. Since I'm innocent, why haven't I been released and why am I still being held here? The leader of the Beijing band, the person who came was none other than Kyoraku Shunsui, captain of the 8th squad, and one of the oldest existing captains of the Soul Society. Kyoraku Shunsui looked more serious. Gosuke, you also know that Central 46 has a sequence for judging prisoners. Recently, with the surrender of Mole City Kenpachi, his relevant criminal evidence is almost collected. Attention of Central 46, I put all my energy on judging Mochung, so naturally I don't have the heart to pay attention to you. But don't worry, I will go to Central 46 to ask about you later, and you probably won't be able to stay here for a few days. I came here today to hope that you will not be disappointed with Seireitei and Gode 13 because of what happened to you recently, let alone resent Central 46. Advertisement, they are just following the rules. There was a sneer on the corner of Gosuke Shigure's mouth, it's a good one to follow the rules. Kyoraku Shunsui heard dissatisfaction from Gosuke Shigure's words, raised his brows, hesitated to speak, but finally did not speak. After all, it is Gosuke Shigure who was imprisoned here. Central 46 charged Gosuke Shigure with a big crime before the matter was thoroughly investigated. Although according to the current evidence, Gosuke Shigure has been proven innocent, but it is obviously impossible for Central 46 to take the initiative to apologize to Gosuke Shigure for this incident. After all, they are nobles, they represent authority, how can they admit that they are wrong? Therefore, the wronged one can only be Gosuke Shigure. In such a situation, Kyoraku Shunsui also realized how outrageous he was about Gosuke Shigure saying not to hold grudges against Central 46. Just when Kyoraku Shunsui thought that Gosuke Shigure would confide in resentment towards Central 46, he suddenly heard Gosuke Shigure say, "Tell me about the Soul Society-Kenpachi." Kyoraku Shunsui nodded, and then said, "Earlier, there was an incident of soul disappearance in Rukongai, and now it is confirmed that Mochung did it. Originally, I thought what he did was just killing Rukongai at random. Soul. Now, with his surrender and his confession of crimes, we have just realized that things are more serious than we thought. He transformed the souls of Rukongai, and wanted to turn them into weapons for war. He used the power of Rukongai's souls to destroy Hueco Mundo. Those souls that disappeared were all because he could not bear the transformation during the transformation process. Lingzi crashed and died. Although this matter did not succeed, the nature of this matter is so bad that it is ultimate. This is a great crime of trying to destroy the balance between souls. After collecting evidence during this period, Mochung can basically be convicted now. Because he surrendered himself, he may not be killed, but at least he must be sentenced to imprisonment." While talking, Kyoraku Shunsui gave his own speculation, maybe he will be imprisoned in the bottom floor of the large underground prison. It's really unexpected. After Kyoraku Shunsui finished talking about the mole city of Kenpachi, Gosuke Shigure also expressed his heartfelt emotion. He couldn't help but think of the moment when he opened his eyes more than a year ago. Rebirth wakes up. Coinciding with Kenpachi's death, Mole City Soya succeeded as the new Kenpachi. His name is Gosuke Shigure, and he is the vice captain of the 11th squad. According to the original book, it is very likely to become Kenpachi in the future. Advertisement: once you become a Kenpachi, you need to assume certain responsibilities. At that time, he felt that being a vice captain was pretty good, and he didn't need to go to the big tree to attract attention. He once had the idea of pulling Kenpachi, the mole city, into the right path. However, due to the lack of information, it is not known when Kenpachi, Mole City, had the idea of treason. In the end, he still couldn't stop it from happening. However, life is not like this, it is always full of regrets. Gosuke Shigure was a little bit emotional, but he didn't feel too uncomfortable. If earlier, in the Zaraki district, when he found Kenpachi Mole City was willing to listen to his persuasion, destroy the evidence, and then turn around, it would be a good thing. It's a pity that Kenpachi in Mole City has a deep obsession, and decides to go to the dark on one path. In order to complete that matter, he even did not hesitate to shoot him. Right now, the Kenpachi incident in Mole City was brought to light, and it was no wonder anyone had ended up like this. After all, it was his choice. After a meeting with Kyoraku Shunsui left the Palace of Penance. In this way, a few more days passed. The matter of Kenpachi in Mole City has not yet come to an end. Now that the evidence is basically collected, Central 46 has not yet tried him and completely convicted him. However, the suspicion of Gosuke Shigure has been completely cleared. On this day, the Xing-jun came to the Palace of Repentance. Released Gosuke Shigure, released many shackles on him, and returned Zanpakuto to him, saying that he can return to the 11th team. There's no after that. It is impossible for Central 46 to apologize to Gosuke Shigure. Chapter 20. What do you think of me being Kenpachi? In Soul Society, the security situation of Seireitei and Rukongai can be described as far apart. Although there are differences in degrees among different areas in Rukongai, in each area after number 70, there are swords, lights, swords and bloody smells every day, and residents live with death all day long. As for Seireitei, which was originally a paradise for Shinigami and nobles, although the interior is full of machinations and tricks, it rarely smells the stink of violence. However, even in such a city, there is a place like Rukongai that smells of rust caused by violent collisions of sharp metals. That is the site of the 11th team, which is composed of a group of rude, domineering, brave and belligerent people. This place is called Bride Town, except for the dead Shendu of the 11th team who are a bunch of rude people. Even the residents living nearby have extremely tough folk customs, and they seem out of place with the nobles living in other areas. This kind of ethos is naturally formed by the influence of the 11th team over the years. The 11th squad with the image of Sawgrass as the team logo is located in the center of Bride Town. Its existence has dyed the whole Bride Town with layers of strong violence. However, when Gosuke Shigure returned to the 11th team this time, but he didn't feel the slightest hint of violence, the entire 11th team was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Many players just stayed in the team building and drank, looking depressed. Because of the habit left over from the era of Tsubaki Ishiki, there were many female members in the 11th squad. At this moment, these female members and male members were hanging shoulder to shoulder and drinking together, which seemed extremely chaotic. Someone with sharp eyes noticed Gosuke Shigure who came here. His eyes lit up involuntarily, then dimmed again, but he still greeted Gosuke Shigure, "Vice Captain, you're back." After this sentence spread, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. They turned their heads and looked at Gosuke. Those who have a general relationship with Gosuke call him Vice Captain, while those who are familiar with him call him Gosuke. Among them, Gosuke Shigure was the first Shinigami he saw after his rebirth, and Yumi Gomisawa, the 9th seed of the 11th team, walked in front of Gosuke Shigure with a strong smell of alcohol. "Gosuke, the captain's matter." It is true. Gosuke Shigure knew what she wanted to ask, and gave the answer directly and decisively. Hear these 3 words. The pupils of many members of the 11th team dimmed, and it was difficult for them to accept this fact. Advertisement. Although Soul Society-Kenpachi has only been a Kenpachi for more than a year, and he became a Kenpachi only after killing Takuyashiki. But the members of the 11th team are not those who cannot accept the death of Tsukiyashiki. They are brave and good at fighting, and they are eager to fight, so they also take death very lightly. What they care most about is whether Mochung Shuangya can bear the name of Kenpachi. And for more than a year, Kenpachi, Mole City has undoubtedly proved this point. Although he has a cold personality and a withdrawn temperament, once he needs to fight, he never hesitates, and he is victorious in every battle. On the surface, many members of the 11th team still have an unfamiliar relationship with Kenpachi of Mole City, but in their hearts, they gradually accepted the existence of Kenpachi of Mole City. As a result, reality dealt them another heavy blow. Mole City Kenpachi is not a hero, but a sinner who has committed a heinous crime. When Kenpachi surrendered himself in Mole City and Gosuke Shigure was imprisoned in the Penance Palace, many Shinigami came to the 11th team and conducted an investigation on the entire 11th team, which made many Shinigami in the 11th team also know about the crimes committed by Kenpachi in Mole City. It made them miserable. "Have you been drinking here all this time?" Gosuke Shigure glanced at many team members who were reeking of alcohol, and then landed on Gomisawa Yumi who was familiar with him, and asked. Gomisawa Yumi squeezed out a helpless look. "What if you don't drink?" The captain was imprisoned for committing a felony, and the deputy captain was also imprisoned for being suspected of contamination. The entire fan team lost 2 backbones for a while, and we can only pass the time by drinking. Gosuke Shigure fell silent. Looking at the silent Gosuke, Gomisawa Yumi suddenly laughed again. "However, there is still good news, Gosuke. You are back now, you must be fine." "Okay." Gosuke Shigure nodded. "It's great that you're all right." Advertisement. After all, our 11th team really cannot accept losing the captain and vice captain at the same time. When mentioning the loss of the captain, Gomisawa Yumi showed a touch of sadness. This sense of sadness not only appeared on her, but the rest of the team members who heard Gomisawa Yumi's words also showed similar sadness. Gosuke Shigure knew where this sadness came from. More than a year ago, when Kenpachi died, these players felt such sadness. Right now, they're mourning the loss of yet another Kenpachi. More than a year ago, the original Gosuke Shigure was in a similar situation. He was the one who suffered the most from the death of Kenpachi. But right now, Gosuke Shigure is no longer the same Gosuke Shigure after all. Although we lost another Kenpachi, as long as the 11th team is still there, a new Kenpachi will eventually be born, and the person who bears the name of Kenpachi will eventually be born, and the name of Kenpachi will be passed on forever. Gosuke Shigure looked at the sad crowd and said in a deep voice. At the end, he said another sentence in front of everyone. "What do you think of me becoming Kenpachi?" When these words came out, everyone was stunned. After a while, there was a sudden burst of laughter. Someone laughed and said, "Gosuke, don't be kidding, you are not bad as a vice captain, and you are still far away if you want to be Kenpachi." They knew all too well what happened to the vice captain, Gosuke. It was they who didn't like to deal with team affairs and forcibly left it to Gosuke. Admittedly, Gosuke's strength is not bad, but Gosuke is still far from being Kenpachi. Not only Gosuke, but in the 11th team, I don't know how many people want to be Kenpachi. After all, the name of Kenpachi is an honor, but they all have self-knowledge and know that they don't have enough strength to bear this name. As a result, I didn't expect to hear such arrogant words from Gosuke's mouth. For a moment, because of Gosuke Shigure's words, the sadness of the entire 11th team was swept away, and the air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 21 Captain's Replacement. After Gosuke Shigure returned to the 11th squad. Although it is a fact that Kenpachi committed a felony in Mole City, the entire 11th team is saddened to lose another Kenpachi. But after the vice captain came back, the entire team returned to normal operation. After all, Gosuke Shigure handled many team affairs when Kenpachi was there. Under the leadership of Gosuke Shigure, the entire 11th team was back on track. Many members put away their sorrows and devoted all their attention to the mission of Gode 13, and to the virtual world that appeared in Soul Society from time to time, in battle. During this period, Gosuke Shigure also did not hesitate to shoot. After all, this time is different. In the past, with Kenpachi of Mole City, he, the vice captain, could stay behind the scenes with peace of mind, and he could leave the matter of fighting the powerful Menos Grande to Kenpachi of Mole City. But now the Mole City Kenpachi is gone. If he, the vice captain, doesn't work hard, it's really unjustifiable. During the fight against Menos Grande, Gosuke Shigure's strength naturally shocked many officers of the 11th team. In the past, Gosuke Shigure shot together with Kenpachi Mole City, and there was no one else beside him. Now, Mole City Kenpachi is gone. Gosuke Shigure personally rushed to the rescue of the team members who encountered a strong enemy. Facing Menos Grande like Jillian, he only needed to kill them with one knife. Although it is only the lowest level of Menos Grande, it also shows the strength of Gosuke Shigure. You know, ordinary officers, if they don't pay attention, they may be injured and die in the face of Jillian. Many senior officers of the 11th team realized just now that Gosuke had grown to this point before he knew it. However, that's it, I'm still a long way from becoming Kenpachi. After sighing, they thought again. Although Gosuke has improved, this is only the lowest Menos Grande Jillian after all. You must know that their previous captain, Toriyushiki, was able to kill the existence of the highest level Menos Grande Vasto Lord, and this kind of Jillian even killed him casually. Advertisement having said that, because of Gosuke Shigure's move against Menos Grande. After all, it still inspired the morale of the 11th team members. The entire 11th team gradually came out of the sadness of losing another Kenpachi. In recent years, Soul Society has not been peaceful. Hueco Mundo frequently attacked the Soul Society. Vasto Lord level Menos Grande attacked the Soul Society more than once or twice, and Ordinary Shu and Jillian attacked the Soul Society more often. In this case, the tasks of the 11th team fighting surged. Even Gosuke Shigure threw himself into the fight. But he is only one person after all. It still cannot be changed, the fact that some team members were injured and died in the battle. Fortunately, the 11th team has experienced similar things many times. After joining the 11th team, all the team members were ready to die in battle, and it was a great honor for them to die vigorously in battle. After the team funeral and seeing off the dead members, the 11th team rejoined the battle. In the blink of an eye, several months passed, just when the entire 11th team gradually adapted to the days without a captain. At Central 46, the trial of the Mole City Kenpachi was finally completed. I have to say that this efficiency is slow enough. But it's not surprising either. After all, the organization of Central 46 is too bloated. The 46 people are all representatives of the nobles. Although they represent the interests of the nobles themselves are not monolithic. Otherwise, things like the Kenpachi family in Mole City would not have happened. Regarding the trial of Kenpachi, the Mole City, everyone in Central 46 has their own ideas, and everyone wants to show their own sense of existence, which led to how to judge the Mole City of Kenpachi. They discussed for a long time, but they never came up give a result. In comparison, after they confirmed Gosuke Shigure's innocence, they released Gosuke Shigure from the Confession Palace, which is already extremely efficient. But it's a bit slower, but the result came out after all. Advertisement as expected by Kyoraku Shunsui, Kenpachi Moleyo was sentenced to be imprisoned in the lowest level of the underground prison, Wujin. Since the establishment of Seireitei, in the long years, only a few people have been imprisoned in infernal affairs, and these people, without exception, are all criminals. Mole City Kenpachi was imprisoned in it, which is enough to show that the nature of what he did is so bad that it is ultimate, even if it has not succeeded, but in the view of Central 46, it has reached an intolerable level. It was also in Mole City that Kenpachi was sentenced and imprisoned in Wujin. Among Go-Day 13, a captain's meeting is also being quietly held. A team, the first room of the team. This is a large conference room specially prepared by the first team for the captain's meeting. All important decisions about Go-Day 13 in the past were also discussed here. Captain Yamamoto Genryusai looked at the many captains who came before him, and first read out the verdict on Kenpachi, the Mole City. Everyone knows about this, and it's not a secret. After all, it took so long to judge the Mole City Kenpachi. After talking about this, Captain Yamamoto said another thing. The captain of the 5th Division had submitted an application for resignation earlier due to old injuries. After the ruling of Central 46, he was approved to step down. A few days ago, the old man and the other captains confronted the vice-captain Hiroko Shinji conducted an assessment, and the assessment determined that Hiroko Shinji has the strength to be the captain of the 5th team. Appointed by Central 46, Hiroko Shinji officially assumes the role of captain today. Captain Yamamoto told about a change of captain. After saying this, a man with long yellow hair and weird bangs walked into the headroom of the team, and greeted the team captains. When he grinned, his mouth a big white fang is extremely eye-catching. The captains also greeted Hiroko Shinji successively. They are no strangers to Hiroko Shinji. They have served as the vice-captain of the 5th team for many years, and they have already possessed the strength of the captain level. This time they officially became the captain, but it is just a change of positions within the 5th team. After talking about the change of captains, Captain Yamamoto said again, the change of captains of the 5th team has been completed, and now it's time to talk about the things of the 11th team. The captain of the 11th team, Mochung Kenpachi, was imprisoned in the Inseparable for committing a felony for treason. Now, the position of captain is also vacant. Chapter 22 The New Kenpachi Candidate. Kenpachi is the title given to the strongest Shinigami. The same as the captain, there is no doubt that the captain of the 11th team is a bit special. This particularity can be seen from the succession rules of successive captains. Ordinary captain succession, you only need to pass the assessment of a few captains headed by the general captain, or get the approval of most captains, and the rest of the captains have no objection, you can succeed as the captain of Go-Day 13. But Kenpachi's name is different. Only those who defeat and kill the previous Kenpachi can become the new Kenpachi. This is the only exception to the Soul Society's strict prohibition against killing fellow Shinigami. The reason for making such a rule. The reason is that each new generation of Kenpachi is stronger than the previous generation. Ku Wu Yang killed the previous generation of Kenpachi and became the 7th generation Kenpachi, and the moles in pairs also killed the Ku Wu Shi and became the 8th generation Kenpachi. Now, Mole Chungshuang is also imprisoned in Wujin for committing a felony, so where does the 9th generation of Kenpachi come from? You know, moles in pairs are not dead. After the captain mentioned the matter of the 11th squad, all the captains also realized the problem. Hiroko Shinji, the captain of the 5th division who had just succeeded, directly assumed the role of captain and participated in the discussion. I also know a little bit about the succession rules for the captain of the 11th team. Now the Kenpachi in Mole City is not dead, but is being imprisoned in the Inferno. It is difficult for new Kenpachi to be produced according to the old rules. This position is unusual and must be held by a truly strong person. How do we choose a new Kenpachi? After hearing this, the veteran captains such as Hikafuna Kiryu, Kiraku Shunsui, and Jashiro Yukitaki cast a glance at Yunohana Retsu involuntarily. Yunohana Retsu felt the eyes of the three people. Her expression didn't change in any way. She opened and closed her slightly squinted eyes. She said in a deep voice, "It's an old rule, but not all Kenpachi are relying on this rule was born." Oh, Hiroko Shinji was a little surprised. He was very smart, and quickly thought of something. Yes, before the first generation Kenpachi, there was no title of Kenpachi. In other words, the Kenpachi of all generations was created by defeating the previous Kenpachi is not accurate. Hearing the title, First Generation Kenpachi, Yunohana Retsu's eyes flashed a bit of strangeness, but she quickly restrained herself, and she continued. Compared to the fact that Kenpachi in Mole City is not dead, the more important thing now is the thing is, do we have Shinigami strong enough to carry the name of Kenpachi? Advertisement Mole City Kenpachi is imprisoned. Obviously he is no longer suitable to serve as the captain of the 11th team. They have to choose a new candidate to be the captain and become the new Kenpachi. Captain Unikana is right, this is the real problem. Jashiro Yukitaki spoke. Immediately, everyone became thoughtful. Among Gode 13, there are many masters, including Shinigami at the captain level. For example, the captain of the 5th team retired, and Hiroko Shinji, the vice-captain, replaced it immediately. Among Gode 13, many vice-captains actually have the strength of the captain. I won't mention anything else, just talk about Jojiro Sasaki, the deputy captain of the 1st team. As the vice-captain who has existed since the beginning of Gode 13's establishment, his seniority is older than many captains. Definitely has the strength of the captain level. But having said that, whether he is suitable to be the captain of the 11th team is another question. I do have a choice. At this moment, Kiraku Shunsui spoke suddenly. Oh, who is the leader of the Beijing band? Hearing this, many captains all looked at Kiraku Shunsui in surprise. Although he is usually out of tune, everyone knows that Kiraku Shunsui's out of tune is just an appearance. At critical moments, Kiraku Shunsui is definitely a reliable person. He said that there is a candidate, so there must be an extremely suitable candidate. Jingle, don't be so secretive, just speak directly, Captain Yamamoto also said to Kiraku Shunsui. Kiraku Shunsui didn't hide anymore, and revealed a candidate, vice-captain of the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure. When the name came out, many captains showed a strange look on their faces. They are no strangers to Gosuke Shigure. This is actually a veteran vice-captain. Although he has not been a vice-captain for too long, he can't stand his seniority. Advertisement during Kenpachi's era, he was the vice-captain. After Kenpachi's death, he was still the vice-captain in the era of Kenpachi in Mole City. If I remember correctly, before Kenpachi surrendered himself, the last person who came into contact with him was Gosuke Shigure. The captain of the 2nd division, Shihuan Kongshan, he is a burly old man, after hearing this name, said in a deep voice. Yes. Kiraku Shunsui nodded. Because of the incident in Kenpachi, he was once regarded as a suspect and detained in the Palace of Repentance. In the end, with the collection of criminal evidence in Kenpachi, it was confirmed that he was innocent. What ability does he have to serve as the captain of the 11th team and bear the name of Kenpachi? Another captain asked. With him, he defeated Kenpachi. Kiraku Shunsui gave the answer. Shocked, many captains were shocked when they heard this answer. Are you kidding? Someone thought Kiraku Shunsui was joking. But if he observed carefully, he would find that after Kiraku Shunsui named the specific candidate, Captain Yamamoto and Yunohana Retsu all showed contemplative expressions on their faces, and they did not seem to refute the candidate proposed by Kiraku Shunsui. It's not a joke, Kiraku Shunsui said. Captain Shihuan said earlier that before Kenpachi surrendered himself, the last person to contact him was Gosuke Shigure. This statement is true, but not entirely true. In fact, it was me and Gosuke Shigure who brought Kenpachi back to Seireitei. And before Kenpachi in Mole City turned himself in, we went to the 4th team. Obviously, many people don't know about this matter, and the captains all looked at Yunohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th division, to confirm the authenticity of this matter. Yunohana Retsu didn't hide it either, nodded and said, yes, Kenpachi of Mole City did come to the 4th team. He was seriously injured at that time, because he hadn't surrendered himself at that time, and I didn't know the crime he committed, so we dealt with his injuries. This news is undoubtedly shocking. Mole City Kenpachi, as a strong man bearing the name of Kenpachi. How did you get hurt? And according to what Unohana Retsu said, Kenpachi's injury in Mole City was not light, even extremely serious. Chapter 23 Captain Assessment. Kenpachi's injury was caused by Gosuke Shigure. Kyoraku Shunsui has the answer. Before Kenpachi in Mole City surrendered himself, there was an incident of Rukongai's soul disappearing. As an intelligence team, my number 8 team was responsible for investigating this matter and collecting information about it. When I found out that Kenpachi in Mole City was extremely suspicious, I came to the first team to report this matter to the general captain, and then learned from the general captain that before I came to the first team, there was a huge spiritual fluctuation in the Zaraki area of northern Rukongai 80 district. Fight there. One of them is Kenpachi, Mole City. Kyoraku Shunsui told the whole story in an orderly manner, although jumped directly to the earliest point in time. But Captain Ying listened with gusto. It's really because Kyoraku Shunsui's words are too explosive. Gosuke Shigure, the vice captain of the 11th squad, actually defeated the captain Kenpachi. And it's not a joke, it's a fact. As if to confirm this matter, after Kyoraku Shunsui finished speaking, the captain of the 12th Division Kiryu also gave a reply. According to the Seireitei Research Institute, under my 12th Division is monitoring the lingbo of the entire Soul Society. On that day, there was indeed a captain-level Ryatsu fluctuation, as Kyoraku said, in the Zaraki district. As soon as this matter happened, the Seireitei Research Institute reported the matter to a team. These words can be regarded as confirming that what Kyoraku Shunsui said is true. The captain did not refute the words of Kyoraku Shunsui and Hikafuna Kiryu, which is undoubtedly another level of evidence for this matter. Kyoraku Shunsui said again, when I got the order from the captain and rushed to the Zaraki area for the first time, the first thing I saw was Kenpachi lying on the wasteland and seriously injured, and standing beside him, Gosuke Shigure. From all kinds of evidence, as well as the collection and comparison of Gosuke Shigure's Ryatsu at the time, there is no doubt that the person who was fighting Kenpachi in Mole City at that time was Gosuke Shigure. The reason Kenpachi decided to turn himself in is also because he was defeated by Gosuke Shigure. Kyoraku Shunsui explained the cause of the matter. Many people are still in shock, but they are gradually realizing. The rebellion of Kenpachi in Mole City was well planned. Although Kyoraku Shunsui found some clues, it was just speculation after all. As a result, Kenpachi in Mole City surrendered before that advertisement. Many people are still wondering why. Now there are some answers. It turned out to be before that, losing to Gosuke Shigure. I'm afraid, there are still some stories about Kenpachi and Gosuke Shigure in Mole City. After Unohana Retsu heard Kyoraku Shunsui's words, he also thought of the young man who came to the 4th team with Kyoraku Shunsui in Mole City Kenpachi. It turned out to be him. She once asked Kyoraku Shunsui who seriously injured Kenpachi Mole, but got no answer. Now, I know. It is true that Gosuke Shigure, as the vice-captain, defeated Kenpachi, the captain, is an incredible thing. But everyone in the arena is Shinigami after all. Shinigami's strength does not increase slowly through practice alone. There are many ways to make Shinigami's strength improve by leaps and bounds. One of the easiest ways is to learn Bankai. If Gosuke Shigure has learned Bankai, it is not so unacceptable to use the power of Bankai to defeat the mole who is Kenpachi. After digesting the shocking news, Shihuan Konchan, captain of the 2nd team, said, if Gosuke Shigure really defeated Kenpachi, Mole City, then there seems to be no problem with him being the new Kenpachi. After all, according to the succession rules of Kenpachi, one only needs to defeat the previous Kenpachi to become the new Kenpachi. He's done it. In addition, as the vice-captain of the 11th team, he is very familiar with the situation of the 11th team. It can be said that there is no more suitable candidate for the current Godei 13 than him. As soon as this remark came out, the rest of the captains nodded. Of course, it is not up to the captains to decide whether to let Gosuke Shigure serve as the new Kenpachi and become the captain of the 11th team. Advertisement. They also just proposed a candidate. Originally entangled with this problem, Kyoraku Shunsui gave a suitable person, and of course they don't mind pushing the boat along. In the final analysis, this is a matter belonging to the 11th squad, and has nothing to do with their respective squads. And the people who can really decide the appointment of the captain are Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain of Godei 13, and the highest judiciary of the Soul Society, Central 46. Here, it is not Central 46, but the headroom of the 1st team, so all the captain's eyes fell on the captain of Yamamoto. This old man who built Godei 13 with one hand and has experienced many battles is the one who can really decide everything. Captain Yamamoto has been quietly listening to the exchange of the captains until now. He said, if what Kyoraku Shunsui said is true, Gosuke Shigure defeated Kenpachi Mole City, he is indeed qualified to be the new Kenpachi. But there's one more problem. Captain Yamamoto explained the captain succession rules of the 11th squad. Although Kenpachi's succession ceremony is to defeat the previous Kenpachi, this decisive battle must be witnessed by 200 members of the 11th squad. In addition, the rest of the captain-level Shinigami are needed as witnesses. When Kenpachi of Mole Castle challenged Kenpachi of Takuyashiki, there were many members of the 4th and 11th teams as witnesses, and the witness at the captain level was the leader of the Beijing band. And right now, when Gosuke Shigure defeated the Mole City Kenpachi, there were no witnesses. Although Kyoraku Shunsui said that Gosuke Shigure defeated Kenpachi, he also said that when he arrived, Kenpachi had already lost. Therefore, no one knows the real situation of that battle. After the captains heard what the captain said, they also realized the crux of the problem. The reason why Kenpachi's succession ceremony needs witnesses is to more clearly determine the strength of the challenger and confirm that he really has power beyond Kenpachi. If there were no witnesses, no one would know whether the other party had set a trap in advance and used disgraceful means to plot against Kenpachi in that battle. Such a thing is obviously unacceptable, because if it happened, if one cunning villain becomes the captain of Gode 13, it will bring shame to the whole Gode 13. Fortunately, Captain Yamamoto proposed a solution after explaining the crux of the problem. Therefore, I decided to conduct a captain assessment on Gosuke Shigure to determine whether he has the strength to become a captain. Chapter 24 Cut Menos Grande. Historically, there have been 3 ways to appoint captains. One is to pass the captain's exam under the witness of 3 captains including the general captain. The other is to be recommended by 6 captains, and then get the approval of 3 of the remaining 6 captains. Witnessed by the captain of the fan team and the 200 members of his own team. He can only succeed as the captain if he wins the duel with the then captain. Although the final result requires the consent and appointment of Central 46, the appointment of Central 46 is just a formality. After all, they are not professional, and they don't know whether this person has the strength of the captain level. As long as the person passes one of these 3 exams, and Team Ichiban submits a letter of appointment as captain, Central 46 will basically agree. Only the captain of a team is actually appointed by Central 46. That is, the captain of the first team, that is, the post of the general captain. The appointment of the captain is not any one of the above 3 methods, but is directly appointed by Central 46. Therefore, there are 3 ways to appoint the captain, but the first team should actually be excluded. This time, Captain Yamamoto brought up the captain assessment. The third type, the challenge ceremony under the witness of the other team captains and 200 team members, is itself a unique inheritance method for the 11th team Kenpachi, because Kenpachi of Mole City has been imprisoned, and this method is obviously no longer available. Even if Kyoraku Shunsui said that Gosuke Shigure had defeated the Mole City Kenpachi, because there were no witnesses, even if it was true, Gosuke Shigure could not complete the challenge ceremony and directly appoint him as Kenpachi. Of course, Gosuke Shigure is indeed the most suitable candidate at the moment. The position of Kenpachi and the position of captain of the 11th team cannot be vacant. This is a fighting team among the Gode 13 with great responsibilities. It doesn't matter if the position of captain of the other teams is left vacant for a few years, except for the 11th team. Once the position of captain is vacant, it will directly affect the fighting spirit of all team members, which is unacceptable. Therefore, it is necessary to select a new captain as soon as possible. The third method was directly rejected, and the second method requires the recommendation of 6 captains and the approval of half of the remaining 6 captains, which is also impossible. In the past, there were not such Shinigami who directly served as the captain through recommendation. But such a person, before becoming the captain, was a famous and powerful Shinigami himself. If Chojiro Sasaki, the vice-captain of the first team, is the captain this time, there is no doubt that all the captains on the field will agree with him as the new captain. Because Chojiro Sasaki is old enough, his ability is also extremely powerful. Advertisement from the beginning of Gode 13's establishment, he has followed the captain's side, serving as the captain's adjutant and assistant. It can be said that he is older than many captains. Such a person has long been qualified to lead a team alone and serve as the captain. But Gosuke Shigure is different. Although he is the vice-captain of the 11th team, everyone has some understanding of him, but the understanding is not deep enough. One is that it is not clear about Gosuke Shigure's ability, and the other is that it is not clear about his true strength. In such a case, it is naturally impossible to recommend it. Therefore, there is only one way to conduct the captain's assessment of Gosuke Shigure. That is, the first type. Under the witness of the 3 captains including the chief captain, a captain assessment was conducted on him. And the candidates for the assessment, after the captain said these words, he had already made a decision. In the wilderness, Gosuke Shigure led the 11th team and repelled the attack of Hueco Mundo again. Leading the charge this time is an intermediate Menos Grande, also known as a Jukas. In the cognition of most Shinigami, the middle-level Menos Grande already has a powerful force comparable to the captain level. It's even written in the textbooks of Spiritual Arts Academy. This time, a mid-level Menos Grande and multiple low-level Menos Grande invaded. Many officers of the 11th squad were even ready to die in battle. If the captain was there in the past, of course they would not have such an idea, because no matter how strong Menos Grande is, even the most advanced Menos Grande is not the captain's opponent, but now it is different. They have already lost their 2 captains, and now, no one is protecting them from the wind and rain. To deal with Menos Grande, they can only rely on themselves. In any case, they have to support until the reinforcements from the rest of the squad arrive. At first, they thought so. Advertisement however, just as many chief executives remained pessimistic, Gosuke's strength exceeded their expectations. Killing a lot like chopping melons and vegetables, Jillian didn't say anything. Facing mid-level Menos Grande Ajukas who can be compared to the captain. Gosuke held Zanpakuto, leapt out in the air, and slashed out with a single blow. The powerful sword pierced the air and flew out. Ajukas, who was much smaller than Jillian, had just arrived at the Soul Society, and had not had time to find the place where the soul lived and devoured it all, and directly suffered this powerful knife. His body was split open and he was severely injured. Menos Grande all possess an ability called high-speed regeneration. Ajukas was furious. Under the ability of high-speed regeneration, his injuries recovered quickly, and he was preparing to continue to settle accounts with these Shinigami after recovering from his injuries. Immediately afterwards, another Zanpakuto stab was found, which happened to stab at his empty hole. Shu hole is Shu's iconic symbol, and it is also Shu's weakness. Ejuka's void hole was pierced by Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto, and with a force, his body was cut open from the void hole. This time, his injury could no longer recover, and he died on the spot. Ejuka's body fell to the ground with a dull sound. Compared with Jillian around him, his body is much smaller and less shocking. But this is Ejuka's. The Ryotsu that emanated from him earlier was much stronger than Jillian. As a result, he was still so easily beheaded by Gosuke Shigure. Seeing this scene, many members of the 11th team were all stunned and immediately cheered. Gosuke Shigure's strength deeply inspired them and brought them great morale. Kill. The members of the 11th team raised their Zanpakuto, and then killed some of the remaining miscellaneous hairs, preparing to completely end this Hueco Mundo invasion. When Kyoraku Shunsui arrived here with some Shinigami from the 8th Division and the 4th Division, he saw such a scene, he couldn't help touching his nose, and said with a smile, "It seems that I am late." However, such a result does not seem to be surprising. Chapter 25. The reception after the war after the captain's meeting. Kyoraku Shunsui is going to go to Gosuke Shigure and inform him about the captain's assessment in advance. As a result, he has not waited until he went to the 11th team. Then I learned that Team 11 went out to fight Hueco Mundo's invasion of Soul Society's Menos Grande. Not long after, another request for help from the 11th team was received, and Menos Grande of the Ejuka's level came across the border. In the past, the captain of the 11th team was still there, as long as it was not the highest level Menos Grande Vasto Lord, Ejuka's, and Kenpachi of all generations could easily deal with it. But it's different now, the 11th team has no captain. So this is unusual, because they were worried that the members of the 11th team would suffer heavy casualties in front of Ejuka's. Gode 13 rushed to help the 11th team immediately. Originally, the 5th team, the rescue team, should have come to help in this matter. But because Hiroko Shinji, the captain of the 5th team, has just taken office and is not yet fully familiar with the team affairs, and Kyoraku Shunsui has his own ideas, so this matter was taken over by him. He took his members of the 8th Division and some female medical Shinigami of the 4th Division and quickly moved towards the location of the 11th Division. Although in the bottom of his heart, he doesn't think an Ejuka's can do anything to the 11th team. After all, it is the fighting team of Gode 13, and the strength of the members of the 11th team is among the best in the entire Gode 13, not to mention, there is also the captain-level Shinigami of Gosuke Shigure. But just in case, a rescue is needed. Like the Hueco Mundo attack that Hiroyoshiki encountered before being challenged by the Mole City Kenpachi, although Hiroyoshiki defeated the invading Menos Grande, but according to his speculation, behind the invading Menos Grande, there is a more powerful virtual existence. Ejuka's invaded this time, but no one can tell whether Ejuka's invasion was carried out under the control of a higher-level Menos Grande. Maybe. However, looking at the current results, the accident obviously did not happen. Although Jillian and Ejuka's were all beheaded by Gosuke Shigure. But there are still many miscellaneous hairs that have not been eradicated. Kyoraku Shunsui immediately issued an order: the members of the 8th Division, all go to the 11th Division, and the 4th Division members, go to heal the wounded. The Shinigami who came here with Kyoraku Shunsui got the task and went to help one after another. With the help of Kyoraku Shunsui, the virtual group that invaded the Soul Society was quickly eliminated. Captain of the Beijing Band, thank you for your support. Advertisement at the end of the battle, some uninjured team members went to clean up the mess and tidy up the battlefield. Gosuke Shigure, the vice-captain of the 11th team, came to Kyoraku Shunsui and thanked him. Kyoraku Shunsui smiled and said, "It's nothing, even without my support, Gosuke and your strength are enough to deal with this matter." Having said that, on the battlefield, the situation is changing rapidly. No one can tell whether something unexpected will happen in the next moment, isn't it? It's better to have support than to have no support. Gosuke Shigure's words sounded, and Kyoraku Shunsui couldn't help but froze. He didn't expect that Gosuke Shigure actually thought of going with him. He was worried that an accident might happen, so he rushed here to help. He didn't know that when Gosuke Shigure said such words, he was thinking of his previous life. It was because he didn't expect the accident that happened in the next moment that the car overturned and died just now. Therefore, after reliving the first life, Gosuke Shigure is much more stable and cautious than in the previous life. After flashing thoughts in his mind for a while, Kyoraku Shunsui said to Gosuke Shigure, "Gosuke, under your leadership, the 11th Division once again repelled the invasion of Menos Grande. In order to celebrate the victory of the battle, you are not prepared to have a drink party?" Drinking party? Gosuke Shigure hasn't answered yet. After hearing this, the chief officer of the 11th team nearby immediately raised his hands in agreement. It's good to have a drinking party. It just so happens that the colleagues from the 8th Division and the 4th Division are also there, and they happen to be drinking together, and it's lively. Yes, that's right, many senior officers of the 11th Squad expressed their opinions one after another, and they all agreed to hold an open-air reception here to celebrate the victory of the battle. They didn't take Gosuke Shigure's decision seriously. Before Gosuke Shigure could give an answer, they even chose who would buy the alcohol. In this way, an open-air reception was held here. The members of the 11th squad chatted with the Shinigami of the 8th and 4th squads with laughter, celebrating the victory of this battle wantonly. There are also some players who are drinking alone. Advertisement while drinking, they couldn't help feeling a little emotional. How similar this situation is. When Kenpachi was there, every time the war ended, a reception would be held on the battlefield to celebrate the victory. It was also at a reception that Mole City Kenpachi approached him to challenge Toshiyushiki, and after that, Mole City became the new Kenpachi. After serving as Kenpachi in Mole City, because of his personality, the 11th team never held a reception again. Unexpectedly, today, they once again drank wine on the wilderness battlefield like before. Some Shinigami from the 11th team were drinking, and the corners of his eyes could not help but tears, and then he quickly wiped it off, fearing that others would see it. In fact, there are more than 111 Shinigami. Many female Shinigami of the 4th team are also quite emotional. Among the Go-Day 13, the 4th team has the best relationship with the 11th team. The relationship between them is that of doctor and patient. The Shinigami who healed the most from the 4th squad was the Shinigami from the 11th squad. When Katsuyashiki was there, the two teams had a lot of contact. He was an old pervert. Not only did he recruit a lot of female players in his own team, but he also hooked up with girls from the 4th team and died in Katsuyashiki. In the end, there were really many girls from the 4th division who were sad. Although Takuyashiki looks ugly, but he can't stand him strong. It is the nature of many people to love the strong. Gosuke, you drink too. Kyoraku Shunsui held a bowl of wine and motioned for Gosuke Shigure to drink too. Gosuke Shigure smiled, picked up the wine bowl, and took a sip. Seeing that Gosuke Shigure is so witty, Kyoraku Shunsui also smiled, and immediately said something. By the way, Gosuke, you should be ready during this time. Gosuke was stunned when he heard this. Kyoraku Shunsui, you better explain to me what is going on. No way, who told Gosuke Shigure to subconsciously think of something bad when he heard this? At the beginning Kyoraku Shunsui said something similar to him, then he was approached by Shingjun. First went to Central 46, was judged by the group of nobles, and then locked in the Palace of Repentance, stayed in the Confession Palace for a while. Chapter 26 Why Can't Kenpachi Be You? Kyoraku Shunsui felt the unkind gaze of Gosuke Shigure. I froze for a moment, not understanding why Gosuke Shigure saw himself like this. But he still explained the reason to Gosuke Shigure. Earlier today, in the first team, a captain meeting was held. Regarding the replacement of the captain of the 5th team, Hiroko Shinji, the deputy captain of the 5th team, passed the captain's assessment and officially became the new captain of the 5th team. It won't be long. You should know this too. The replacement of the captain is not a secret, so Kyoraku Shunsui directly talked about the contents of the captain meeting. After this incident, Old Man Sean talked about the 11th team again. I don't know how the captain will feel when he hears Kyoraku Shunsui's address. In the first room of the team, in front of many captains, he calls Yamamoto the captain, but in private, he directly calls him Old Man Sean. The 11th team is a fighting team with heavy responsibilities. The position of Kenpachi cannot be vacant for a long time. Because Kenpachi in Mole City was imprisoned, Old Man Sean was going to select a strong man to be the new Kenpachi. He asked the captains to recommend suitable candidates. Oh, Gosuke Shigure looked at Kyoraku Shunsui curiously, wanting to know which one he recommended. If you really recommend a strong person, and you can check in under the opponent's hand, that's pretty good. Although I said something like becoming a Kenpachi in front of the members of the 11th team that day, it was just seeing the low morale of the 11th team and trying to boost their morale. It's a pity that he still underestimated his image in the minds of the members of the 11th team after all, and those serious words were finally treated as a joke. I recommend you, Kyoraku Shunsui said very seriously. Gosuke Shigure was silent for a long time, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Is the leader of the Beijing band joking with me? What do you think? I think you're just joking. After all, the Beijing band is not handsome, and they are dissolute and flamboyant. No matter how you look at it, they are people who like to joke. On the contrary, if this is the case, if it is Captain Jashiro, I am willing to believe it. Kyoraku Shunsui immediately became a little displeased. Hey, in your mind, am I this kind of person? If you say it, it makes me feel too uncomfortable. Fortunately, we are old friends, and I have come to help you many times. Also, let me tell you, Jashiro is not as good as you think. He has a dark heart. I have known him for so many years, and I know him very well. Advertisement, hee. Gosuke Shigure laughed without saying a word. Kyoraku Shunsui gradually became serious after explaining the big deal with Gosuke Shigure. Maybe I left you with some bad impressions in the past, which led to a wrong understanding of me, but I want to say the thing is, this one is no joke. I really recommended you, and the other captains also agreed with my recommendation. Gosuke Shigure raised his eyebrows, then stretched them again. Why me? Why can't it be you? Kyoraku Shunsui said to Gosuke Shigure's curious gaze. If Team 11 needs a captain and Go-Day 13 needs a new Kenpachi, why can't this person be you? First of all, you are the vice captain of the 11th team. You know the situation of the 11th team best. The members of the 11th team also respect you. If you are the captain, their morale will not be affected in any way. Influences. Secondly, you have that strength. When the word, strength, was mentioned, Kyoraku Shunsui had a look of amazement in his eyes, and he said seriously, you defeated the Mole City Kenpachi. According to the captain succession rules of the 11th team, when you defeat the Mole City Kenpachi, you will be the new Kenpachi. Gosuke Shigure did not refute this. Of course, he is also aware of the unique captain succession rules of the 11th squad. But even if time is reversed and he does it all over again, he will still choose to defeat the Mole City Kenpachi. Because at that time, he had no choice. In order to keep a secret, Mole City Kenpachi decided to kill him, so he could only fight back. Kyoraku Shunsui said again, however, because when you defeated Kenpachi, the Mole City, it was not under the witness of the 200 members of the 11th division, and there were no other captains as witnesses. Therefore, the captain cannot directly appoint you or the captain of the 11th team. In order to confirm whether you have the qualifications to become the captain, the chief captain decided to conduct a captain assessment on you. I don't think it will take long before the preparations for the assessment will be completed. Before that, you can make some psychological preparations. What a surprise! Gosuke Shigure sighed sincerely. Kyoraku Shunsui laughed. Life is like this, you never know what will happen next second. While laughing, he said, however, I still hope that you, Gosuke, can become the new Kenpachi. In you, I see the same characteristics as Takuyashiki. You are the new Kenpachi, which is the best result for the entire 11th team. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure was silent again. Because Gosuke Shigure and Kyoraku Shunsui were alone in a remote place when they were drinking, the conversation between them was not very loud, and it would be extremely noisy, so no other team members heard their conversation. I don't know that Gosuke Shigure once defeated Kenpachi, the Mole City, and now the captain has decided to conduct a captain assessment on him. However, Gosuke Shigure's strong strength has impressed many Shinigami of the 11th team very deeply. After all, Gosuke Shigure had easily killed mid-level Menos Grande Ajukas in front of them. Having said that, when Chojiro Sasaki, the deputy captain of the 1st squad, came to the 11th squad and invited the 11th squad vice captain to participate in the captain assessment, many of the 11th squad officers were still shocked. Real or fake? Send Gosuke to the captain's assessment? Are you kidding me? Gosuke can become the captain, and I can also participate in the captain assessment? Who on earth recommended Gosuke? Not everyone can participate in the captain's assessment. Before participating, one needs to be recommended, and the recommender must at least be the captain of Gode 13. The chief executives of the 11th team talked a lot. Hearing these words, Gosuke Shigure glanced back at the crowd and said with a smile, everyone, wait for my good news. Remember, when I come back, you have to call me captain. TCH, who wants to call you captain? Someone immediately complained to Gosuke. Having said that, after Gosuke was taken away by Chojiro Sasaki to take part in the captain's test, although they were curious as to why Gosuke was going to take the captain's test, they still sincerely hoped that Gosuke would pass the test. Chapter 27 Candidates for the Assessment, a Team. It is also the head of Gode 13. It is located at the highest point of the entire Gode 13. The entire team is on the mountain. Standing in the captain's room of the first team, you can look down on the entire Gode 13. Usually, the captain's meeting is held in the first room of the team here. And this time, Gosuke Shigure's captain assessment was also conducted here. Under the leadership of Chojiro Sasaki, the vice captain of the first team, who is also the oldest vice captain of Gode 13, Gosuke Shigure first came to the general captain's office. The captain sits cross-legged on the ground with a slender Zanpakuto on his lap. This knife is the strongest Zanpakuto in the heat department, Ryujin Jaka. From ancient times to the present, Yamamoto Genryusai has used this sword to kill countless beings who intend to destroy the balance of the Soul Society, including Hollow, Quincy, and Shinigami. Since Gode 13 was established and the Soul Society became stable and peaceful, most of the time, he disguised this knife as a crutch to hide its true identity. But at this moment, it seems that because of the captain's assessment, he directly let Ryujin Jaka appear in his true colors. Captain, brought by Gosuke Shigure. After Chojiro Sasaki came here, he humbly notified the captain. Captain Yamamoto opened and closed his eyes and said calmly, understood, you step back. Yes. Chojiro Sasaki stepped back, leaving Gosuke Shigure alone. Alone with Captain Yamamoto, Gosuke Shigure didn't seem nervous either. After all, they are old friends. Back then, he had a lot of dealings with the old guy named Yamamoto Shidakuni in front of him, and he knew that the other party was not as pedantic and old-fashioned as he seemed on the surface. Chojiro Sasaki changed his name to Yuan Lu Chai. The current solemnity is nothing but the power gradually accumulated over time. Only those who are really familiar with Captain Yamamoto know that he is a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Gosuke Shigure. Captain Yamamoto's eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure, who had not spoken. When you came here, you must have known what was going on. The old man will make a long story short. Advertisement. The captain of the 11th team is vacant. Kyoraku Shunsui recommended you to the old man, and it also shows that you defeated the Mole City Kenpachi. In order to determine whether you have the qualifications to be the captain and bear the name of Kenpachi, the old man decided to conduct a captain assessment on you. In addition, there is one thing that I need to let you know. Regardless of whether you have passed the captain's assessment or not, the entire process of today's captain's assessment must be kept secret. I see. Gosuke Shigure nodded. Captain Yamamoto didn't say much anymore. He got up and acted vigorously. Come with me. Gosuke Shigure followed closely behind Captain Yamamoto, and soon came to a huge training ground. This is the training ground for a team. Right now, in order to conduct the captain assessment for Gosuke Shigure, it is temporarily vacant. When Captain Yamamoto came here with Gosuke Shigure, there were already 2 people waiting here. Waiting here were 2 women. One is a woman with long purple wavy hair and a strong figure. Her appearance is beautiful. Among the many existing female Shinigami in Seireitei, she is also the best, and she is also one of the only 2 female captains. She is the captain of the 12th Division, Hikafuna Kiryu. Among the captains of Gode 13, Hikafuna Kiryu is considered an old seniority. Although she is a technical talent, her strength is definitely not weak. When Toriushiki was still alive, when faced with the praise of his subordinates for killing Vasto Lord, he was not complacent, but believed that Hikafuna Kiryu could do the same. It can be seen that in his mind, Hikafuna Kiryu has a very high evaluation. Apart from Hikafuna Kiryu, there is another woman who is not as strong as Hikafuna Kiryu. She is dressed very conservatively, with a pair of twisted braids hanging in front of her body deliberately. She looks extremely gentle, but gentleness is just an appearance. If you know that she is the captain who existed at the beginning of Gode 13, you will know how terrifying she is. In the nearly 800 years since Gode 13 was established, an unknown number of powerful captains were born, and then died in battle one after another. It can be said that when a captain can serve in this position for more than 100 years, it is enough to show his strength, and Shinigami, who has been the captain for hundreds of years like a woman, only has one word, which is, horror. She is another female captain among Gode 13, Yunohana Retsu, captain of the 4th Division. Captain Hikafuna, Captain Yunohana, advertisement. After arriving here, Gosuke Shigure greeted the 2 of them. As for Hikafuna Kiryu, he had never dealt with him before. But Yunohana Retsu is not the case. In her previous life, she has dealt with too much. However, after all, the past is in the past. In this life, he is Gosuke Shigure, and there is no need to dig up old scores. What is gone is already gone. Hikafuna Kiryu and Yunohana Retsu nodded slightly to Gosuke Shigure. After greeting each other, Captain Yamamoto said, "For the captain's assessment, 3 captains including the old man are needed as witnesses. Today, the old man, Captain Yunohana, and Captain Hikafuna will be your witnesses to conduct the assessment for you." Gosuke Shigure, I hope you don't disappoint me. Gosuke Shigure heard the meaning of expectation in Captain Yamamoto's words. There is no doubt that Captain Yamamoto also hopes that he can pass the assessment and replace Kenpachi Mole City and become the new Kenpachi. Gosuke Shigure didn't say anything, then, he came to the training ground. I really want to know who is going to evaluate me. The 3 captains now seem to be an old man and 2 women. But when it comes to strength, it is definitely not weak, and it is even considered top among the entire Gode 13. The strength of the captain is naturally beyond doubt. Secondly, Kiryu Hikafuna and Yunohana Retsu seem to be women. But their strength is stronger than many men. In the original book, Hikafuna Kiryu was finally promoted to Team 0 and became a member of Team 0. As for Yunohana Retsu, he seems to be the captain of the 4th Division, the captain of the medical team, but before becoming the captain of the 4th Division, he has another identity, which is 1st generation, Kenpachi. So, who will be the one who assesses himself? Gosuke Shigure is more inclined to Hikafuna Kiryu, or the captain of Yamamoto. After all, when Yunohana Retsu began to transfer to the 4th team, she had gradually restrained her edge and rarely shot. Chapter 28 In the name of Kenpachi however, even Yunohana Retsu has hidden his edge. But because she has been in the position of captain for too long, an inherent impression has been formed in the minds of the captains of Gode 13 that Yunohana Retsu is an unfathomable powerhouse. The same is true. Among other things, let's just talk about the 3 people who came to conduct the captain's assessment of Gosuke Shigure today. Without exception, they are all strong. Only the truly strong can conduct the captain assessment on the other Shinigami. Because they are strong enough, because they have many means, enough to fight with ease. If Hitsugaya Dashiro, who is not very proficient in even his own Bankai in the original book, is allowed to conduct the captain assessment on people, it is obviously not acceptable. Hitsugaya Dashiro, though mastering Bankai, became the captain. But it is only because he has mastered Bankai that he becomes the captain level strength. If he wants to measure whether others have the captain level strength, he is afraid that he will conduct Bankai from the very beginning. Such a forced assessment is obviously against the original intention. Gosuke Shigure waited for a while, then, an unexpected candidate came out. The other party had a gentle expression, but as she walked in front of Gosuke Shigure, the original gentle expression gradually became serious. Captain Yunohana? Gosuke Shigure was a little taken aback. Although he knew that Yunohana Retsu was first-generation Kenpachi, but because Yunohana Retsu had already turned to the 4th team and hid his edge, Gosuke Shigure never thought that Yunohana Retsu would take action to assess himself. This time, Gosuke Shigure guessed wrong. Yunohana Retsu looked serious, she said to Gosuke Shigure. Do you understand the meaning of Kenpachi? Gosuke Shigure raised his eyebrows, but answered the question anyway. Kenpachi is the title bestowed by the Soul Society on the strongest Shinigami. Yunohana Retsu calmly said, this statement is correct, but not entirely correct. The real meaning of Kenpachi is a swordsman who knows all schools and all sword styles in the world. The so-called 8 means 8,000 styles. She told a secret, but didn't tell Gosuke Shigure that in the past, she had a name, which was called 8,000 Ryu. The so-called 8,000 is an imaginary number, referring to infinity and covering everything. Yachinryu means mastering all schools of kendo and all sword styles. Advertisement, I see. Gosuke Shigure responded. In fact, he already knew what Yunohana Retsu said about the 8,000 streams, but Yunohana Retsu said so. As a new Shinigami, of course he has to learn how to laugh, in response to Yunohana Retsu. Yunohana Retsu changed his tone again. Because I have lived long enough, I can barely be regarded as a grandmaster with a bit of kendo. At the invitation of the captain, I will conduct the captain assessment for you. When she said these words, Yunohana Retsu couldn't help but think of what the captain said not long ago when he found her. Originally, she didn't intend to get involved in the captain's assessment. After all, she is no longer first-generation Kenpachi, the murderous Yunohana Yachiryu, but Yunohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division, who is a doctor. But according to the chief captain, Kenpachi in Mole City is now in prison, and the appointment of Kenpachi in the 11th team is unusual, since Kenpachi can only be selected through the captain's assessment. Then he hoped that Yunohana Retsu was one of the candidates for the assessment. It would be better for Yunohana Retsu to take the shot himself, and weigh Gosuke Shigure's strength to determine whether he is capable of carrying the name of Kenpachi. If you don't have enough ability and forcefully become a Kenpachi, it will only bring shame to the name of Kenpachi. It was these words that moved Yunohana Retsu. Back then, she chose to retire from the position of Kenpachi because she lost to someone, so she felt that she could no longer bear the name of Kenpachi, and then, the name of Kenpachi was handed over to others. From 2nd generation Kenpachi to Mole City Kenpachi, there have been 7 latecomers bearing the name of Kenpachi. Although these Kenpachi are not the most perfect Kenpachi in Yunohana Retsu's mind. But these Kenpachi are stronger than one. None of them tarnished the Kenpachi name. While Yunohana Retsu is looking forward to the person who defeated her back then to come to Seireitei and take away the name he should have, on the other hand, he is also looking forward to the birth of a more powerful Kenpachi. Perhaps in the future, there will be a stronger Kenpachi than that person. Or maybe. According to Kyoraku Shunsui, Gosuke Shigure was able to defeat Kenpachi, obviously stronger than Kenpachi. According to the succession rules of the Kenpachi name, Gosuke Shigure is obviously eligible to inherit the Kenpachi name. Of course, the premise is that all this is true. Now, Yunohana Retsu is going to put it to the test. There's Captain Nomo no Hana, Gosuke Shigure said. Then, Yunohana Retsu didn't hold back and just pulled out his Zanpakuto. Advertisement. Her body seemed to be as light as nothing, and she flashed past, just a sharp slash towards Gosuke Shigure. There is no need to liberate Zanpakuto since it is only for the captain's assessment. At the end of the day, her Zanpakuto, other than Bankai, Shikai aren't good for fighting. However, she is enough to complete this assessment with pure chopping skills, Kido, Baidao, and Shunpo. Facing this sharp blow from Yunohana Retsu, Gosuke Shigure swayed slightly, and with the help of Shunpo, he easily avoided Yunohana Retsu's knife. Then, when Yunohana Retsu attacked again, he also drew his Zanpakuto. There is also no liberation of Zanpakuto, however, with a casual strike, a powerful sword pressure was released. Yunohana Retsu's eyes lit up, Ryatsu released it, and it was also a sword pressure. Boom! The 2 silver-white swords collided, creating a huge wave of air that swept around. Captain Yamamoto and Hikafuna Kiryu used Shunpo to push to the edge of the training field as early as the first time Yunohana Retsu and Gosuke Shigure played against each other. They watched the 2 people who were fighting seriously. Hikafuna Kiryu couldn't help sighing. What a powerful cutting technique. Captain Yamamoto didn't speak, just continued to watch the battle quietly. Yunohana Retsu said that she is just a grandmaster with a bit of kendo, which is obviously a self-deprecating statement. As a powerful Shinigami once known as the 8,000 styles, her attainments in slashing techniques are extremely powerful. In a short period of time, several schools of slashing techniques were displayed by her. They may be sinister or bright, but they have one thing in common, that is, every blow contains extremely powerful sword pressure. If an ordinary Shinigami faced such a slash, he would definitely use all his strength to deal with it. Of course, no matter what method is used to block Yunohana Retsu's attack, if it can be blocked, it is at least the strength of the captain. And Gosuke Shigure's coping was beyond Yunohana Retsu's expectation. He also didn't liberate Zanpakuto, nor did he use Kido, but simply used chopping and Shunpo to block all her attacks. Chapter 29. Slash Showdown for Yunohana Retsu. Zanpakuto is not something she clings to. Her overall strength is not above Zanpakuto. Her Zanpakuto Shikai is not suitable for fighting, but Bankai is quite suitable for fighting, but in the battle, it is obviously impossible for her to enter the state of Bankai from the beginning. So, compared to liberating Zanpakuto, in the battle nearly 8,000 years ago, she prefers to use the sealed state in her hand, and use incomparably exquisite cutting techniques to torture the enemy, to death. And in order to cooperate with his own chopping technique, she diligently practiced Shunpo, Kido, White Hits, Janshu and Zaogui. These 4 abilities have been cultivated to the peak by him. It can be said that for fighting, she has reached a kind of omnipotent point. As for why she was willing to give up the name of first-generation Kenpachi, go to learn Kaido, and serve as the captain of the 4th Division, of course there is a reason. Because she lost to an existence stronger than himself. In the eyes of the other party, she saw a stronger desire to fight than her own. So, in order for the opponent to fight more happily, she went to learn Kaido. Kaido is healing Kido. After learning Kaido, she can ensure that she will not die so easily in the battle. Similarly, she can also heal the wounds of that person, so that the other party can enjoy the fun of the battle more. Ever since he was defeated by the opponent that year, Yunohana Retsu has been waiting for the opponent to come to Seireitei, waiting for another fight with the opponent. But he didn't expect that in today's captain assessment. She met another strong man who surprised her, Gosuke Shigure. The same did not liberate Zanpakuto, simply relying on the chopping technique, shunpo and other means, blocked the chopping technique that she had honed through hundreds of battles. This surprised Yunohana Retsu. Ever since, during the battle, a trace of killing intent appeared on her body involuntarily. If you look carefully, you will find that her body under the deadly domineering costume is shaking slightly. This means excitement. Gosuke Shigure, just show me your weight. Can you please me? The weird words came from Yunohana Retsu, the captain who has always been gentle, and it seemed extremely weird. The next moment, Yunohana Retsu's knife was much faster again. She is serious. Advertisement Gosuke Shigure clearly sensed Yunohana Retsu's change, her expression didn't change at all. Swinging the knife, the pressure of the sword flickered, blocking Yunohana Retsu's slash with ease. That's when he blocked Yunohana Retsu's Zanpakuto. Yunohana Retsu sticks out her left hand. Hado No. 4 White Thunder. A white bolt of lightning was released from Yunohana Retsu's fingertips. Although it is only the lowest level of Hado, it is also useful in battle. White lightning strikes Gosuke Shigure's eyes. Thunder and lightning flickered, extremely dazzling. Gosuke Shigure narrowed his eyes slightly. Yunohana Retsu took the opportunity to draw the knife. His body flickered, and came to the side of Gosuke Shigure, and a sinister slash went towards Gosuke Shigure from bottom to top. Relying on instinct, Gosuke Shigure also swung his sword. Boom! Ryotsu turned into a sword pressure, and then the sword pressure collided, and then returned to the original Spirit Sun, and the Spirit Sun rolled the Spirit Sun in the surrounding air, forming a huge storm. The strong wind blew, and the robes of Captain Yamamoto and Hikifuna Kiryu who were watching the battle from the edge were rolled. Even though the storm swept through, the two of them did not change in any way, but watched the battle seriously. Hikifuna Kiryu's beautiful eyes flickered, looking extremely surprised. Although she is not the first-generation captain of Gode 13, she is definitely not young. She knows very well the true identity of Yunohana Retsu. When a sharp knife starts to hide its sharpness, it doesn't mean that the knife becomes rusty and blunt, and can't cut people. On the contrary, at this time, the knife becomes more terrifying. Because it hides its sharpness. No one knows when it will come out of its sheath and when it will give you a terrifying slash. Yunohana Retsu is definitely serious. Under normal circumstances, against such a serious Yunohana Retsu, Gosuke Shigure had better use it quickly if he has any cards. As a result, Gosuke Shigure didn't. He still uses Zanpakuto, which is still in the sealed state, to fight against Yunohana Retsu by means of slashing. This is actually an unwise decision. Yunohana Retsu's true strength is not Zanpakuto. Advertisement it is reflected in the chopping fist and walking ghosts, especially the chopping technique. Yunohana Retsu's slashing technique is the best in Soul Society. Countless years ago, relying on a knife and cutting technique, she killed countless powerful beings. And what about Gosuke Shigure? Even if he became the vice-captain of the 11th team, he was brought up by Takuyashiki, but he is not very old. Even if he was taught by Takuyashiki at the beginning, it still cannot make up for the experience between Gosuke Shigure and Yunohana Retsu difference. In front of Yunohana Retsu, use the slashing technique to meet him, and wait for him to use his axe. Hikifuna Kiryu thought so at first, but now, I found out that I was wrong. Gosuke Shigure actually blocked Yunohana Retsu's chopping technique by relying on the chopping fist to walk away ghosts. However, Captain Yunohana's methods are more than that. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Hikifuna Kiryu's mouth. It doesn't matter if you say it is despicable or shameless. But Yunohana Retsu's fighting style is all about it. Perhaps this has something to do with the insidious and vicious swordsmanship among the many schools of swordsmanship she has mastered. Relying on her exquisite slashing technique with one hand, she kept attacking Gosuke Shigure. And the other hand was quietly stretched out, aiming at Gosuke Shigure. In addition to the previous cast of White Thunder, to confuse Gosuke Shigure's eyes, another Hado was cast by her abandonment chant. Hado's 12, Fuhuo. The orange Ryotsu thread appeared in the way of Gosuke Shigure's retreat, trapping his body and restricting his movement. Although the Hado performed by Yunohana Retsu is a relatively low-level Hado. But the low-level Hado also has its advantages, that is, even if the chanting is abandoned and cast by the captain-level Shinigami, the power will not be weakened, and there is still the power of ordinary officers who can fully chant. Maybe this Ryotsu thread can only restrain Gosuke Shigure for a split second, but during the battle, sometimes, a split second is enough. A hint of helplessness appeared on Gosuke Shigure's face. When Yunohana Retsu's Zanpakuto slashed. While swinging the knife, during the process of swinging the knife, the liberation language came out. Destroy it. Thunder Tribulation, Chapter 30 Passing the Assessment. When Yunohana Retsu's sword was about to strike Gosuke Shigure, I saw the blue electric light flickering. The Hado cast by Yunohana Retsu beside Gosuke Shigure suddenly shattered and collapsed. At the same time, the speed of the knife in Gosuke Shigure's hand was as fast as ultimate. For an instant, he blocked Yunohana Retsu's knife. Then, the lightning flashed again. Yunohana Retsu gave birth to a strong crisis. She slashed out with a knife, However, her knife fell short. It was obvious that the figure of Gosuke Shigure was slashed, but after being hit by her knife, the figure turned into lightning and dissipated. It's an afterimage. Yunohana Retsu's thoughts flashed, and he quickly cast Shunpo, ready to distance himself. Gosuke Shigure slashed out. From the visual point of view, Yunohana Retsu has barely avoided the knife with the help of Shunpo. However, just when Yunohana Retsu thought so, the sword that Gosuke Shigure had already dropped suddenly moved forward for a certain distance. One knife, carried on Yunohana Retsu. The scarlet blood splashed and fell on the ground, looking extremely bright. Hikifuna Kiryu looked at this scene and couldn't help being shocked. Captain Yunohana, are you injured? This is an extremely incredible thing. But it happened right before his eyes, it's ready to end. Captain Yamamoto watched this scene and made a conclusion for this captain's assessment. Advertisement. Although Gosuke Shigure wounded Yunohana Retsu by liberating Zanpakuto. But for Yunohana Retsu, whether Zanpakuto is liberated or not does not affect her strength at the captain level in other aspects. She is enough to deal with ordinary captains just by cutting fists and walking ghosts. Gosuke Shigure was able to rival Yunohana Retsu with the help of Zanpakuto before he liberated Zanpakuto, proving that he has reached the captain's level in terms of these abilities. After liberating Zanpakuto, Ryotsu released from the helpless Shigure also reached the captain's level. Comprehensive and firm, Gosuke Shigure already has the captain level combat power, which is enough to be the captain of Gode 13 and bear the name of Kenpachi. As for that, during the battle Gosuke Shigure only used Shikai, not Bankai. From Captain Yamamoto's point of view, this is not that important. The reason why there is such a saying is that the hard condition for becoming a captain is to master Bankai. That's because, once a Shinigami masters Bankai, after opening Bankai, his Ryotsu will soar to the captain level and have the strength of the captain level. Conversely, if Bankai is not activated, one already has the strength of the captain level. Such a person is naturally more qualified to be the captain. Without opening Bankai, you have captain level strength. And once Bankai is turned on, the strength will only become stronger, reaching the super captain level. After Yunohana Retsu's injury, Captain Yamamoto already had a decision in his mind. Seeing that Gosuke Shigure and Yunohana Retsu will fight again, Captain Yamamoto suddenly pulled out Ryujin Jaka from his hand. Cut and cut. There was no liberation of Zanpakuto, just a sword press, a powerful slash that passed between Yunohana Retsu and Gosuke Shigure, separating the two. You don't have to go any further, Captain Yamamoto's sonorous voice sounded and fell into the ears of Gosuke Shigure and Yunohana Retsu. Gosuke Shigure immediately released Shikai, let Zanpakuto reseal, enter the sealed state, even retreated, and retracted the knife. All this seemed to be done in one go. It was obvious that he had the upper hand and hurt Yunohana Retsu, but it looked like he didn't want to. The battle was normal. Holding Zanpakuto, Yunohana Retsu looked at Gosuke Shigure with a frenzy in her eyes. She was eager to have a good fight with Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure hurt Zanpakuto as soon as he liberated her. This is just Shikai, behind Shikai there's Bankai. If Gosuke Shigure had cast Bankai, it would have been even stronger and would have given her a much better fight. If Gode 13 has not yet been established, or at the moment when it was just established, even if Captain Yamamoto speaks, she will ignore it and have a hearty battle with Gosuke Shigure, enjoying the fun of the battle to the fullest. Advertisement because she was born for fighting. If she can't fight happily, what fun is there in such a life? But not now, she is no longer who she used to be. As a result, Yunohana Retsu could only forcefully suppress the desire in his heart and gave up the shot. Captain Yunohana, are you alright? After stopping, Gosuke Shigure looked at Yunohana Retsu, who had a hideous wound on his body, and asked with concern. These words fell into the ears of Hikifuna Kiryu, and there was a sense of playfulness in her eyes. The injury on Captain Unajua's body was obviously left by you, yet you have the nerve to ask her if she's okay. Gosuke Shigure is really an interesting person. Yunohana Retsu didn't answer helpless Shigure's words, she just lowered her head and glanced in front of her. The hideous scars tore open the captain's haori, and also tore the black death suit inside, and then blood flowed out, dyeing the death suit and the white haori red. The next moment, the Zanpakuto in her hand transformed directly into a huge, flat, one-eyed ray suspended in midair. This is Yunohana Retsu's Shikai, Minazuki, a well-known Zanpakuto in the medical department. But the medical department is just a facade. Saving people is just to kill better. No one would know that this Zanpakuto, which has saved countless lives, has killed countless people in the sealed state, and its Bankai state is a well-deserved murderous blade. After the big one-eyed ray appeared, it immediately swallowed Yunohana Retsu into it. Then, when it spit out Yunohana Retsu again, Yunohana Retsu was wet and her clothes were still broken, but her injuries had all healed. The medical ability of this knife under the Shikai state seems to be extraordinarily powerful. I'm fine. Yunohana Retsu regained that gentle look, and only then answered Gosuke Shigure's words. Captain Yamamoto waited until after Yunohana Retsu healed himself, and then he said, Gosuke Shigure, the vice-captain of the 11th squad, was recommended by the captain of the 8th squad, Kiraku Shunsui, to conduct a captain assessment today, except for the old man. Respectively Yunohana Retsu, captain of the 4th division, and Kiryu Hikifuna, the captain of the 12th division. After the actual combat assessment, I believe that Gosuke Shigure has the strength of the captain level and can be the captain. Some extremely cumbersome words were spoken from Captain Yamamoto. To sum up, it means that Gosuke Shigure has passed the captain's examination and can serve as the captain. Chapter 31 Small talk after the assessment is over. Captain Yamamoto asked Gosuke Shigure to return to the 11th team first. He needs to report this matter to Central 46. After the approval of Central 46, the captain can be appointed. This process still takes a few days. During this time, Gosuke Shigure just waited with peace of mind. As soon as Gosuke Shigure returned to the 11th team, he found many players waiting here. Gosuke, what's the matter? This is Yumi Kukis Gomizawa asking Gosuke Shigure. Looking at Gosuke's appearance, he must have failed. Sanji, Kazunosuke Nida, a burly man with a big beard, joked before Gosuke Shigure could speak. He is a Shinigami who joined the 11th team very early, and he is very powerful. Kenpachi had intended to let him serve as the vice-captain back then, but he refused. According to him, he was eager to fight and didn't want to stay in the office all day to deal with team affairs. In order not to be the vice-captain, he also recommended someone. That is Gosuke, who followed Takuyashiki very early. In his words, although Gosuke is young, he followed the captain very early and helped the captain deal with a lot of things. In terms of ability, he is completely capable of no abdominal distension. It was because of his booing. Gosuke Shigure was elected by the first team members and became the vice-captain. It is also for this reason that Ichinosuke Nida and Gosuke Shigure have an excellent relationship and can joke around at will. In other words, the entire 11th team, except for those new players, the relationship between the old players is quite good. This is all due to the eclectic form of Kenpachi at the beginning, and he became one with the entire team. As Gosuke Shigure's follower, Gosuke Shigure is also often teased by them. Gosuke, don't feel bad, even if you don't pass the captain's test, you will always be our vice-captain. After the third seat, the fourth seat, a woman with a huge braid and a sparrow Madara on her face, Yamashiro now also comforted Gosuke Shigure. That's right, Gosuke, you are still young, it doesn't matter if you don't pass the captain's assessment now, I will help you pass the assessment and take up the position of Kenpachi in a short time, and by that time, you will still be the vice-captain. Advertisement. The rest of the people also comforted Gosuke. The first half of the sentence was fine, but the tone began to change later. After this sentence was finished, someone next to him refuted it. As long as you want to be a Kenpachi, I should be the one who wants to be a Kenpachi. Do you also want to be a Kenpachi for the 13 seats? According to me, my 7 seats are more qualified to be Kenpachi. What's wrong with the 13 seats? Although I'm only the 13 seats, it doesn't mean that my strength is only the 13 seats. Let me tell you, I've started to study Bankai recently. Just give me a little bit of time, and I'll be able to master the Bankai. When I master Bankai, it will be a breeze for me to be captain. At first, many team members were still comforting Gosuke Shigure when they saw Gosuke Shigure come back. But gradually, everyone started to digress, and it became a discussion about who was more qualified to be Kenpachi. At first it was just a quarrel, but later they felt that the quarrel was meaningless, so they directly drew their swords and competed in the training ground of the 11th team. Gosuke Shigure shook his head helplessly, returned to the captain's room alone, and took care of team affairs. After Kenpachi was imprisoned in Mole City, he, the vice-captain, was really worried about the affairs of the team. In addition to the occasional need to go out to fight and face Menos Grande, there is also the need to take care of the affairs of the team. Right now, I have passed the captain's assessment, and if there is no accident, I will officially become the captain of the 11th team in a short time. After he became the captain, the position of vice-captain became vacant. It is also time to consider the candidate for the vice-captain. As for the vice-captain, you don't need to be too strong, you just need to have a strong internal affairs ability, among other things, just like the vice-captain of the 8th division. When Kiraku Shunsui is fishing, he can help him handle all team affairs. That's it. Gosuke Shigure also doesn't expect the vice-captain to be able to fight. As he became the captain of the 11th squad and inherited the name of Kenpachi, it became clear that fighting was his task. If the deputy captain can handle the team affairs and those clerical tasks well, he can relax a lot. Unfortunately, after reviewing the existing officers of the 11th team in his mind, Gosuke Shigure found that there was no suitable candidate. Although there are many women among these people in the 11th team. But to be honest, their thoughts are not delicate, and some are even rougher than men. They will join the 11th team, just to fight, to enjoy fighting. Advertisement. The entire 11th team can be described as reckless. Even, the original Gosuke Shigure is also a reckless man, but compared with these reckless men, he has a little talent in internal affairs, which is why he can serve as the vice-captain. Gosuke Shigure, who has only a little talent in internal affairs, became the vice-captain. It is conceivable that there is basically no hope for this group of people whose internal affairs ability is not as good as Gosuke Shigure to serve as the deputy captain. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Gosuke Shigure sighed helplessly, and only hoped that he could meet a suitable candidate in the future. The other end. After Captain Gosuke Shigure's assessment was completed, Captain Yamamoto went to Central 46 to explain the results of the assessment. Knowing that Gosuke Shigure passed the captain's assessment, the people at Central 46 were a little surprised. They are no strangers to Gosuke Shigure, after all, he was tried by them and even imprisoned in the Palace of Confession. But they have no intention of interfering in the appointment of other captains except for the first team, which is the general captain. Since Yamamoto Genryusai says he can, it is clear that Gosuke Shigure can be the captain. Central 46 agreed to the matter, and the letter of appointment went directly to Captain Yamamoto. After receiving the letter of appointment, Captain Yamamoto came to the 11th team again. The 11th squad is completely different from the rest. The appointment of the captains of the rest of the teams is to hold a captain meeting first, and at the meeting, it is announced with the captains of the rest of the teams that there will be a meeting with colleagues. As for the 11th team, in addition to the unique succession rules of the captain, the appointment of the captain is also carried out within the team and at the meeting of all members. Vice captain, the chief captain is here. An official came to the captain's room and informed the vice captain Gosuke. Although I don't know why the chief captain came to the 11th team, but the position of captain of the 11th team is currently vacant. This matter must be told to the vice captain Gosuke Shigure. Chapter 32 9 Generations of Kenpachi, Gosuke Kenpachi. With the arrival of the captain, soon, all the Shinigami of the 11th team were summoned. Although the captain hasn't stated his purpose yet, some of the smarter dead Shendu have a feeling that the captain must have something important to tell their 11th team when they come here. Although the team is still operating normally, but after all, there is no captain. It is true that Go-Day 13 each perform their own duties. Under normal circumstances, if the members of the 11th team accept the command of the other team captains, they will naturally resist. Even if they are both captains, the opponent is neither Kenpachi nor their own captain. Why should I listen to you? But the captain is not. As the captain of Go-Day 13, even the captains must obey his orders. Although Kenpachi is strong, he may not be the captain's opponent. It is precisely because the captain is such a strong man that the entire 11th team is in awe and respect for him. Hundreds of Shinigami from the 11th squad gathered in the huge courtyard at the entrance of the captain's room of the 11th squad. Holding a crutch, the captain slammed heavily on the ground. The dull voice echoed and fell into the ears of many Shinigami, and they all fell silent. Looking at all the Shinigami members of the 11th squad, Captain Yamamoto said loudly, "It has been several months since Kenpachi was imprisoned in Mole City, and the position of captain of the 11th squad is vacant. A few days ago, the 3 captains, including my husband, conducted a captain assessment on Gosuke Shigure, the deputy captain of the 11th team. After the assessment, it was unanimously determined that Gosuke Shigure is qualified to be the captain and bear the name of Kenpachi. With the consent of Central 46, from now on, Gosuke Shigure will officially serve as the captain of the 11th squad." As above, Captain Yamamoto spoke concisely, straight to the point, and stated the purpose of coming here. After he said these words, the Shinigami of the entire 11th team were all shocked. Really? That guy Gosuke passed the captain's test? Advertisement, are you kidding me? The Shinigami of the 11th squad couldn't accept the news. When Chojiro Sasaki, the deputy captain of the first team, came here to inform Gosuke Shigure to participate in the captain's assessment, they were very surprised. They did not expect that someone would recommend Gosuke Shigure to participate in the captain's assessment. But they also don't think Gosuke Shigure can pass the captain's test. Although Gosuke is the vice captain, he is still far from being the captain. Therefore, when Gosuke came back, they all comforted Gosuke, comforted, and they quarreled again, and after the quarrel was fruitless, it turned into a fight. After that, because a few more days passed, Gosuke's participation in the captain's assessment was put aside. I didn't expect the captain to come here today, and he said bluntly that Gosuke Shigure has passed the captain's assessment, and Central 46 even issued the appointment of Gosuke as the captain. The news was shocking, and many Shinigami were talking about it. For a while, because of the arrival of the captain, the 11th team, which had finally been quiet, re-evolved into a vegetable market. Captain Yamamoto has no intention of stopping all this. After all, his mission to the 11th team has been completed, and the order of Central 46 has been read out. Gosuke Shigure came forward again after Captain Yamamoto announced his appointment, looked at the team members who were discussing a lot, and said with a smile, "Everyone, you can call me captain in the future. I don't want to hear that, deputy, again." Words. Unexpectedly, after Gosuke Shigure finished speaking, the Shinigami of the 11th team did not have any intention of refuting. When Gosuke was the vice captain, he had already done his duty. After Kenpachi was imprisoned in Mole City, he even supported everything in the 11th team. Now, under the appointment of the general captain, he has confirmed that he is qualified to be the captain, and it is necessary to call Gosuke the captain. In other words, it is also the successor captain who becomes Kenpachi. Many team members accepted Gosuke's succession as captain much more than Mochung's succession as captain. After all, although Mochung became Kenpachi, they killed their most beloved captain in front of them after all. Yoshiki won the name of Kenpachi. Even the older Shinigami sighed, "Gosuke, you've grown up too. Captain Tsuruyoshiki, if you are still alive, you should be very relieved." When he was still alive, he was always worried about Gosuke, because he was worried that no one would take care of Gosuke after his death. He even entrusted Gosuke to Kenpachi, the Mole City who killed himself before his death. Advertisement right now, Gosuke has become the new Kenpachi, which means he doesn't need anyone's attention, he is a towering tree himself. Shiba outfit is the unique uniform of Shinigami. It looks like just a piece of clothing, but when all Shinigami wear it, it means that it has been separated from the ordinary soul. Zanpakuto, the weapon owned by the Shinigami. When it comes to the order of appearance, the birth of Zanpakuto is much later than that of Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto appeared a long time ago. In that era, there was no spiritual arts academy, and various genres were mixed, but what is certain is that those who can wield Zanpakuto and exert its power are all Shinigami. Even if this Shinigami doesn't know how to cut fists and walk away ghosts. Later, until 1,800 years ago, Yamamoto Shigekuni founded Yuanjuku, and Yuanjuku gradually grew. Under his teaching, the profession of Shinigami changed from disorder to formality. Slashing fists and walking ghosts has become a unique ability of Shinigami, and it is also a must-learn ability. And the appearance of the deadly domineering costume had to wait until 800 years ago. At that time, the Quincy invaded the Soul Society aggressively, and the Soul Society was in danger. In order to fight against the Quincy group, Yamamoto Genryusai formed a powerful killer group, which was the predecessor of Godei 13. In order to compete with the Quincy group, the killer group put on the Black Death Fighter costume, which was specially made after the Zero Division uniform. Among them, the captain-level Shinigami, in addition to the Black Deadly costume, also specially put on a white Haori. Later, after defeating the Quincy division, because there were 13 top fighters in total, and the Quincy division's invasion, it attracted the attention of the noble group of the Soul Society. In order to prevent similar things from happening again, so, with the support of the nobles, Godei 13 was established. Shinigami began to officially become the maintainer of this world order. The deadly costume has also become the standard uniform of Shinigami. The reason why I say so much, it's because after Gosuke Shigure became the captain of the 11th team, the first thing he did was to get his captain Haori. Chapter 33. The waiter in the dark. It looks like it's just a white feather weave, there's no need to go out and get it. But actually, not so. The deadly clothes are not as simple as ordinary clothes, at least, ordinary clothes cannot be repaired by themselves. And Dead Bully outfit can. This is due to its special material. When Shinigami puts on the Death Fighter outfit, the clothes can resonate with Shinigami's Ryotsu. When the clothes are damaged in battle, Shinigami only needs to inject Ryotsu into them, not much for a long time, it can be restored to its original state. Like in the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo's deadly outfit was repeatedly damaged due to battles. You know, he is not the Shinigami of the Soul Society, so naturally he has not changed channels, but whenever he transforms into a Shinigami in the next battle, the Death Fighter outfit has been restored to its original state. There is no clothing more suitable for battle than this special one. There is no need to worry about it being damaged in battle. In the same way, it is also because the Shiba outfit will resonate with Shinigami's Ryotsu. When some Shinigami perform Zanpakuto Liberation to change their own Ryotsu, the Shiba outfit will also undergo some changes in appearance. Even if the ordinary Dead Bully outfit is like this, the captain's Haori is even more unusual. This is the symbol of the captain of Godei 13. Every piece of Haori is made of extremely precious materials, and every piece of Haori has to be tailor-made. After all, there are various models of Shiba outfits. You just need to find a similar one according to the height of Shinigami. As for the captain, there are only a few in the entire Godei 13. Every replacement of the captain is a big event. It may be decades or hundreds of years, and the captain will not be replaced once. Obviously, it is not suitable for producing large quantities of Haori, and let the captain choose directly. In order to make the corresponding Captain Haori, Gosuke Shigure went to the 12th Squad. That's right, the production of Captain Haori is also the responsibility of the 12th Division. To be precise, this is the work of the Seireitei Research Institute under the 12th Division. All in all, you're going to want to find something new and interesting in Soul Society, and there's nothing wrong with most of it coming from the Seireitei Institute. The atmosphere in the entire Seireitei Research Institute is extremely gloomy, and the Shinigami inside are also some strange appearances. They have gloomy personalities. For the arrival of the newly appointed captain, Gosuke Shigure, they did not show much, because their all attention is devoted to research. Advertisement, but when it comes to research, the research strength of the Seireitei Institute is actually not much higher. To really wait until the technical power soars, we have to wait until Urahara Kazuki takes office, reorganizes the Seireitei Research Institute into the Technology Development Bureau, and employs unsuspecting people. After bringing out high IQ research talents such as Kuretsuchi Mayuri and Ajin in the nest of maggots, Soul Society's technological strength has just ushered in rapid development. The production department of the Death Fighter is located in the deepest part of the Seireitei Research Institute, which is a dark room. Gosuke Shigure stepped into the room following the guidance of the 12th Division Shinigami. In the room, there are a lot of fabrics, and many made-up deadly costumes are stacked on the wall. Behind a huge curtain, a slender and graceful woman is sitting quietly. Behind her, there is a several white skull-shaped arms stick out, and each arm has a weaving tool on it. Several arms, each performing its own duties, weave the cloth quickly. Hi, I'm here to claim Captain Haori. Gosuke Shigure greeted each other politely. The woman paused, put down the textile tool in her hand, and said indifferently, the recent captain changes are really frequent. Gosuke Shigure smiled lightly and did not respond to the woman's words. However, as the woman said, Soul Society's captain changes in recent years have indeed been frequent. First, Kakuyashiki died, and Kenpachi, Mole City, took his place. Afterwards, Kenpachi of Mole City served as the captain for more than a year, but was thrown into infernal affairs because of the rebellion. The captain of the 5th team also changed during this period. By now, Gosuke Shigure has become the new Kenpachi. It can be said that in less than 2 years, there have been 3 captain changes. You know, this is something that has only happened in the past few decades, or even more than 100 years. The woman stood up and walked to the front from behind the curtain. Her appearance was completely reflected in Gosuke Shigure's eyes. After seeing the other party's appearance clearly, Gosuke Shigure was stunned. There was a hint of strangeness in his eyes, but he didn't say much. The woman's appearance is cold and beautiful, but besides this beautiful appearance, there are 6 weird skeleton arms growing behind her, which adds a bit of horror to her atmosphere. It can be said that this is a beautiful and a ferocious combination of women. Although in the Soul Society, in addition to human souls, there are many animal souls, there are many of those alien races who become Shinigami. But as a human being, a woman with such arms is bound to attract attention. Advertisement women don't care whether their appearance will attract attention. When she came to Gosuke Shigure, she did not know where to take out some things within the ruler, and measured Gosuke Shigure's figure and other data on the spot. In the process of measuring, Gosuke Shigure's Ryotsu is naturally felt by the woman. After feeling the Ryotsu in Gosuke Shigure's body, the woman froze for a moment, and her expression couldn't help showing some emotion. Just because, in Gosuke Shigure, she felt a very familiar Ryotsu. Immediately afterwards, she realized that this might be her own illusion, and it was still different after all. So she came back to her senses, and said to Gosuke Shigure, "You wait here for a while." Gosuke Shigure nodded slightly. The woman returned to the back of the curtain, waves of Ryotsu waves emanated from the woman's body, and it didn't take long for her to make a brand new set of Captain Haori. It seems that it is because I have learned about the change of captain from the captain of Yamamoto. This time I just waited for Gosuke Shigure to come over and measure his figure so that the Captain Haori can be made on the spot. On the back of the Captain Haori of Gosuke Shigure, with the word 11, impressively, which represents the 11th team. All right. The woman said 2 more words, and handed Captain Haori to Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure took the Haori, and he put it on without hesitation. He said to the woman, "The clothes fit you well, and your craftsmanship is very good." The woman did not answer Gosuke Shigure's words. Gosuke Shigure smiled slightly, and asked the woman another question, "How long have you been in Seireitei?" The woman froze, not understanding why Gosuke Shigure asked such a question, but still gave the answer, "It has been many years." "I can feel that you are very powerful. A Shinigami like you, why would you stay with this power instead of being the captain?" I don't know if she felt a familiar smell from Gosuke Shigure's body. The woman answered Gosuke Shigure's question. "I'm waiting for someone." Chapter 34 Shudara Senjumaru. Wait for someone? Such an answer surprised Gosuke Shigure, and he asked again, "So have you waited?" The woman was silent and did not answer Gosuke Shigure's question. Seeing this, Gosuke Shigure could only apologize to the woman. "I'm sorry, I was rude." The woman's words suddenly became indifferent. "Captain Hinori has finished making, you should leave here." She was stiff. Just because Gosuke Shigure is the captain of Gode 13 does not treat Gosuke Shigure with kindness. Gosuke Shigure was not angry either, just smiled, "I'm leaving now. However, before I leave, I still hope that you can be happier. You are not bad looking. You look better with a smile than with a cold face. As for the person you were waiting for, I don't know if it is dead or alive. But regardless of life or death, please take care of yourself." The woman raised her eyebrows and stared at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure turned around and left here. It wasn't until Gosuke Shigure left that the woman spoke softly. "Take care of yourself?" She had heard similar words from other people, and that was more than 1,000 years ago. The other end. Gosuke Shigure was wearing the captain's haori that had just been made. After leaving the Seireitei Institute, his expression couldn't help but feel sad. "Senjumaru. Why are you still in Seireitei? It is really a surprise to see Shutara Senjumaru, Gosuke Shigure here today." He thought that the other party had left Seireitei long ago and went to Team Zero, but he did not expect that the other party did not, but stayed in Seireitei all the time, hiding his identity. Ordinary people don't know her identity, how can Gosuke Shigure not know? After all, they were very familiar, friends, in their previous lives. During the creation of Gode 13, Shutara Senjumaru also played a vital role. Although she was not the first-generation captain of Gode 13, she provided technical support for Gode 13 at that time. The deadly costume was made by her. There are also many names of things and many equipments that were built by her. Advertisements such as Soul Society's existing security level, Shudara level, is derived from her surname. This is actually something that many existing Shinigami do not know. Many Shinigami only know the Shudara rank, but don't know it's a surname. With the merits of Shutara Senjumaru, she has long been qualified to be promoted to Team Zero. In the original book, she is indeed one of the members of Team Zero, Palace. However, something seems to have changed now, and Shutara Senjumaru did not go to Team Zero. This made Gosuke Shigure have mixed feelings. Combined with Shutara Senjumaru's physical data before, and feeling the subtle changes in his Ryotsu time, Gosuke Shigure didn't understand who Shutara Senjumaru was waiting for. "You really shouldn't wait any longer," Gosuke Shigure spoke softly. After rebirth, his Ryotsu is different from his previous life, but there are still some similarities after all. Perhaps, this is why Shutara Senjumaru was willing to answer his question earlier. Because of the promotion of Gosuke Shigure to become the captain, Captain Yamamoto held another captain meeting. Gosuke Shigure and the rest of Gode 13 captains had a meeting to get to know each other. "In fact, we have known each other before. After all, Gosuke Shigure is not like Urahara Kazuki in the original book. Before he became the captain, not many people knew Urahara. He served as the vice captain of the 11th team for many years, and he also attended many captain meetings with Takuyashiki. These captains all know him. But knowing is one thing. After all, Gosuke Shigure used to be the vice captain, but now he is the captain, and he is also the captain of the 11th team, bearing the name of Kenpachi. Under such circumstances, the attitudes of the captains towards Gosuke Shigure are also different. At the captain meeting, the captains were very polite to Gosuke Shigure. Some veteran captains even showed appreciation for Gosuke Shigure. After the meeting, Kyoraku Shunsui immediately approached Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke, you are really good. I have known for a long time that you can pass the captain's test and serve as Kenpachi, and you really did not disappoint me. Gosuke Shigure turned his head sideways, glanced at Kyoraku Shunsui, and said, I can be the captain, isn't it all because of the recommendation of the leader of the Beijing band? Although it's a done deal, but to be honest, being the captain was not Gosuke Shigure's original idea. After being reborn, what he wanted to do at the beginning was to simply perform poorly and live a peaceful life. Advertisement. It's a pity that as the vice captain of the 11th team, he is doomed to be difficult to perform badly. Especially the timing of his rebirth is still so delicate. For various reasons, he eventually became the captain of the 11th team and inherited the name of Kenpachi. Kyoraku Shunsui said with a proud face. Well, I have always been optimistic about you, Gosuke. Now that you have become the captain, I am your recommender, so you have to buy me a drink. Gosuke Shigure nodded and said, I really should buy you a drink. Let's go. Let's drink. Kyoraku Shunsui saw that Gosuke Shigure was so bold, of course he was not polite. Soon, the two came to the izakaya on Noble Street and started drinking directly. Have a drink. Gosuke Shigure returned to the 11th squad reeking of alcohol. Because after wearing the captain's haori, he returned to the 11th team and obviously found that the attitude of the players has changed subtly. They no longer joked with Gosuke Shigure as before, but when facing Gosuke Shigure, they also called them seriously, it is, Captain. Even the most carefree and eclectic players in normal times have seriously called Gosuke Shigure. This change naturally caught the attention of Gosuke Shigure. He was dumbfounded for a while but didn't say much. For the rest of the year, Gosuke Shigure lived a peaceful life for a while. It is said to be calm, but in fact it is because there is no need to be involved in any conspiracy and calculation, and it is just to maintain the daily routine of the 11th team. What is the time of the 11th team? Naturally, it is false. The 11th team is a combat team, and their responsibilities are much simpler than those of the other teams. To be precise, there is only one duty, and that is to fight. Whenever the 11th team needs to fight, the team members will dispatch and just go directly to hack Shu to death. This matter may seem boring and dangerous, but for Gosuke Shigure, it really doesn't take any brains or effort. Thinking about it this way, Shinigami, who started as the 11th team, seems to be pretty good. Chapter 35 Vice Captain Candidates. However, the most comfortable time for this, leisurely, life is when he is the vice captain, or in other words, when Kenpachi is still in Mole City. At that time, Gosuke Shigure only had to handle team affairs. For the battle, Kenpachi, the Mole City, will be responsible. But now it is different, he has become the captain, because the position of vice captain is vacant and there is no one to share the work for him, so he has to fight and handle team affairs. Even this kind of life is still much better than the life of licking blood on the tip of a knife thousands of years ago. But Gosuke Shigure was born again after a long time. He didn't come to work from 9 to 5, if he only worked from 9 to 5, it would be fine. The responsibilities of the 11th team made him have to work overtime from time to time. Sometimes when you are sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, the hell butterfly will fly directly to your room, and then notify you to go to fight. This kind of thing, after a few times, will make people feel a little depressed. So, why do people like Zaraki Kenpachi, who can serve as the captain of the 11th team, but I find it so troublesome? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but slander. Zaraki in the original book does not seem like a person who can handle team affairs well. But the entire 11th team is thriving in the hands of Zaraki, and was once called the Zaraki team. Of course, this may also be because Zaraki Kenpachi has a black heart and a little padded jacket. Although Kusajishi Yachiru is extremely unreliable at certain times, such as often pointing the wrong way, causing her to get lost with Zaraki Kenpachi. But I have to admit that at some point, she is quite reliable. In addition, under the hands of Zaraki Kenpachi, there are several reliable right-hand assistants. Madarei Mikaku is powerful, even mastered Bankai, and can share a lot of battles. Yasugawa Yumichika is brave and resourceful, and his strength is also good. Perhaps it is because of the help of these people that Zaraki Kenpachi can be the captain so easily, because he doesn't have to think about anything at all. Anyway, the affairs of the team are taken care of by others. So is there anyone available under Gosuke Shigure? The current 11th team, although because of the former captain Kenpachi, there are many female players. But these female team members are not delicate at all. Gosuke Shigure can't count on them to share the team's affairs, especially the third seat. Under normal circumstances, the third seat of a team is the assistant of the adjutant, to assist the vice captain work. As a result, the third seat of the 11th team was not good at that kind of work, and never gave half a point of help to Gosuke Shigure, who was the vice captain at the time. Advertisement: sooner or later, we must find a way to remove the old guy's 3 seats. Gosuke Shigure thought so, since it can't help him share the work, what's the use? But before that, let the other party go for the time being. In any case, Nida Kazunosuke is also a veteran of the 3 dynasties. After going through Ku-Wu-Wan, Mojo Castle, and now in the era of Gosuke, it is unreasonable to change the other party hastily. More importantly, the third seat is the assistant of the adjutant. If the third seat doesn't help with the work, that's something the adjutant should worry about. Does Gosuke Shigure have a lieutenant now? Not at all. He was originally an adjutant, but now he has become the captain, and the position of adjutant is vacant. We have to put the matter of the vice captain on the agenda. Gosuke Shigure thought so. After becoming the captain, the salary is quite high, but with a salary, he ran to do the work of 2 people. Gosuke Shigure doesn't want to be such a bad guy yet. Wait, can I change my mind? Gosuke Shigure suddenly remembered. Under normal circumstances, the captain of the 11th squad is in charge of fighting, and the vice captain is responsible for handling the team's affairs. The former Gosuke Shigure was responsible for the team affairs of the team. If there is a battle, just inform the captain, and the captain will handle it. The vice captain that Gosuke Shigure was looking for earlier is also a talent who can help him deal with internal affairs and team affairs. But if you change your mind, he has found a master who can take on heavy responsibilities in battle, so he doesn't need to fight himself as the captain. Can he just stay in the team and handle some team affairs? You must know that the 11th team is a combat team, and the focus is on combat, and there are actually not so many corresponding team affairs. Gosuke Shigure had a good idea right away: advertisement. Not long after, he thought of a suitable candidate. Zaraki-Kenpachi. The 11th generation Kenpachi in the original book is actually very old. When Unohana Retsu was still in charge of the first generation Kenpachi, he met him in his youth. In other words, Zaraki is actually a living mighty Shinigami of millennia. However, he entered Seireitei in Gode 13 later than expected. It was not until the soul disappeared 100 years ago in the original book that some years passed after the Soul Society lost several captains. He chose to join Gode 13 in order to pursue more exciting battles and stronger opponents. Not long after he joined the 11th team, he hacked to death the then 11th team captain Gui Yansheng in the battle, and became the new Kenpachi. You can try to find the other party. Gosuke Shigure quickly made up his mind. Zaraki district is the 80 district of North Rukongai. Back then, when Kenpachi, the mole city, was planning a rebellion, he used the soul of the Zaraki district as the experimental material. It was later discovered by Gosuke Shigure, and the two started a great battle in the wilderness of the Zaraki area. The final result was that Gosuke Shigure defeated the mole city of Kenpachi, and waited until Kiraku Shunsui arrived, and the two of them together defeated the mole city of Kenpachi, bring back Seireitei. Mole city Kenpachi also chose to surrender because of his failure. After a long time, Gosuke Shigure came to the Zaraki area again, and the first thing he saw was the barren land and the scorching sun. The sun in the Zaraki area is indeed hotter than in other areas, and this is not an illusion. It is also for this reason, coupled with the barrenness of the land, that the water source here is extremely scarce. In order to compete for the limited fresh water, the souls of the entire district have launched a fierce struggle, and those who can survive here, without exception, are villains. Mole City Kenpachi chose to do experiments in such an area at the beginning. In addition to the fact that the souls here are relatively strong, and their strength is not weak after being transformed into combat power, there is no lack of reason that they are villains. Although it is only one of the 320 districts in Rukongai is too big, and Zaraki district alone is not small. It is still difficult for Gosuke Shigure to find Zaraki's whereabouts in it. However, he has his own way. Chapter 36: The strongest person in the Zaraki district. The Zaraki district is a mess, literally. Gosuke Shigure just came to the Zaraki area for a while, and there were several times of fighting. The souls here are not Shinigami, but they are still much more violent than the usual. They hold tools such as harpoons, hoes, and kitchen knives, fighting for the only water source and other souls. Some people died in the battle, turned into spirit particles and completely dissipated. The victor, on the other hand, triumphantly enjoys the fruits of his victory and eats the steamed buns made of human blood. It's not that Seireitei is ignorant of what's happening in the back areas such as Zaraki. But it didn't mean anything, because resources are limited. When the soul comes to the Soul Society, it has already been assigned the area where it is located. Maybe some kind souls are assigned to the backward area and can only wait here to die. But there is no way. Who told him to be unlucky? There is no way to support more souls in the front area. These unlucky souls can only fend for themselves here. Although these areas are barren, they still have some resources after all. Self-destruction will only cause some souls to die here at most. Such a death rate will not destroy the balance between souls. Of course, it would be different if they were devoured to death by the void. The soul swallowed by the ghost will become the power of the ghost, which will indirectly strengthen the power of the Menos Grande circle, so when the ghost appears, Shinigami is needed to kill and purify the ghost. Gosuke Shigure took a closer look at the situation in Zaraki district, and thought about the saying that resources are limited. Are resources really limited? It's not true. The truly limited resources refer to Rukongai. In fact, in Seireitei, resources are in excess. While some souls risk their lives in the last area of Rukongai for a sip of water, the nobles living in Seireitei are dressed in fine clothes and enjoying delicious food. The so-called lack of resources is simply because the group of nobles occupies most of the world's resources. Back then, it wasn't that there were no struggles between civilians and nobles, intending to compete for resources. But as a result, civilians failed. The nobles established the magnificent Seireitei, completely isolating themselves from the commoners outside. Whether civilians can step into Seireitei depends even on whether they have the qualifications to become Shinigami. Advertisement and once becoming a Shinigami, it means that he will be forced to work for the nobles. Because Gode 13, all succumb to Central 46, which is ruled by nobles. At the end of the day, the world is in its current shape because of the 5 nobles. Nobles are the biggest beneficiaries. How difficult it is for the civilians who are latecomers to break this pattern. After flashing his thoughts, Gosuke Shigure's eyes once again turned to the winner of this weapon fight. The winner is a middle-aged man with a rough appearance. He was powerful in battle, holding a kitchen knife, he hacked 4 people to death. Of course, he also suffered serious injuries. At this moment, he didn't care about the injuries on his body, and drank the blood-stained water recklessly. Every drop of water was so sweet to him. Until Gosuke Shigure appeared in front of him, he looked at Gosuke Shigure warily just now. Shinigami? It seems a little bit different. This soul doesn't seem to have seen the captain of Gode 13, he only knows that Shinigami is wearing black clothes, and the person in front of him is wearing a white robe outside the black clothes. Who are you? Do you want to rob me of water too? With a fierce expression on his face, the man asked Gosuke Shigure first. Gosuke Shigure shook his head and said, I have no intention of robbing your water source, I just want to ask you a question. What is the problem? Zaraki district, who can fight the best? Hearing this question, the man couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He said triumphantly, do you still need to ask this question? Of course it's my uncle. Didn't you see that these people who tried to compete with me for water were all hacked to death by me? As he spoke, he also showed off his achievements. Really? Gosuke Shigure expressed his disbelief, and the next moment, his body suddenly moved. The middle-aged man only felt a sharp pain, his body flew out immediately, and then fell to the ground fiercely. Advertisement, a painful voice came from his mouth. Gosuke Shigure walked in front of him slowly, lowered his head, looked down at the middle-aged man and said, it seems that you are not that good at fighting. Tell me, who is the best fighter in Zaraki district? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I think you should know what the consequences will be. When the man heard this, his body trembled subconsciously. In the Zaraki district, the fate of the loser is not very good. He couldn't be more clear about the consequences. He quickly thought about who could fight best in the Zaraki area. Soon, he thought of a figure, and after thinking of that person, he subconsciously became afraid, and verbally, he quickly said, wait, I know who can fight the best in Zaraki district. If it's him, he must be the most powerful person in Zaraki district. After all, a monster named after Zaraki. Over the years, countless powerful people attempted to challenge him, but were easily hacked to death by him. The other party lives in the Zaraki area. It doesn't seem like they are fighting for the only drinking water. The meaning of his life in the Zaraki area seems to be purely for fighting. Because the people in the Zaraki area are stronger, he can enjoy the fun of fighting here. Really? Then why don't you hurry up and lead the way? Gosuke Shigure looked at the man and said calmly. The man had no choice but to prop up his injured body, and led the way for Gosuke Shigure in panic. He doesn't know where the monster is now, but the other party has activity tracks in the Zaraki area. If he is lucky, he may be able to find it. Men also hope that their luck will be better. Under his leadership, Gosuke Shigure soon came to a wild forest. The trees here seem to be a little dry because of the lack of water, the branches and leaves are not lush. Under the largest tree, under the only shade, a burly man was sleeping soundly. Beside him, there was a broken long knife full of tooth marks. Master Zaraki, someone wants to challenge you. Looking at the man resting in the tree afternoon, the middle-aged man felt a hint of fear, and then spoke loudly. Resting in the tree afternoon, the man named Zaraki slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 37. Fighting Zaraki, okay. The man named Zaraki slowly opened his eyes. He stood up slowly, then dug his ears, dug out a lump of earwax, and flicked it aside. Then he looked at the wounded middle-aged man. You mean, someone wants to challenge me? That's right, Master Zaraki, you are the most powerful person in Zaraki district. But today, someone wants to challenge you, the middle-aged man said loudly to Zaraki. There was a hint of incitement in his words, wishing that Zaraki and Gosuke Shigure would fight, that way, he could take the opportunity to escape from here. It can only be said that people are sinister. Those who can survive in the Zaraki area are either insidious or cunning, or powerful. The strength of the middle-aged man is not too strong, but after being a little more insidious, it is enough for him to survive in the Zaraki area. Of course, his method of sowing dissension was too clumsy. Is it true that no one else can hear it? Well, some people really didn't hear it. Just when Gosuke Shigure was slandering from the bottom of his heart, Zaraki stared at Gosuke Shigure with burning eyes. Well, are you trying to challenge me? It's really interesting, he said to himself, thinking of something. I am very familiar with the clothes you are wearing. I think you will be a very good opponent, so let's have a good fight. Although many years have passed, the clothes Gosuke Shigure is wearing really remind him of a certain woman back then. It was an existence that made him feel the joy of fighting. Unfortunately, after that, he never met such an opponent again. After seeing Zaraki, Gosuke knew that the other party was exactly the person he was looking for, a strong deputy captain who could take on the combat mission. If he could persuade Zaraki to join the 11th team, with his obsession with fighting, he would undoubtedly it's much easier. Zaraki can throw any combat mission to Zaraki, and he doesn't even need to pay him a salary. As the captain of the 11th squad, he just needs to stay in the squadron, drink tea, and deal with team affairs calmly. However, with Zaraki's temperament, it is obviously difficult to persuade the other party with words. He can only be subdued by fighting, so this fight is destined to be fought. Advertisement. After Zaraki finished speaking, Gosuke Shigure showed a faint smile. If you are the most powerful person in the Zaraki area, I do have the idea of fighting with you. That's it, Zaraki grinned, showing white fang. Then, let's begin. The next moment, his tall body suddenly jumped out, and the tattered Zanpakuto in his hand was swung by him. There was no skill at all, just a simple slash, and he slashed towards Gosuke Shigure. The middle-aged man standing next to Gosuke Shigure froze, and he felt a strong sense of crisis. If you continue to stand here, you will surely die. He wanted to escape, but under Zaraki's overwhelming momentum, his body was stiff and it was difficult to move. I'm going to die, I'm really going to die. The middle-aged man was extremely flustered. At this moment, Gosuke Shigure beside him grabbed his sleeve and threw him aside. Although this guy was a little cautious, he still led him the way. You shouldn't just die here. While throwing the opponent away with one hand, Gosuke Shigure held his own Zanpakuto with the other. Before Zaraki's slash came, his Zanpakuto was also unsheathed, easily blocking Zaraki's slash. Zaraki felt his knife being blocked. His eyes also brightened. Sure enough, you are an interesting opponent. Over the years in the Zaraki area, he has been looking for opponents who can fight, but unfortunately, the people here are too weak, and as time goes by, the opponents here can't interest him at all. Even if he wants to find someone to fight, those people will take the initiative to avoid him. Likewise, he doesn't have to worry about things like water sources. Because every time he wakes up from sleep, he will find that there will be drinking water near him. Of course Zaraki didn't know, because over the years, he had created an extremely terrifying reputation in the Zaraki district. Whenever he appeared in a place, the guys who were fighting for the water source would be afraid that Zaraki would also come to fight for the water source, so when Zaraki was not paying attention, he directly divided some of the water source in advance and sent it to Zaraki. This can be regarded as a disguised offering. Gosuke Shigure smiled without saying a word, but easily blocked Zaraki's knife with the powerful Zanpakuto in the sealed state in his hand. Advertisement. Seeing that his slash was blocked, Zaraki continued to swing the knife, and he unleashed a powerful force, which made his knife extremely terrifying. The current Zaraki is not Shinigami, so the concept of Ryotsu is not very clear. But his natural Ryotsu is extremely powerful, and under his unconscious swing of the sword, there is still a powerful sword pressure released by him. A white streamer flashed. Gosuke Shigure also had to pull back a few points. It is true that Zaraki is not at his peak at the moment, because of the battle with Unohana Retsu that year. Zaraki has already sealed himself, but even so, his strength is also at the level of a real captain. Even though he has not been taught by a formal Shinigami and has not been able to fully exert his current power, this is not the reason why Gosuke Shigure underestimated Zaraki and the enemy. After all, the lessons of the previous life have been painful enough. In the previous life, it was because of too much waves that caused Mingming to climb to the peak of Shinigami, but before the so-called plot started, he overturned and died. After finally living a whole life again, and having learned from the past, of course we have to be a little cautious. After avoiding Zaraki's knife, Gosuke Shigure also slashed out. Ryotsu turned into a sword, condensed into a crescent moon, and swept towards Zaraki. Zaraki swung his knife, ready to engage. However, the next moment, the crescent-shaped sword pressure split from it again, turning into two strands. Zaraki blocked one of them, but the other left a hideous wound on his body. Puff! Scarlet blood spurted out, and the huge amount of bleeding immediately dyed Zaraki's clothes red. More blood splattered on Zaraki's face, making his already fierce face even more ferocious. But Zaraki didn't have any pleasure. On the contrary, there was a look of joy on his face. That's right, that's it, a happy battle. Happy, so happy. The wounds on his body not only did not affect Zaraki's actions and combat effectiveness, but instead aroused Zaraki's fierceness, making him swing the knife faster. Chapter 38. Solicitation. One knife, another knife. Zaraki-Kenpachi's knife is completely out of order. But I have to admit that such a knife is actually quite scary. Because Zaraki-Kenpachi's power is strong, because his Ryotsu is strong. The powerful Ryotsu makes every slash of his strike contain powerful sword pressure. No skill required at all. With such a knife, ordinary people would die or be disabled as long as they were hit by one knife. The so-called breaking through all laws with one force is such a thing. But to break through all methods with all strength, it also depends on who the target is. If it was Zaraki who hadn't sealed himself subconsciously back then, Gosuke Shigure is naturally afraid of the opponent's sword. Because at that time, the opponent swung the knife instinctively, and there was no trace to be found. Even Unohana Retsu, who claims to have mastered all the kendo and knife skills in the world, was caught off guard and seriously injured when he faced Zaraki when he was a boy. Gosuke Shigure naturally had to deal with it with all his energy. After all, Zaraki in that state is a beast born purely for fighting. But the current Zaraki is far from it. During the captain's assessment, Gosuke Shigure could face Unohana Retsu head to head. In other words, his attainments in cutting techniques are not inferior to Unohana Retsu. At this moment, facing Zaraki's slash, he looked extremely relaxed. Even though Zaraki's knife is fast, he can always block it at the critical moment. It's nothing if it's just blocking, and when he's not blocking, he will occasionally swing a few strange knives, leaving deep wounds on Zaraki's body. More blood gushed from Zaraki's body. As before, the bleeding was profuse. This is also the characteristic of this world. If it was a normal person, with such a large amount of bleeding, he would have died long ago. But people in this world don't, and there are people like Zaraki, whose wounds and blood flowed out, but more and more stimulated his will to fight, making his sword faster and faster. Ah! Advertisement. The sound of roar came from Zaraki's mouth. He raised the knife, swung it again, then raised the knife in his hand, and continued to swing it down. He was like a wild beast that didn't know how to get tired. Not far away, the middle-aged man who was thrown by Gosuke Shigure watched the fight between Zaraki and Gosuke Shigure. He is very clear about Zaraki's strength. In Zaraki district, where there are many strong people, they are all monsters. As a result, Gosuke Shigure blocked all the attacks of that monster. Monsters, all monsters. The middle-aged man was terrified. He didn't want to stay in this kind of place for a long time, so he fled here. Gosuke Shigure and Zaraki also ignored the middle-aged man's escape. Click. A sharp slash. The tattered Zanpakuto in Zaraki's hand was directly cut off by Gosuke Shigure, and then Gosuke Shigure turned the blade in time, pointed the back of the blade at Zaraki, and sent Zaraki's tall body flying with a single blow. Zaraki was about to stand up. Zanpakuto continued to fight Gosuke Shigure with his broken hand. But Gosuke Shigure moves faster. Bakudo number 30 mouth flashes 3 times. 3 golden-beaked beams appeared out of thin air, fixing Zaraki's hands and waist to the ground. On Zaraki's body, Ryotsu subconsciously exploded, ready to break free and swing the knife at Gosuke Shigure again. Gosuke Shigure came to Zaraki at the first time, looked at Zaraki imprisoned by Bakudo, and said, "Stop, keep going, you will die of blood." Zaraki only has offense in battle, not defense. If his attack is successful, that's all. This kind of bold and unrestrained style of playing with injuries in exchange for injuries can be regarded as a way of fighting. But all his attacks were blocked by Gosuke Shigure. As for Gosuke Shigure's attack, he didn't block all of them. One ebbs in another. Gosuke Shigure has not been injured so far, while Zaraki suffered a serious injury. Why stop? Wouldn't it be a good thing to die in battle? Zaraki was full of fighting spirit, and he didn't understand why he had to stop. Gosuke Shigure said, "It is indeed a good thing to die in battle. But if you didn't enjoy more battles, it would be a pity to die like this. I can see that you like fighting very much, and you enjoy fighting very much, so, do you want to fight more powerful people?" Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure's words were deeply demagogic. But for Zaraki, the words really hooked him. More battles, more powerhouses? Because of Gosuke Shigure's words, Zaraki pondered, and the original fighting spirit against Gosuke Shigure also suddenly dissipated. He gave up all resistance and just lay there, letting Gosuke Shigure's Bakudo imprison him. However, his gaze fell on Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure saw that Zaraki was quiet for a while, and continued. "It's a pity that a master like you has been staying in Rukongai like this. Although there are many masters in the Zaraki area, in the final analysis, they're all ordinary. Soul. After so many years, bullying these weak souls must be boring for you. If you want to pursue more powerful opponents and more battles, why not come to Seireitei and become a Shinigami? No, you already have Zanpakuto, technically you are already a Shinigami, so you should put it another way and join Gode 13. Join Gode 13? Zaraki froze, not expecting Gosuke Shigure to say such a thing. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of Gosuke Shigure's mouth. "Not bad. You said earlier that you were familiar with the clothes on my body. This is the Haori that belongs to the captain of Gode 13. If you feel familiar, you must have fought against a certain captain of Gode 13 back then. If you join Gode 13, you may be able to find the opponent of the year and maybe continue to fight against the captain." Hearing this, Zaraki couldn't help but think of that woman back then. The scar on his face was thanks to that woman back then. Zaraki did not expect that the opponent would be the captain of Gode 13. Joining Gode 13, can you meet each other and fight against each other again? He couldn't help thinking. I have to say that what Gosuke Shigure said moved his heart. Before that, he only wanted to fight more strong players, and he knew that Shinigami was very powerful, but he never thought of joining Gode 13 and becoming Shinigami. To this day, Gosuke Shigure beats him. It made him understand one more thing. As long as you join Gode 13, you can fight against more powerful players. He was moved. Chapter 39, The Real Strong. On the Lin Yi clearing, Zaraki was still lying on the ground. Gosuke Shigure has unleashed Bakudo's hold on Zaraki. Zaraki attempted to swing the knife after finding himself out of trouble, but eventually gave up. Rather than fighting Gosuke Shigure, he wants to fight more powerful people. Are you sure you don't need to deal with your injury? Gosuke Shigure sat cross-legged beside Zaraki, looked at Zaraki lying on the ground, and asked. Zaraki grinned and said, "No, it won't take long anyway, and it will heal. Just like my knife, it won't take long for it to return to its original state. Although I don't know what's going on, I'm used to it." That's it. Gosuke Shigure nodded without saying anything. It is no secret that Zanpakuto that is destroyed in the sealed state or Shikai state will recover in a short time. In the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto has been damaged many times, and it will not take long to recover. Of course, there is a case where Zanpakuto, once damaged, can never be restored. That's the state of Bankai. Bankai is the complete liberation of Zanpakuto. After using Bankai, what is revealed is the true face of Zanpakuto. In that case, although Zanpakuto has extremely powerful power, on the contrary, if it suffers damage, it will be really hurt. Undoubtedly, it cannot be recovered. However, since the emergence of the Shinigami profession, the Shinigami who really master Bankai has always been a rare existence, so this secret is not known to ordinary Shinigami. Even many Shinigami who have mastered Bankai don't know this if they don't delve into the many secrets related to Bankai. Gosuke Shigure was lucky to know this secret because he lived a long time in his previous life and was a time traveler. Compared with Zaraki's Zanpakuto who will recover by himself, he cares more about Zaraki's physical fitness. It's really a monster, he sighed in his heart. Such a serious injury basically didn't take much treatment. After a while, part of it has healed, at least the blood has stopped. Even if there is no treatment, it may not be long before it will recover. And if it is treated, I am afraid that the recovery will be faster. No wonder Zaraki has been wandering in Rukongai for so many years and still has nothing to do. In addition to that formidable strength, this terrifying physical fitness is the foundation that supports him in high-intensity battles. It was here that Gosuke Shigure stayed with Zaraki for a while, waiting for his injury to heal. Advertisement: there is no other way. Who told Gosuke Shigure not to understand any healing techniques? For Kido, he's a grandmaster with some Hado and Bakudo. But Hado is the Kido used to attack, Bakudo is the Kido used to assist and imprison, and the Kido used to heal is Kaido, which he does not know at all. As for the words of Zanpakuto, his Zanpakuto abilities are not suitable for healing either. Well, can't say that either. Occasionally, it can also be used for treatment, such as using the power of lightning to give a dying person a cardiopulmonary resuscitation and the like. But Zaraki doesn't seem to want to die, so it's destined not to be that way. By the way, if you have time, you can go to Unohana Retsu for advice and learn about Kaido. Gosuke Shigure thought so. In any case, mastering a new skill is always a good thing. Especially the means of treatment. After all, the 11th team is a combat team, and it is common for members to be injured in battle. It is impossible to always count on the support of the 4th squad members. In case the members of the 4th team came late, the players might die early due to serious injuries. Therefore, you still have to learn some emergency treatment methods. In case it comes in handy. No, it will definitely come in handy. Like right now, if he knew Kaido, he wouldn't be here waiting for Zaraki's wounds to slowly heal. When he was fighting Mojo that day, if he knew Kaido, he would not have to take him to the 4th division with Kiraku Shunsui to heal his wounds. Half a day passed. Gosuke Shigure was always by Zaraki's side and he was extremely patient. Of course, there is a reason for being so patient. If it's Zaraki, as long as he can be allowed to join the 11th team, then everything is worth it. Advertisement: right now, Zaraki has such powerful power without systematic Shinigami teaching. When he understands what Ryotsu is, when he knows how Shinigami fights, and gradually develops the potential in his body, he will only become stronger. After Gosuke Shigure got such a powerful thug, he can also safely hand over all combat tasks to Zaraki, and fish in the rear by himself. If it is Zaraki, it must be able to solve all opponents perfectly. Gosuke Shigure thinks so. In the afternoon, Zaraki finally stood up from the ground. He certainly hasn't fully recovered from his injuries. But it has recovered to the point where it can walk on the ground. For Zaraki, that's more than enough. Holding the broken Zanpakuto, he said to Gosuke Shigure, "Let's go. FK what you call Seireitei. I can't wait to fight the strongman you mentioned." Gosuke Shigure also got up, met Zaraki's gaze, and nodded. From Zaraki district to Seireitei, you need to cross a quarter of Rukongai, which is not a short distance. Zaraki has been staying in Zaraki district since he can remember. He has no name, and later he simply used the name of Zaraki district as his own name, and followed Gosuke Shigure through Rukongai, heading towards Seireitei. Zaraki looked very curious as he passed the rest of the district on the way. It turns out that this is the case in other areas. It seems that it is much more prosperous than Zaraki district, but the people here seem to be weak. Compared with being richer than the Zaraki area, Zaraki is most concerned about whether there are enough strong people in the other areas for him to fight. Gosuke Shigure replied, "It's not surprising. After all, the souls living in the front area don't have to fight for water and food. In such an atmosphere, they naturally cannot hone their strong fighting ability. Not all districts are the same as Zaraki district. However, in the final analysis, they are just ordinary souls. The real strong is still among the Seireitei, or the Shinigami." Zaraki froze for a moment, then nodded again. That's true. He still knew that Shinigami were stronger than ordinary souls. And Seireitei is where the Shinigami gather. Chapter 40. How to become a Shinigami. Back to Team 11. The return of Gosuke Shigure is no surprise. But Zaraki, who followed Gosuke Shigure, immediately caught the attention of the 11th team members. Now the 4 seats Yamashiro happened to meet Gosuke Shigure returning with Zaraki. "Captain, who is he?" Now Yamashiro looked at Zaraki curiously. With a burly body and a ferocious face, he didn't seem easy to provoke. But he didn't have Shinigami's exclusive death costume on him. Although he was holding a broken long sword, Yamashiro now didn't connect this sword to Zanpakuto, because it was too broken. How could Zanpakuto look like this? Without waiting for Gosuke Shigure to answer, Yamashiro now said again, "Captain, he shouldn't be Shinigami, right?" Gosuke Shigure replied, "He is the strong man I found in Rukongai. although he is not a Shinigami yet, but now, do you believe it? Once he becomes a real Shinigami, he will be very powerful. Oh, now Yamashiro was a little curious. She didn't understand, but it was just a soul from Rukongai. Even if Rukongai was considered a strong one, it was nothing in front of the real Shinigami. How can Zaraki get such a high evaluation from the captain? Her gaze fell on Zaraki, and Zaraki also felt Yamashiro now's gaze. Although Yamashiro now is a woman, but in Zaraki's outlook on life, there is no saying that you can't hit a woman. To him, now Yamashiro is a Shinigami. Death Shendu is very powerful. This may be a very good opponent. Ever since, a strong fighting spirit was born in him. Yamashiro now felt Zaraki's fighting spirit and was a little surprised. Although she is a woman, she is also a militant as the 4th member of the 11th team. Ever since, a strong interest in fighting has also arisen. Advertisement wanted to weigh the weight of Zaraki, a powerhouse from Rukongai. It must be a bit of a means to be able to get the captain to recruit and bring him from Rukongai to Seireitei. Seeing that Zaraki and now Yamashiro were about to fight, Gosuke Shigure said, "If you want to fight and learn from each other, let's talk about it later. Anyway, Zaraki is already a member of our 11th team, and there will be opportunities in the future. Now I'm going to take Zaraki to register." Hearing this, Yamashiro now's fighting spirit stopped abruptly. Although Zaraki is a reckless man, he is not an idiot, he just doesn't like to use his brain to think about problems. It's not that he is slow to respond. Seeing that Gosuke Shigure has said such things, he can only give up challenging now Yamashiro. It is not a troublesome thing to register Zaraki and make him an official Shinigami. Since the establishment of Godai 13, the Yenjijuku created by Yamamoto Genryusai in the past has evolved into the Spiritual Arts Academy, which has become a professional institution for teaching Shinigami. Most of the dead Shendu of Godai 13 graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy, but not without exception. After all, the courses at Spiritual Arts Academy are only 6 years long. The 6-year teaching is at most just to allow those souls with Shinigami qualifications to conduct some systematic learning, know what Shinigami is, and master some of the abilities possessed by Shinigami. But in the long years, there are still many non-academic born Shinigami. Like the Shinigami before the establishment of the Spiritual Arts Academy, they were not born in the academy. In that era, many strong men founded sects and started to accept apprentices and teach them. It can be said that there were all kinds of Shinigami in that era. Yenjijuku evolved into Spiritual Arts Academy and became the only academy today. It's just because Yamamoto Genryusai became the final winner. Those strong competitors who competed with him either died or were subdued by him and became the founders of Godai 13. Back to business. The reason why there are many non-academic born Shinigami. It's because the barrier to becoming a Shinigami is so low. As long as you have spiritual power and can swing Zanpakuto, you can be called a Shinigami. Like Kurosaki Ichigo, he is not a grandmaster at all for Kido, nor has he studied at Spiritual Arts Academy for a day, but just because he has Zanpakuto, who dares to say that he is not a Shinigami? Zanpakuto and spiritual power are what really differentiate a Shinigami from a non-Shinigami. Advertisement when the profession of Shinigami officially appeared in this world. According to the number of souls with Shinigami qualifications in this world, Ermaiwu Wangyue created an equal number of sealed states, and then distributed the sealed states to the entire Soul Society. The soul holding the sealed state, through the behavior of sleeping and eating with the sealed state, allows its own spiritual power to merge with the sealed state, and then resonates, using the sealed state as a medium to trigger the powerful power hidden in the depths of the soul, that is, Zanpakuto. Over the long years, some souls have mastered Bankai through the continuous development of Zanpakuto. There are also souls who have died. With the death of the soul, the spiritual power above Zanpakuto dissipates, and then degenerates into the original sealed state. A new soul picks up the sealed state and re-infuses it with spiritual power, causing it to transform into Zanpakuto again. And the one holding the sword is Shinigami. Although after the establishment of Godai 13, the Soul Society changed from chaos to order, and all the dead Shendu began to be registered. Once they died in battle, Zanpakuto, which degenerated into a sealed state, would be recycled, and then wait until the new students of Spiritual Arts Academy were enrolled. The sealed state will be temporarily lent to these freshmen, allowing them to try to awaken their own Zanpakuto. After graduation, after they enter Godai 13, the sealed state that was originally temporarily borrowed will be officially granted to them. But in the long years, after all, many sealed states were left outside the Seireitei. By chance, they were picked up by some souls with spiritual power, and then transformed them into Zanpakuto again. These make Zanpakuto, indirectly becoming the soul of Shinigami. Some of them died in Rukongai, and some were recruited by Godai 13 and became Shinigami with weaving. At the beginning of Godai 13's establishment, the Spiritual Arts Academy hadn't formed the current scale at that time, and the number of Shinigami cultivated obviously couldn't meet the needs of Godai 13. So there are many Shinigami. All the captains went to Rukongai and recruited them from the vast souls. Zaraki is the talent that Unohana Retsu wanted to recruit, but finally gave up. Now, though many years late, but after all, under the solicitation of Gosuke Shigure, the current Kenpachi, he came to Godai 13. Soon, Gosuke Shigure registered Zaraki. After Zaraki became the official Shinigami, Gosuke found Zaraki a set of Black Death Tyrants. There are various models and sizes of deadly costumes, but you don't need to go to the 12th team to tailor them. There are a lot of them in the 11th team. They were originally for Mao who just came to the 11th team. Posted by a graduate, it's not the graduation season right now, so I found one in the inventory that was similar in size to Zaraki and handed it to Zaraki. Chapter 41. Hana and Zaraki. Now, you look like a Shinigami. Gosuke Shigure looked at Zaraki in the Death Fighter outfit. The Zanpakuto in the captain's hand has also recovered due to unconscious absorption of Zaraki's spiritual power. I have to say that Zaraki really matches the 11th team very well. Because he looks fierce, he looks like a militant. Such an image is really suitable for the 11th team. Zaraki tugged at the hem of his clothes, and wearing the death fighting outfit made him feel different. It's not like he hasn't seen Shinigami before, and even the knife in his hand was picked up from a Shinigami who died in battle, but never thought that one day he would wear the death fighter costume and become a Shinigami. But this feeling only lasted for a while, and Zaraki cared more about other things than putting on the death suit. Can I go and fight people now? It's not urgent. Gosuke Shigure stopped Zaraki from challenging the strong again. Zaraki raised his eyebrows, and his face became a little unhappy. He came to Seireitei and joined the 11th team to become Shinigami, because Gosuke Shigure said that becoming a Shinigami can challenge more powerful players, but now, Gosuke Shigure has repeatedly stopped him. This made him a little emotional. Gosuke Shigure saw Zaraki's little emotion, and explained to Zaraki, you know what? Shinigami, in addition to the Zanpakuto in his hand, there are 4 most basic skills. 4 basic skills. Zaraki didn't understand, and he didn't really want to know, he just wanted to have a good fight with people now. Gosuke Shigure comforted the restless Zaraki, listen to me first. TCH. Zaraki pouted, but still suppressed his agitation. Gosuke Shigure continued. Slashing fists and walking ghosts are the 4 basic abilities of Shinigami. After being admitted to the Spiritual Arts Academy, the general soul will learn these 4 abilities in 6 years, and at the same time, try to awaken them. Zanpakuto. In 6 years, it is best if you can awaken Zanpakuto, which means that you have outstanding qualifications. Such students have always been the favorites of Gotei 13, but there are also students who have not awakened Zanpakuto. If one of the 4 abilities of Kenzoki is outstanding, he is also qualified to join Gotei 13. Advertisement. Of course, if Zanpakuto hasn't awakened and can't learn his own Shinigami skills well, then there's no way. It can only show that he doesn't have the ability to become a Shinigami. This kind of students will be confiscated and temporarily lent to him when they graduate. Sealed state, and then lose the eligibility to become a Shinigami. Gosuke Shigure said some irrelevant words, and explained, the reason why I said so much is that I want to tell you that for Shinigami, Zonquan-Zugi are 4 extremely important abilities. Being able to connect the 4 abilities to the peak is not inferior to those Shinigami who have awakened Zanpakuto, and may even be stronger. Although you have Zanpakuto, I can tell that you haven't mastered Shikai. In other words, you can't count on the power of Zanpakuto. So, I'm going to ask you to go for further training and learn the basic abilities of the 4 Shinigami abilities of Zonquan-Zugi. The so-called Zonquan-Zugi refers to Zanjutsu, White Hits, Shunpo, Kido. The last Kido, I'm not sure if you can learn it, but for the first 3, if you learn the corresponding skills, it will definitely make you stronger. Zaraki originally saw that Gosuke Shigure defeated him, and Gosuke Shigure gave him a promise that once he came to Seireitei, there would be more masters for him to challenge. He just patiently listened to Gosuke Shigure's words. At first, he was not interested in chopping fists and walking ghosts at all. But after hearing Gosuke Shigure's last words, Zaraki couldn't help but ponder, can it make me stronger? He longs to fight against the strong, but also longs to become strong himself. If what you said is true, then I can try to learn the so-called Zonquan-Zugi. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. Don't worry, I will find you a suitable teacher. In Gosuke Shigure's mind, a suitable candidate has already been thought of. He has always been a man of action. Zaraki is also an irresistible person. Gosuke Shigure talked so much with Zaraki, and then took Zaraki directly to leave the 11th team to visit the teacher he was looking for Zaraki. 4th team. It's the treatment team. In the minds of many fan teams, the 4th fan team does not have a strong sense of existence, and the Shinigami in it does not have strong power, but they cannot deny that the 4th fan team is an indispensable fan team for Gotei 13. Advertisement. After all, Shinigami is a profession dedicated to fighting, and it is inevitable to get injured during the battle. Once injured, it reflects the importance of the 4th team. Hana Retsu, the captain of the 4th team, is a quiet and extremely gentle female Shinigami. In the eyes of many young Shinigami, she is a gentle big sister. Only some old and veteran Shinigami know what kind of terrifying real face is hidden under Hana Retsu's gentle appearance. Division 4, Captain's Room. Normally, when Hana Retsu has nothing to do, she will practice flower arrangement skills here. Her flower arrangement skills, after years of honing, can be said to be the best in the Soul Society. This is also a way of self-cultivation for her. Under the leadership of the deputy captain of the 4th Division, Gosuke Shigure brought Zaraki to the front of the 4th Division captain's room. The vice captain of the 4th Division is a taciturn old woman. She has been by Hana Retsu's side for many years, and she seems a little taciturn because she is used to seeing life and death. Although there are not many words, for a doctor, the most important thing is her treatment technique. Obviously, The opponent's ability in this area is very good, and he has shared a lot of heavy responsibilities for Yunohana Retsu, so that Yunohana Retsu has time to arrange flowers. The other party first went to inform Yunohana Retsu, and then, after getting the answer, he came out again and said to Gosuke Shigure, Captain Yunohana is waiting for you inside. Gosuke Shigure nodded. He took Zaraki into the captain's room and officially met Yunohana Retsu. In the hands of Yunohana Retsu, she is continuing to study her flower arrangement art, and she didn't pay much attention to Gosuke Shigure's visit. Until her eyes fell on Zaraki, who was following behind Gosuke Shigure. Her eyes, which were slightly squinted, suddenly opened and closed, and a gleam of light burst out from them, and her gaze suddenly became sharp. Chapter 42 Rukongai's Uncut Jade. Even after many years, even Zaraki has grown up from the boy he was then. But Yunohana Retsu recognized each other immediately. Ever since she was hurt by Zaraki that year, she has been deeply regretful. I am too weak. She saw Zaraki's desire to fight in the eyes of Zaraki when he was a boy, but because of his own weakness, Zaraki couldn't enjoy himself to his heart's content, which was something she could not tolerate. What made her even more uncomfortable was that after that battle, when she was about to find Zaraki again, she found that the other party had subconsciously sealed herself because of herself. The opponent subconsciously suppressed the power. Originally Zaraki was so powerful that he should have become the strongest Shinigami. But because of his own sake, he became like that. From this point of view, she was really guilty. So, in order to be able to make up for Zaraki, in order to be able to fight more happily, Yunohana Retsu learned Kaido from Tenshiro of Kilin Temple. Kaido is Kido for healing. Yunohana Retsu learns Kaido, but it is not to put down the knife in his hand to save the world, but to heal himself and Zaraki so that Zaraki can fight more freely. Later, she voluntarily gave up the name of Kenpachi. After the captain of the first generation of the 4th Division died in battle, she took the initiative to transfer to the 4th Division and became the captain of the medical team. It was because she felt that she was no longer worthy of the name of Kenpachi. There is only one real Kenpachi, and that is Zaraki. Over the years, she has been studying Kaido while secretly waiting for Zaraki to come to Seireitei. Someone like Zaraki will tire of places like Rukongai sooner or later. He is eager to fight, and he will definitely come to Seireitei in order to fight with stronger people. Maybe on that day, she can have a good fight with Zaraki, and maybe please Zaraki. Likewise, pleasing Zaraki is pleasing yourself. Advertisement. However, even for Yunohana Retsu, there are unexpected things. That is, Zaraki will follow Gosuke Shigure into Seireitei and come to himself. Do you want to fight me? Yunohana Retsu thought so. While she was thinking, Zaraki saw Yunohana Retsu clearly. He was also stunned. Some memories from that year suddenly appeared in his mind. So it's you. He recognized Yunohana Retsu. In his long life, Yunohana Retsu was the first time in his life to make him feel the joy of fighting, and since then, in all his years in Rukongai, he has never met anyone who can make him feel happy. He is happy to fight the opponent too. Zaraki didn't expect that not long after he entered Seireitei, he would directly meet that person back then. He subconsciously prepared to swing the knife at Yunohana Retsu. But somehow, it was finally restrained. Seeing that both Yunohana Retsu and Zaraki showed complicated emotions one after another, Gosuke Shigure knew some of the past between them, and immediately understood that they wanted to diverge. In order to prevent the two people from fighting directly, Gosuke Shigure said, Captain Yunohana, it's been a long time gone. Hearing what Gosuke Shigure said, Yunohana Retsu immediately looked away from Zaraki and landed on Gosuke Shigure. Captain Gosuke, long time no see. Is there anything you want to come to the 4th team to find me today? Looking at you, you don't seem to be injured. With a faint smile, she said such words. Sure, Zaraki had her on her mind, but Gosuke was no small thing, too. When the captain was assessed that day, she was the one who personally assessed Gosuke, so she knew better than anyone how powerful Gosuke was. In terms of strength, Gosuke can definitely carry the name of Kenpachi. The more important point is, after the captain's assessment was over, she thought about it, and felt that the kendo used by Gosuke and her in the battle was very familiar. It was an extremely ancient kendo that has been lost now. That somewhat familiar kendo brought back certain memories of Yunohana Retsu. Advertisement. I want to ask Captain Unakana for some personal matters. Gosuke Shigure said calmly. Oh, Yunohana Retsu was very interested. She stared at Gosuke Shigure, waiting for Gosuke Shigure's answer. Gosuke Shigure smiled, and first introduced Zaraki behind him to Yunohana Retsu. His name is Zaraki, and he is a strong man I recruited from Rukongai. Oh, Yunohana Retsu naturally knew about Zaraki, but after hearing that Zaraki was recruited by Gosuke Shigure, he still asked curiously. With the establishment of Spiritual Arts Academy, today's Shinigami are basically created by Spiritual Arts Academy, those who have been cultivated. Few people think about going to Rukongai to recruit strong people, let them become Shinigami, and join Gotei 13. Why did Captain Gosuke think of going to Rukongai to recruit strong men? This question comes from Yunohana Retsu's mouth, but in fact, when she said these words, she was thinking of herself. That was nearly 800 years ago. At that time, the bloody battle with the Quincy division had come to an end because of the captain's efforts to turn the tide. Gotei 13 was first built. She was the first generation Kenpachi. In order to attract enough strong people to join the 11th team went to Rukongai. In the end, They only saw the young man standing among a pile of corpses. When the boy saw her, he swung his knife at her without saying a word. Under normal circumstances, she can easily escape the knife of a young man who has not experienced any practice. But the fact is that she did not escape, but was left with an extremely deep scar by the other party. After that, although she started a battle with the other party, that battle made her extremely happy. But she realized the fact that she was too weak, and she was happy, but Zaraki did not enjoy the joy of fighting, which was intolerable. Because of Gosuke Shigure's words, Hana Retsu thought about these things again. This was already the second time in a short period of time that she thought of the past. It can only be said that Zaraki really left a deep memory on her. Gosuke Shigure replied. Although the vast majority of dead Shendu today are trained from Spiritual Arts Academy, Captain Hana also knows that my 11th squad is a combat team, carrying the task of frontline combat. The Shinigami who came out of the academy, although the ability is also good, but after all, it lacks actual combat. But Rukongai is different, especially the souls in the back area of Rukongai. They often have to fight for a sip of water. This environment makes their combat ability extremely penultimate. And among them, the soul with Shinigami qualifications is a well-deserved gem in the rough. Zaraki is the rough jade I found in Rukongai. 2BK Chapter 43 Studying. Zaraki owns a Zanpakuto, although this Zanpakuto is not from Spiritual Arts Academy, but he can wield this knife, which means he is already a Shinigami. Also, he has great spiritual powers, but he doesn't know how to use the powers to release them and transform them into Ryatsu. But even so, when I was fighting Zaraki, I still found that he unconsciously swung the knife, and the sword pressure was generated. Captain Hana should know how incredible this is. Hana Retsu looked down. Of course she knew what was going on. Even, she knew Zaraki's power earlier than Gosuke Shigure. However, she couldn't say these things at the moment. She clings to Gosuke Shigure's words. That means, he's a born fighter. Yes. Gosuke Shigure nodded. I think so too. Zaraki's strength is very strong. He has not been trained by orthodox Shinigami. With the knife in his hand alone, he is enough to compare with ordinary Shinigami. If he can master the powerful spiritual power in his body and release them through systematic study, it may not be possible in time. It's not another captain-level combat power, maybe he can replace me in the future and become the new Kenpachi. Hearing the word Kenpachi, Hana Retsu couldn't help but glance at Gosuke Shigure, and she became more and more suspicious of whether Gosuke Shigure knew something. Otherwise, what Gosuke Shigure said would always bring back her memories. After thinking about it, Hana Retsu thought it was his own illusion. After all, he had never revealed those things to outsiders, and it was impossible for Gosuke Shigure to know. She smiled and said to Gosuke Shigure, is it captain-level combat power? Captain Gosuke really thinks highly of him. You know, even among Gode 13, there are very few who can become captains. Not to mention carrying the name of Kenpachi. Kenpachi is the title bestowed by the Soul Society on the strongest Shinigami, who can serve as Kenpachi, even among many captains, is the best. Is the rating high? Gosuke Shigure smiled. I don't think it's high at all. Zaraki deserves that rating. Advertisement Hana Retsu also laughed, and then, she asked Gosuke Shigure seriously, Captain Gosuke hasn't revealed his reason for coming yet. Gosuke Shigure was also not polite, and said directly, the first thing, I would like to ask Captain Hana to teach Zaraki the basic abilities of Shinigami like chopping fists and walking ghosts. Let him know some tentative knowledge. Oh, Hana Retsu was a little surprised when she heard this. She asked Gosuke Shigure. Captain Gosuke is a strong man himself, and his accomplishments in chopping, shunpo, and white hits are extremely good. Why don't you teach Zaraki yourself, but let me, a doctor, teach you? Gosuke Shigure said, although Captain Hana is a doctor, in my opinion, he is stronger than many captains. He is a hero in the true sense of the female middle school, and he is a grand master with multiple schools of swordsmanship. His accomplishments are the strongest among the people I have ever seen. More importantly, I learned from Zaraki that Captain Hana had an encounter with Zaraki back then and defeated Zaraki, which undoubtedly means that you and Zaraki are destined. For these reasons, I want you to teach Zaraki. For Kido, it doesn't matter if Zaraki learns it or not. After all, my 11th team tends to attack directly, and the players rarely use Kido. But for the first three, I hope Captain Hana can give him some basic understanding. Listening to Gosuke Shigure's words, Hana Retsu sighed again in his heart. Have I defeated Zaraki? What do you think? Only she knew that the one who really lost that battle was actually her. But Gosuke Shigure's words go so far, and Zaraki's self-seal is also due to her being a weak person. She certainly has an obligation to help Zaraki get back strong. Although for Zaraki, as long as he can awaken his instinct, he can become extremely powerful, and there is no need to learn skills such as chopping fists and walking ghosts at all. But on the other hand, for Zaraki now, if he can learn these, not a way to become stronger. Since Captain Gosuke said so, I'll try to teach Zaraki a lesson. I don't know how much he can learn. Advertisement. In this way, we can get rid of Captain Hana. Gosuke Shigure thanked Hana Retsu. Hana Retsu asked Gosuke Shigure again. Captain Gosuke said the first thing earlier, so what is the second thing? The second thing is that I want to ask Captain Hana to teach me Kaido. Gosuke Shigure said to Hana Retsu. If we say, the first thing is to find a teacher for Zaraki who just joined Gode 13 and teach him some common sense for Shinigami. Then the second thing is about his own private affairs. Unohana Retsu was a little curious. Why did Captain Gosuke think of learning Kaido? Gosuke Shigure. Because Kaido is practical, especially for someone like me. My 11th squad, as a combat team, both the members and the captain, are ready to fight at any time. Since it is a fight, you will be injured. Under normal circumstances, we can wait until the 4th team comes to support, but there are always some emergencies, and the 4th team is too late. So I thought, if I can learn Kaido, can I handle some emergencies by myself? I see, Unohana Retsu understood. Now that she agreed to Gosuke Shigure's teaching Zaraki, she did not refuse Gosuke Shigure's second request. Since Captain Gosuke wants to learn Kaido, I will take the time to teach you. After all, when Tienshiro of Kilin Temple taught Kaido to her, he meant to pass on Kaido thoroughly, because Kaido is not used for Hado and Bakudo, but a means of saving people. It's a pity that over the years, Shinigami are still the same as before. They prefer to pursue power, learn Hado, Bakudo, and few are willing to learn Kaido. Even, in the eyes of many Shinigami, Kaido cannot be used in battle, and is a kind of Kido that is useless. As everyone knows, if you can learn Kaido well, it will actually be more beneficial to the battle, and you can let yourself and your opponent enjoy the battle more happily. Chapter 44 Autumn Water Flows. Even though Unohana Retsu agreed to teach Gosuke Shigure Kaido, that doesn't mean she's really that selfless. In addition to the reason why Gosuke Shigure brought Zaraki here, she also asked Gosuke Shigure a question. I don't know if Captain Gosuke has heard of Shisui-Lu Kendo? A question came from Unohana Retsu. Gosuke Shigure froze when he heard this question. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I didn't expect that after so many years of rebirth, someone still remembers Shisui-Lu, which is really surprising, but if this person is Unohana Retsu, it seems not surprising. After all, Unohana Retsu has lived long enough, and claims to have mastered all schools of Kendo, so it is not surprising that he has been exposed to Shisui-Lu Kendo. Did you find any clues during the captain's assessment earlier? Gosuke Shigure thought so, and on the bright side, he answered this question, I am indeed a Grand Master of Shisui-Lu Kendo. As far as I know, this Kendo is extremely unpopular. Up to now, only a few people still master it. This swordsmanship. I didn't expect that Captain Unohana knew about it. Unohana Retsu said, sure enough. When I was assessing you as the captain that day, I found out that the Kendo you used was very familiar. In retrospect, I just remembered that it was an extremely ancient school of Kendo, Shisui-Lu. This Kendo has declined with the death of the founder more than 1,000 years ago. I thought it had been lost, but now it seems that it has been passed down. Unohana Retsu was a little emotional. As for how the Autumn Water Flow sword art was passed down, Unohana Retsu didn't think much of it either. After all, the identity of that person thousands of years ago was extremely special. Although he had a lot of friends, strictly speaking, he was still a nobleman, and he was also a member of a great nobleman. After his death, some of his admirers chose to pass on the Kendo school he created. After so many years, I was able to see Shisui-Lu Kendo at Captain Gosuke's place. It's really heartbreaking. Unohana Retsu just sighed with emotion. Advertisement. After knowing the origin of the Kendo he used from Unohana Retsu, the doubts in his heart were solved, and Unohana Retsu never asked similar questions again. For some time afterwards, Gosuke Shigure took Zaraki to the 4th team frequently. Zaraki learned the basic skills of Shinigami from Unohana Retsu, a follower of the 4th division, and learned the general knowledge about Shinigami at the same time. In Zaraki's mind, Unohana Retsu is a strong man who once defeated him. He respects Unohana Retsu very much, so he has no intention of resisting Unohana Retsu's teaching. With his own strength, he doesn't mind studying seriously for a while. When Unohana Retsu taught Zaraki, Gosuke Shigure learned Kaido from the vice captain of the 4th division. Although it was not taught by Unohana Retsu himself, it didn't really have much influence on Gosuke Shigure. What he wanted to learn was Kaido. Kaido is also a kind of Kido, and the technique of using it is similar to that of Kido. The Kaido mastered by Unohana Retsu is the same as the Kaido of the vice captain of the 4th division. The only difference is probably the strength of the healing ability displayed. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking about Kaido in the process of learning Kaido from the vice captain of the 4th division. If there are no accidents, the vice captain will not have much time to retire. Because in the memory of Gosuke Shigure, the vice captain of the 4th team was Yamada Seinosuke 100 years ago in the original plot, and then, at the beginning of the plot, it became Katetsu Izan. The 4th division is not a combat team, and the probability of the vice captain dying in battle is not high. Combined with the age of the vice captain in front of him, the biggest possibility is that the other party has retired honorably. Although he slandered in the bottom of his heart, Gosuke Shigure was very serious about learning Kaido. Of course, he is the captain of the 11th team after all. Apart from learning Kaido, he still has to do some missions occasionally. Fortunately, Kaido's study can be interrupted. Although he wanted Zaraki to go into battle immediately and reduce his burden, Gosuke Shigure chose to let Zaraki stay in Unohana Retsu to study for the future. However, the learning process is not all smooth sailing. Boom! A huge roar reverberated, and then the terrifying Ryotsu erupted, setting off an extremely terrifying spiritual storm, and part of the team building of the 4th division was destroyed because of this terrifying spiritual storm. Then, this terrifying Ryotsu spread to the rest of the area centered on the 4th division, and was perceived by many Gode 13 captains. Advertisement. When Gosuke Shigure arrived at the 4th team, he saw the broken 4th team captain's room. On the edge of the ruins, a team leader had already arrived here. What happened? Gosuke Shigure looked at his old acquaintance Kyoraku Shunsui and asked. Kyoraku Shunsui said, I don't know exactly what happened, I just arrived, but this terrifying Ryotsu, I am afraid that the captain performed Bankai in Seireitei. That's it. Gosuke Shigure's eyes flickered, only he knew that this was definitely not Bankai. Although this Ryotsu is terrifying, even surpassing the Ryotsu of the normal Captain Bankai, this is not Bankai. Because this powerful Ryotsu originates from Zaraki. Zaraki, no Bankai. Even the current him, he doesn't even know Zanpakuto's Shikai. It was Unohana Retsu's teachings that Zaraki learned some techniques for using Ryotsu? There is extremely powerful spiritual power in Zaraki's body. If this spiritual power is tapped out, it will explode with such power, and it is not surprising that such a movement will be caused. Just when Gosuke Shigure was thinking, Kyoraku Shunsui said again, Old man Sean has already come here first. At this moment, he doesn't know what to say to Captain Unohana. Maybe he is trying to understand the reason of the matter. Honestly, even I was taken aback when that horrible Ryotsu erupted earlier. Such a terrifying Ryotsu, if it is not restricted, it will cause extremely serious damage if it is shot in Seireitei. However, fortunately, this is the 4th team. If Captain Unohana is here, there shouldn't be any accidents. Kyoraku Shunsui thinks so. In his mind, Unohana Retsu is such a reliable, old-timer. Chapter 45. Shihuan Cicada. While Gosuke Shigure was talking with Kyoraku Shunsui, 2 more figures arrived here. Captain of the 2nd Division, Shihuan Kuchin. Captain of the 13th Division, Jashiro Yukitaki. Shihuan Kongchan is very characteristic of the Shihuan family, with blackened skin. Although he is old, his skills are still agile. As for Jashiro Yukitaki, there is nothing more to say. A sickly look. Master Shihuan, Jashiro, you are here too. Kyoraku Shunsui, as an extremely experienced captain, is very popular and can say a few words to anyone. After seeing these 2, he greeted them immediately. Chunshui, what happened? Jashiro Yukitaki asked curiously. Shihuan Kongchan beside him also looked at Kyoraku Shunsui curiously. Since Jashiro Yukitaki asked the first question, he just needs to wait for the answer. Kyoraku Shunsui sighed, although I came earlier, I honestly don't know what happened. However, according to my speculation with Captain Gosuke, there should be a Shinigami performing Bankai here. Gosuke Shigure didn't expect Kyoraku Shunsui to mention himself. Why did I speculate with Kyoraku Shunsui? Having said that, Gosuke Shigure nodded after Kyoraku Shunsui's words. Yes, that's it. Jashiro Yukitaki frowned slightly upon hearing this. Kyoraku Shunsui knew that his old friend had some thoughts again, so he comforted Jashiro Yukitaki and said, Don't be nervous, old man Sean has arrived first. Jashiro Yukitaki's brows furrowed again. If the captain had already arrived, then there was nothing to worry about. Not to mention, this is the 4th team. In addition to the general captain, there is also Captain Unohana. Advertisement. These 2 are here, no one can make any waves. Due to the captain's reason, several people did not step into it in the end. After waiting for a while, I saw the captain come out from inside. When he saw Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki, Gosuke Shigure, and Shihuan Kongchan, he was also taken aback, and then serious words came out of his mouth. If there is nothing wrong, you can leave here. Captain Yamamoto directly expressed his attitude that strangers should not enter. This attitude surprised Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki and others. But they didn't say much either, just replied, yes. Although I am very curious about what happened in the 4th team, but seeing Captain Yamamoto like this, he is obviously unwilling to tell the truth. That being the case, they can only bury their doubts in their hearts and leave. Gosuke Shigure guessed some truths. It is very likely that Unohana Retsu said something to Commander Yamamoto, which led Captain Yamamoto to help keep the secret. Ordinary people don't know who the previous Ryotsu originated from. Can Gosuke Shigure not know? It is clearly Zaraki, but now the captain's posture seems to be preparing to keep Zaraki's secret, and he doesn't want others to know what is special about Zaraki. After knowing it from the bottom of his heart, Gosuke Shigure didn't say much on the surface. He left the 4th Division with Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki, Shihuan Kongchan and others. After leaving the 4th team, Kyoraku Shunsui offered to propose again. It's rare for the few of us to get together, why don't we go to the bar together? Although Shihuan Kongchan is an old man, the Shihuan family has always been approachable, which is completely different from the Kuchiki family. Moreover, when it comes to age, Shihuan Kongchan may not be older than Kyoraku Shunsui, he just looks older. Hearing this, he immediately smiled and said, since it is the request of the band leader, I naturally have no need to refuse. Jashiro Yukitaki also said softly, I'll just have a few drinks with you. With Shihuan Kuchin and Jashiro Yukitaki agreeing, the pressure fell on Gosuke Shigure. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure felt Kyoraku Shunsui's gaze, so he had to say, I was planning to practice, but you've already said that, it's a bit unreasonable not to drink with you. But I have agreed in advance, this meal, please. When Gosuke Shigure was promoted to captain that day, he was beaten by Kyoraku Shunsui. Now that Kyoraku Shunsui mentioned drinking, it is really unreasonable not to return this meal. Don't worry, this meal is my treat. Kyoraku Shunsui didn't mean to complain, and directly agreed to Gosuke Shigure's request. In the final analysis, besides being the captain of the 8th Division, he is also the head of the upper-level aristocratic Jingle family, so he is not short of money. It's just a drink, and it doesn't cost a lot of money. Soon, the four of them found an izakaya, found a private room inside, and drank wine. Shihuan looked at Kiraku Shunsui and Gosuke Shigure in surprise and said, "This is the first time I know that the relationship between the leader of the Beijing band and the leader of Gosuke is so good. Kiraku Shunsui has a good relationship with Jashiro Yukitaki, and he's no surprise." Both of these two were graduates of Spiritual Arts Academy. They were classmates back then, and later became captains one after another. They have been captains for hundreds of years. The relationship is not intimidating. But he was a little surprised that Gosuke Shigure and Kiraku Shunsui had such a good personal relationship. Kiraku Shunsui explained with a smile, "When Gosuke was still there, I often went to the 11th team to drink with him, familiar. However, even I didn't expect that Tsukiyashiki would lose to Mojo, and then Gosuke defeated Mojo and became the new Kenpachi. Looking at it this way, Gosuke is stronger than Tsukiyashiki." Kiraku Shunsui didn't care about the impact of mentioning the dead Kuwu Wei in front of Gosuke Shigure, because he had drank with Gosuke Shigure many times, and he already knew that Gosuke Shigure had long since ignored the death of Kuwu Wan Kenpachi. When Shihuan Kongshan heard the reason, he also said with some emotion, "Kenpachi is a real hero, he will die in the hands of Mojo, even I never expected." However, as the leader of the Beijing band said, Captain Gosuke can defeat Kenpachi Mojo and become a new Kenpachi. It must be stronger than Tsukiyashiki and Mojo. Therefore, you are also a hero. This glass of wine, let me respect the heroes of the world. While talking, he picked up the wine bowl and toasted Gosuke Shigure directly. Gosuke Shigure showed a shy smile on his face, picked up the wine bowl, and said to Shihuan Kongshan, "Captain Shihuan, you are welcome." Chapter 46. The friendship of the great nobles drink a bowl of wine one after another. Shihuan Kongshan said with emotion again, "Speaking carefully, I didn't have much contact with Captain Gosuke before. Today is the first time I drink with you. Now I know that you are also a bold temper. In the future, we can walk around more. Just move. I'm at Shihuan's house. I don't have anything else, but there are plenty of good wines." Before Gosuke Shigure answered, Kiraku Shunsui took the lead and said, "Captain Shihuan, you don't care about this. We have known each other longer and earlier. You have good wine at Shihuan's house, but you didn't ask me to go, drink." Shihuan Kongshan didn't show any embarrassment, and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, then it's settled. The leader of the Beijing band will also come to my Shihuan's house for a drink." Although in terms of status, the Shihuan family is a great nobleman, while the Jingle family is only a high-ranking nobleman, and their status is lower than that of the Shihuan family, but Kiraku Shunsui cannot stand as the captain of Gode 13, and has been the captain for so many years. Needless to say, for such a strong man, even Shihuan Kongshan didn't dare to show the slightest contempt. On the contrary, the consistent carefree character of the Shihuan family also makes them approachable, willing to make all kinds of strong men, heroes and friends. After speaking with Kiraku Shunsui, Shihuan Kongshan didn't forget to remind Jashiro Yukitaki, "Captain Jashiro will come with you when the time comes." Jashiro Yukitaki is the only honest person here. He always drinks in small sips. Of course, it is also possible that he is not in good health. It's nothing more than waiting for a period of time to recover from the illness. Anyway, he can rest for a long time by taking advantage of his illness, and the whole Gode 13 knows that he is not in good health. At that time, even if he is absent from the captain's meeting or something, no one will care. "I'll be there," Jashiro Yukitaki responded calmly. Shihuan Kaken nodded in satisfaction, and his eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure again. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, "Since it is Captain Shihuan's invitation, I can only be respectful rather than obedient. Captain Shihuan must prepare good wine, and be ready for me to drink up the good wine in your house." Shihuan Kongshan smiled and said, "It would be great if Captain Gosuke could finish the drinks." Advertisement. After all, there are too many drinks in my house, and I can't drink them all by myself. It would be a comforting thing if a few more heroes like Captain Gosuke could drink with me. Quote. Several people, in the izakaya, were drinking wine happily. Among them, Shihuan Kongshan was extremely polite and generous, and even made an appointment with Gosuke Shigure, Kiraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki and others to drink at Shihuan's house. On the one hand, it is because of his character that he is a bold person. On the other hand, of course because of Gosuke Shigure's identity. Gosuke Shigure is the captain of the 11th squad, bearing the name of Kenpachi. Kenpachi is the title given to the strongest Shinigami by the Soul Society. Under normal circumstances, it is the most powerful Shinigami other than the captain who deserves this title. No matter how Gosuke Shigure became Kenpachi. But just because he has this name, it is worth Shihuan Kongshan's friendship with him. In addition to these two reasons, there is actually a more subtle reason. The last reason was said by Kiraku Shunsui when Gosuke Shigure left with Kiraku Shunsui after drinking, when there were only two of them. "Do you know why Captain Shihuan is so polite to you? Want to hear more?" Gosuke Shigure looked at Kiraku Shunsui curiously. Kiraku Shunsui explained. "The Shihuan family, as great nobles, they are the best among the several nobles to get along with. The clansmen of the past generations have a bold temperament, and they are not constrained by their noble status. They are willing to make friends with others. Many minor nobles are willing to attach themselves to the Shihuan family. Captain Shihuan will befriend you so politely, not only because of your own personality, but also because of your captain's status, even if you were a commoner before, but when you become the captain and have the name of Kenpachi, your identity, it's been quite different. Gosuke Shigure's eyes flickered. Advertisement. Of course, these are not the main reasons. The main reason is that Shihuan's family is actually out of business. Captain Shihuan is certainly a strong man. As the leader of Shihuan, his strength, even among the previous leaders of Shihuan, is considered outstanding, but he is already old after all. It's fine if the successor is excellent. But the fact is that his son's qualifications are not good, and he doesn't seem to have enough ability to carry the burden of Shihuan's family. Actually, this kind of situation is not uncommon. Even if you are a nobleman, not every generation of heirs is talented penultimate, but also because of the status of nobles, their heirs must have enough strength to be able to maintain the glory of nobility, maintaining its status. Since the past dynasties, due to the incompetence of their successors, there are not a few nobles who have declined. Captain Shihuan is so willing to befriend you, perhaps because he hopes that you can give the Shihuan family some shelter when the Shihuan family is really in decline. With a strong man like you protecting the Shihuan family, even if the Shihuan family really declines because of the incompetence of the successor, it will not decline to any extent. Gosuke Shigure nodded in understanding. I see. Hiroku Shunsui said again. Of course, I will tell you so much because I want to tell you that Captain Shihuan may have some selfishness, but he is indeed a friend worthy of deep friendship. Don't just because of his selfishness, yes. He has a grudge. Relax, I'm not such a fussy person. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. However, Hiroku Shunsui's words reminded him of some past events. Speaking carefully, even if you are a great nobleman who seems to have everything and has great power, it is not as beautiful as you imagined. In his previous life, he was a member of a great aristocrat, possessing everything that ordinary people did not possess. Relying on the resources of the great nobles, it is easy to have a strong strength. But as far as the ending is concerned, his ending was not good, even bleak. Chapter 47 Seireitei's Sharpest Knife. However, I'm still very curious, why did the leader of the Beijing band tell me this specifically? Gosuke Shigure looked at Hiroku Shunsui curiously again. Hiroku Shunsui said, maybe it's because I'm also a nobleman. Aristocrats are also human beings. In fact, they are no more noble than ordinary people. I told you about the Mocheng family back then. I don't know how you would feel after hearing it. But I want to tell you that the vast majority of nobles are actually good, and you don't have to hate them. That's it. Gosuke Shigure's eyes flickered, but he didn't say much. But from Hiroku Shunsui's words, he still heard some hidden meanings, or some things that hadn't been brought to the surface. For example, the conflict between nobles and commoners. The contradiction between the two existed very early. In the earliest period, they faced each other for a time, but in the end it was because the nobles took the upper hand and eventually became the victor, the real beneficiary of this world. The civilians are forced to stay outside the Seireitei, struggling to survive. However, this world is not the world of nobles after all. Even if they had the greatest advantage, the nobles alone would not be able to keep the world going. They still needed the power of the common people. In order to prevent civilians from threatening their own rights and interests, the nobles made various rules to restrict the civilians. Once commoners entered the Seireitei and became Shinigami, they were forced to submit to the rules. But after all, this is just a rule made by the nobles to protect their own rights and interests. Many rules are not followed by nobles themselves, so don't expect civilians to follow them. From ancient times to the present, there are still many people who try to fight against the rules. Among them, there are many captain-level existences. Do I look like an unruly person? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking. Back to the 11th team. Zaraki did not return. During this period of time, because he learned skills from Unohana Retsu, he basically lived in the 4th team. However, what happened today is obviously the work of Zaraki. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help being curious about what happened that made Captain Yamamoto unwilling to reveal the truth to outsiders. Just when Gosuke Shigure thought so. Among the 4th team, the Captain Yamamoto who has not yet left, blocked batch after batch of captains who rushed here because of curiosity. He was the first person to arrive here after the commotion happened in Team 4 today. Fortunately, he was the first person to arrive here. After knowing the reason of the incident from Unohana Retsu, he just decided to hide today's incident from the rest of the captains to know the truth. When the last captain also left here because of his persuasion, he went to meet Unohana Retsu again. To be precise, it is Zaraki who was learning from Unohana Retsu beside Unohana Retsu. At the beginning, when there was such a movement in the 4th division, Captain Yamamoto also thought that someone carried out Bankai in the 4th division, and then a battle broke out, which caused the 4th division to be destroyed. It wasn't until he met Unohana Retsu that he realized that wasn't the case. The cause of the matter was that when Unohana Retsu was teaching Zaraki, Zaraki released Ryutsu in his body. According to Unohana Retsu, Zaraki is a strong man that Gosuke Shigure, the captain of the 11th team, found from Rukongai. And Zaraki is really good. Has not yet mastered Zanpakuto Shikai, just bursting out of the Ryutsu in the body, has such a powerful force. Unohana Retsu didn't care the slightest bit about the destruction of the 4th division team building. When talking about Zaraki's strength, she was even more complacent. Even if this power is not her own. Captain Yamamoto was also a little surprised after knowing the reason of the matter. Then, he made a decision. That is, he is also teaching Zaraki. What kind of person Unohana Retsu is, he knows very well, since Unohana Retsu said that Zaraki is so powerful, it must be true. Such a rough jade cannot be taught by Unohana Retsu alone. This has not yet mastered Shikai, but has such a powerful Ryutsu. If he awakens Zanpakuto, masters Bankai, and learns the strongest swordsmanship and white hits abilities at the same time, he may not be able to become another top combat power of Gotei 13 in the future. What Unohana Retsu taught Zaraki inspired Captain Yamamoto to become a teacher. 1800 years ago, he founded a sect and accepted many apprentices, and later became the first principal of Spiritual Arts Academy. It can be said that under the serious appearance of Captain Yamamoto, there is actually a teacher's heart hidden. After a while, go to the old man, and the old man will teach you a more powerful sword. Advertisement. Oh, Zaraki glanced at Captain Yamamoto in disbelief. In his opinion, Captain Yamamoto is just a bad old man. Why can he teach himself a more powerful way of swordsmanship? Although Unohana Retsu was a little surprised by Yamamoto's captain's decision, it is a fact that Zaraki has become stronger through learning. She explained to Zaraki. This is Yamamoto Genryusai, who is also the captain of Gotei 13. He is the most powerful Soul Society. Shinigami. It is your honor that he is willing to teach you. The most powerful Shinigami. Zaraki's eyes lit up when he heard this. The most important thing is that Unohana Retsu has said so. Of course he should not say anything to refuse, since she has said so. I will study with you for a while. Judging from Zaraki's previous style, he is obviously a rebellious person. But this rebellious person appeared so docile in front of Unohana Retsu, which inevitably surprised Captain Yamamoto. The wily man immediately realized that there might be some stories in it. But he didn't say much. At the same time, a suggestion was made to Unohana Retsu. Zaraki's Ryutsu is too powerful. He can't control such a powerful Ryutsu well. If you have time, you can go to the 12th division and ask Captain Hakafuna to make some Ryutsu restraining devices so that he can better master your own Ryutsu. Unohana Retsu nodded. I will. Afterwards, the captain left the 4th team, and about the incident of the 4th team, it didn't take long before there was a more official statement. That is, Captain Unohana is trying to create a new Kido recently, because he did not control Ryutsu well, which caused the 4th team to be damaged. Such rhetoric is of course unconvincing, but it can't stand the verification of the captain. Ever since, even if there are other secrets in it, everyone has to believe it. Of course, having said that, this is only the statement given to Gotei 13 by the captain. When facing Central 46, Captain Yamamoto gave another set of rhetoric. Central 46 is composed of nobles from the Soul Society. Although they have power, they are not too powerful. The matter of the 4th team is not big or small. But today, the team building of the 4th division can be destroyed, and tomorrow, there will be wild people daring to attack Central 46. This kind of thing must be observed. Fortunately, Captain Yamamoto gave a satisfactory answer in time. The destruction of the 4th squad was not a bad incident, but an accident. It was Unohana Retsu who was teaching a Shinigami who had the appearance of a strong man. If taught properly, that person would become the sharpest knife in Gotei 13. Chapter 48 Emergency, Captain Meeting. Since the establishment of the Central 46 system, in the long years, the members of Central 46 have changed how many times? The captain of Gotei 13 is also constantly changing. There are only 2 captains who have survived since the founding of the Gotei 13 team. One is the General Captain Yamamoto Genryusai, and the other is Unohana Retsu. Don't look at the current Unohana Retsu as the captain of the 4th team, but before she became the captain of the 4th team, her identity was not that simple. She was 1st generation Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th team of the 1st generation. These secrets are unknown to ordinary people. But how can the members of Central 46 not know? Since this is something that Unohana Retsu has decided, there is General Captain Yamamoto Genryusai as a surety. This matter, just like that, came to an end. Of course, Captain Yamamoto said so. Zaraki, since then, has also been the focus of Central 46. If the other party can really become the sharpest knife to protect Seireitei in the future, such a person must be taken care of and cultivated well. When Captain Yamamoto reported Zaraki to Central 46, Unohana Retsu also took Zaraki to the 12th team. Hakafuna Kiryu made a set of Ryutsu limiter for Zaraki. The Ryutsu limiter made by Hikuri Boat Kiryu is different from the Ryutsu limiter made by Kuritsuchi Mayuri in the original book. It is not blindfold. Rather, it is a well-made bracelet. On the wrist, there are several gear adjustments. The highest gear can suppress Zaraki's Ryutsu by 80%. The lowest level is to completely lift the restrictions. This is somewhat similar to the limited seals performed by Shinigami above the vice captain level to the present world. Because the Shinigami Ryutsu of the vice captain level and above is too powerful, the world as a tool cannot carry such a powerful Ryutsu in this world, so this kind of Shinigami at the level of level need to seal Ryutsu when they go to the present world. Only when there is an unavoidable situation, can the limited release be performed. Generally, the power of a Shinigami above the vice captain level in the present world can only be used in the Soul Society, 1/5. And Zaraki, because Ryutsu is too powerful, had to be sealed in Seireitei. in addition to the Ryutsu restriction device. Hakafuna Kiryu also considered that Zaraki Ryutsu is too powerful, and his spiritual sense, that is, his ability to perceive spiritual power is extremely weak, and it is difficult to delicately control spiritual power, so he made a set to assist him in perceiving spiritual power. Installation. Advertisement. This is similar to what Kuretsuchi Mayuri made in the original book. By putting Zaraki's hair into small bundles, each bundle has a small bell that can sense spiritual power, and use the small bell to help Zaraki perceive spiritual power. Although Zaraki has some opinions about changing his hairstyle. But after seeing his new look clearly, Zaraki's dissatisfaction disappeared again. Because he found that his new look is not bad, it is quite in line with his aesthetics. As Gosuke Shigure brought Zaraki into Seireitei, recently, Seireitei has become more lively because of Zaraki, either directly or indirectly. However, this enthusiasm is also temporary. Along with Zaraki learning kendo with Captain Yamamoto, he was kicked out of the team by Captain Yamamoto within half a day. All the excitement turned into a farce, and it came to an abrupt end. No one knows why Captain Yamamoto made such a big fuss. Obviously at Unohana Retsu that day, he still believed that Zaraki was a rare jade in the rough, so he came up with the idea of teaching Zaraki himself. But it was after he taught Zaraki himself. In just half a day, Zaraki was expelled. What happened in it, no one knows. All in all, when Zaraki was kicked out of the team by the captain had no interest in Zaraki. Fortunately, Unohana Retsu is as patient as ever, and she still teaches Zaraki. Since Zaraki brought the Ryutsu limiter, he will not destroy any buildings because of the sudden explosion of Ryutsu. When Unohana Retsu was teaching Zaraki, Gosuke Shigure also came to the fourth team to learn Kaido from time to time. The days of ease passed slowly. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. I haven't waited for Gosuke Shigure to drink wine from Shihuen Kuchin's house. A sudden accident happened. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. There was a crisp knocking sound, and hell butterflies fluttered among the various teams. The voice of Captain Yamamoto sounded along with the sound of hell butterfly, and fell into the ears of the captains and vice captains. All the team captains and vice captains come to the team immediately to hold a captain meeting. There is something extremely urgent. Usually, Captain Yamamoto said something was extremely urgent, so it was obviously not a small matter. Ever since, among the fan teams, Gosuke Shigure, who had just found new fun recently, was flipping through a magazine called Seireitei Correspondence Collection, and could only put down the magazine in his hand angrily, and went to the first team. Although Zaraki has improved a lot recently, Gosuke Shigure does not intend to make him the vice captain just yet. After all, promotion requires a process. Such an overnight achievement will inevitably make the rest of the team members have opinions. Therefore, the 11th team still has no vice captain. When Gosuke Shigure came to the first team, the captains of the other teams came with their own vice captains, and Gosuke Shigure seemed more and more alone. Gosuke Shigure has little interest in the vice captain of the rest of the squad. Even the vice captain of the 4th division who taught him Kaido, and Chojiro Sasaki, the vice captain of the 1st division who has been in the position of vice captain from the beginning of the team's establishment until now. There was only one person who made him take a closer look and was a little concerned. Vice captain of the 5th squad, Aizen Sosuke. Aizen is the newly appointed vice captain of the 5th team. With the promotion of the former vice captain Hiroko Shinji to become the captain, Aizen, who is the 3rd seat, has become the vice captain because of his outstanding ability. He wears glasses and looks very elegant. At this time, he looked younger and immature than he in the original book. I don't know if Aizen has started his various experiments during this time period. Gosuke Shigure glanced at Aizen, then looked away, thinking to himself. When Gosuke Shigure glanced at Aizen, Aizen didn't care. He followed behind Hiroko Shinji with his head slightly lowered, looking very respectful. His eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. All the vice captains at this moment only regard Aizen as a follower of Hiroko Shinji, and they will never know what kind of great things this man will do in the future. Chapter 49 Those who try to break the balance. Gosuke, how are you doing these days? Jashiro, aren't you recovering from your illness? You're here too. Captain Hiko is getting more and more beautiful. Long time no see, Captain Shihuen. Quote. Before the captain's meeting, the captains of Gote 13 certainly wouldn't just wait without saying a word. After all, they are all colleagues, and their purpose is to protect Seireitei, maintain the order of the Soul Society, and protect the balance of the 3 realms. After the captains met, they inevitably greeted each other. Although they are both in the Seireitei, in the past, there were not many opportunities for all the captains to gather and meet each other like this. After everyone met, they exchanged a few pleasantries one after another. Among them, Hiroku Shunsui, who is a social butterfly, can chat with anyone. In addition to his long time as captain, there is also his status as a nobleman. As an aristocrat, he can naturally talk to the captains born of great nobles such as Shihuen and Kuchiki, and he is easygoing, never complacent about his status as a nobleman, and he is also very popular among the captains born in the common people. Small talk all the way. Go through the long corridor. Finally, they came to the spacious team head room. This is the conference room where captain meetings are usually held. Since Gosuke Shigure took over as the captain of the 11th team, it was the first time to participate in the captain's meeting, which inevitably seemed a bit novel. After coming here, the 12 captains stood up one after another, and their respective vice captains stood behind the captain. Gosuke Shigure is alone because he has no vice captain. After waiting for a while. Advertisement. Captain Yamamoto came here with heavy steps, and the crutch in his hand tapped lightly on the wooden floor. Boom. A dull voice sounded. All the captains became serious. Based on what Captain said when he summoned many captains to hold a captain's meeting, today's captain's meeting may not be as simple as a routine meeting. Captain Yijo, tell me. Leaning on crutches, Captain Yamamoto's eyes fell on Hikafuna Kiryu, motioning for Hikafuna Kiryu to come and tell. Hikafuna Kiryu stepped forward, and the two groups in front of him swayed, bringing a wave, which was extremely eye-catching. As a normal man, many captains in the field couldn't help but glanced a few times. Gosuke Shigure also glanced at it, and couldn't help but think of the scene when Hikafuna Kiryu first appeared in the original book. At that time, she had been promoted to Team Zero for more than 100 years. She has also changed from a beautiful woman with a strong figure to a tank with an even stronger figure. Press F to enter tank mode. Of course, she will turn into a tank when she has to, in order to accumulate Ryutsu to meet the consumption of cooking that contains soul essence. Although there is a reason, but just because she did not hesitate to destroy her perfect figure for this matter, Gosuke Shigure respects Hikashu Kiryu as a talent. Hikafuna Kiryu naturally didn't know Gosuke Shigure's wild thoughts. She stepped forward and told everyone the reason of the incident. Through my 12th team's monitoring of Hueco Mundo, the present world, and Soul Society, I found that recently in the present world the number of ghosts that appear is getting smaller and smaller. No, not only in this world, but even the number of ghosts that were newly born in Hueco Mundo recently is getting smaller and smaller. As soon as this remark came out, several veteran captains immediately frowned. They obviously knew the seriousness of the matter. As for some younger captains, they expressed doubts. Hiroko Shinji, the new captain of the 5th Division, immediately asked curiously, Miss Kiryu, the number of ghosts has decreased, isn't it a good thing? Hoid devours souls and destroys the stability of the world. One of the duties of our Shinigami is to get rid of hollow. Behind Hiroko Shinji, Aizen was also very curious after hearing Hikafuna Kiryu's words. At this moment, Aizen, although he is also very strong, has not reached the level of the future after all. Similarly, he is completely ignorant of many secrets, but he is still very smart. After hearing Hiroko Shinji's words, Hikafuna Kiryu sighed. Hiroko, before answering your question, I have to correct you a little bit. Shinigami's duty is not to get rid of the void, but to purify the void. Advertisement. Shu is a fallen soul, and the Shu killed by Zanpakuto will be purified and turned back to the original soul. Some weak Shu will turn into souls and come to Rukongai and become one of the residents of Rukongai 1, and the powerful Shu, after purification, because his spiritual power is too strong, his soul will go to hell. And on this issue, I have to talk about the relationship between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. I know, in the eyes of many of you, Hueco Mundo is a place of chaos and disorder, and the hollows in it are extremely evil existences. They are always threatening the Soul Society, the world, and there are many Shinigami and Hollow died in the battle, but since the establishment of Gotei 13, we have only been purifying those transboundary voids, but never thought of completely destroying Hueco Mundo. All this is for balance. Balance. Hiroko Shinji was puzzled. The Vice Captain Aizen behind him stared. He consciously heard a very crucial clue. If you can figure out the reason, maybe you can get one step closer to the truth of the world. Miss Kiryu, I don't understand, what is balance? Hiroko Shinji became more and more curious. Hikafuna Kiryu still needs to explain. Boom. There was another dull sound of crutches hitting the ground, and Captain Yamamoto's words echoed in Hikafuna Kiryu's ears, Captain Hikafuna. Hikafuna Kiryu heard Captain Yamamoto's reminder, and immediately understood that he couldn't say anything further. If you explain to everyone what balance is, then it is inevitable that you will talk about the reason for balance, and then trace back to the origin of this world. Talking about the King of Spirits is undoubtedly an active violation of taboos. If it's just in front of the captain, it's fine. Although the existence of Team Zero is a secret, many captains still know about it. But in today's captain meeting, many vice captains were called over. These secrets are not for the vice captains to know. Hence, Hikafuna Kiryu resolutely closed his mouth. Captain Yamamoto took Hikafuna Kiryu's words and continued. Captain Hikafuna said earlier that when we Shinigami kill Shu, it is actually a purification of Shu. Those who are profoundly empty will be thrown into hell. You don't need to know the reason for all this, but you just need to know that we Shinigami are maintaining the order and balance of this world. However, recently, through the monitoring of the 12th Division, it was found that some remnants tried to break the balance. Chapter 50. Annihilating the Quincy Division. Destroyer. Captain Yamamoto did not explain what happened to Shu after Shinigami killed Shu like Hikafuna Kiryu, nor did he explain what balance is. He directly stated the purpose of calling many captains and vice captains here. That is, the Quincy Master. Hearing these three words, all the captains and vice captains in the field all became condensed. At this moment, more than 700 years, nearly 800 years have passed since the battle that year. However, in the teaching materials of Spiritual Arts Academy, Quincy is still mentioned from time to time, and they are regarded as negative teaching materials. That's what it says in the textbook. About hundreds of years ago, the Quincy was ambitious and aggressively invaded the Soul Society, intending to subvert the three realms, break the balance, and destroy everything. In the end, under the command of Captain Yamamoto, the Quincy was defeated by Shinigami. Captain Yamamoto guards the Soul Society. Then, the team that followed Captain Yamamoto to protect the Soul Society was renamed Gote 13. Gote 13 is an organization established to protect the Soul Society and protect the world order. It turned out to be them. It's really troublesome. Hiroku Shunsui said in a deep voice. Didn't the captain already kill the leader of the Quincy? Captain Yamamoto said in a deep voice. The old man did kill the leader of the Quincy back then, but the Quincy did not perish because of this, and the remaining Quincy fled to the present world. Originally, the old man didn't put them in his eyes, but it was just a little leftover. However, what the old man didn't expect was that after hundreds of years of reproduction in this world, this group of remnants actually has the potential to revive. Anyone killed by the Quincy master will turn into spirit particles and completely dissipate between the heaven and the earth, and will no longer turn into the original soul. If things go on like this, the number of souls in the world will become less and less, and the whole world will be destroyed. It would be completely out of balance. The decrease in the number of ghosts in this world and Hueco Mundo is now confirmed to be the work of the Quincy master. After Captain Yamamoto told the reason for the incident, immediately, orders for Central 46 began to be issued. Advertisement. It was unanimously determined by Central 46 that the existence of Quincy has seriously threatened the stability of this world. Their existence has disrupted the balance. Therefore, Central 46 issued an order to Gote 13 to annihilate Quinn. Hearing the word, annihilation, the faces of all the captains changed slightly, and they were awed by it. Some vice captains thought that they had heard wrongly, but they never expected that Captain Yamamoto would say such words. Just because Central 46 believes that Quincy is a threat, it is too cruel to completely erase the group of Quincy from the world. Someone wanted to speak, but when the words came to his lips, he still didn't say them. Those who can become the vice captain will naturally not be so naive. You know, this is a decision made by Central 46, even if they express their opposition, it will not help. They just couldn't accept the annihilation of entire groups of Quincies. After Captain Yamamoto read out the order of Central 46, he explained his tasks to the major teams. Among them, the first team, in this case, naturally will not be dispatched. The second squad is the criminal army, which is responsible for executions and assassinations. This unit is mainly aimed at all kinds of illegal activities in the Soul Society, and it is impossible to deal with the Quincy division. Not to mention the third team, it is an emergency reserve team to deal with emergencies, and at the same time to supplement the dead members of the other teams during the war. The first three teams are standing still, and everything is business as usual. When it comes to the fourth division, Captain Yamamoto has just begun to distribute tasks. Squad 4 is ready to treat Shinigami injured in battle at any time. After all, it is necessary to annihilate the Quincy. Even after the great battle that year, the Quincy has been seriously injured. But after all, hundreds of years have passed since that great war, and after hundreds of years of reproduction, no one knows how much strength the current Quincy group has recovered. In the process of fighting the Quincy, Shinigami will inevitably be injured and even die. The purpose of the establishment of the 4th Division is to deal with the casualties that occur during the battle. The 5th Division is ready to transport the wounded and rescue the injured team members. Advertisement. For the 6th team, just skip it. The 6th team is the noble team, and it is the representative of the nobles in Gote 13. If the 2nd team is the sharp blade in the hands of the nobles, then the 6th team is the strongest shield in the hands of the nobles. The meaning of their existence is protect the interests of the nobility. The 7th Division is the Imperial Guards of the General Corps. It can be regarded as directly belonging to the 1st Division, that is, the subordinates of the General Division. They are responsible for assisting the 1st Division to suppress the rebellion. Fan Team, maintain the order of the Seireitei, and ensure that there will be no turmoil in the Soul Society during the annihilation of the Quincy. The 8th Division, as an intelligence team. Captain Yamamoto looked at Hiroku Shunsui and gave the order, collect all information about the Quincy as soon as possible to determine the changes in the Quincy over the past few hundred years. Over the centuries, some of the fighting styles of the Shinigami have changed, and Captain Yamamoto is not sure if the Quincy has changed their fighting styles as well. In other words, the previous information is somewhat outdated. The 9th Division, as a security team, their task is to prepare for early warning at any time. If the situation is not good, they will issue an early warning to Gote 13 so that Gote 13 can respond to all emergencies in advance. The 10th Division is a secret service unit, and their mission is to assist the 8th Division to investigate information about the Quincy Division. The 12th Division is a technical team. In addition to continuing to monitor the number of Hueco Mundo in the real world, it must also be prepared to provide support to combat troops at any time. The 13th Division, as a purification team, most of its members are stationed in the present world, purifying the void in the present world, and at the same time leading the soul to the Soul Society. Existing Quincy masters all exist in this world. Therefore, the duty of the 13th Division is to meet the Shinigami troops who are going to destroy the Quincy Division. So, which one was the unit that annihilated the Quincy? Of course the 11th team. As the 11th team of the combat team, only they are capable of this kind of thing. Captain Gosuke, I leave it to you.
Looking at Gosuke Shigure, Captain Yamamoto said solemnly.
Chapter 51. The present world, the Edo period. Gosuke Shigure returned to the 11th team and talked to the members of the 11th team about the task assigned by the captain. Although it was a surprise that the enemy was a Quincy. But the 11th team did not show any attitude. Comparatively speaking, the 11th squad, which is a fighting squad, knows better than many dead Shendu that when they join the 11th squad, their only duty is to fight. As for whether the target of the battle is Shu or Quincy, they don't have to think about it. Just need to know that this is their mission. Gosuke Shigure also understands this truth. Whether the Quincy is good or bad, when Central 46 decides to get rid of them, he, the captain of the combat team, can only do so. After several days of preparation, the large portals specially prepared to annihilate the combat units of the Quincy division are ready. Gosuke Shigure, with a group of elites specially drawn from the 11th squad, came to the crossing gate, ready to go. Although it is said to destroy the Quincy division, it is not worth dispatching all the Shinigami of the 11th division. Some young Shinigami have insufficient combat experience. At this time, letting them fight the dangerous Quincy division is basically courting death. Therefore, this task was undertaken by the chief executive of the 11th team and some elite experts. The remaining ordinary soldiers stayed in the Soul Society. It's worth mentioning because the Quincy incident happened so suddenly. Zaraki also temporarily stopped his studies with Yuno Hanaretsu and joined the battle for the first time as a member of the 11th squad. Set off. Looking back, I glanced at the Shinigami of Team 11. Gosuke Shigure said something. In response to Shinigami, they stepped into the world transmitting gate one after another. Advertisement between the Soul Society and the real world, Hueco Mundo, there is a broken world. Even if you go to the real world through the world transmitting gate, you have to go through the broken world. The situation in the broken world is extremely complicated. If you are not careful, you may lose your way. Fortunately, the Soul Society has the Hell Butterfly, an ancient creature specially bred for its use. Under the guidance of the Hell Butterfly, Gosuke Shigure and his party arrived in the present world in an orderly manner. In this world, we are currently in the Edo period. This is also the last period of the samurai feudal era in the history of the island nation. In this era, the biggest feature is that the status of samurai has improved significantly. The power of the island country in the Heian period was controlled by the imperial court, so the nobles were the class that dominated society. In the eyes of the nobles at that time, samurai were low-status old men, so the nobles looked down on samurai. However, the power of samurai in the late Heian period became stronger, and the dominance of the court weakened, so the court would have pressure when facing high-ranking samurai. Since the real status of samurai is not high, high-ranking samurai will use the general position certified by the court to enhance their authority. In the Edo period, the Tokugawa shogunate was powerful enough to formulate the court system, and the dignitaries of the court all depended on the shogunate's face. The samurai essentially became the dominant class in the society of this era. The privilege of the samurai in the Edo period was to wear a sword, have a surname, and directly draw a sword to kill civilians with bad attitudes and disrespect for the samurai. During the Edo period, commoners would avoid samurai when walking on the road. Because if you accidentally bump into a samurai, it is embarrassing for the samurai, and it is tantamount to disrespecting the society. The samurai has the right to kill the other party directly. When Gosuke Shigure came to the world in response to Shinigami, he first saw a lot of arrogant and domineering samurai wearing swords in the streets. Wherever they passed, civilians avoided. Shinigami, who has an 11th team, expressed emotion immediately. It's somewhat similar to Soul Society. Although they all carry knives, they are not Shinigami after all. Gosuke Shigure replied to this person. The rest of the Shinigami nodded. Compared to this group of people with knives, our biggest enemy right now is those who use bows and arrows. Quincy, like Shinigami, takes eradicating the void as its own responsibility. It seems that the responsibility is the same, but in fact it is a profession on two different lines, and it is destined not to reach the same goal by different routes. Shinigami Zansu is to purify Shu into the original soul. Even if Shu's soul is broken, those soul fragments can be reorganized into a new soul, and then reincarnated. But the Quincy is different. The Quincy is a complete annihilation, turning Zuki into the first spirit son. This is killing virtuality from the root. Although Shu is very evil, it is also transformed by the soul after all. If things go on like this, the number of souls in this world will become less and less, and then become unbalanced and collapse. Regarding this point, before deciding to declare war on the Quincy and destroy the existing Quincy, the Seireitei had already explained it to all Shinigami of Gote 13. Advertisement. It can also be regarded as letting all the Shinigami understand the evil of the Quincy and understand why they fight. In addition, the information about the Quincy division was also learned by many Shinigami of the 11th division. The weapons of the Quincy masters are bows and arrows, and their move is called Holy Miserable Arrow, which is an ability to gather spirit seeds and launch them out as bows and arrows. This is also one of the unique abilities of Quincy, that is, manipulating spirit particles. Shu's ability is to devour spirits, and through devouring, he can continuously strengthen his body. Shinigami continuously strengthens its own Ryutsu by absorbing the spirit particles in the air, and then uses the Ryutsu in the body. The Quincy is not the case. He does not have too powerful Ryutsu himself, but he can manipulate and borrow the spiritual power from the outside world. The difference between him and Shinigami is that one is external and the other is internal.
Is it Captain Gosuke and his colleagues from the 11th Squad? Just beside Gosuke Shigure and many elite Shinigami of Team 11, a young voice sounded from the side. An ordinary-looking Shinigami wearing a black Shiba suit came here, looked at Gosuke Shigure and the others, and said with some trepidation, I am the 16th seat of the 13th Division, Kosuke Aoyama, and I am also stationed in Edo Shinigami of the city.
Hello. Gosuke Shigure also greeted him after listening to the other party's self-introduction. Kosuke Aoyama said again, Captain Jashiro has already told me about the specific matters through Hell Butterfly, and I have already prepared accommodation for my colleagues.
It's time to work. Although he is preparing to eradicate the Quincy, Gosuke Shigure does not intend to go to war at the beginning, of course he has to settle down in the present world first.
Soon, under the leadership of Kosuke Aoyama, Gosuke Shigure and others went to a residential area in Edo Castle. With the help of the unique means of the Soul Society, the humans in this area have temporarily fallen asleep, and then they were concentrated and settled in other places first. After that, it will become a temporary base for Gosuke Shigure and others. Chapter 52. The Quincy Master who bows for Domi. Nearly 800 years ago, under the leadership of its leader, the Quincy invaded the Soul Society, and was finally defeated by the captain and all his colleagues from first generation Godei 13. After that battle, the Quincies were severely injured, and for hundreds of years since then, Godei 13 has continued to eliminate the remaining Quincies in the Soul Society. The group of Quincies has completely disappeared from the Soul Society. Among them, some descendants of the Quincy still survive. Because the power of Quincy is extremely weak in this world, Seireitei didn't take them seriously, as one thing. However, no one thought that after hundreds of years of reproduction, the Quincies in this world would finally multiply and grow stronger. After entering this era called Edo in this world, the Tokugawa family is in control. The imperial court and the emperor all depend on the Tokugawa family's winking. The imperial court and the emperor have long been dissatisfied with the Tokugawa family, but there is nothing they can do. However, warriors are just ordinary people after all. Since Tokugawa Ieyaji became the 10th shogun, strange things have happened frequently in Edo Castle. Now, it is no longer the Heian era, and Yin-Yang Liao has long since declined. These frequent strange incidents are helpless. At this moment, a group of beings who call themselves Quincy appeared. They showed great strength to Tokugawa Ieyaji, and they quickly rose to high positions. According to the investigation, the strange events in Edo Castle can be basically determined to be a play directed and performed by the Quincy masters themselves. They used special bait to lure the Hueco Mundo's ghosts, and then killed them and sent them to the audience. The shogun showed his strength. Edo Castle, among the temporary strongholds of Gosuke Shigure and others. After Gosuke Shigure stayed in this world for a while, he received information from the Soul Society. This information was delivered by the 8th Division. But it wasn't investigated by the 8th Division alone. During this process, the 12th Division, the 13th Division, and even the 10th Division all contributed. It can only be said that this group of Quincy Masters in the present world is not the group of Quincy Masters hidden in the Invisible Empire after all. They don't know that the present world has been under the surveillance of the Soul Society. Nothing can be hidden from the eyes of the Soul Society. After reading the information and thinking of the Invisible Empire, Gosuke Shigure frowned slightly again.
According to the original book, Juhabok did not regain his heartbeat until 900 years after the battle, and 90 years later he regained consciousness.
That is to say, at this moment, Juhabok has not yet woken up. If it is possible, before Juhabok wakes up, he can solve the trouble of the Invisible Empire first. Advertisement let them hide in the shadow of the Soul Society all the time, and everything I do is observed by the group of Quincy Masters, which is not a problem. This feeling is still quite awkward. However, the most important thing right now is to get rid of these Quincies in this world. From this point of view, it seems that this group of Quincies is nothing to worry about. It's just a group of craftsmen who have to flatter the rich and powerful in order to make a living. In order to be able to be reused, he did not hesitate to show his abilities to the powerful. The Quincy Master, you've already fallen. Gosuke Shigure thought so. Edo Castle, since Tokugawa Ieyasu, who ended the Sengoku era, took office here as the Admiral Army and established the shogunate, it has become the capital of this country and continues to this day. Even today, although the emperor still lives in Kyoto, the real capital is indeed here. In this era, all existence in this country depends on the face of the shogunate.
Among them was the emperor. Therefore, from this point of view, it was a very clear decision for the Quincy to choose to attach itself to the shogunate Admiral Army instead of the emperor. Because of the hollow deliberately attracted by Quincy, there was a great commotion in Edo Castle. In particular, ordinary people can't see the spiritual body, can't see the existence of the void. Only to find that everything around was destroyed by invisible forces, which became even more terrifying. Even if Tokugawa Ieyaji is in the Admiral Army of the shogunate, in the final analysis, he is also an ordinary person, and he will also have fear. In such a situation, the appearance of the Quincy Master seemed to grab him a life-saving straw. Then, after Quincy solved these frequent strange things, they became the guests of Tokugawa Ieyaji and received the best hospitality. In a spacious house. Advertisement: a middle-aged man with long hair and wearing a kimono drank fine wine and praised a man next to him who looked like a stinger. Sugiura, your idea is really good. This wine is much better than the poor quality wine we bought ourselves. From now on, we are also masters. Sugiura smiled and said,
Where, I just think that group of warriors, just a group of ordinary people, can be arrogant and domineering, but since we have mastered a powerful force, why should we hide it? We should use this power, living the life of a master. That's right, that's it. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier said so. In the house, besides these two people, there were many Quincies. These Quincy masters are all dressed in the costumes of this era. He has long hair, a ponytail, and wears a kimono. When the two were talking, some people also raised objections, but won't the matter of us attracting so many ghosts and killing them attract those guys' attention? Hearing the word, those guys, Sugiura, and the middle-aged man's eyes all became condensed. No way. We've been here for so many years, and they haven't done anything to us. They shouldn't come here for such a trivial matter. Someone comforted himself. Some people said harshly, it's just Shinigami, do we really think we are afraid of them?
This Quincy is also a bad-tempered person. He was a little bit contemptuous of his companions who only dared to say, those guys, and directly revealed the true identities of those guys.
Just after his words were finished. Suddenly, the Yi and Quincy sensed something at the same time, and all looked sideways.
All I saw was a group of figures in Black Death suits who came here quietly at some point. Because of the thinness of spirit seeds in this world, Shinigami can stand in the sky.
The Shinigami, headed by Gosuke Shigure, stood in midair looking down at the Quincy from a high position.
Gosuke Shigure's eyes fell on the face of the violent Quincy. You said, aren't you afraid of us? Chapter 53. The Butcher's Knife Swing at the Quincy.
No one thought that as soon as they mentioned Shinigami, Shinigami really appeared in front of them.
All the Quincy masters here were stunned. In the end, the violent Quincy said coldly, Shinigami, why should I be afraid of you? Although we were the ones who lost that battle back then, after all, so many years have passed, if we fight again, we may not know who will win. For many Shinigami, especially young Shinigami, if they don't study hard, they don't read the history textbooks of Spiritual Arts Academy, and they don't even know about the battle that year.
Not so with the Quincy. As losers, they have always remembered the events of that battle deeply. It was an extremely humiliating battle for their group.
It was that battle that they lost. For hundreds of years, they have lived a precarious life. Although they possess extremely powerful power, they need to avoid Shinigami at all times to prevent being discovered by Shinigami. They have had enough of these days. With great power, many clansmen died because of poverty. It is also for this reason that after Sugiura proposed to use his strength to exchange money and wealth from the admiral army of the Shogunate, they agreed one after another, and then came to Edo Castle. According to Sugiura's suggestion, they have indeed gained wealth and power now.
But I didn't expect it, and I haven't waited for them to enjoy it for a while. Here comes the goddamn Shinigami. Really? Since you have said so, I will give you a chance.
A grim smile formed on the corners of Gosuke Shigure's mouth.
In the next moment, with a movement of his body, he slashed out with a single blow.
The Quincy who spoke the words couldn't react in time, and was directly slashed by Gosuke Shigure, and then his life was cut off, and he died.
Yangshan. Seeing his companion fall to the ground, blood gushing out, the rest of the Quincy were immediately furious and exclaimed. Then they also realized that this group of sudden Shinigami comers were not kind. Kill them. Advertisement. Although the events of the past hundreds of years have left a fearful and powerful impression on the minds of the Quincy masters, they are not just waiting to die, especially the group of Quincy masters who came to Edo Castle are all ambitious generation.
The Quincy masters opened their spiritual bows one after another. Under the control of the Quincy masters, the spiritual arrows condensed and shot towards Gosuke Shigure and the other Shinigami. Whoosh! Arrows pierced through the air. Gosuke Shigure and the 11th team Shinigami behind him are not vegetarian either. The 11th squad, as a special fighting squad, the quality of its members is far above that of the rest of the squad, so it can be said that there are many strong ones.
Long before the Lingzi arrows flew, everyone cast Shunpo one after another to avoid it. Then, he waved Zanpakuto, approaching Quincy's body with Shunpo, trying to kill Quincy.
But Shinigami has the footwork of Shunpo, and Quincy has countermeasures.
Some powerful Quincy immediately used the flying side kick. This is the high-speed movement footwork exclusive to the Quincy master. By adjusting the flow of spiritual particles under the feet, the purpose of high-speed movement is achieved. If you use it skillfully, it is even faster than Shunpo. The purpose of flying in Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, from this point of view, flying sickle is indeed more advanced than Shunpo. But not all Quincy masters have practiced the flying sickle kick to a very proficient level. Some people use the flying sickle kick to avoid Shinigami's slash, and some Quincy masters can't dodge it, and they are directly chopped by Shinigami's Zanpakuto. However, it has to be said that after hundreds of years of reproduction, there are still many strong people emerging from the Quincy group. Some even hurt the Shinigami. For a moment, the huge room was directly damaged due to the battle. The roar echoed throughout the Shogunate of Edo Castle. The samurai guarding the Shogunate came one after another. But he found that he couldn't get close at all. A terrifying sense of oppression struck, causing those who approached without exception to faint to the ground one after another.
This is the Ryutsu they unleashed in the middle of the battle when they couldn't carry the Shinigami and Quincy.
Gosuke Shigure ignored the team's fight. From the very beginning, his eyes fell on several figures who were suspected to be the leaders of this group of Quincy divisions. As a captain-level Shinigami, when he came to the present world, he was put on a limited mark, which made his Ryutsu suppressed by 80%. However, even so, for him, the impact is not very big. Advertisement. His figure flickered, and he didn't even release Zanpakuto, but simply relied on the sealed state. Taking advantage of the gap between the Quincy's bow and arrow, he directly took away the opponent's life with a single blow. Then, another slash cut off another Quincy's arm holding a bow and arrow. In the long years, to be precise, in the experience of the previous life, Gosuke Shigure has experienced too many battles. Among them, he has killed Shu, Shinigami, and naturally Quincy. The Quincy at that time was not like the Quincy now, but a group of remnants struggling to survive. The Quincy at that time was strong enough to compete with the Shinigami. It's a pity that their strength was wiped out in the battle nearly 800 years ago, and they have completely declined since then. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people cannot open their bows and arrows if their arms are cut off, and they have already lost their combat power. But the Quincy masters are different. Over the long years, they have developed many techniques for using spirit particles. Pretending to be a puppet, a painful voice came from the mouth of the Quincy whose arm was cut off by Gosuke Shigure, who seemed to be Sugiura. The next moment, the spirit particles gathered and turned into silk threads, which actually forcibly sewed up his severed arm. Then, with the help of this method, he manipulated his body as a puppet and opened the bow and arrow again. Call out. The arrow of light flew out, attacking and killing Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure dodged and calmly avoided the arrow. It's a good method, but unfortunately, it's just an outdated method. He called it like this, pretending to be a puppet. To a certain extent, it is really powerful. Turning his body into a puppet can make him fight to the last tone. But in the final analysis, it is just a means of last resort, a technique to kill the enemy together. More importantly, dated, the Quincy division of the Invisible Empire has long developed a new ultimate form. Completing the Eucharist is the future of the Quincy master. Gosuke Shigure would have to be more careful if the Quincy opened a complete Eucharist in front of him, but if he didn't, then he could only die. Chapter 54. Ishida. It didn't take long for the Quincy, who had cast the misunderstanding Sky Puppet, to be hacked to death by Gosuke Shigure. In the final analysis, the reckless Sky Puppet just uses the joints of its body as a puppet to manipulate, so that even if the body is injured, or old and weak, it can use this method to force itself into the peak period. But this approach still has its drawbacks. In the final analysis, the human body is not a real puppet after all. When the heart or head is fatally injured, the person who loses control of the puppet will still stop functioning. Gosuke Shigure doesn't even have to do a limited release against these quakes. Not long after, all the Quincy divisions in Edo Castle were killed by the Shinigami of the 11th Division. During this time, some Shinigami were also injured. Fortunately, he did not die. The Kaido that Gosuke Shigure learned in the 4th team that day was of some use. With the help of Kaido, he temporarily helped the players deal with their injuries. And some players were really seriously injured, so people sent him to the stronghold first. Afterwards, the Soul Society will come to support him and bring him back to the Soul Society for healing. TCH, it's really boring. These people are not resistant to cutting at all. Zaraki personally killed many Quincy during this battle, but he felt that such a battle was boring. There are too few Quincy. There are so many of them, there are not enough points at all. Don't worry, this is just a part of Quincy, there are still many Quincy that we need to clear. After hundreds of years of reproduction, although there are not as many Quincy masters in the current world as Shinigami, there are definitely many. Naturally, it is impossible to only have so many at present. So how many Shinigami are there? Counting the entire Gotei 13, there are only a few thousand, less than 10,000. The number of Quincy divisions is naturally not as many as that of Shinigami, but it is conservatively estimated that there are at least hundreds or even thousands of them. How many are there right now? Here, it is just a part of the Quincy group. So, don't look down on Shinigami either. The world is so big, and there are so many souls, there are only a few who can truly become Shinigami. After all, at this time, there are still very few people who really have special abilities. Advertisement. After this battle, the Quincy will be completely reduced to a rare animal. After returning to the stronghold, a little trimming. Gosuke Shigure, the group of executioners who came to hang the Quincy, soon went to another city. After Central 46 issued the order to strangle the Quincy, in this world, no matter how well the Quincies were hidden, they were still found by the Soul Society. Regardless of whether they are good people or bad people, who calls them Quincy? They have only one ending, and that is death. The Quincies in one city after another were killed one after another. If the Quincies were caught off guard at the beginning, then after many Quincy families died one after another, the Quincies finally realized the seriousness of the matter. They unite and prepare for a decisive battle against the Shinigami who exterminate them. Over the wilderness, Gosuke Shigure led a group of Shinigami, looking at the Quincy in front of him, his eyes were indifferent. He hasn't spoken yet. Zaraki had already swung Zanpakuto and took the initiative to kill. This battle ended with the complete annihilation of this group of Quincies. During this period, Shinigami died in the 11th team after all. This is also impossible. Even Gosuke Shigure tried to avoid casualties. But he is not a nanny after all, he can take care of his team members all the time. There are always some places he can't take care of. Regarding the death of the team members, neither Gosuke Shigure nor the rest of the team members expressed much sadness. After all, after becoming a Shinigami, especially the Shinigami of the 11th team, they are ready to die.
It was also after this battle that in the present world, the group of Quincies that had managed to grow stronger again died out again. Only a few small families of Quincies survived. It didn't take long for Gosuke Shigure to meet a Quincy who was not afraid of death. To say that he is not afraid of death is better to say that he is actively waiting for death. Aren't you running away? Looking ahead at the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the ground, Gosuke Shigure asked curiously. There was a hint of sadness in the eyes of the middle-aged man. When there is no place for our Quincy master in this world, where else can we escape? After the Quincy was defeated in that battle, all the Quincy in the Soul Society had been wiped out, and now the Soul Society completely belongs to Shinigami. Advertisement. Afterwards, Shinigami continued to expand its minions, and the present world was basically under the control of Shinigami. Fortunately, there are not many Shinigami stationed in the present world, and the remaining Punishers can still survive as long as they avoid the Shinigami. However, this time, after Shinigami aimed the butcher knife at Quincy again, no matter whether Quincy resisted or not, it could not change the ending of their complete demise. As for, apart from Soul Society and the present world, there is also Hueco Mundo. Do you really think Shinigami will let the Quincy escape to Hueco Mundo? It is Shinigami who really decides the survival of the Quincy division. Why, Quincy is a bunch of losers. That's true. After hearing this, Gosuke Shigure did not deny it. The middle-aged man looked behind him again. Behind him, the two children were in a coma. There was a look of kindness in his eyes, and his eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure again. You should be the captain of Gotei 13, and also the leader this time. Can I ask you one thing? The middle-aged man begged Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure combined the middle-aged man's previous gaze and guessed his purpose. You want me to let these children go? The middle-aged man nodded and said, yes. In any case, the child is innocent. If the Soul Society really thinks that we Quincy should not exist in this world, we can take the initiative to sever the inheritance of Quincy. It doesn't even matter if we adults all die, but I hope that children can live on. They shouldn't have to bear the grievances between those ancestors. Gosuke Shigure said indifferently, you should know that you are not qualified to negotiate terms with us. The middle-aged man sighed. Of course I know, I am not qualified to negotiate terms. But I'm serious. As a father, no matter what, you have to fight for some hope of survival for your children. Since resistance cannot be exchanged for a chance of survival, then he can only adopt some other methods. Of course, now it seems that his father seems to be very incompetent and can't do anything. Gosuke Shigure suddenly thought of something, and asked the middle-aged man, what's your name? Kohei Ishida. Ishida. Gosuke Shigure didn't know what to think when he heard the surname. Chapter 55 Shinigami's Mercy. Among the Soul Society. Captain Yamamoto received a letter from the present world. The person who wrote this letter is Gosuke Shigure. The captain of the 11th Squad, the man who bears the name of Kenpachi, is also the leader of the Soul Society's annihilation of the Quincy division. In the letter, Gosuke Shigure did not show any sympathy for the Quincy. He just truthfully reported to the captain what he had done and experienced in this world. As for whether to let go of the remaining Quincy divisions, the decision is in the hands of the captain. The captain, after pondering for a long time, finally had an answer. Before that, he went to meet someone first. A man who suddenly came to Seireitei some time ago. It is because of him that Central 46 decided to annihilate all Quincy divisions in this world. On the bright side, the reason given by Central 46 is that Quincy's killing of Shu destroyed the balance between souls. But actually, not so. There are not many Quincy in the present world, and since the bloody battle that year, the Soul Society has not wiped out Quincy for nearly 800 years. If it is only because of this reason, it is completely impossible wait until now to wipe out the Quincy. The real reason is that this mysterious person who came to Soul Society brought a message. Spirit King. Abnormal movement. The eye monk saw a corner of the future. After that corner of the future, the Quincy will become the culprit in destroying the Soul Society, and then completely subvert the entire world and break the balance. Eye monk, that is, Ikibei Hyasube. If Yamamoto Genryu Sai is the most powerful Shinigami of the Soul Society, then Ikibei Hyasube is the most powerful Shinigami of this world. This world includes Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, this world, and even, the most mysterious hell. Also, he is the oldest Shinigami. Ikibei Hyasube has been guarding the Soul King ever since the Soul King was the wedge of the world, stabilizing the balance of the world. At first, he was the only one. Later, when the Zero Division was established, the number of people guarding the Soul King continued to increase. Gotei 13 has also become a substitute for Team Zero, but having said that, until now, there has been no Shinigami who has been promoted from Gotei 13 to Team Zero. In the early years, Team Zero was somewhat interested in Kenpachi, but this proposal was directly rejected by Kenpachi. Advertisement. Afterwards, Tsukiyashiki died, and the matter was left alone. Back to business. Because of the corner of the future that Ikibei Hyasube saw, someone from Team Zero came to Seireitei and told the news to Yamamoto Genryu Sai, the captain of Gotei 13. Afterwards, Central 46 also knew the order of the King of Soul. This is the task of destroying the Quincy. Since the existence of the Spirit King is a secret, something that should not be known to ordinary people, the public opinion has become that the Quincy destroys the balance and must be eliminated. Those who came to Soul Society from Team Zero thought that Yamamoto Genryu Sai would complete this task. But he didn't expect that Captain Yamamoto would come to him at this time and take the initiative to mention one thing. Yamamoto, you are too merciful. Although the Quincy has temporarily declined, you should know their abilities. If you leave them alone, sooner or later, a Yhwach will be born again. At that time, the whole world will be destroyed because of it. Monk Yan issued the order precisely because he saw this, and decided to completely destroy the Quincy. Captain Yamamoto listened to the other party's words, his expression did not change in any way, he said coldly, if I can defeat the first Yhwach, I can defeat the second Yhwach. Is it necessary to deny the present just because of some unknown future events? If the future is really doomed, the things we are doing now will basically be in vain. Conversely, if the future Quincy has not destroyed the Soul Society, what we are doing now is no different from a real butcher. Quote. Heilin Temple, have even you become so cold-blooded? Listening to Captain Yamamoto's words, the man opposite him fell silent. Immediately afterwards, Captain Yamamoto handed Gosuke Shigure's letter, or work report, to Heilin Temple in front of him. The other party didn't speak, but just took the letter and read it. After a long time, the man named Heilin Temple made a decision. In this world, the vast majority of Quincy masters have already died. This matter can be brought to a close. The remaining Quincy masters must be allowed to live under the surveillance of the Soul Society. Otherwise, they will have to die. After saying this, Heilin Temple looked at Captain Yamamoto and said, Yamamoto, this is my last mercy. As for the monk, I will go and talk to him personally. Heilin Temple, thank you. Captain Yamamoto thanked the other party sincerely. Heilin Temple waved his hand, indicating that Captain Yamamoto didn't need to thank himself. Advertisement. At the same time, there was some emotion in his heart. Once upon a time, the decisive Yamamoto Genryusai became so benevolent. This is an extremely rare thing. You must know that in the past, with the help of Ryujin Jaka, he would slash through any enemy without asking indiscriminately. The former Yhwach was defeated by such a man. In this world, Gosuke Shigure soon received a letter from the Soul Society. He looked at Ishida Kohei in front of him and said, you are very lucky. Kohei Ishida looked at Gosuke Shigure puzzled. Perhaps because most of the Quincies were wiped out this time, the Soul Society decided that you remaining Quincies are no longer a threat, and decided to let you go. Really? Hearing this, Ishida Kohei was taken aback for a moment, and then became ecstatic. It is true that this time Shinigami raised the butcher knife on the Quincy and killed many of the Quincy. But if the killing can be stopped, it will undoubtedly be a good thing for those of them who were still alive. It doesn't matter that he died. Most importantly, his child survived. Of course, there is a price for this kindness. Gosuke Shigure changed his words again and said one after another. Ishida Kohei frowned. Gosuke Shigure said the price, you remaining eunuchs must live under the surveillance of the Soul Society. Only in this way can we be sure that there is no threat to you. If you are unwilling, then the only option is death. I am willing, we are willing. Hearing this, Ishida Kohei said quickly, for fear that Gosuke Shigure would go back on his word. Chapter 56. Shadow and Deputy Captain. So far, the matter of the Quincy Master has been drawn to a close. After hundreds of years of recuperation, the group of Quincy divisions that had just re-emerged and grown stronger was directly confiscated by the Soul Society for some reason, and most of the Quincy divisions died during this suppression process. In order to be able to survive, the remaining Quincies had to move to live in one place in accordance with the requirements of the Soul Society, and then passively accept the surveillance of the Soul Society. Once the Soul Society determines that they will endanger the world and disrupt the balance, they will kill the only survivors without hesitation. However, are the Quincy Masters really willing to accept the fate of being slaughtered and then raised in captivity? Unknown land. A man wearing a white cloak that covered most of his body looked at the Quincy in front of him, and asked softly, are you really willing to accept such a lingering fate as 083? Do you want revenge on the Shinigami? Yes, of course I want to. Hearing this, deep hatred appeared in Quincy's eyes. As for the Shinigami who wantonly manipulated and wiped out teachers and students, he wished he could kill all the Shinigami right now. The mysterious man said coldly, if you want revenge, then join us. We are, the Invisible Empire. The matter of the Quincy division has come to an end. Although Captain Yamamoto held the captain's meeting. But in fact, from the fact that he only entrusted this mission to a few of them, rather than betting on the glory of Gote 13 as a whole, it can be confirmed that he did not regard these Quincy masters in this world as a whole in his heart. Not surprising either. The strong ones in the Quincy division have basically all been killed after the war nearly 800 years ago. Although there are still some Quincy masters left in this world. But the Quincy master who stayed in this world back then was not asleep in itself. Since all the strong were buried in the Soul Society, many inheritances of the Quincy masters were also lost. Under such circumstances, even if the number of Quincy masters in the present world has grown to a certain extent after nearly 800 years of reproduction, it will still be difficult to be as strong as they were back then. The number, at best, is as many as 1 or 2 Shinigami among Gote 13. Advertisement. So little people, relying on the 11th team is enough to wipe them out completely. As for the other teams, although they also participated in this mission, most of them played an auxiliary role. Gosuke Shigure did not stay long in this world. If the modern world has already entered the modern society, I don't mind playing in the modern world for a while, but the modern era at this moment is similar to Soul Society in terms of the style of the times. Under such circumstances, he naturally has no intention of staying in this world for a long time. After completing the task and receiving the order from the Soul Society, he returned to the king of the Soul Society with a team of players. Back to Soul Society, feel the rich spirit in the air. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. It's not because there are more spiritual seeds in the air than in this world, and the air is more fragrant than in this world, but because I can't fly anymore. Only in the living world does the profession of Shinigami seem like a true god. Because it can stand on the sky wantonly. Whereas in Soul Society, Shinigami is more like broken to earth. People who walk or anything rely on their feet to run, and they can't fly at all. Although there are also a few Shinigami who can fly, but that is only with the help of their own special Zanpakuto. After sighing, the 11th team held another grand reception. Anyway, completing the task this time can be regarded as Guy's return. Compared to many expeditions to Hueco Mundo, the Shinigami who have not returned so far. All of them are back, which is naturally a matter of good fortune. For everyone's safe return, drink victory. Gosuke Shigure held a bowl of wine and said loudly to the many members of the 11th squad who were going to participate in the battle. Many team members looked at the drinks in front of them, and also smiled and drank with the captain. Although Zaraki felt that this battle was not enjoyable enough. Advertisement. But I am very happy about holding a reception after the war. After all, how can a real man not like to drink? The smell of alcohol was high, and the hearty voices of the Japanese team members echoed. While Gosuke Shigure and the team are enjoying a drink. A complaining voice sounded in his ear. Gosuke, you are not kind, you held a reception, and you didn't invite me, don't you know that I also like to drink? Gosuke Shigure turned his head and saw Kyoraku Shunsui's helpless face. Gosuke Shigure smiled. It can't be helped, who is the leader of the Beijing band, not our 11th team. Of course, if the Beijing band leader is willing to step down as the captain of the 8th team and come to our 11th team as the vice captain, I promise if there is a reception in the future, I will be the first to notify you. Hearing this, Kyoraku Shunsui rubbed his chin and thought, that's a good idea. He looked serious about it. Then he shook his head again and said, let's forget it. After all, I have been in the 8th team for so many years, and I have feelings for the 8th team. It is really impossible for me to abandon the 8th team and go to the 11th team. Arrive. I think you are reluctant to part with those girls from the 8th division. Gosuke Shigure rants directly at Kyoraku Shunsui. The 8th division is an intelligence team, and the number of female members is the same as that of the 4th division, not a minority. Kyoraku Shunsui frankly admitted. Although the 11th team also has many female members, but to be honest, they are all too hot, I still like my girls from the 8th team. Gosuke Shigure looked at Kyoraku Shunsui as if he really did. Kyoraku Shunsui didn't show any signs of embarrassment either. Over the years, he has already cultivated a face that is not bad. He came to Gosuke Shigure on his own, poured himself a bowl of wine, took a sip, and took the initiative to talk about another thing. Since you were promoted to be the captain of the 11th team, the position of vice captain of the team has been vacant all the time, and now that such a long time has passed, have you figured out who to be the vice captain? Gosuke Shigure said softly. At the beginning, I asked the officers, but they all refused, and they didn't have the idea of being the vice captain, because in their opinion, as the vice captain, you need to handle team affairs, which is not a good job for them who like to fight. Quote. It really fits the style of your 11th team. Kyoraku Shunsui sighed. In other teams, when the chief officer learned that there was an opportunity to become the vice captain, most of them were trying to win the opportunity. But the 11th team rejected the matter one after another on the grounds that they did not want to deal with team affairs. Gosuke Shigure said again. However, I still think about the candidate. Chapter 57th Team 0 Visitors, First Order Required. Oh, who is it? Kyoraku Shunsui asked curiously. Gosuke Shigure didn't give a damn, and asked Kyoraku Shunsui directly, what do you think of Zaraki? Zaraki. Kyoraku Shunsui is no stranger to Zaraki. After all, a Shinigami from the 11th team often goes to the 4th team and learns from Unohana Retsu. This in itself is an incredible thing. There must be something about Zaraki that attracted Unohana Retsu, and the group made Unohana Retsu choose to teach Gensho. While Unohana Retsu hid Zaraki well. But I can't stand it. Kyoraku Shunsui has a pair of eyes that are good at discovering. He still found this out. Moreover, as a Shinigami who has been the captain for many years, he knows the true identity of Unohana Retsu better than ordinary people, and knows her strength. Zaraki's strength seems to be good, but is he really qualified for the position of vice captain? When Kyoraku Shunsui said this, he couldn't help but glance at the larger one not far away. At this moment, Zaraki is drinking wine with the players, showing a bold and unrestrained meaning. His appearance was mixed among the many Shinigami of the 11th team, but there was no sense of disobedience. Looks like a thug. Such a person's fighting ability is naturally beyond doubt. After all, he looks extremely fierce. However, is he really suitable to be the vice captain? Gosuke Shigure picked up the bowl and took a sip of wine. In the 11th team, there is no such thing as a wine glass. The players are used to drinking from a large bowl. He asked Kyoraku Shunsui, in your opinion, what is the standard for being a vice captain? Hiroku Shunsui thought. The deputy captain is the captain's adjutant and needs to help the captain handle team affairs. Because the 11th team is a combat team, compared with other teams, there are fewer team affairs in the file, but there are still some. As the vice captain, you need to help the captain handle these things, such as the battle tasks are distributed to team members reasonably. Gosuke Shigure glanced at Hiroku Shunsui. The leader of the Beijing band knows our 11th team very well, so, do you really not consider joining our 11th team? Hiroku Shunsui shook his head with a smile. Gosuke, you have already found a candidate for the vice captain. I still don't want to join in the fun. Still, I'm curious, why did you choose Zaraki? Zaraki has not been in the 11th team for a long time, so this is not a problem. After all, the 11th team is a very special team. If your strength is strong enough, you can even become the captain in one step. Gosuke Shigure explained to Hiroku Shunsui. As you said before, the vice captain of the 11th team needs to help the captain with team affairs. Because the 11th team is a combat team, the captain often needs to take the lead, so the vice captain is more similar. Yu Wengguan, when the captain goes out to fight, he needs to take care of many things in the team. That's what I did in the first place. Advertisement. After I took over as the captain, I planned to find someone of this type to serve as the vice captain at first, but all the officers in the team showed their resistance to the position of the vice captain. I also wanted to go to another team to poach someone talent. However, before that, I suddenly had a new idea. Why does the captain have to take on the combat mission? Let the deputy captain handle the files in the rear. I can definitely find someone strong enough to carry combat missions to serve as the vice captain, and I will handle the files in the rear. In the 11th team, civil servants are hard to find, but it's not hard to find strong men who can take on combat responsibilities. Although Zaraki has only joined the 11th team, he has great potential and is eager to fight. If I am not in the position of Kenpachi, his strength is actually enough to bear the name of Kenpachi. He will serve as the deputy captain, and he can completely take over all those combat missions. That way I can relax a lot. Hiroku Shunsui was stunned when he heard Gosuke Shigure finished speaking. After a long time, he couldn't help but praised Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke, you are really a genius. Since I can't find a civil servant who can handle team affairs, I will be that civil servant myself. Then, the combat mission originally belonged to the captain was directly handed over to the deputy captain. It looks a little unbelievable. But I have to say, this is indeed a way. Of course, there are hidden dangers in doing so. After all, not everyone can bear the title of Kenpachi. He can be regarded as a benchmark of the Soul Society, representing the sharpest knife of the Soul Society. Gosuke, have you ever thought that if you entrust all the combat tasks to the deputy captain and hide behind yourself, if things go on like this, it may cause some criticism? Gosuke Shigure naturally thought about this question, and his answer was, as long as the 11th team is still operating normally, what is a little criticism? I didn't get my Kenpachi name from them. Besides, the leader of the Beijing band has been criticized for so many years, isn't there nothing wrong with it? Hiroku Shunsui froze for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. As the vice captain of the 8th division, Hiroku Shunsui is notoriously out of tune. Often leave the team and run to drink flower wine. But such a person is one of the captains with the longest seniority in the existing 10 home guard teams. Just because he is strong enough. Likewise, if Gosuke Shigure is really strong enough. Even if they have been hiding behind and not taking action, as long as the 11th team is still operating, the captain and the people who can really decide everything will not say anything. Advertisement. Because the strong are privileged. Just keep Gosuke Shigure out of the way in times of real danger. Sometimes, one shot to turn the tide is far better than thousands of shots under normal circumstances. Division 12, Seireitei Research Institute. In the edge corner of the Research Institute, there is a secret room, which is the department that specializes in making dead fighter outfits. It is said that it is a department, but in fact there is only one person who actually makes dead clothes. When the 11th Division held a celebration banquet for the victory in the first battle to wipe out the Quincy Division in this world, a mysterious visitor also came here. When he came here, the woman who was making the deadly costume also stopped what she was doing. It's you. After seeing the appearance of the Komer, Shutara Senjumaru's eyes showed a look of nostalgia. She recognized each other. Of course, it was limited to acquaintance. Before that, their intersection was not too much. Senjumaru, after so many years, you still haven't thought about it. The visitor said to Shudara Senjumaru. Shudara Senjumaru didn't answer the other party's words, but continued to fiddle with the silk thread and weave the cloth. Seeing Shutara Senjumaru Shinmo, the visitor continued. This time I came here, apart from one thing I need Gote 13 to do, there is one more thing, which is for you. Quote. Whether you think about it or not, I hope you can follow me to the Spirit King Palace. Squad 0 needs you. Just relying on the few of us right now is not enough to protect the Spirit King. Hearing the word, Spirit King, Shutara Senjumaru's eyes finally changed. As a Shinigami that existed a long time ago. Although Shutara Senjumaru did not go to Team 0, but to the Soul King Palace, she is naturally qualified to know the truth based on the fact that she has formulated various systems for the Soul Society. Know what the Spirit King is. The matter of the Quincy Master this time, is it related to the Spirit King? Shutara Senjumaru finally opened his mouth and asked the visitor. The visitor said softly, Sorry, I can't tell you. After all, you haven't agreed to join the Zero team. Although you know a lot of truths, you should also know that there are some truths that Team Zero is entitled to know. Chapter 58 Senju 1, come out and chat. After hearing such words, Shutara Senjumaru became silent again. Looking at the indifferent Shutara Senjumaru, the visitor sighed, and could only say, I will stay in the Soul Society for a while, I hope you can think about it before I go back. With that said, the visitor left here. Shutara Senjumaru raised his head again, glanced at the direction where the other party left, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Night. Shutara Senjumaru returned to her room, which was located in the place where she usually worked. This is a small room, the room is extremely simple, except for some weaving tools, there is nothing else. She found a box. After opening the box, there was a brand new shirt inside. This is a deadly bully outfit. But it is completely different from the deadly costumes worn by Shinigami in the current generation. In other words, this is the original dead bully outfit. The prototype of the Siba costume is this set of clothes. Back then, because of the other party's casual remarks, she worked hard to sew this shirt. In order to make this suit, she even absorbed a lot of his spiritual power to weave it into silk thread. It's a pity that in the end, none of them were able to give this set of clothes 607 to the other party. I heard the bad news, the news of the other party's death. For countless years since then, she has been able to detect that after the other party died, his spiritual power has not dissipated, nor has he entered hell, but has been wandering in the world. This is an extremely incredible thing. Although, after the death of the captain-level Shinigami, because of its high concentration of Ryutsu, it is difficult to decompose the body into spirit particles like ordinary souls or Shinigami, and their spirit particles will always wander in the Soul Society. However, that person had undergone a soul burial ceremony. However, even so, the other party did not seem to have fallen into hell, but has been hovering above this world. Ordinary people don't know this. But Shutara Senjumaru, because she had used the other party's spiritual power to sew clothes, so she could clearly perceive this, and was able to bind the spiritual seeds into silk threads, and then sew them into clothes. The sun's perception ability is also the best in the world. It is precisely because of this strangeness that Shutara Senjumaru not only gave birth to some hopeful meanings. She expects a miracle to happen. Looking forward to the reunion of the spirit child of the other party after wandering in the world for many years, and come back to life again. It seems incredible, but in fact, if you trace the essence of the soul, it may not be impossible. Advertisement. In the final analysis, the soul is nothing but an aggregate of spirit particles. The spirit sun of the other party has not dispersed, if they reunite, wouldn't it be rebirth? With this thought in mind, Shudara Senjumaru has been waiting for the other party to be reborn, and then he handed over the unsent clothes to the other party. It's a pity that she waited until Gote 13 was established, and waited until the nobles built a towering wall to separate Seireitei and Rukongai, and waited until the captain of Gote 13 died one crop after another, and still did not wait for the other party to reappear. In the early years, she felt that the other party's spiritual power had completely disappeared. In other words, all her extravagant hopes have turned into a dream. Suddenly, Shudara Senjumaru suddenly thought of Gosuke Kenpachi, the new captain of the 11th team. When the other party came here that day, Shutara Senjumaru was distracted for a while because of the other party's spiritual power, just because the other party's spiritual power was very similar to that person back then. But you are not him after all. Shutara Senjumaru took out the clothes from the box. The box is specially made and has excellent airtightness, which can restrain the spiritual power in it so that it does not leak out. At this moment, when this suit is taken out, if it is not worn on the body immediately to absorb the wearer's spiritual power, it will not take long for the spiritual power inside it to disappear, and then it will become an ordinary dead bully outfit. In the past, because this suit contained the spiritual power of that person, Shudara Senjumaru was going to take it as a thought, so he would not open the box easily. But today, with the arrival of that person from the team, Shudara Senjumaru understood that CJEF had to make a choice. At the same time, the 11th team, in the team house. Gosuke Shigure is resting. Because of the grand reception, even though he originally had a pretty good capacity for alcohol, he was still a bit smoky after repeated persuasion by many team members. Being drunk is an uncomfortable state. Also because of being drunk, Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but think wildly. Many things from his previous life that he had let go of in the past couldn't help coming to his mind. At this moment, Gosuke Shigure suddenly had a very strange feeling. It seemed that there was something closely related to him exuding breath not far away. This surprised Gosuke Shigure. The 11th team is not far from the 12th team. It can be seen literally that these two teams are adjacent to each other. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure's spiritual sense is not weak, and his perception ability is extremely strong. Because of his drunkenness, he was much bolder than his usual self, or in other words, this was his nature in his previous life. If it weren't for such a character, he wouldn't have been overturned and died because of being too wavy in his previous life. Due to what happened in his previous life, he has become a lot more cautious in this life. But there is a premise for all this, that is, do not drink alcohol. As the saying goes, alcohol is strong and cowardly. After getting drunk, Gosuke Shigure's courage is also much bigger. With the help of spiritual perception, he immediately understood where the breath came from. The 12th Division. Gosuke Shigure thought of the 12th Squad, and suddenly thought of a person. Shutara Senju Pills. When customizing Captain Haori that day, he saw Shutara Senjumaru, which was not surprising. Logically speaking, the opponent should have already entered the Zero team. As a result, he stayed in the Seireitei all the time. Moreover, Gosuke Shigure could also hear from the other party's words that Shutara Senjumaru's stay in the Soul Society actually had something to do with him. To be precise, it was with his previous life. Senjumaru, is this incident related to you? If he was awake, Gosuke Shigure obviously tried his best to avoid seeing Shudara. But right now, he is clearly not the normal him. So, he carried the Zanpakuto and headed towards the 12th Division with a strong drunkenness. Seireitei Institute. It was already late at night. But as a researcher, it is a common thing. There are still a lot of Shinigami going on here. Gosuke Shigure came here easily, and then went to the department that made the deadly costumes with ease. Senju Maru, come out and talk. Gosuke Shigure's voice is quite loud because of his drunkenness. Shudara Senju Maru sensed it as early as the first time someone came to his place. Then, she put down the deadly costume in her hand and walked out. Chapter 59. The Legacy of Autumn Water. After walking out and seeing the appearance of the visitor clearly, Shutara Senjumaru seemed a little surprised. Captain Gosuke, I didn't know you came here late at night, what's your business? Shudara Senjumaru knew Gosuke Shigure. After all, after Gosuke Shigure was promoted to captain, he also came to him to customize the captain's Haori. However, Gosuke Shigure came here in the middle of the night, which made Shudara Senjumaru a little accident. Senju Maru, let's chat. The strong smell of alcohol emanated from Gosuke Shigure's body. He looked at Shutara Senju Maru, so said. Shutara Senju Maru frowned. For so many years, although she has been hiding in the Soul Society, there are not many people who really know her identity and her name. Only after some Shinigami are promoted to become captains, they will meet her once they come here. In addition, the deadly costumes she made have always been directly taken away by the 12th Division and distributed. In other words, only a small number of people in the 12th Division and the captains knew of her existence. And in front of these people, she has always maintained a mysterious posture, and has never voluntarily revealed her name. So, how did Gosuke Shigure know his name? Shudara Senju Maru was a little curious. Of course, before that, she still hid her curiosity in her heart, but asked Gosuke Shigure in a cold voice, what does Captain Gosuke want to talk to me about? If I'm not mistaken, you seem to be drinking a lot. Could it be that you want to talk nonsense at my place after drinking? Hearing this, Gosuke Shigure complained, your mouth is really vicious. After complaining, he sorted out his words again, and said to Shutara Senjumaru, I came here because I suddenly remembered something. There is a man named Chushui who once left you sent a letter. The name, Autumn Water, fell into the ears of Shutara Senjumaru, and Shutara Senjumaru's body couldn't help but startled. Her jade face changed slightly, and her expression was suddenly moved. Then he stared at Gosuke Shigure differently, have you seen him? Advertisement. This is an extremely incredible thing. Gosuke Shigure is not very old, but to Shinigami, he is a real young man. And what about that person? Fallen and died long before Gote 13 was founded. Among the Gote 13, there are only a handful of people who know the existence of that person. Only a few people such as Captain Yamamoto and Unohana still remember that person. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for Gosuke Shigure to have an intersection with that person at all. However, thinking that after the person died, his spiritual power would not dissipate for a long time, and he had been wandering in this world. Perhaps some of the other party's power survived, and he might be able to linger on his last breath during this time. Shudara Senjumaru looked at Gosuke Shigure eagerly, thinking of knowing when Gosuke Shigure met that person, the letter that person left for him, and what he said. Of course Gosuke Shigure dragged his tune, the strong smell of alcohol could not help exuding from his mouth, and then he gave another answer that disappointed Shutara Senjumaru. Have not seen him. Quote, although I don't know who that man named Chushui is, it seems to be in existence from a long time ago. He must be an extremely powerful man. He should be very handsome. Gosuke Shigure guessed the appearance of the man, and said, although I have never met him, but by chance, I got the treasure left by the other party. Under the curious eyes of Shudara Senju Maru, Gosuke Shigure continued talking. He said that when he was a child, he never accidentally fell off a cliff because of an accident. Then, a cave was discovered under the cliff. In the cave, there is a treasure left by a strong man. It was a sword manual, and it was with the help of this sword manual and the cultivation methods on it that he had the strength he has today and was able to be a Kenpachi. It can be said that he was able to become a Kenpachi. According to the sword manual, the strong man named Chu Shui has at least half of the credit. In addition, the strong man also left a letter. In that letter, a woman named Senju Maru was mentioned. At first, as a young man, he wondered which woman's name was Senju Maru. The name was too strange. In addition, because the strong man existed a long time ago, the person he mentioned in the letter was probably dead. Advertisement. He didn't take it seriously either. Until I became Kenpachi, after I came here, I saw the current Shudara Senju Maru. Curious about the skeleton-like arms behind Shudara Senjumaru, after receiving the Captain Haori, he secretly investigated about Shudara Senjumaru. Eventually, I found out her name. At first, he only felt that the name was a little familiar, but he didn't remember it at the first time. After all, too many years had passed. After getting drunk tonight, my head seemed extraordinarily sober. I finally remembered who Shudara Senjumaru was. So, he came here. It can only be said that although Gosuke Shigure became much more courageous after being drunk, he was still not completely confused and irrational after all. In a short period of time, he combined himself in his previous life and came up with a perfect set of rhetoric. Similarly, after this set of rhetoric was spoken out by him, in the future, he can also use the means and fighting skills of his previous life without any scruples. Even if some old guys who have lived for a long time can see it, he can say that this is an adventure he got by jumping off a cliff when he was a boy. This statement seems outrageous, but if you know his style in his previous life, you will find that it is not outrageous. Sure enough, after listening to Gosuke Shigure's narration, Shudara Senju Marutama couldn't help showing some excitement. She murmured, "It's really your style." When she got along with that person back then, she was a little disrespectful because of that person's temper. The other party's ideas were like a powerful and unconstrained style, which seemed incompatible with the rigid world at that time. Especially in that era, the conflict between the common people and the nobles was far more intense than it is now, and the rules among the nobles were even more complicated. In ultimate, that person was a top-level noble, but he didn't look like a noble at all, and he even took the initiative to fight with the common people. Hit together. It cannot be said that it is not an anomaly. Of course, this is not the reason why that person attracted Shudara Senjumaru. Chapter 60 Untie the Knot, Before Leaving. After many years, Shutara Senjumaru never thought that he would hear news about that person again from Gosuke Shigure. Even if it is already certain that that person has completely disappeared from the world. But being able to hear the news about that person is still a happy thing for her after all. As for things like jumping off a cliff and getting an adventure in Gosuke Shigure's words. Seems outrageous. But combined with that person's style, it's not too far off the mark. When that person was bored back then, he would casually talk about jumping off a cliff to get adventures and other stories, and said with a smile that if one day he became a strong man, he would also leave some treasures around for the latecomers to discover. If it is picked up by some commoner youths, they may become strong in an instant, perhaps even better than those nobles who were born with everything. After saying these words, the 883 man at that time inevitably talked about the conflict between the nobles and the common people. Obviously he is a member of the great nobles, but he is extremely contemptuous of the nobles. It is said that it is just a group of speculators who have taken the lead. Except for their original ancestors, the so-called nobles are actually no more noble than commoners. Fortunately, these words were said in private, not in front of those nobles, otherwise I don't know what troubles will be caused. Right now, after Gosuke Shigure said these words, Shutara Senjumaru couldn't help but think of this again. Thoughts wandered for a long time. Shutara Senjumaru asked Gosuke Shigure again, what did he say in the letter? Compared with the adventures that Gosuke Shigure had, what she was more curious about was the letter left by that man. In particular, according to what Gosuke Shigure said, the other party mentioned himself in the letter. I don't know the past of this senior named Chu Shui, and I don't know what era he is from. He said in the letter that he is going to do a big thing, because he is not sure that it will be successful. Or not, so I specially left that letter. If things succeed, that's all. If it fails, I hope that the person who finds the letter later can help him pass it on to Senjumaru. Don't wait for him any longer. Even if you are alone, you can live a good life. You'd better smile more. Smiley smile. Well, the last sentence is Gosuke Shigure thinking of the Ultraman Bismarck that he watched when he was traveling in his previous life, and added it temporarily. So, is this what you want to say to me? Senju Marushutaro couldn't help thinking. In her heart, Rizzy has a regret. Advertisement. That's because I didn't say goodbye to that person well back then. After that, because she realized that the man's spiritual power had not dissipated, she chose to wait in the world. However, after waiting for many years, she still did not wait for the man's return. I thought it was just meaningless waiting, but now it seems that this is not the case. After all, I waited for a belated farewell. Smile, how can I laugh back? Shutara Senjumaru thought in his heart, then looked at Gosuke Shigure in front of him and said, no matter what, I have to thank you for telling me about this. Gosuke Shigure said, it's nothing, I just remembered it suddenly. Shutara Senjumaru nodded. Then, he left here very rudely and returned to his room. Gosuke Shigure, do you know that the way you leave without saying anything makes me very embarrassed? Of course, Gosuke Shigure was just thinking about it in his heart. He has known Senjumaru for many years, and he really knows Senjumaru's character very well. While drunk, I came here and opened up some Senju pills. Gosuke Shigure also felt that he had settled his worries. Then, he returned to the distance of the 11th team. He fell asleep directly. This time, he slept soundly. At the same time, but Shudara Senjumaru couldn't sleep all night. Although Gosuke Shigure didn't say much, but combined with what Gosuke Shigure said earlier, she had believed it, and that was indeed what the man left her. This made her extremely concerned. The words that the man left behind were so relaxed, it made her smile, but when she thought of the fact that the man had died, how could she still laugh? However, having said that, Shutara Senjumaru forced some smiles on his face. She hadn't smiled for so many years that she gradually forgot what it was like to laugh. It wasn't until today that she regained her smile. The next day, early morning time, Shutara Senjumaru, who has not slept all night, has already made a decision. Advertisement. It's time to say goodbye to the past. Among the Seireitei live many nobles, large and small. Although there are many civilians among them, if we trace back upwards, the ancestors of these commoners were either nobles, but later became commoners because of their decline, or they were Shinigami. They are the descendants of Shinigami, because they did not have the qualifications to become Shinigami, only then lived in it as a commoner. Of course, because the Seireitei range is limited. Not all civilians can live in it all the time. During the long years, there are many people who were expelled from Seireitei and forced to live in Rukongai. As a place where nobility lived, Seireitei also has hills, rivers, and forests. In a forest, a teenager is holding a wounded rabbit and studying it hard. The teenager seems to be full of curiosity about many things. Because he has not yet entered the Spiritual Arts Academy, he does not know that there is another kind of Kido called Kaido in this world, which is a therapeutic Kido. He just felt that since there are Bakudo used to restrict people and Hado used to attack in this world, it's a pity that there is no Kido for healing. Ever since, he used his shallow knowledge to try to study this kind of treatment. The subject of the boy's treatment was a rabbit. In his view, everything in the Soul Society is made of spirit particles. If 0.7 is injured, it should also be that the spirit sun has been damaged. So is there any way to solve this problem? For example, by replenishing spirit seeds and spiritual power to the injured person, so that his injury can be healed quickly. Teenagers have unique ideas. Then he took the rabbit in his hand and tried it out. He didn't notice that his actions were noticed by a passenger who came down from the Lingwang Palace and belonged to the Zero Division. Throughout Soul Society's long history, there has been no shortage of talent. The actions of a teenager are, without a doubt, acts of genius. Unfortunately, without finding the right method, coupled with the lack of basic knowledge, the teenager is doomed to fail. But it doesn't matter. Passenger chose to give pointers, so the boy is destined to succeed. Chapter 61. Gift of Senju Maru. After pointing the teenager for a few days, the mysterious visitor from Team Zero meets Shutara Senjumaru again. I've already made up my mind. I can go to the Lingwang Palace anytime. Looking at the man in front of him, Shutara Senjumaru said. Oh, hearing this answer, the man was a little surprised. He was very clear about Shudara Senjumaru's insistence, but he didn't expect that he would change his mind in just a few days. Why exactly? Although very curious, the man did not ask after all. He said in a deep voice, since you've already thought about it, that's really great. All in all, Shutara Senjumaru agreed to go to the Soul King Palace and join the Zero Division. This is good news. With the addition of Shutara Senjumaru, they can better protect the Soul King. Earlier, the Spirit King had abnormal movements because there were too few people guarding the Spirit King. At present, there are only 3 of them, and they are really powerless. If there is one more person, there will be another palace in the Zero team, and because of the extra cornerstone power, the existence of the Lingwang Palace will be more stable. Because going to the Zero team, some preparations still need to be done. The man also didn't let Shudo 29 Luo Senjumaru go to the Zero team immediately. Next, she was given some time to make some preparations. After all, Shudara Senjumaru has been in Seireitei for so many years, there are always some things that need to be dealt with. The same is true. During the next period of time, Shudara Senjumaru went to meet some people and explain some things. Finally, she brought another thing and came to Gosuke Shigure. In the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure seemed a little surprised that Shudara Senjumaru would come to find him. She was wearing a loose garment, and she hid the 6 skeletons behind her in the loose garment, which made her appearance more beautiful and elegant than before, and she lost that ferocious meaning. An officer of the 11th team was also a little surprised after bringing Shudara Senjumaru to Gosuke Shigure. Unexpectedly, the captain of his family met such a beautiful girl unexpectedly without any notice. Advertisement. The girl even took the initiative to come to the door. As expected of Kenpachi's adjutant in the past, Kenpachi's personality is really similar to Kenpachi's today. In the past, Kenpachi, who used to cut house, often hooked up with girls from other teams, and he was famous for his flair. You go back first. Gosuke Shigure ignored the player's wild thoughts and let him back down. For a while, because there was no vice captain, there were only Gosuke Shigure and Shudara Senjumaru in the captain's room. Senjumaru, what can you do for me? He looked at Shudara Senjumaru and asked softly. Kui Dao, is it because I was drunk and went to Senjuwan before, but can Fang pay attention? Or is it because the other party has an insight into what I said at the beginning, which is actually a lie? Gosuke Shigure felt more and more that drinking was harmful. To be honest, after waking up, thinking about what he did when he was drunk, he also regretted a little. While I was drunk, I ran to find Senjuwan. They are clearly prepared to sever any relationship with their previous life, without any involvement. Because if he really wants to be involved with the previous life, there are too many people who have been involved with him during the time he lived in the previous life. Shutara Senjumaru wasn't offended that Gosuke Shigure called him by his first name. She said calmly, I'm leaving Soul Society. Leaving the Soul Society. Gosuke Shigure frowned slightly. Shudara Senjumaru didn't explain too much. Before I leave, I'm going to give this to you. As she spoke, skeletal arms protruding from under her baggy robe, she handed a bag to Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure was a little curious, but took the bag anyway. Not caring that Shutara Senjumaru was right in front of him, Gosuke Shigure immediately opened the bag and took a look. As this, a dead bully outfit. That's right. Shutara Senjumaru nodded. The size of this suit is about the same as your figure, so you should be able to wear it. Originally, I wanted to destroy it, but after thinking about it, I felt that it would be a pity to destroy it, so I will give it to you. Gosuke Shigure was thoughtful. From what you said, this set of Death Tyrant outfit doesn't seem to be an ordinary Death Tyrant outfit, it's a bit special. Advertisement. Shutara Senjumaru doesn't explain much. He just added another sentence, since you obtained that person's belongings by chance, I hope you can make good use of the treasures it left behind. At the same time, you also have an obligation to make his name known to the world again. Remember, his name is Tsunayashiro Shisui. This is a name Shutara Senjumaru said before leaving. Suna Yeo was once the head of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society. Later, due to some reasons, it declined slightly, and the position of the head of the great nobles fell to the current Kuchiki family. But before Gote 13 was established, the Tsunayashiro family was a real dignitary. However, among such a high and mighty aristocrat, a different kind emerged. Its name is Suna Yudai Shisui. This name is very similar to Kiraku Shunsui's name, except that one is called Chushui and the other is called Shunsui. Fortunately, these two people are not from the same era. Kiraku Shunsui wasn't even born when Tsunayashiro Shisui died. Otherwise, with their extremely similar dissolute personalities, they would definitely become good friends. Gosuke Shigure also did not expect that before Shudara Senjumaru left, he would suddenly mention this famous official. For many Shinigami, this name is familiar, only this surname has an unusual meaning. But for Gosuke Shigure, the name is all too familiar. Because he used to use this name for many years. If the world remembers this name, forget it. After all, what has passed away has already passed away, so this name should completely disappear in the long river of time. He spoke softly. Obviously, he was not willing to accept Shutara Senjumaru's request before he left. Then, he took out the Death Bully outfit from the bag that Shutara Senjumaru handed over. As soon as he got the Death Fighter costume, he felt the difference. On top of this Death Domineering outfit, he felt extremely powerful spiritual power, and this spiritual power was very familiar. It was clearly the spirit child of his previous life. So, you took my spiritual power back then, and you used it to make this Death Fighter outfit. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but suddenly realized. Chapter 62. Special Death-Based Costume. Gosuke Shigure also wondered where the familiarity of that night came from. I am afraid it is due to my own spiritual power. Back then, Shudara Senjumaru had extracted a large part of his spiritual power. Unexpectedly, Shutara Senju-wan actually preserved those spiritual powers, and did not let them dissipate into spiritual particles. As his thoughts flowed, Gosuke Shigure's gaze fell back on the deadly outfit that Shutara Senjumaru gave him. On the surface, it seems that because the original owner of this deadly costume has died, Shutara Senjumaru didn't want this deadly costume to be destroyed like this, so he gave it to himself. But in any case, for Gosuke Shigure, this late suit returned to his hands in another way after all. Gosuke Shigure quickly changed the Dead Fighter outfit. It was also after putting on this set of Dead Bully outfits. He just now discovered what is so special about this deadly domineering outfit. After putting on the Death Tyrant costume, the first thing he felt was that his spiritual power was being lost. To be precise, it was being absorbed by the Death Tyrant costume on his body. After the Siba outfit absorbed the spiritual power, it stored it in the clothes. Of course, in the final analysis, this is just a piece of clothing after all. There is a limit to the spiritual power it can store. Although Gosuke Shigure's spiritual power is not particularly strong, it is full of potential. Since his rebirth, his spiritual power, that is, Ryutsu, has been in a state of rapid growth. Even now, Gosuke Shigure does not know his limit where will be. But what is certain is that when Ryutsu grows to a certain level, it will enter the bottleneck, which is the so-called threshold. After reaching that point, it is not easy to continue to break through. Aizen in the original book created Hogyoku just because he was approaching that limit and in order to continue to evolve. In addition to Hogyoku, the Hollow Experiment and the Urankarization Experiment are also all kinds of experiments he conducted in order to break the limit. It turns out that Aizen is indeed a genius, and he succeeded. Whether it is Shinigami's Hollow, that is, Urankarization, or the virtual Shinigamiization, that is, Urankarization, it has made the original individual stronger. Of course, this does not mean that these Shinigami Ized or hollowed individuals have reached their own limit. In the end, what they call breaking boundaries is nothing more than forced birth under the power of Hogyoku. Advertisement. Only those who reach their own limit without resorting to any power, and then break the limit, are truly powerful. And such existence, in this world, from ancient times to the present, there are actually not many. In his previous life, Gosuke Shigure was strong, but he didn't reach the limit of Shinigami either. In this life, Ryutsu has grown at such a high speed, which is something that Gosuke Shigure has never experienced in his previous life. You must know that his Ryutsu has reached the so-called captain level as early as when he was fighting Kenpachi in Mole City. If you carry out Shikai, Bankai, Ryutsu will also skyrocket. Gosuke Shigure really wants to know what kind of ending this life can lead to. As for the original him, he had the idea of being an ordinary Shinigami when he was reborn. With all kinds of accidents, as he became the captain of the 11th team and became Kenpachi, it seemed to have become a luxury. After carrying the name of Kenpachi, he is destined to live an ordinary life, and he has no chance to do so. Well, you can't say that. If you can survive until retirement, you can still live a normal life. Returning to the topic, after reaching a certain limit, absorbing his spiritual power with the dead bully outfit. Gosuke Shigure also gradually realized the difference in this set of dead bully outfits. This deadly domineering outfit is like having life. He can manipulate it to his will. For example, during the battle, he can let the spiritual power stored in the Death Fighter outfit gushes out to form a powerful Ryutsu barrier, lingering on the Death Fighter dress, giving himself a strong defense. Because this is the spiritual power absorbed by the dead bully outfit in advance, so when fighting, it will not affect your own spiritual power. It's somewhat similar to Arrancar's steel skin. Gosuke Shigure thought so. The steel skin is a unique ability possessed after Arrancar's words, and the price is the loss of the high-speed regeneration of the Menos Grande period. Although it lost the ability of high-speed regeneration, the steel skin endowed Arrancar with extremely powerful defense. Ordinary Shinigami's Zanpakuto, if not powerful enough, can't even break through its defenses. It seems that this ability is not as good as high-speed regeneration, but it is not. A strong defense means that you have a great advantage in battle. Advertisement. But high-speed regeneration is good. But without a strong defense, others can hit you to the point of high-speed regeneration, and naturally they can easily kill you. Moreover, every high-speed regeneration will consume a lot of spiritual power. If you can't deal with the enemy during the regeneration, what awaits you is to perish in weakness. Of course, there are also people who hold different views. Generally speaking, steel skin and high-speed regeneration have advantages and disadvantages of each other. Moreover, not all Arrancars have lost high-speed regeneration, and there are a few special cases that still retain the ability of high-speed regeneration. Such as Ulquiorra. Gosuke Shigure's Death Tyrant outfit, after absorbing spiritual power, can be released in battle, forming something similar to Arrancar's steel skin to give himself defense. But then, Gosuke Shigure thought of something else. It's not so much the steel skin, it's better to say it's the Quincy's static blood outfit. The steel skin is the skin of Arrancar that gives Arrancar an extremely strong defense. And the defensive layer on top of his Death Tyrant outfit is formed by spiritual power, which is more similar to Quincy's static blood outfit. The Quincy master can manipulate abilities, he can turn his spiritual power into a static blood suit to give himself a strong defense, and he can also use a moving blood suit to give himself powerful power. Gosuke Shigure also suddenly thought of the unique ability of the Quincy Hao Jiao. In addition to the ability to absorb spiritual power and form a strong defense in battle. This siege suit also has the standard abilities of a normal siege suit, such as absorbing Shinigami's spiritual power to repair itself. What Gosuke Shigure cares more about is another ability and a half. Can replenish magic. As we all know, the battle of Shinigami is the battle of Ryutsu. And Ryutsu is the external manifestation of spiritual power released. During the battle, especially after casting Bankai, although Ryutsu will skyrocket, but also, in that case, the consumption of Ryutsu will also be doubled. Therefore, ordinary Shinigami will not use Bankai at the beginning of the battle, but use it as a killer. And if you don't want to use the spiritual power absorbed by this set of death-domineering equipment as a super defense, you can use the spiritual power stored in it as a backup energy to supplement yourself after the battle. Medium worn-out Ryutsu. Chapter 63. Invitation from Shihuan's house. Senjumaru, you really surprised me. Gosuke Shigure sighed, although there are only these two abilities that really deserve his attention in this deadly domineering outfit. But in the final analysis, after all, it is just a set of clothes, and it is extremely difficult to make a set of clothes have these abilities. But that being said, for Gosuke Shigure, these two abilities are enough. The battle of the strong, sometimes, is a battle of the slightest. For example, if one's defense is a little stronger, for example, one's battery life is a little longer, it is possible to win the battle. Of course, this refers to an evenly matched situation. If you encounter a hanging ratio, then there is no way. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but think of the world he was in. There are not many other things in this world, but Biduo. So if you think about it carefully, it's quite speechless. From this point of view, the effect of this suit does not seem to be as great as imagined. But no matter what, this is Shudar Senju intention. Gosuke Shigure was able to feel the so-called love from it. Even if this love is aimed at him in the previous life. But the him in his previous life, isn't he still the same? Give this Death Fighter outfit to Gosuke Shigure in Shutara Senju. After Gosuke Shigure gradually studied the abilities of 413's deadly outfit. The Seireitei Research Institute under the 12th Squad is also missing a Shinigami. Fortunately, Shutara Senjumaru is not a well-known Shinigami, and very few people in the 12th Division know of her existence. Her disappearance has no effect on the 12th division, and likewise, no Shinigami pays attention to her whereabouts. For Gosuke Shigure, there are some guesses about the whereabouts of Shudar Senjumaru. Although I don't know why Shudar Senjumaru suddenly wanted to leave. But she chose to leave Seireitei, leave Soul Society. There is only one place she can go. Advertisement. That is the palace of the Spirit King. In other words, it belongs to the subordinate of the Lingwang Palace, the Zero Team. Become the jailer who guards the Spirit King. For many Shinigami who know the existence of the Soul King is above all. For Shinigami who knows the truth about the Spirit King is indeed aloof and the wedge of the whole world, but in essence, he is a prisoner. A prisoner who lost his freedom and was forced to be imprisoned in the Lingwang Palace. The meaning of his existence is to stabilize this world. As long as who can act as a wedge to stabilize the world, then it doesn't matter who is the Spirit King. After a while, helpless Shigure lived a peaceful life again for a while. During this period, he officially promoted Zaraki to be the vice captain of the 11th team. Unlike the appointment of the captain, which requires the consent of Central 46, the appointment of the vice captain is a matter for the captains of their respective teams to decide on their own, and does not need to be approved by Central 46. As for Gosuke Shigure's appointment of Zaraki as the vice captain, the members of the 11th team have no objection. Although it didn't take long to join the 11th team. But the Shinigami of the 11th team, what they value is not qualifications, but actual experience. Greater strength, in a short period of time, has been recognized by all team members. It can be said that Zaraki seems to be more suitable for the 11th team than the old players who have been in the 11th team for a long time. This is a beast born for fighting. In Zaraki, they saw a desire to fight stronger than themselves. This once made many members of the 11th team ashamed. Of course, this is not the reason why they recognize Bigger as the vice captain. The real reason is that Zaraki is strong enough. Since joining the 11th team, except for the very beginning, I followed Unohana Retsu to learn some basic knowledge of Shinigami, and made up for the common sense of Shinigami. One of the things that Zaraki does the most is to discuss and communicate with the members of the 11th team. He beat all the 11th team members. This is an extremely incredible thing. But it is what it is. Advertisement. Zaraki won the respect of the players with his strength. The members of the 11th team are also very curious, if such a powerful Zaraki fights with the captain, who will win and who will lose. However, this kind of thing, they just think about it in their minds. Although Zaraki loves to fight, he also loves to challenge others. But in front of the captain, he appeared extremely docile, which was an extremely weird thing. It also made many team members curious about what happened between the captain and Zaraki. It's bound to be difficult for them to know the story between Gosuke Shigure and Zaraki. On the contrary, Gosuke Shigure, after appointing Zaraki as the vice captain, completely idled down. Whenever there is a combat mission, he will hand it all over to Zaraki, and let Genshin go to fight. Among them, Menos Grande invaded Soul Society, Zaraki was injured in the process, and Gosuke Shigure ignored it. As a time traveler, he is more aware of Zaraki's potential than ordinary people, and also more aware of Zaraki's strength. What about a mere Menos Grande, even the most advanced Vasto Lord? Not to mention, there are not many such Menos Grande in the entire Hueco Mundo. Even if they really dared to invade the Soul Society, it might not be a bigger opponent. It's a good thing that Zaraki was injured during the fight with Menos Grande. By using battle to support war, it may be possible to awaken his potential faster and awaken his strength. Because the combat missions were all handed over to Zaraki, Gosuke Shigure only needed to handle some team affairs such as documents in the team, and such team affairs were not many for the 11th team. He was completely idle. Usually, when I have nothing to do, I go to drink some wine with Kyoraku Shunsui and have some fun in summer. During this period, he had a preliminary understanding of the entertainment venues inside Seireitei. It can only be said that this era is still too backward, and there are too few places for entertainment in Seireitei. It would be great if when technology develops, there are things like video games in Seireitei, and people can play video games. But that too is just Gosuke Shigure's delusion. There is no such thing in modern society, let alone the Soul Society, which develops slower than this world. On this day, Gosuke Shigure received an invitation letter. The invitation letter comes from Shihuan Kongshin, the head of the Shihuan family, who is also the captain of the second team. A long time ago, he had said that he would invite Gosuke Shigure and Kyoraku Shunsui to drink, but it was delayed until now because of the sudden arrival of the Quincy incident. Chapter 64 5 Nobles. Shihuan's house is located in the central area of Noble Street. To be precise, all the major nobles are located in this area. In the long history of the Soul Society, there have been 5 nobles in total. They are Tsunayashiro, Shihuan, Kuchiki, Shiba and the last big noble, Aiz. The Aiz family is the most special family among the 5 nobles. Because it is a Shinto family, all generations have been headed by women. And it does not prohibit female members from marrying out. However, at the same time, there is also the curse of this family. Whenever a member gets pregnant shortly after marrying out, her husband will die. Then, because of the death of the husband, the members who marry out will be forced to take them home. And the child she conceived would, if nothing else, be a girl. This girl will bear the surname, Aiz, and will continue to pass on the Aiz family. It is precisely because the I's family is so special that among the several nobles, she appears to be very mysterious, and she has never revealed too much ambition. It seems that the meaning of their existence is only for the inheritance of the family, to protect a certain sacred object passed down from generation to generation in the family. Not to mention the last great nobleman. Just talk about the rest of the nobles. If so, the Tsunayashiro represents the ultimate evil of the nobility, the Kuchiki family represents the pedantry of the nobility, and the Shiba family is a group of idealists, then the Shihuan family is the most powerful among these great nobles. An easy family to get along with. Although he is a great nobleman, he does not have any pretensions of a great nobleman. Whether it is common people or nobles, they all appear to be impartial and extremely fair. It is also for this reason that many small and medium nobles choose to attach themselves to the Shihuan family and are willing to work for the Shihuan family. Because the Shihuan family really treat their families as partners and friends, rather than being driven by slaves. When Gosuke Shigure came to Shihuan's house, good friends Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitake had already arrived. Advertisement. They were lounging in the elegant courtyard of Shihuan's house. Gosuke, you are late. After seeing Gosuke Shigure, Kyoraku Shunsui greeted him with a smile. Since Gosuke Shigure appointed Zaraki as the vice captain, he has been completely free and has more time to mess around with Kyoraku Shunsui. The relationship between the two is also getting closer. Kyoraku Shunsui is also happy to befriend Gosuke Shigure. After all, Gosuke Shigure's strength is undeniably powerful. And the duty of Gote 13 is to protect the Soul Society, and there is no need to confront each other. We are all friends and work together to protect the Soul Society. There was a slight delay on the way. Gosuke Shigure explained a sentence, looked at the courtyard of Shihuan's house again and said, "Is this the Shihuan's house, one of the 5 great nobles? It's really big. To be honest, it's the first time for me to come here. Then you have to take a good look around." Jashiro Yukitake also joked to Gosuke Shigure. The area occupied by Shihuan's house is the largest even among several nobles. This is due to the fact that many small and medium nobles are attached to the Shihuan family. A large area around here can be regarded as the territory of the Shihuan family. Oh, Gosuke Shigure became interested when he heard the words, and then looked at Jashiro Yukitake. As far as I know, Captain Jashiro was also born in a noble family. Could it be that your family is too? It was no secret that Jashiro Yukitake was born to a lower nobleman, and the entire Shinigami of the Seireitei knew it. Hearing the meaning of Gosuke Shigure's words, Jashiro Yukitake laughed and said, "I would like to attach myself to the Shihuan family, but I still need them to give me this opportunity." As that's so, Gosuke Shigure mused. Jashiro Yukitake was about to continue with some innocuous jokes. At this moment, a hearty voice came from the side. Does Captain Jashiro actually want to attach to our Shihuan family? That's really great. If my Shihuan family can be attached to the Jashiro family, it will be even stronger. Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitake, and Gosuke Shigure looked sideways, and saw Shihuan Kongshin, who was wearing the captain's haori, walking over with a smile. Among the group, Gosuke Shigure is a little stranger to Shihuan Kongshin. Jashiro Yukitake and Kyoraku Shunsui have been captains for hundreds of years, and Shihuan Kongshin, who has also done the same for many years, is hardly too familiar. Advertisement. It is not the first time for them to come to Shihuan's house, but they also know about Shihuan's character. Jashiro Yukitake said with a smile. Forget it, my Jashiro family can still maintain it, and when it really can't continue, I hope Captain Shihuan can accept my Jashiro family. Of course. Shihuan Kongshin nodded with a smile. Then, his eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure again. Captain Gosuke quickly solved the Quincy in this world, and got rid of another serious problem for my Soul Society. He is really a hero. Gosuke Shigure was very humble. Captain Shihuan praised, "I just did my best." Shihuan smiled and said, "I don't have any praise, our Shihuan family can understand the horror of those Quincy masters better than ordinary people. Nearly 800 years ago, the Quincy invaded the Soul Society. With the support of many nobles, Captain Yamamoto established Gote 13. I, the ancestor of the Shihuan family, is one of the captains of first-generation Gote 13. Quote. Oh, this sentence immediately aroused the curiosity of Gosuke Shigure, Kyoraku Shunsui, and Jashiro Yukitake. Gosuke Shigure is curious because when he died in his previous life, Gote 13 was not established at all. On the contrary, Yamamoto Genryusai's Motojijuku has been established, and he has started to teach his apprentices. Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitake were curious because they were so far away from the era of first-generation Gote 13. Because I didn't personally experience that battle. So I don't know the reason for first-generation Gote 13. I only know that after the battle, many captains of first-generation Gote 13 died. Later, after the two of them graduated from Mao, because of their excellent grades and outstanding strength, they were exceptionally selected as the new captain. Shihuan 1000 days. This is the name of that ancestor. At the same time, he was also the only one who joined the first-generation Gote 13 among the several great nobles at that time. Shihuan Kongshin emphatically raised this point. Although it seems to be just a casual remark, this point also reveals the specialness of Shihuan's family. When first-generation Gote 13 was established, the rest of the great nobles regarded it as a subordinate killer group for their own willful driving. Only the Shihuan family regarded them as companions and even actively joined them. P.S. The Ai's family is a great noble, but it is the second set. After all, the last great noble has never mentioned it. Of course, the possibility of the Ai's family is not low. After all, there are many roles in the novels of the four great nobles, and the eight-mirror sword like Yanluo Jingdian, it has been passed down from generation to generation. Chapter 65. The Black Cat. Gosuke Shigure, Hiroku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki are certainly not stupid people. After hearing one of Shihuan Kongshin's words, he praised the ancestor of Shihuan Kongshin's family. Even if the other party is praising their own ancestors, but in Shihuan Kongshin's ears, they are praising their own Shihuan family. Several captains, I have prepared drinks, let's go and drink while chatting. Shihuan Kongshin didn't seem to have any pretensions and was extremely approachable. He greeted the three of them. Although there are only a few people. But for such a few people, the portion is enough. Perhaps at the moment when Gote 13 was first established, the captain was nothing. But after Shinigami won the battle 800 years ago, Gote 13 became an official organization and settled in Seireitei to protect the balance of the world. The great aristocrats are going to decline a little bit. It is precisely because of the ebb and flow that the Kuchiki family became the 6th team, and the Shiba family became the 10th team, making the 6th and the two major teams successively become the exclusive teams of these two families and passed down from generation to generation. In all fairness, Shihuan Kongshin looked down on these two families. These two teams just saw how strong Gote 13 is, so they couldn't wait to control one of the teams. But their Shihuan family is different. When Gote 13 was first established, when those big nobles looked down on Gote 13, his ancestors had already joined it. It can be said that the current second fan team was established by their ancestors and passed down from generation to generation until now. The Kuchiki family of the 6th division and the Shiba family of the 10th division are just latecomers. With the three captains, Shihuan Kongshin stepped into the hall of Shihuan's house. In the hall, he had already ordered someone to put away the drinks. The wines are all collected by Shihuan's family, and there are even several altars of fine wines that have been stored for hundreds of years. Although it is a pity to drink such wine directly. But it also depends on who you drink it for. If you drink it for friends, it doesn't look like a pity at all. But when Shihuan Kongshin's eyes fell on one of the jars of wine, his brows raised again. Advertisement. The altar of wine was touched. Although the opponent conceals it well, you must know that the team controlled by Shihuan's family is called Secret Maneuver. As the captain of the second team, Shihuan Kongshin seems to be carefree and has a straightforward personality, but in fact he is thoughtful. He discovered the problem immediately. While I was out, someone sneaked in here and drank the wine here. After thinking for a while, Shihuan Kongshin quickly identified the suspect. Yoruichi. Some angry voices came from Shihuan Kongshin's mouth. As he spoke, he looked towards the corner of the room. A black cat flickered out from the corner of the room, about to escape the hall with an extremely swift movement. However, just when the black cat moved, someone moves faster. It was Gosuke Shigure, who used Shunpo. He appeared on the black cat's escape route in an instant, and then grabbed the black cat by the back of the neck when the black cat couldn't dodge it. It also captured the fate of the black cat. Shihuan Kongshin, Hiroku Shunsui, and Jashiro Yukitaki all looked at Gosuke Shigure in surprise. Hiroku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki know the true identity of the black cat very well because they often come to Shihuan's house as guests. And Shihuan Kongshin was amazed by Gosuke Shigure's accomplishments over Shunpo. The Shihuan family, because they have been in charge of secret maneuvers for generations, their clan members have extremely high attainments in Shunpo and white hits. For the so-called Zon Quan Zogui, they only learn white hits and Shunpo. For them, it doesn't matter whether they know Kido or not, and whether they have powerful Zanpakuto. As long as you have learned white hits and Shunpo to a certain extent, even if the opponent has a powerful Zanpakuto, you can still win the battle. And here is Shihuan Kongshin. He even innovated on the basis of Shunpo, and created a new technique. The new technique is ordered by his name, called Kongshin, which is a more advanced Shunpo. Being able to outplay ordinary Shunpo shows just how strong Shihuan Kongshin's Shunpo is. It was because of his strength that Shihuan's eyes lit up when he saw Gosuke Shigure use Shunpo, and all his attention fell on Gosuke Shigure. Then also ignore Gosuke Shigure grabbing the black cat by the scruff of the neck. Advertisement. It wasn't until Gosuke Shigure spoke that he came back to his senses. Gosuke Shigure asked curiously, "Is this black cat called Yoruichi? What a unique name." Shihuan Kongshin reacted, and quickly said to Gosuke Shigure, "Captain Gosuke, please put it down." Gosuke Shigure was perplexed, and just before he was about to put down the black cat spoke, and it said to Gosuke Shigure angrily, "That's right, let go of me quickly." Gosuke Shigure originally planned to put down the black cat, but because he spoke, he was surprised. "Black cat, are you talking? Are you a monster?" He curiously asked the black cat in his hand. "You are the monster." Hearing this, the black cat was a little annoyed. Why did he become a monster? Of course Gosuke Shigure knew the true identity of the black cat, but it was a meeting after all, and he couldn't express many things, so he pretended to be curious, after hearing what the black cat said. I became more and more puzzled. Of course, Gosuke Shigure put down the black cat because of Shihuan Kongshin's opening. The black cat landed on the ground and immediately prepared to escape from here. However, Shihun Kongshin's words came out of its mouth first. Change your clothes and come here later. If you don't come, you should know the consequences. The black cat's body froze instantly. Then, the cat left here anyway. Shihun Kaken no longer had the serious look before, and a smile reappeared on his face. He invited Gosuke Shigure, Hiraku Shunsui, and Jashiro Yukitaki to drink. Among them, Gosuke Shigure still had the meaning of curious on his face. Obviously the black cat earlier aroused his interest. But Shihun Kongshin didn't mean to explain. The Kiraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki next did also have no meaning of explanation. After a while, a crisp voice sounded at the door, I understand. Shihun Kongshin didn't look back, and said coldly, come in. A girl with purple hair, ponytails, and tight clothes walked in. The girl is slender and good-looking, and at the same time, she also has the characteristic of Shihun's family, black skin. Her skin is blackened, and because of her blackened skin, she doesn't look thin and thin, on the contrary, she looks a bit more fit. Chapter 66. Girl Yoruichi. After the girl walked into the room, she came to Shihun Kongshin and sat down cross-legged. She didn't look like a lady at all. When she saw the wine placed in front of Shihun Kongshin, her eyes lit up, and she wanted to reach out to give it to her. Pour yourself a bowl. Huh. Shihun glanced at the girl, who smiled awkwardly and politely, and quickly took her palm back. Not being able to drink in front of Grandpa made the girl a little depressed. Even, this time she still had to come. After all, Grandpa has already discovered her. If he doesn't come, he will inevitably be settled by Grandpa after autumn. Her gaze fell again on Gosuke Shigure, who had grabbed her earlier. The girl praised Gosuke Shigure with a strange tone. Your Shunpo is really amazing. In the form of a cat, because of its smaller size, Shunpo was actually faster than in the human form. As a result, the man came late and caught himself first. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. It seems that the level of Shunpo that I am usually proud of is actually nothing. You are. Gosuke Shigure looked at the girl pretending to be curious. The girl was about to introduce herself, but Shihun Kongshin spoke first. She is my granddaughter, Shihun Yoruichi, and the black cat that Captain Gosuke caught earlier. Oh. Upon hearing this, Gosuke Shigure immediately looked at the girl Shihun Yoruichi in surprise. Shihun Yoruichi sensed Gosuke Shigure's gaze, and was also thoughtful, and then, she thought of something. You are wearing the Captain Haori, so, you are one of the captains of Gote 13, and as far as I know, one of the captains of Gote 13 there is only one captain named Gosuke. So, you are the current captain of Team 11, Gosuke Kenpachi. Although he has not yet studied at the Spiritual Arts Academy, Shihun's family is a well-known nobleman, and their family education is extraordinary. Shihun Yoruichi was given the knowledge of Shinigami by his grandfather when he was very young. So she also knows a thing or two about Gote 13. She is also very clear about what Kenpachi means. Before Gosuke Shigure could speak, she quickly praised her grandfather Shihun Kongshin. Grandpa, yes, you can actually bring Kenpachi home to drink. Advertisement. Hey, Miss Yoruichi, I don't like what you say. Jashiro and I are also here this time. Yoruichi, didn't you see us? Shihun Yoruichi said with a corner of his mouth. You still have the nerve to say that you bring Captain Jashiro to my house every now and then for a drink. Captain Jashiro can't drink because of his poor health. In the end, you drank all the good wine. Quote. Originally, if you didn't drink it, all the wine would be mine in the future. Miss Yoruichi, you have wronged me. I am not the only one who drank this wine. Obviously your grandfather, Captain Shihun also drank it. Hiraku Shunsui quickly defended himself. Shihun was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses. That's right. She quickly looked at her grandfather Shihun Kongshin. Grandpa, you should drink less alcohol in the future. Drinking is not good for your health. Shihun Kongshin looked at Shihun Yoruichi with a half smile. I think you want me to drink less wine, and leave it to you. Unexpectedly, Shihun Yoruichi didn't refute this, but admitted frankly, yes, that's it. Humph. Shihun snorted coldly. Don't worry, I will definitely drink up all the wine, and I won't leave it to you. Ah, let's go, Shihun Yoruichi exclaimed, with deep grief in his words. A farce. It can be regarded as letting Gosuke Shigure see how the Shihun family get along with the grandparents. Jashiro Yukitaki and Kiraku Shunsui obviously have known Shihun Yoruichi for a long time, and also know how Shihun Yoruichi and Shihun Kongshin get along, which is not surprising. As an outsider, Gosuke Shigure saw Shihun Yoruichi for the first time. Naturally, he had to show a normal attitude. He looked at Shihun Kongshin and couldn't help but sigh. The way Captain Shihun and Miss Yoruichi get along is really amazing. Unique yet. Quote. Shihun Kongshin shook his head and said, don't mention it, because of this girl, my heart is broken. Gosuke Shigure said, the so-called broken heart just proves that Captain Shihun cares about her. If he didn't care about Ms. Yoruichi, how could he worry about her? Advertisement. Shihun Kongshin was also taken aback. He didn't expect Gosuke Shigure to say such a thing. He smiled lightly, and didn't deny it. Shihun Yoruichi couldn't drink because his grandfather was around, so he could only suppress his greed, and at the same time turned his eyes back to Gosuke Shigure. Captain Gosuke is indeed Kenpachi. He caught me easily earlier. Yushunpo is much stronger than my grandfather. At least, he missed me many times. Because Grandpa doesn't let him drink, Shihuan Yoruichi doesn't mind belittling him in front of outsiders. Shihuan Kongshin is also a person who cares about face. Hearing this, he quickly defended. I let you go because you are my granddaughter. Otherwise, how could you escape? Really, I don't believe it. Shihuan Yoruichi looked at Shihuan Kongshin suspiciously. 907 This annoyed Shihuan Kongshin even more. This girl clearly did it on purpose. Because she knew that there were outsiders around, she deliberately belittled herself to anger herself. Seeing this, Gosuke Shigure quickly said, Captain Shihuan's Shunpo accomplishments are obvious to all. Although my Shunpo is not bad, it is still not worth mentioning in front of Captain Shihuan. With these words, Shihuan Kongshin has finally stepped down, and his complexion has improved a lot, and he also said, where is it? Captain Gosuke's Shunpo is not weak. The two of them exchanged business for a while. Immediately, he casually mentioned something to Gosuke Shigure. Since Yoruichi admires Captain Gosuke so much, and thinks that your Shunpo attainment is superior to mine, I don't know Captain Gosuke, would you be interested in pointing out ye too? This kid has a natural interest in Shunpo, white hits, and some talent. As Kenpachi, Captain Gosuke's accomplishments in these two aspects are obviously extraordinary. He directly asked Gosuke Shigure to teach Shihuan Yoruichi. Hearing this, Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but think of what Kyoraku Shunsui said when he was alone with Kyoraku Shunsui after drinking that day. In the mind, 4 words appeared. Green and yellow do not answer. Chapter 67 Special Cases. It can only be said that every family has a scripture that is difficult to recite. Even the great nobles are not exempt from vulgarity. Although the great aristocrats have abundant resources, their members have no worries about food and clothing since birth, and receive the best education. This makes the probability of strong people born among them much higher than that of ordinary people, but there will also be some accidents. For example, the members of successive generations have mediocre qualifications and are unable to undertake the great cause of the family. For example, there was a faint head of the family, because of some wrong decisions, the family declined, and then was eaten away by the rest of the nobles. Thanks to the current era, because of the establishment of Central 46, under the mutual balance of the nobles of all parties, those who directly entrust other nobles basically rarely happen in the open. Placed in a time when Central 46 was not established. The so-called nobles are a group of hungry dogs and wolves. Once the other nobles show signs of weakness, they will rush forward one after another and devour them. In the previous era, only strength could protect one's own family. The Shihuan family, as the great nobles who have come all the way in that era, are more aware of the importance of strength than ordinary people. Although the times are good now. But this does not mean that the family can decline. Only qualified heirs must be able to take on important responsibilities. According to what Kyoraku Shunsui said that day, today's Shihuan's family has a problem of incomplete acceptance. Shihuan Kongshin is undoubtedly a strong generation, and his strength is penultimate. But he is old after all. His son, with average qualifications, is not enough to carry the burden of Shihuan's family. Right now it looks like Shihuan Kokken is ready to hand over the burden of the family to Shihuan Yoruichi. But Yoruichi is still young after all. It will take time for her to grow up. Under normal circumstances, it would be natural for Shihuan Kongshin to continue for a few more years, wait until Yoruichi grows up, and then hand over the burden of the Shihuan family to her. But no one knows whether there will be accidents during this period. Advertisement. After all, in these years, there are actually some captains who died in battle. In such a situation, it is actually necessary to form some good karma with other strong people. At the critical moment, the other party might be able to help Shihuan's family. Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitake, the two captains who also came from aristocratic backgrounds and have served as the captain for many years, have always been friends with Shihuan Kongshin. He often invites these two to his house as guests. Shihuan Kongshin believes that if Shihuan's family is really in trouble, these two will not hesitate to help. As for Gosuke Shigure, he is the newly rising master of Gote 13. Originally, Shihuan Kongshin didn't intend to make friends with Gosuke Shigure, but because of the excellent relationship between Kyoraku Shunsui and Gosuke Shigure, it was beyond Shihuan Kongshin's expectation, which made Shihuan Kongshin see a chance to make friends with Gosuke Shigure. If Gosuke Shigure can agree to help teach Yoruichi right now, even if it is only for a few days, but in name, at least there will be a master-student friendship, which can be regarded as pulling Gosuke Shigure onto the chariot of the Shihuan family. So, is Gosuke Shigure willing to agree? After those words were finished, Shihuan Kongshin kept looking at Gosuke Shigure. In his view, Gosuke Shigure could be forgiven for refusing. He can understand. However, to the surprise of Shihuan Kongshin, Gosuke Shigure actually agreed to this matter. Since Captain Shihuan is so flattering to me, I will teach Ms. Yoruichi for a while, and I am not sure whether my teaching is okay. Let her improve. As soon as this remark came out, Jashiro Yukitake on the side frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't speak. Shihuan Kokken said excitedly, it's great that Captain Gosuke is willing to teach Yoruichi. He hurriedly said to his granddaughter Yoruichi, who was still arguing with him earlier, Yoruichi, hurry up and call the teacher. Although Shihuan Yoruichi is not very old, she received noble education from the Shihuan family when she was very young. She is also an extremely smart person, and she does not understand the good intentions of her grandfather. At this time, there is no choice to talk back to grandpa. Instead, he addressed ugly assistant Shigure honestly and respectfully, teacher. A reception, until now, has completely changed its nature. Although Shihuan's house did not hold a grand apprentice banquet, it was when Shihuan Yoruichi called Gosuke Shigure his teacher. Between them, there is already the title of master and apprentice. It seems because Gosuke Shigure promised to teach Shihuan Yoruichi something. Next, Shihuan Kongshin persuaded him to drink more frequently. Advertisement. During this period, Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitake inevitably exchanged cups with Shihuan Kongshin. Because of his health, Jashiro Yukitake drank slightly less, while Kyoraku Shunsui drank more. So it's no wonder that Shihuan Yoruichi complained that Kyoraku Shunsui drank all the good wine in the house. Drink and eat. The three captains left Shihuan's house hand in hand. Jashiro Yukitake waited until he left the aristocratic street where Shihuan's house was located, and then glanced at Gosuke Shigure hesitantly. Kyoraku Shunsui glanced at his friend's expression, knowing what his friend was thinking. His eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure again. Gosuke, you are too reckless. Gosuke Shigure's face was reddish, a little bit drunk. He smiled and said to Kyoraku Shunsui, the leader of the Beijing band wants to say that I promised to teach Ms. Yoruichi. Kyoraku Shunsui nodded. Gosuke Shigure said, I know Captain Jashiro has always wanted to remind me that when I agreed to this matter, it was tantamount to putting a label on myself. This label is the label of Shihuan's family. Although the Shihuan family is a great aristocrat, once it is really labeled as belonging to the Shihuan family, it is not a good thing. If Shihuan's family is in its prime, that's okay. If something happens to Qian Zhao, I will inevitably be implicated. Jashiro Yukitake said in a deep voice, since Captain Gosuke knows, why? Because they are Shihuan. Gosuke Shigure said as a matter of course. Don't you think that I agreed to this matter because of their status as great nobles? Even if they are both great nobles, it depends on who the target is. If it was Tsunayashiro, Kuchiki, or Shiba, I wouldn't agree to this easily. But Shihuan's words are different. Gosuke Shigure gave an explanation. Among the several nobles, the Shihuan family is the only special case. Regardless of previous life or this life, Gosuke Shigure can sincerely feel the difference between Shihuan and the other great nobles. Although the people in Shiba's family are quite good, but they can't stand Shiba's family is already in jeopardy, Gosuke Shigure doesn't want to get involved with Shiba's family at this time. Chapter 68. Shunpo's Theory. The so-called shunpo is a footwork that condenses ryutsu on the soles of the feet, makes ryutsu explode, and then pushes one's body, making oneself have high mobility. For Shinigami, shunpo is a very basic technique, but it is not an easy task to use it well. Gosuke Shigure is a man of great credibility. Since he agreed to Shihuan Kongshin's teaching Yoruichi, he quickly assumed the role of teacher and taught Yoruichi in a training ground of Shihuan's house. Yoruichi didn't turn into a black cat in front of Gosuke Shigure, but remained in human form. Because of the family secret technique, the Shihuan family can perform mimicry and turn into animals like black cats. But there is a problem. That is, after turning into a black cat, because of the shrinkage and change of body size, the clothes on oneself will fall off, and when it turns back again, it will be in a naked body state and needs to put on clothes again. In any case, Yoruichi is also a girl. Even if she is careless, she still has some shyness and embarrassment that she should have. Naturally, it is impossible to get naked in front of Gosuke Shigure. Generally speaking, the speed of Shinigami Shunpo depends on ryutsu. The stronger the ryutsu, the more explosive power the ryutsu can produce, which makes it faster. The most notable example is Kurosaki Ichigo. It didn't take long for Kurosaki Ichigo to learn the technique of shunpo, but his shunpo is definitely not slow because his ryutsu is too strong. Of course, ryutsu's determination of shunpo's speed is not an absolute statement. In addition to the strength of ryutsu, the skill of shunpo is also the key. If you can master the subtle skills, you can accurately control the strength of each release of ryutsu, so as to achieve precise and no delay in shunpo. After all, combat is an ever-changing situation. If you can make every step you take be incomparably exquisite, without any delay, it means that you will have more time to cast more shunpo, thus gaining faster maneuverability than others. In the training ground, Gosuke Shigure slowly told Yoruichi about shunpo. Among them, there are some. Yoruichi is known. After all, the Shihuan family is known for its shunpo and white hits methods. She learned shunpo from her grandfather Shihuan Kongshin when she was very young, but it has to be said that Gosuke Shigure is indeed worthy of the name of Kenpachi. Advertisement. Yoruichi benefited a lot from some of the claims he made. That is to say, teacher, is it because your shunpo doesn't have too many extra movements that it's so fast? That's why you were able to catch me so easily that day. That day, she was stealing wine in the form of a black cat. After she was discovered by her grandfather, she immediately cast shunpo to escape, but she was easily caught by Gosuke Shigure, who came later. This made her extremely depressed. Now, Yoruichi seems to understand something. The feeling is that my shunpo has too many redundant actions. In such a situation, even if I cast shunpo first, I will still be caught up by Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure told Yoruichi about some of shunpo's skills, and then gave Yoruichi shunpo some advice in public. With shunpo, Yoruichi has already mastered it. There is not much that Gosuke Shigure can teach. He can only give some pointers based on his experience in his previous life. In fact, even if he doesn't teach anything. After all, Shihun Kaken would ask Gosuke Shigure to teach Yoruichi just for that title, not really expecting Gosuke Shigure to teach Yoruichi anything. Yoruichi also understands this. However, when Gosuke Shigure actually taught her something useful, she took it very seriously. After teaching Yoruichi Shunpo, Gosuke Shigure sighed again. Actually, Shinigami's Shunpo is not too advanced footwork. When Yoruichi heard this, he immediately stopped training Shunpo, and looked at Gosuke Shigure curiously. Why did the teacher say that? Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, it's just a feeling. After he finished sighing, he said again, you should know about Quincy. Advertisement. Yoruichi nodded. I have heard a little bit. It is said that the Quincy once invaded our Soul Society, and was finally defeated by Gote 13 led by the captain. That's right. Gosuke Shigure continued. Although Quincy is a group of losers, I have to admit that some of their skills are actually very powerful. Among them, the footwork they use to move is called flying side kick, which is a high-level footwork on top of Shunpo. Oh, Yoruichi only knew about Quincy, but not much else. Hearing that Gosuke Shigure was so high and looked at the flying sickle feat, he was very curious immediately. Gosuke Shigure continued. The Quincy masters have the ability to manipulate spirit particles. Flying sickle feet are the steps they condense the spirit particles in the air to form steps under their feet. If they are used proficiently, it means that they can walk on the ground anywhere. Quote. Shunpo isn't bad, but he needs to keep his feet on the ground, which is not the case with flying scythe. By using this method, Quincy can even fly in the Soul Society and virtual circles. How can this be? Yoruichi was a little shocked. Shinigami cannot fly in places like Soul Society and Hueco Mundo where the concentration of spirit particles is extremely high. Only in places in this world where there are very few spirit particles can they stand in the sky and fly wantonly. But the Quincy, because of his scythe feet, can ignore these laws. Yoruichi had to admit that Fei Sickle was indeed above Shunpo. In addition, as far as I know, Menos Grande in Hueco Mundo also has a high-level footwork called ringing, which is a transfer method at the spatial level. Compared with the sickle kick, Shunpo even more weird, but there are very few Menos Grande who can master this kind of footwork, so let's not talk about it. After hearing that Hueco Mundo also has a high-level moving footwork, Yoruichi was curious at first, but he didn't expect that Gosuke Shigure said halfway, I won't mention it directly. This again made her very depressed. Gosuke Shigure noticed Yoruichi's depression, smiled and didn't say much. Can he say that the method of resonating and turning may not appear in Hueco Mundo at this moment? The world will have to wait until the appearance of Arankar for the resonating and turning to be known. At the moment, Hueco Mundo has a semi-autonomous Arankar. But whether they have mastered the ring rotation is not known for the time being. So Gosuke Shigure didn't mention much about the spinner either. Chapter 69. A trick in theory. Back to the question of teaching Shunpo. Gosuke Shigure said. Although Shunpo is only a relatively low-level footwork, not as high-level as flying sickle kick and ringing spin, relatively speaking, it is precisely because of its low level that its plasticity is higher. Because it is not difficult to master, Shinigami can easily display Shunpo. Similarly, because the technique is simple, Shinigami can also improve it and develop more powerful techniques on the basis of it. As far as I know, your Shihuan family has developed many new techniques for Shunpo. Yoruichi nodded, acknowledging it. Although those skills are the secret skills of Shihuan's family, it does not affect outsiders' knowledge of these things. Her grandpa, in particular, was proud to have developed a new Shunpo technique. Because the new skill was developed by him, so this skill is named Empty Cicada. When Grandpa taught her this skill, Yoruichi scorned Grandpa in his heart. At the same time, she also secretly decided that one day, she would also develop a new skill, but she would definitely not name it after herself, because that would be too shameful. Back to square one, after acknowledging this. Yoruichi thought to himself again, why did the teacher specifically mention this? She immediately asked Gosuke Shigure curiously, Teacher, you specifically mentioned this, are you going to teach me advanced skills about Shunpo? Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, I would like to teach you, but I will. Also, Shihuan's family has so many advanced skills about Shunpo, isn't it enough for you to learn? A sly smile appeared on Yoruichi's face, even if my Shihuan family has mastered a lot of Shunpo skills, it's my Shihuan family's, not your master's. You are greedy. Gosuke Shigure shook his head helplessly. But I do have an idea here. If you can realize it, you may be able to greatly improve your mobility and combat ability. Advertisement. When Yoruichi heard this, she was very interested immediately. She looked at Gosuke Shigure, and asked eagerly, Teacher, tell me quickly. Gosuke Shigure sorted out the words in his mind, and then said it in front of Yoruichi. Let's not talk about Shunpo. Let's talk about Quincy's flying sickle feet first, because Quincy has the ability to manipulate spirit particles, so he can arbitrarily condense spirit particles at any place to form steps under his feet, so as to achieve flying weight in the air. Quote. That's why Quincy's flying scythe is more advanced than Shunpo. Although Shinigami does not have the unique ability of Quincy, for Shinigami, there is also a way to use spiritual power, and that is, Kido. Kido. Yoruichi didn't understand why Gosuke Shigure suddenly mentioned Kido again. She stared at Gosuke Shigure, waiting for an answer from Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, under normal circumstances, Kido needs to be chanted before it can be displayed. Chanting is like a key that can open a certain door in the dark, so that the power of Kido can be fully revealed. For those who are proficient in using Kido, although they can abandon the chant and forcibly break the door open, but in that case, the power of Kido used will be greatly reduced. Of course, I'm not saying this to teach you about Kido. I want to tell you that under certain circumstances, Kido can be instantly cast. It doesn't matter if it is powerful or not, as long as it has some power. Back to the topic, can we adopt a certain method so that Kido will not be released, but wrapped around his body? Concentrate Ryutsu on the palm of the foot and make it explode, which is Shunpo. If you wrap Kido around the body, can the whole body have high mobility? At the same time, because Kido surrounds the body, in this state, every gesture can have extremely powerful power. That's right, what Gosuke Shigure said was, instant coaxing, which is a fighting technique developed by Yoruichi in the original book, which perfectly combines white hits and Kido. Later, Sui Feng also came up with a similar idea, it also developed the instant coaxing, and in the 1,000 Years of Bloody War chapter, the two people used new forms of instant coaxing one after another. Gosuke Shigure doesn't know if the current Yoruichi has a similar idea, probably not. Seeking Flowers 0. But he doesn't mind telling Yoruichi about similar ideas ahead of time. It would be even better if Yoruichi could develop the instantaneous in advance. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure, as the proponent of this theory, has no problem learning how to use the instant trick from Yoruichi, the successful implementer. As for Gosuke Shigure trying it himself, he thought about it and gave up. Hado, Bakudo, Kaido, and many others created new Kido privately. There are hundreds of them in total. It is extremely difficult to find a Kido that is suitable for instant use among these Kido things. And even if a suitable Kido is found, how to control the frequency of the Kido output is a big problem. More importantly, even if the method of instant coaxing is created, for Gosuke Shigure, it is just icing on the cake, not a gift in the snow, and the improvement of his combat effectiveness is not particularly great. Correspondingly, creating it requires a lot of time. So, it's better to leave this kind of thing to Yoruichi. After all, she is young and has plenty of time. And it seems that Yoruichi also has a great interest in this kind of thing. Surround Kido around the body, so that the body has strong mobility and destructive power. Yoruichi whispered to himself, explaining Gosuke Shigure's thoughts. Gosuke Shigure's words seemed to open a door for her, let her see a completely different new world. It sounds like a good idea. Gosuke Shigure lowered his head, looked at Yoruichi and said, if you think it's good, you can try it, of course. Everything must be done under the condition of ensuring your own safety. After all, some Kido are still very dangerous. Also, if you succeed, you have to let me know. After babbling a few words, Gosuke Shigure resumed teaching Yoruichi. After a day of teaching, Gosuke Shigure left Shihuan's house and returned to the 11th team. After all, he is the captain of the 11th team, not a tutor. Today I just took the time to teach Yoruichi, I don't know when the next time I will teach Yoruichi. Chapter 70 Art is Explosion. Gosuke Shigure returned to the 11th team and dealt with the accumulated team affairs documents. It took about 10 minutes to finish all the team affairs, and fell into a leisurely and rotten situation again. Shihuan's house, after Yoruichi continued to practice for a while. Then returned to the room. The Shihuan family is very big, after all, they are well-known aristocrats. In the long years, although the reputation is not as good as Tsunayashiro, Kuchiki, and Shiba, it has been passed down for a long time and has never declined. Shihuan Yoruichi, as the little princess of the Shihuan family, did not return her room. Perhaps because of her carefree temperament, her room looked a bit messy, not at all like a lady's boudoir. After all, she herself was not a lady of the family. The idea that Gosuke Shigure said today seems a bit outrageous. But it just hit the bottom of Yoruichi's heart. 880. The Shihuan family has been studying the techniques of shunpo and white hits for many years, and has successfully created a lot of secret techniques of shunpo and white hits. Yoruichi has been listening to his grandfather boasting that he created a shunpo technique when he was very young. I also made up my mind in my heart, and I have to create a similar technique myself.
But how to create it, she has no idea at all. Gosuke Shigure's words made her see a way. Combining Kido and white hits is a new idea that no one has ever come up with. But before that, there's one more problem, I don't know Kido. Although Shihuan Yoruichi was taught the methods of shunpo and white hits by her grandfather since she was a child, it was only to lay the foundation for her to inherit the stunts from the Internal Heat Academy. When she's the right age, she still has to go to the Spiritual Arts Academy to learn the basics of Shinigami. Kido, the common sense knowledge of Shinigami, is taught by Spiritual Arts Academy, so Shihuan Konchan did not teach Yoruichi. For white hits, Yoruichi would. But because she doesn't know Kido, she has no way to try the idea proposed by Gosuke Shigure. Do you have to wait until you enter Spiritual Arts Academy and learn Kido before the group can try it? Or, go learn Kido now? Shihuan Yoruichi thought. But now it's too late to learn Kido temporarily, advertisement. And in all fairness, her interest in Kido is average. Compared with Kido, shunpo and white hits are more interesting to her, and these are also the two skills she puts the most effort into. Wait, maybe there's someone who will be Kido. Yoruichi immediately thought of someone. Then, she left the room and left Master Shihuan's house. A large area near the Shihuan family is the area where nobles live. These small and medium nobles are all attached to the Shihuan family and are subordinates of the Shihuan family. They have worked for the Shihuan family for generations. Urahara's home is one of them. The Urahara family is just a small nobleman. There are many such small noblemen in the Soul Society. Although they have the status of nobles, in fact, their life is only slightly better than that of ordinary civilians. Sometimes, if there are more children in the family, life is not even as good as that of ordinary people.
After all, as an aristocrat, one has to maintain one's dignity in some places, and maintaining one's dignity requires money. Noble money is not brought by the wind. The big nobles, upper-level and middle-level nobles have their own channels to obtain resources and money.
For the small nobles, there are not so many channels. In order to maintain the identity of the nobles, they will not become commoners, attach themselves to the big nobles, and work for the big nobles, is the best choice. The reason why Yoruichi came here is because there is a boy in Urahara's generation who is about her age. His name is Urahara Kazuki. This is Yoruichi's best playmate. Kazuki, are you there? After arriving at Urahara's house, Yoruichi started yelling. Not long after, a sullen and taciturn young man with short light yellow curly hair and a pair of army green eyes came out of the room. The boy seemed very quiet. After seeing Yoruichi, he called out to Yoruichi in a gentle tone, "Master Yoruichi." Yoruichi waved his hand and said casually, "We are old friends, don't be so polite. I came to see you today because of something important." She stated her purpose and asked Urahara Kazuki, "You know Kido, don't you?" Urahara Kazuki was taken aback when he heard this. Although I haven't entered the Spiritual Arts Academy yet, the so-called Spiritual Arts Academy itself was only established in the past 800 years. 800 years ago, nobility already existed. At that time, the inheritance of nobility relied on family education and family education. Advertisement Kido skills, for ordinary people, if they want to learn, they can only go to Spiritual Arts Academy. But for noble people, if they want to learn about Kido, they can learn it at any time. Urahara Kazuki was very interested in Kido, and learned Kido through self-study before entering Spiritual Arts Academy. Shihuan Yoruichi knew about this a long time ago. But Urahara Kazuki didn't expect that Yoruichi would come to him because of this incident. He froze for a moment, although he didn't know what Yoruichi was going to do, but after all, he was a big man whom the Urahara family was loyal to, so he nodded. Very good. Sure, Urahara Kazuki will Kido, Yoruichi couldn't help saying. I want to do an experiment with you. I have an idea. If it is successfully realized, it may be possible to create a new fighting technique. Yi said to Urahara Kazuki with a self-righteous face. Boom. The sound of the explosion sounded, and the smoke and dust billowed into the air. Among the smoke and dust, Shihuan Yoruichi flew out with Shunpo in his ragged clothes. She was ashamed. The skin color, which was already a bit smoky, looked more 2.1 after the explosion. Ba. Spit 2 mouthfuls in succession, spit out the dust in the mouth. Shihuan Yoruichi first looked at Urahara Kazuki ahead. Urahara Kazuki felt Yoruichi's gaze, and immediately panicked, as if it was none of my business. Yoruichi also knew that she shouldn't be angry with Urahara Kazuki. She whispered to herself with a dazed look, it shouldn't be. In her imagination, she has found Urahara Kazuki who is good at Kido. Logically speaking, she should be able to succeed once. After she succeeds, she can brag in front of her grandpa and let him understand that he created the new Shunpo trick is really nothing. However, the result was beyond Yoruichi's expectation. She failed. Without any warning, it failed directly, and then a violent explosion occurred. Chapter 71. Ai's Shrine. Where is the Beijing band leader going? Early in the morning, while Gosuke Shigure was wandering around Seireitei, he bumped into Kiraku Shunsui. Today's Kiraku Shunsui looks extremely grand, although he is still wearing the flowered clothes, with hairpins on his hair, and dressed as male or female, but Gosuke Shigure can feel the seriousness and solemnity from his body. Sometimes, a person's temperament can be seen. It's Gosuke, have you been so busy lately? After seeing Gosuke Shigure, Kiraku Shunsui couldn't help complaining. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, "Yeah, I suddenly became idle, to be honest, I'm not used to such a life." Kiraku Shunsui immediately complained, "Gosuke, what you said is really annoying." After finishing speaking, he quickly changed his words, "However, I have to admit that your vision is indeed very unique." Appointing Zaraki as the deputy captain and handing over the battle to Zaraki really relieved himself of a lot of work. In particular, the main job of the 11th team is to fight, and you have distributed all the combat tasks that belong to you to 29, and you are even more free than me for a while. No, I can't go on thinking about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more I'm jealous of you. Gosuke Shigure smiled, then suppressed his smile, and asked Kiraku Shunsui, "The leader of the Beijing band hasn't said where you were going so early. Looking at your well-dressed appearance, is it because you are going to meet some important person?" When Kiraku Shunsui heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and his expression became serious, not the usual out-of-tune look. It is indeed going to meet a very important person. Oh. Gosuke Shigure was very curious. Kiraku Shunsui felt Gosuke Shigure's curious eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, he had an idea, and he said to Gosuke Shigure, "Gosuke, you look like you. There is nothing to do today. Why don't you come with me how?" Gosuke Shigure was stunned for a while, but he didn't refuse the matter. "Since it's the invitation of the leader of the Beijing band, I'll go with you." Kyoraku Shunsui led the way. Gosuke Shigure followed behind him. The two walked among the Seireitei, and finally, came to the edge of Noble Street. It is close to the forest, and there are actually not many residents living here, only some small nobles live here. The place where Kyoraku Shunsui brought Gosuke Shigure was even more remote. This is a quaint building mostly located in the forest, and it looks like it has been around for a while. Advertisement: the building is extremely gorgeous, and it doesn't look like a house for people to live in, but like a shrine. Here is. Gosuke Shigure raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a bit of disappointment. Unexpectedly, this place is still there. Kyoraku Shunsui only said that it was the first time for Gosuke Shigure to come here, and he was a little curious. But he didn't explain too much. I'm going to meet someone, Gosuke, just walk around here. He said to Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure nodded.
Soon, Kyoraku Shunsui stepped into the ancient house. When he stepped into the courtyard, Gosuke Shigure vaguely saw a beautiful woman coming up. Gosuke Shigure was thoughtful. Then, he wandered around here. From Kyoraku Shunsui's point of view, Gosuke Shigure is here for the first time, but it's not. In his previous life, Gosuke Shigure visited this place. But at that time, the name here was called Eyes Shrine. Among the island countries in the last life, there is also an Eyes Shrine, whose divine body is the Yata Mirror, which symbolizes the imperial power, and its status is extremely high. The Eyes Jingu in Soul Society may be created by the author corresponding to the Eyes Jingu in the island country. In this world, it is the residence of the Eyes family, the most mysterious family among the 5 nobles in the household Soul world. The Eyes family is an extremely mysterious Shinto family with a high status. If it is said that the other 4 nobles are the most honorable nobles under King Ling, second only to the royal family, then the Eyes family is the family that has served King Ling from generation to generation. Of course, this is a statement on the surface. In fact, there has never been such a thing as a royal family. The 5 nobles have been the world's biggest beneficiaries from the very beginning. Advertisement. The so-called Spirit King is nothing more than a mascot they forcibly erected. In order to stabilize the world, they did not hesitate to seal the Spirit King with cruel means. Then, in order to prevent the Spirit King from breaking the seal, the Spirit King was even divided. Among them, the objects used to divide the Spirit King. It is the divine sword, 8-mirror sword, that the Eyes clan has served for generations. The name, obviously, is an artifact derived from the Yata mirror. The 8-mirror sword is a very special Zanpakuto. That is a special attack on the gods. The Eyes family, among the 5 nobles, is also a very special family. It has been dominated by women for generations, and each generation of women has a strong spiritual power in their bodies. Logically speaking, this is a good thing, which means that a powerful Shinigami will emerge every generation of the family. But it has its price, and the price is that no matter how they communicate with the sealed state, they cannot make it evolve into Zanpakuto. Because the people of the Eyes family can only have one Zanpakuto. That is the artifact, 8-mirror sword. After each clansman was born, his soul and blood were stained with the curse of the 8-mirror sword, which made them only able to use this sword. 860. At the same time, because of the 8-mirror sword, their clan also carried the curse from the god who was beheaded by the 8-mirror sword. The curse is that each generation of the Eyes family can only give birth to women, although the Eyes family can allow men to marry. However, after the marriage, the man will die suddenly every time the woman becomes pregnant. As for why Gosuke is so aware of these things nowadays. Of course it was because he had been in love with a woman from the Eyes family in his previous life. Unfortunately, because he is also a great nobleman, he is destined not to be able to enter the Eyes family. Similarly, the Eyes family cannot allow a woman to marry into the Tsunayashiro family, because the Tsunayashiro family is not an ordinary family. When entering the Tsunayashiro family, if the husband dies, not to mention whether it will affect him or not, let alone the Eyes family, they will not be able to bring back the married woman. This time I came to Eyes Grand Shrine again. Gosuke Shigure looked around again. Although it seems that there is no change from the previous life. But there are actually some differences. In his previous life, Seireitei had not yet been established, and the Eyes Shrine was not here. The current Eyes Shrine may have been relocated as a whole after the Seireitei was established. However, although it was relocated, the overall appearance is similar to the original Eyes Shrine. Chapter 72 Nanao Longing for Father's Love. Gosuke Shigure knows a little about the woman who met Kyoraku Shunsui. No way. Who told him to read the original work? This original work is not only animation, but also manga. To be honest, in his previous life, after reading the ending of the manga, he only had one feeling. Too urgent. It seems that in order to finish the work in a hurry, the author frantically distributes lunch boxes to people. Regardless of whether the character has done anything useful during this period, in short, the box lunch must be distributed first. That's right, it's Jashiro. When the Soul Society was in danger, he stood up and stood up. It seemed that he was ready to use his true strength. After all, he had been paddling for too long before that. In the end, he didn't expect that when he paid the price of his life, he finally made a meaningful thing, but in the next moment, he directly failed and died. If only I knew this earlier. It's better not to activate the Shengua at the beginning, and honestly holding Zanpakuto to fight with the Star-Crossed Knights. In his previous life, Gosuke Shigure had a lot of regrets because of reading manga. This made him excited for a long time after traveling to the Shinigami world in his previous life. Unfortunately, the biggest problem is that the time he travels is a bit early. He traveled to more than 2,000 years ago in the Shinigami plot, which was a time period that was not mentioned in the original book. The only thing related to 2,000 years ago was probably 2,000 years ago, when Yamamoto Genryusai was in the Soul Society established a sect and accepted apprentices. It is not known whether it is a 501 Baojiao Baohui. Although the time point is relatively early, because of his identity after time travel, Gosuke Shigure in his previous life easily walked to Shinigami's ultimate. He originally planned to live until the beginning of the plot, and at that time, being a hermit grandfather and occasionally pointing out the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo is also considered some fun. As a result, he didn't expect it, and died directly. It's fine if it's completely dead. After waking up, he found himself transformed into Gosuke Shigure, reborn again. This can't help but make the newborn Gosuke feel a lot of emotion. In this life, naturally one has to be more cautious than in the previous life. Because even he is not sure whether he can continue to be reborn if he dies in this life. Gosuke Shigure didn't dare to gamble on that unknown possibility. Advertisement. Not much gossip. Gosuke Shigure knew the identity of the woman whom Kyoraku Shunsui saw because of knowing the plot. The other party should be Kyoraku Shunsui's sister-in-law. Kyoraku Shunsui was originally the second son of the Jingle family, and he had a bad relationship with the big brother. It was not until the big brother married a beautiful sister-in-law, who was gentle and beautiful, that he often went in and out of the big brother's house. The relationship between the two was also due to relaxation. That sounds weird. But it is what it is. Then the sister-in-law became pregnant. This should have been a good thing. But the good times didn't last long. Kyoraku Shunsui's big brother died at this time. If so, that's all. As a man, Kyoraku Shunsui is obliged to take care of his infertile sister-in-law. But by chance, his sister-in-law has a well-known surname, Operator Sei. According to the rules of the Ai's family, a woman whose husband died must be brought back. Even if the Jingle family is a high-ranking noble, second only to a few big nobles, it can't prevent this from happening. Kyoraku Shunsui could only watch helplessly as his pregnant sister-in-law was taken home. However, he did not forget his sister-in-law and the posthumous son in his womb that belonged to his elder brother. Every once in a while, he would come here to see his sister-in-law. Is this some kind of tryst? Gosuke Shigure thought. Afterwards, I took a stroll around the Ai's house. The appearance of the Ai's family looks similar to the Jingu, so there is the saying of the Ai's Jingu. Because this is someone else's territory after all. Gosuke Shigure didn't rush into it either, but just walked around the periphery. Who are you? A soft voice rang in Gosuke Shigure's ear. Gosuke Shigure heard the voice and turned his head to look immediately, but he didn't see anyone. Advertisement. Immediately, he reacted, lowered his head, and saw a delicate and cute little girl looking up at him. Gosuke Shigure frowned, and answered the little girl's question with a smile. Just treat me as a traveler passing by here. Traveler. The little girl was stunned for a moment, and then denied it. No, I have been living here, and I have never seen anyone come here, let alone a traveler. You are not a traveler. You came with that person. She looked at Gosuke Shigure with burning eyes. That person. Gosuke Shigure looked at the little girl in surprise. The little girl explained. That's right, it's that person. I actually don't know who he is, but every once in a while my mother will meet him, and every time I meet, she will take me. I was driven out and I was not allowed to meet that person. I sneaked back and glanced at the person's appearance, but because I was worried that my mother would find out, I never saw the person's appearance clearly. Quote. The man came again today, and you appeared here too. You must be with him. Can you tell me who he is? Is he my dad? When the last two words were spoken, the little girl looked at Gosuke Shigure expectantly, waiting for Gosuke Shigure to give a definite answer. Listen to you, you don't have a father. Gosuke Shigure didn't answer the little girl's question, but asked her first. There was a look of disappointment on the little girl's face. I haven't seen my father since I was very, very young. But I know, I must have a father. I see. Gosuke Shigure sighed. Hello Wong. After seeing the little girl, he actually recognized her. Although the other party didn't wear glasses at this moment, Gosuke Shigure still guessed the other party's identity clothes combined with the fact that this is the Ai's house. Nanao Ai's. In the original book, Kyoraku Shunsui's vice captain, in the Millennium Blood War chapter, faced a powerful enemy that Kyoraku Shunsui could not defeat even with Bankai, and resolutely waved the Eight-Mirror sword, thus defeating that powerful enemy. Although she is a woman, she looks weak, but at certain times, she is stronger than a man. It is a female character that Gosuke Shigure admires quite a lot. Gosuke Shigure also never thought that today he would meet Nanao Ai's from his childhood here. Listening to the firm meaning in the other party's words, Gosuke Shigure did not tell Ai's Nanao the so-called truth. When Kyoraku Shunsui, when Ai's Nanao's mother chooses to hide from her, that in itself says something. Chapter 73. If you want to know the truth, you must become a strong one. Although I can understand how you want to see your father, that person should not be your father. As far as I know, that guy is an old bachelor who has not married a wife and had children. Gosuke Shigure explained to Nanao Ai's in front of him. As that's so, Ai's Nanao's eyes dimmed involuntarily. She always thought that the person who met her mother was her father, but now it seems that it is not. Gosuke Shigure comforted Aiz Naneo and said, try to make yourself stronger. Aiz Naneo was taken aback, raised her head, and looked at Gosuke Shigure, not understanding why Gosuke Shigure said such words. Although I don't know why your mother didn't tell you about your father, but there must be something hidden and something that makes him scruples. If this is the case, then you should work hard to make yourself stronger. In this world, only the strong are qualified to know everything and ignore all rules. When you become strong enough, you will naturally have the ability to explore the truth. After Aiz Naneo heard Gosuke Shigure's words, her mind wavered slightly. To be strong. Do you mean, to become, a Shinigami? Gosuke Shigure smiled lightly, and did not continue to answer Aiz Naneo's words, but turned around and left here. Aiz Naneo looked at Gosuke Shigure who turned and left here, and was taken aback again. But did not catch up. Although this meeting was brief, 507 only spoke a few words. But Gosuke Shigure really left a deep impression on Aiz Naneo when she was a child. For the rest of the time, Gosuke Shigure avoided places where there were people. Walked around a little more. Finally back to the original land, waiting for Kyoraku Shunsui. Kyoraku Shunsui's meeting with his sister-in-law didn't last long. Gosuke Shigure waited here for a while, and saw Kyoraku Shunsui come out with a complicated expression. It's over. Gosuke Shigure glanced at Kyoraku Shunsui and asked. Advertisement. Kyoraku Shunsui nodded and said in a deep voice, let's go. He also didn't explain much to Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure didn't ask much either. He followed Kyoraku Shunsui and left here in no time. In this business, it doesn't really matter whether he comes or not, it's just a hanging CJFF piece. Kyoraku Shunsui chose to bring Gosuke Shigure, and it was only because of a sudden idea that he left. It wasn't until he left the neighborhood and returned to the commercial street of Seireitei that Gosuke Shigure said to Kyoraku Shunsui, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Shall we find a place to have a few drinks? Hearing drinking, Kyoraku Shunsui finally reacted. It's very kind of you to ask. I just ask. Gosuke Shigure did not refuse either, he himself is not a guest. In his previous life, because of his status as a great nobleman, he had the temperament of returning after all his wealth was gone. Although he is not as rich as his previous life in this life, as the captain of Gote 13, his salary is indeed not low. It is still affordable to treat someone to a drink once in a while. It seems that because of the complicated mood caused by meeting with his sister-in-law, Kyoraku Shunsui took a drink to relieve his worries. After this meal of wine, he was directly drunk on the wine table. Gosuke Shigure was also a little helpless looking at Kyoraku Shunsui who was drinking away his worries. But after all, he invited Kyoraku Shunsui to drink, so he can only clean up the mess by himself. Leaving the izakaya with a drunk Kyoraku Shunsui on his back. After sending him to the 8th division. Gosuke Shigure has just returned to the 11th team. After returning to Bankai, he took a shower and changed his clothes, and Gosuke Shigure resumed his leisurely life. As for why not go to sleep? Of course it's because it's broad daylight, so why sleep? I met Kyoraku Shunsui early this morning, and then accompanied him to the Ai's house for a walk. When I came back, I drank some wine in the izakaya. Although I did a lot of things, the time actually passed. It's only half a day. Speaking carefully, it seems that I haven't visited Yoruichi for several days. Anyway, I'm also her teacher, so I can teach her something. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure didn't think it was a problem to be idle like this. Normally, the 11th team members would choose to drink and compete in their free time, but for Gosuke Shigure, he couldn't do this kind of thing. It's so meaningless to fight and kill. As for drinking. Didn't you just come back from drinking? So, instead of doing those things, why not visit Yoruichi? Go to Shihuan's house. Even though the Shihuan family is a well-known nobleman, the Shihuan family still treats Gosuke Shigure's visit with extreme caution, especially since they have already known from the head of the family that Captain Gosuke has become Miss Yoruichi's teacher. This makes them hold Gosuke Shigure with great respect. When Gosuke Shigure said that he came to teach Yoruichi, he suddenly learned that Yoruichi was not at home at the moment. Captain Gosuke, we're going to find Master Yoruichi right now. In order to prevent Gosuke Shigure from coming in vain, the butler of Shihuan's house hurriedly said to Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure shook his head and said, no need, I can find Yoruichi myself. This sentence is not Gosuke Shigure bragging. For Shinigami, there are many ways to find out a person's whereabouts. Slap the toe and chase the bird, such as in Bakudo as a means of sensing the opponent's ryutsu and tracking and capturing its location. As for the Shinigami with strong spiritual sense, they don't even need the assistance of Bakudo, they can use their spiritual sense to directly grasp the opponent's ryutsu and find the opponent's whereabouts. Gosuke Shigure is the latter, and his spiritual sense is extremely powerful. He has a powerful ryutsu, but unlike Zaraki who cannot control ryutsu precisely, on the contrary, he can control his own ryutsu very precisely. Although Yoruichi has not yet entered the Spiritual Arts Academy, his aptitude is outstanding, and ryutsu is not bad, otherwise, it would be impossible for Shihuan Kongshin to regard him as the hope of the Shihuan family. Gosuke Shigure carefully perceived Yoruichi's ryutsu, and soon found the track of his ryutsu's disappearance, and then accurately grasped Yoruichi's current movement. Knowing where Yoruichi was, Gosuke Shigure immediately cast Shunpo and rushed there. When he arrived at the destination, his eyes became weird again. Among the Seireitei, the highest mountain is called Sokyoku Hill. On this mountain stands Sokyoku, which is a kind of death penalty. Once liberated, it is equivalent to having the power of a million Zanpakuto liberated. Powerful, after it is liberated, it will penetrate and cut off Shinigami's body immediately, making Shinigami die in ultimate pain. Rukia Kuchiki in the original book was sentenced to Sokyoku. And at this moment, according to Gosuke Shigure's perception, Shihuin Yoruichi's Ryutsu is under the ground of the high mountain, Sokyoku Hill. Chapter 74 Yoruichi and Kazuki. Underneath Sokyoku Hill, there is a huge mountain space. This is of course not natural. It was developed by Shihuin Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki. At present, this space is not very big, it is only as big as a small training ground, because it didn't take long for the two talents to open it up. The reason why they chose to open up such a place here. The reason for everything is that Yoruichi wanted to complete the idea proposed by Gosuke Shigure. A means to combine Kido and white hits. Kido is a means to fight against the enemy, especially Hado, which has always attacked the enemy. How difficult it is to surround this kind of extremely destructive Kido on the body. If it is not controlled well, it will cause an explosion. Even though Urahara Kazuki controlled Kido's power extremely well, whenever Kido landed on Yoruichi's body, there would be a violent explosion. Although due to Kido's power, Yoruichi was not seriously injured. But she is the eldest lady of the Shihuin family after all, with a distinguished status. The people of Shihuin's family can see that their young lady is disgraced and embarrassed. They strictly forbid their young lady to do this kind of dangerous experiment. If something happens, they have no way to explain to the owner. Of course Yoruichi also knew the kindness of the servants at home. But she really wanted to perfect the idea proposed by the teacher. Since at home, because of the experiment, there will be huge movements, so it is good to change the place. So, she conspired with Urahara Kazuki privately and decided to jointly open up a secret base. The reason Yoruichi wanted the secret base was because he wanted a private space where he could practice alone. Urahara Kazuki also wanted a secret base to do various experiments. He always had various novel ideas and wanted to realize them. In the end, the two settled on the location of the secret base. That is the underground of Sokyoku Hill. Advertisement. Sokyoku Hill is the highest mountain in Seireitei, and it is the place of execution. In history, there are not many people who were sentenced to Sokyoku. In other words, there are basically no people here. It is truly a deserted place. In addition, under the Sokyoku Hill, there is a dense forest, which provides convenience for them to hide their whereabouts. With the help of Kido cast by Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki successfully opened up a space in the ground of Sokyoku Hill for training. Because the current strength is not enough, this training ground is not considered it's very big. If you have the ability in the future, it will naturally be expanded, and even, for the sake of safety, it's better to put a barrier. In any case, digging underground in Sokyoku Hill was a bit of a bad thing. Boom, boom, a muffled voice echoed beneath Sokyoku Hill. Because it is inside the mountain, the sound transmitted outside is minimal, and because the outer layer is a forest, the sound is even smaller. Of course, if some people who have nothing to do are wandering around the Sokyoku Hill, after hearing the sound, and investigating the source of the sound, they can still find the secret base opened by Yashi and Urahara Kazuki. After all, the current secret base is not covered by enchantment, it is just a simple cave. Shout, failed again. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the disgraced Yoruichi said unwillingly. After the opening of this secret base, she has been training here, but as a result, she has not succeeded even once, and she has not even seen the hope of success. I think we may be thinking wrong. Urahara Kazuki analyzed softly. Huh. Yoruichi looked at Urahara Kazuki, puzzled. Urahara Kazuki said, it may be feasible to combine white hits and Kido, but the Kido in it may have to be displayed by yourself. The Kido cast by me, although I can control its power and let it attach to your body, but this is the Kido cast by me after all. As long as you move a little, it will break the balance, then detonate Kido, causing it to explode. If you cast Kido by yourself, because Kido's spiritual power comes from you, you can adjust the frequency of Kido release at will during the battle to match the rhythm of your own battle, and maybe it won't explode. Quote. In other words, do I need to learn Kido? Yoruichi frowned slightly upon hearing this. This is really a hassle. However, if you can learn Kido yourself and be able to accomplish this, it would be a good thing. Asterisk 10. Advertisement. Of course, these are all speculations at the moment. Even after repeated failures, Yoruichi doubted whether his teacher was using a wrong theory to lie to himself. Even if he really learned Kido, he would never succeed at all. That's when Yoruichi thought of his cheap teacher. A familiar voice suddenly came from the side. You guys are so courageous. How dare you open up a secret base under Sokyoku Hill? Hearing this voice, the complexions of Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki changed slightly. They turned their heads suddenly and saw the figure of a man wearing a white haori. Captain. Urahara Kazuki murmured softly in his heart. He just recognized the Captain Haori and knew that this was the captain of Gote 13, but he didn't know which captain it was. 0. He wasn't a real Shinigami after all, nor did he make it into Gote 13. Teacher, why are you here? Yoruichi addressed the visitor with an unnatural expression. Urahara Kazuki knows which captain this is, Gosuke Shigure, captain of the 11th team, contemporary Kenpachi. Gosuke Shigure explained to Yoruichi. I have nothing to do today, and I was going to teach you something. When I arrived at Shihuan's house, I found that you were not at home, so I followed your Ryutsu and found this place. It's still like this. Yoruichi was startled when he heard that Gosuke Shigure had found his way. Urahara Kazuki did not expect that there is such a calendar. Just rely on Ryutsu, you can find here. In other words, the secret base they thought was not actually a secret. If anyone wants to find it, they can still be found. It can only be said that although Urahara Kazuki is very smart at the moment, because he is not a real Shinigami, he lacks a lot of common sense knowledge about Shinigami. If Gosuke Shigure knew what Urahara Kazuki was thinking, he would definitely answer, yes, that's it. In the original book, Abarai Renji, through the perception of Kurosaki Ichigo Ryutsu, found Kurosaki Ichigo who was hiding in the training ground under Sokyoku Hill and practiced Bankai. For Shinigami, revealing Ryutsu is tantamount to revealing his whereabouts. Advertisement Chapter 75 Instant Coax. After recovering from the shock, Yoruichi looked at Gosuke Shigure again. Sensei, don't you? Earlier Gosuke Shigure said that they were very brave. You know, this is the hill of Sokyoku, which is the place where the Soul Society is used for execution, and her teacher, Gosuke Shigure, is the captain of Gotei 13, the person who maintains the order of the Soul Society. No one can tell whether the other party will report themselves. So Yoruichi is still a little nervous. Don't worry, I won't report you. Gosuke Shigure is a smart person. Looking at Yoruichi's appearance, he doesn't know what she is thinking. After saying this, ignoring Yoruichi's shock at guessing what she was thinking, Gosuke Shigure said again. However, even if I don't report you to dig a hole here and open a training ground, if you and the boy next to 697 don't take the initiative to hide your Ryutsu, someone will find you here sooner or later. Then what should I do? Could it be that this is not suitable for me to train in private? Yoruichi was a little frustrated and lost when he heard this. Gosuke Shigure said. Either, you learn how to hide your own Ryutsu, or, set up a Kido enchantment around this training ground to shield and isolate your Ryutsu inside. Yoruichi said in a deep voice. Kazuki and I have also thought about the enchantment, but at the moment we don't have the ability to create an enchantment. Although Urahara Kazuki has learned some Kido by himself, it is only a relatively low-level Kido, and arranging large-scale enchantments is something that only high-level Bakudo can do. Urahara Kazuki is currently not exposed to this type of knowledge. Of course, this doesn't affect them from having this kind of idea. After they learn how to arrange the enchantment in the future, they will arrange the enchantment here. Gosuke Shigure said softly. I have dabbled in Kido, who told me that I am your teacher. Although the location of your training ground is arrogance, I have to say that it is indeed isolated from the world. It's a good place to practice, especially it's located below the Sokyoku Hill, where the concentration of spiritual particles is extremely high. It would be a pity to just discard it like this. I will take action and help you build a second barrier. After you grow up, if you feel dissatisfied, you can rearrange the enchantment yourself. Advertisement. Yoruichi was taken aback for a moment, then he was overjoyed, and quickly said to Gosuke Shigure, thank you, teacher. The shy boy Urahara Kazuki also thanked Gosuke Shigure, thank you Captain Gosuke. Gosuke Shigure laughed, nothing. Immediately afterwards, Gosuke Shigure began to set up a barrier here. Urahara Kazuki was very interested in setting up the enchantment, and kept watching Gosuke Shigure, secretly learning. Gosuke Shigure gave Urahara Kazuki some pointers, and at the same time told Urahara Kazuki how to enter and exit the barrier. After working so hard for a while, the mountain training ground opened by Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki is no longer a simple one. It's a cave, and it really looks like a secret base. Yoruichi is not interested in things like setting up barriers. Although the teacher came here unexpectedly, she was a little surprised. However, I just took this opportunity to ask the teacher some questions in my heart. After seeing Gosuke Shigure and Urahara Kazuki finish their work, Yoruichi asked Gosuke Shigure, Sensei, is the theory you told me at that time really possible? During this time, Kazuki and I tried countless times, but none of them succeeded. Oh, Gosuke Shigure looked at Yoruichi with some surprise. Although he told Yoruichi about the idea of instant coaxing, he just wanted to know whether Yoruichi could develop instant coaxing earlier than in the original book, but he did not expect that Yoruichi could not wait to try it so soon. At this point in time, you don't even count Shendu as dead, so it's strange that you can complete instant coaxing. Gosuke Shigure slandered inwardly. In the original book, it is not known when Yoruichi developed the instantaneous, but it took Sui Feng many years to perfect the instantaneous. Sui Feng had already become the team leader when he was developing instant hearing. Advertisement. With the strength of the captain, it took a long time to complete the instant coaxing. It would be a joke if Yoruichi had finished instant coaxing right now. You know, it hasn't even been a month since Gosuke Shigure told Yoruichi the idea of Shunju. Although he slandered from the bottom of his heart, Gosuke Shigure did not say such words on the surface. On the contrary, after hearing some speculation of Urahara Kazuki mentioned by Yoruichi, he nodded approvingly. This boy named Kazuki is right, he wants to achieve instant coaxing, relying on others to perform. Of course Kido can't do it. Because you don't know Kido, you came to ask Kazuki for help and let him perform Kido's behavior, which was wrong from the beginning. Only the Kido that you cast yourself can be compatible with your own white hits. The Kido added by an outsider is ultimately made by an outsider. No matter how well the two cooperate with each other, they cannot be of one mind. Yoruichi, you are too eager for success. Gosuke Shigure criticized Yoruichi. I will tell you the concept of instant coaxing, hoping that you can slowly complete instant coaxing in the long years to come, but I didn't expect that you would try it so quickly, and even hope to be able to achieve it in a very short time, realized within a short period of time. Instant coaxing is a skill that is more difficult than high-level shunpo. To develop a high-level shunpo skill, it will take years or even decades of effort. If you want to complete instant coaxing in a short period of time, you have to easier said than done. You have to learn Kido first, practice Kido to the point of being qualified, and then practice white hits. 1.8 Only after you have honed both of them to the peak at the same time can you try to do this kind of thing. As that's so, Yoruichi was also stunned after hearing Gosuke Shigure's criticism. She never thought about these things. After Gosuke Shigure told her the idea of shunju that day, she kept it in her heart and was eager to realize it so that she could brag in front of her grandpa. But I never thought about how difficult it is to create a new way of fighting. As this fighting method called instant coaxing, Yoruichi recalled a name mentioned in the teacher's words. Although Gosuke Shigure's criticism of her was reasonable, Yoruichi was still a little stubborn. But how do I know this? Can the door theory really work? Teacher, is instant coaxing really possible? Chapter 76. Take another disciple. Gosuke Shigure did not answer the question. Instead, Zanpakuto was pulled out in front of Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi. Yoruichi was taken aback for a moment. What does this mean, teacher? It's fine if you don't want to answer. What are you doing with your sword? Urahara Kazuki was much more careful than Yoruichi, and immediately discovered the problem. He felt a strong sense of oppression released from Gosuke Shigure's body, which is Ryutsu belonging to Gosuke Shigure. Ryutsu exploded instantly, and then, poured into Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto. Under the gaze of Urahara Kazuki. On top of Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto, Ryutsu swelled dramatically, and finally, formed a huge blade of light. Gosuke Shigure slashed out. The light blade flew out through the air. Bang! The huge sound reverberated. Fortunately, Gosuke Shigure had placed an enchantment here to isolate the sound, so the huge sound did not pass through. After a slash, Gosuke Shigure RE29 retracted the Zanpakuto, looked at the curious Yoruichi and said, "This is not the sword pressure, but the 78 of Hado, Zanhulan. This is the Kido blade. Since the blade of Kido can be cast through Zanpakuto, can Kido be cast with the body without relying on Zanpakuto?" Gosuke Shigure did not give an answer. But Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki were both brooding. That's right, Kido doesn't necessarily need to be chanted to be cast, there are many other ways to cast it. Since the blade of Kido can be cast using Zanpakuto as a medium. Then among the many Kido, there must be Kido that can be cast directly with the body as a medium without singing or using external media. Gosuke Shigure said what Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki were thinking at the moment. I am because of the inspiration I found from this move, Hado plus Bakudo and Kido Kaido for healing. There are hundreds of Kido in total, their methods of casting and functions are also different, and among them there must be Kido that can be combined with white hits. Advertisement. If you really don't have one, then create it yourself. Create Kido yourself. Urahara Kazuki whispered to himself, he had never thought about it. Gosuke Shigure's words seemed to open a door for him. Yoruichi also looked shocked, is it really possible to create Kido? Why can't it be done? Gosuke Shigure asked rhetorically. The so-called Kido is just a way of using spiritual power. Through specific words, mobilize the spiritual power that exists in the air and in the body, and turn the disordered spiritual power into an orderly one. Thing. The Kido that is being circulated today, the origin of the original Kido is unreliable, but in the long years, there are indeed many Kido created by latecomers, just like Captain Yamamoto, who also created his own Hado. Gosuke Shigure actually knows who created the original Kido, but there is no need to tell Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki, so as not to arouse their curiosity. So, who created the original Kido? Who else? Ikibe Hyasube chant. He is the oldest Shinigami in the world, everything in the world is named after him, and he can know the real name of the sword as soon as all Zanpakuto fall into his hands. For him, language and characters are the source of strength. Kido's words of spirit, gaining power through chanting, are all written by him. In this world, the earliest Kido was created by him. But he's also just a guy who lays the groundwork. Afterwards, in the long years, countless people created their own Kido successively. Like Kaido, it was created by Tianshiro of Kilin Temple. Captain Yamamoto also created Hado. For Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki, who didn't know those secrets, they were just surprised by what Gosuke Shigure said. Gosuke Shigure nodded and said, the Hado created by Captain Yamamoto is of a very high level, it is the No. 96 Hado, and it is called knife cremation. One knife cremation. Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki murmured the name softly, shaking their hearts. Urahara Kazuki couldn't help but mutter to himself, I don't know if I can create my own Kido in the future. What Yoruichi thinks is, since someone can create a Kido, maybe it is possible to achieve instant coaxing by creating a new Kido. Advertisement. Of course, this person can't be her, she thinks she doesn't have this ability. Kazuki, it's up to you. Yoruichi's eyes fell on Urahara Kazuki. If anyone in Yoruichi's knowledge is most likely to create Kido, it must be Urahara Kazuki. Let's not talk about Shunpo, it's not a skill that can be accomplished overnight. Gosuke Shigure took the initiative to interrupt Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki's many thoughts. Today I was going to teach Yoruichi your Shunpo and White Hit's skills. Since you are here, I will teach you here for a while. Yoruichi's expression also became serious. I'm sorry, teacher. There is nothing. Gosuke Shigure said casually, then glanced at Urahara Kazuki next to him. Your name is Kazuki, right? Captain Gosuke, my name is Urahara Kazuki. Gosuke Shigure had said his name before, but now after hearing Gosuke Shigure talking to himself, Urahara Kazuki quickly introduced himself. Gosuke Shigure said softly, it can be seen from 647 that you have a good relationship with Yoruichi. Since you are here too, you should train with Yi Shi. Can I do it too? Urahara Kazuki was stunned, feeling extremely unreal. Who is Gosuke Shigure? It's the contemporary Kenpachi, captain of the Gote 13, a true powerhouse. He will teach Yoruichi, but because Yoruichi is the eldest lady of the Shihuan family and has a distinguished status. And what about myself? Although he has a good relationship with Yoruichi, he is just an ordinary boy from the Urahara family, a lower-level nobleman. How can he be taught by a captain? Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. Teaching one person is teaching, and teaching two people is also teaching. For me, there is no difference. You can come together. Of course, from now on, you have to call me a teacher. Yes. Urahara Kazuki quickly stood up straight, and looked a little bit in the hands and called Gosuke Shigure, teacher. When Gosuke Shigure heard Urahara Kazuki's address, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Perhaps in the eyes of Urahara Kazuki, he himself is just an ordinary boy. But for Gosuke Shigure, Urahara Kazuki is anything but ordinary. This is the only existence that is comparable to Aizen in IQ, or even slightly better. Chapter 77. Time passes. Time waits for no one. For Shinigami, time is something that flies by extremely fast. After all, compared to ordinary people, they have extremely long lifespans. At the same time, because of the Ryutsu in their bodies, their growth and development speed is much longer than that of ordinary people. For ordinary people, 10 years is enough for a child to grow up. But for Shinigami, the time spent in this process is several times, even 10 times. Some Shinigami, just looking like a teenager, lasted for 100 or 200 years, and then gradually became young. After that, it took hundreds of years to become middle-aged and then old. Although the appearance has entered an old age, the life expectancy is definitely more than that, and no one knows how long he can live. In the final analysis, it is because the soul itself is condensed by the spirit sun, and the body of the Shinigami is also the creation of the spirit sun, not a skin in the ordinary sense. Afterwards, the spirit sun will return to the earth again. The reason why Shinigami will have birth, old age, sickness and death is just because of the rules of this world. Since Gosuke Shigure became Yoruichi's teacher, taught Yoruichi, and accepted a cheap apprentice Urahara Kazuki, time has passed quietly for decades. For ordinary people, it can be regarded as a small half of a lifetime. For Gosuke Shigure, there is not much emotion. In his last life, he was used to living as a long-lived species, so he will naturally be able to get used to it in this life. During these years, the 11th squad became more and more prosperous. Everything started to go right. Usually, Gosuke Shigure only needs to deal with the documents in the team, and sign and issue them at will. If there are combat missions, they will be directly handed over to the deputy captain Zaraki. Advertisement. Zaraki is an honest man. Never tired of fighting, nor picky. For him, it doesn't even matter whether the opponent is strong or weak, the important thing is that there is a fight. Gosuke Shigure naturally satisfied Zaraki. In these years, he has never fought once, and all the fights were fought for him by Zaraki. This makes Zaraki's reputation not only in the 11th team, but also in the entire Gote 13. Naturally, when Zaraki became famous, Gosuke Shigure, the contemporary Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th team, also received a glance. As a Kenpachi, he does not take the lead and go to the front line to fight, but hides in the rear all the time, and entrusts the task of fighting to the adjutant. Isn't such a Kenpachi a parallel importer? In the past years, the members of Gote 13 have undergone many changes. Some old captains died in battle and retired, and there were also new Spiritual Arts Academy graduates who entered the major teams. In the 11th team, many new faces have also appeared, and at the same time, the position of the chief executive has also undergone some changes. These criticisms came from the mouths of the new members of the 11th team, and then through their mouths, some new members of the other teams would occasionally discuss Gosuke, Kenpachi. In their view, Gosuke, the Kenpachi, really doesn't have any Kenpachi style, and I really don't know how he became a Kenpachi. Some people even think that Gosuke Shigure's ability to serve as Kenpachi is purely due to good luck, because he was the vice captain of the previous generation of Kenpachi. Gosuke, your reputation over the years has not been very good. Hiroku Shunsui took the initiative to mention this to Gosuke Shigure while drinking. Gosuke Shigure has long been aware of his reputation, and he didn't take it seriously. It's just some private chats. If they want to talk, let them go. If the people above really don't like it, if I am satisfied with my role as Kenpachi, I am happy to retire here. Anyway, Zaraki's strength as Kenpachi is more than enough. In his words, it seems that he has no nostalgia for the position of Kenpachi. Even if this is the title, Kenpachi, that only the strongest Shinigami of the Soul Society possesses, even if this is the captain position that many Shinigami want to achieve throughout their lives. Advertisement. But for Gosuke Shigure, that's it. At the beginning, he chose to become Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th team, purely for the members of the team. At that time, Kenpachi in Mole City had just been imprisoned, and the 11th division was leaderless and panicked. Gosuke Shigure chose to become Kenpachi in order to stabilize the morale of the army and let the team members regain their morale. Now, the new team members still have the intention to criticize him as the captain, which shows that the morale of the 11th team has been regained. Under such circumstances, Gosuke Shigure would not mind abdicating for Yun. You have a good idea. Hiroku Shunsui shook his head and said, as you said, it's just some people's private chatting. In the eyes of those above, as long as you haven't committed any serious crimes, they will never take the initiative to remove you from the captain's position. Quote. So, if you want to retire, it's still very early. And speaking of it, I haven't even retired. You are younger than me, so why should you retire? Hee hee. Gosuke Shigure smiled, picked up the bowl in front of him again, and offered a bowl to Hiroku Shunsui. If that's the case, then let me pay respects to the old Beijing band, who has not retired yet. Hearing this, Hiroku Shunsui shook his head helplessly, picked up the wine bowl in front of him, and touched Gosuke Shigure. After drinking the wine, I was pregnant. Hiroku Shunsui's expression suddenly became serious. Say okay, Miss Yoruichi from the Shihuan family you taught has already entered the Academy of True Spiritual Art to study. Okay. Gosuke Shigure nodded and said. After she entered Mao to study, I felt a lot easier. Hiroku Shunsui said with emotion. Speaking carefully, the Shiba family, which is one of the 5 nobles together with the Shihuan family, has also emerged a genius in this generation, named Shiba Kaiyan, who is said to be very qualified. It seems that Hiroku Shunsui is praising Shiba Kaiyan, but Gosuke Shigure heard the implication from Hiroku Shunsui's words. If it was in the past, it would be a good thing for Shiba's family to have such a genius, but it is a pity that Shiba Kaiyan did not appear when. As the head of the upper-class nobles, Hiroku Shunsui obviously knows some secrets. There are some secrets that even the captain of Gote 13 cannot know, only the nobles know. Chapter 78. The Great Noble Disturbance. Time, not long. Gosuke Shigure understood why Hiroku Shunsui said that when he was drinking that day. First, Captain Yamamoto held a captain's meeting. The captain of the 10th division, Shiba Issei, officially abdicated. He only announced this matter, but he did not announce who the new captain of the 10th squad is. Other than that, no one knew where the captain of the 10th team went after he abdicated, because he had never seen him before. Afterwards, Central 46 issued the harshest orders. The Shiba family, once one of the 5 nobles, was officially expelled. The main family didn't know what they committed, so they were directly expelled from Seireitei, and the branch house was also forced to leave because of the crime committed by the main family. After knowing this, the entire Shinigami of Gote 13 was inevitably a little bit astonished. Gosuke Shigure even thought to himself, open black lens bracket, what did the Shiba family do? Will the rest of the nobles expel him from the ranks of the great nobles? On the surface, this is an order issued by Central 46 to remove the Shiba family. But in fact, Central 46 does not have such rights. They may decide the life and death of small and medium nobles, but they absolutely cannot arbitrarily decide the survival of big nobles. Central 46, I'm afraid it's just a tool person who makes a decision. It's the other 4 nobles who really decide this matter. The Shiba family may have done something to infringe upon the interests of the other great nobles, so they chose to exterminate the Shiba family. The reason why I say kill them all is because Gosuke Shigure got some news from Hiroku Shunsui again. The luck of the Shiba family is really bad. While the family was moving from Seireitei to Rukongai, they were directly attacked by killers. Most of the main family members died as a result, and even the eldest lady of the Shiba family, Shiba Kuzuru, lost an arm because of it. Hiroku Shunsui spoke with a complicated tone. He is quite familiar with Shiba Issei, the former head of the Shiba family. Seeing the end of the Shiba family, Hiroku Shunsui inevitably feels a little complicated. But he was powerless to stop all this. In the final analysis, behind the decline of the Shiba family, it was the other big nobles who were fueling the flames. The Jingle family is just a high-ranking noble, and cannot affect the decision-making of the big nobles. Advertisement. In the Soul Society, do killers still exist? Gosuke Shigure expressed his own doubts. Of course there are. After all, the so-called predecessor of Gote 13 was originally a killer group. The Soul Society is so big, there are always some strong people who are unwilling to join Gote 13, and are willing to become killers driven by some people. Hiroku Shunsui seems to have something to say. Gosuke Shigure's eyes flickered, and he asked Hiroku Shunsui again. So, Shiba's family was completely wiped out under the attack of the killer. Hiroku Shunsui shook his head and said. That's not true. Mr. Shihuan Kongshin arrived in time, rescued some people, and then personally escorted them to live in Rukongai. That's it. Gosuke Shigure didn't ask any more questions, but from these words, he got a lot of hidden information. What is known so far is, the Shiba family didn't know what they did, which caused the rest of the nobles to attack, and they joined hands to deprive the Shiba family of the title of Great Noble. Of course, this is also related to the decline of the Shiba family over the years. That's why Kyoraku Shunsui expressed emotion earlier. Under such circumstances, it is really not the right time for Shiba Kyan, a genius, to appear in Shiba's family. The G family no longer has enough capacity to shelter Shiba High. No one knows where those Shiba Yicheng, who stepped down as the captain of the 10th division, went. But what is known is that his fate was not good, otherwise, his family would not have been attacked on the way to Rukongai, and Shiba Kukaku also lost an arm. This group of killers must have come from a certain nobleman, and they were going to completely wipe out the Shiba family. The Shihuan family, though powerless to prevent the expelling CJEG of the Shiba family from the ranks of great nobles, finally chose to shelter the surviving Shiba family members. Next, no accident, the nobles who secretly sent killers should stop. Because Shihuan's family has already come forward, if they continue to insist, the other big nobles may also have opinions on him, which will cause trouble. So, is Shiba Kuzuru's arm broken like this? Gosuke Shigure thought so. In the original book, when Shiba Kuzuru appeared on stage, one of her arms was broken, and eventually she got prosthetics. He was still a little curious, but now, he knows the reason. At the same time, I also know a little bit about the good relationship between Yoruichi and Shiba Kongzuru. The Shihuan family is the only great noble who is willing to help the Shiba family when they fall. Advertisement. There is a problem with the relationship between these two. Back and forth, not a short period of time passed. The turmoil of the Shiba family's decline is completely over. Gosuke Shigure doesn't meddle in such things. After all, in this life, he is Gosuke Shigure, just an ordinary person, born as a commoner, not a great nobleman. Of course, he also has some speculations about the biggest suspect in Shiba's family's fate. Who else? The Tsunayashiro family, who are also great nobles. Among the 5 nobles in the past, the Tsunayashiro family and the Shiba family were the most difficult to deal with. Originally, the Tsunayashiro family was the head of the 5 nobles, and they could barely suppress the Shiba family. But after the rebirth of Gosuke Shigure, in this era, the position of the head of the 5 nobles has become the Kuchiki family. The Tsunayashiro family actually fell from the position of leader. That's where it gets interesting. Based on Gosuke Shigure's understanding of the Tsunayashiro family, the members of the Tsunayashiro family will definitely not be content with this decline. The downfall of the Shiba family this time, as expected, was their fault. They want to prove their sense of existence by attacking the actions of the other great nobles. Now it's the Shiba family, but I don't know when the Tsunayashiro family will attack the rest of the nobles. As for why Gosuke Shigure is sure that the Tsunayashiro family will attack the other nobles. Of course it was because he knew the Tsunayashiro family very well. In his previous life, he himself was a member of the Tsunayashiro family, and the Tsunayashiro family was an inherently evil family. This kind of evil, since their ancestors murdered the Soul King, and then divided the Soul King, has been running deep in the blood of the Tsunayashiro family. Despicable, shameless, and all kinds of inferiority, all exist in the members of the Tsunayashiro family. Except, of course, Gosuke Shigure in his previous life, who was a good guy. Chapter 79 Challenge the Kenpachi. Back to Team 11. Ignoring the strange eyes of the new recruits, Gosuke Shigure went directly to his captain's room, smelling of alcohol. The captain's room has been remodeled over the years to fit Gosuke Shigure's style. In addition to the desk for office use, there is a shelf at the back. On the shelf, there are fresh tidbits and bonsai. After all, it is inevitable to be a little irritable when dealing with official business here for a long time. Putting some plants here, in addition to purifying the air you can also make your body and mind more comfortable. Of course, the premise is that the shelf is convenient and there is no wine table. On the wine table, wine registers, tea sets and other things are randomly placed. That's nothing. In the captain's room, there is also a tatami mat. Gosuke Shigure still occasionally takes a nap here. He directly regards the office as his home. If we say that he was a little restrained when he first took over the position, after all, he was only the vice captain at that time, and the real captain was Mole Shuangye, then now, after serving as Kenpachi for many years, he has already completely assumed the identity of the owner of the team, and remodeled the captain's room according to his own preferences. In comparison, his approach is not too much. When it comes to going too far, look no further than Kyoraku Shunsui. Put a flower blanket directly on the captain's haori to cover the original captain's haori, and there will be more things like absenteeism and sabotage. Although the days are relatively peaceful, Seireitei is not as peaceful as expected. Thinking of Shiba's family, Gosuke Shigure couldn't help expressing emotion. If we say that in the previous life, many insidious calculations were put on the bright side, then now, the seemingly peaceful Seireitei is actually not so stable and peaceful. Those insidious calculations are all hidden in the dark. The darkness under the curtain is absolutely no less than in his previous life. The downfall of the Shiba family is just a major event that happened recently. Because of the name of Shiba's family, people in Guangxi know it. In places invisible to the naked eye, I don't know how many eerie things are happening. However, as long as the fire doesn't burn my head, it's a good thing. Advertisement. After Gosuke Shigure thought for a while, he comforted himself again. In this life, he only wanted to be an ordinary Shinigami at first. But for the members of the 11th team, I finally chose to become Kenpachi. It doesn't matter if you become Kenpachi, as Kenpachi, you can still lead a peaceful life. For example, Now that he has found a strong thug, he is much more leisurely than other captains. If possible, Gosuke Shigure hopes that he can continue to be so leisurely. Today's number 11 team is extremely peaceful, and many players are exchanging ideas with each other to sharpen their own strength. Except Zaraki. Zaraki went out to hack again. Basically, every once in a while, there will be Hueco Mundo's ghosts fleeing into the Soul Society. This frequency is still quite high. Not surprising. After all, the Soul Society is the place where the soul lives in peace. Although there are ghosts in this world, because of the low concentration of spirit particles in this world, the probability of real ghosts appearing is not as high as imagined. It's just an ordinary void, so just relying on the 11th Squadron stationed in Shinigami in this world is enough to solve those cross-boundary voids. The Soul Society is different. The number of souls in the Soul Society is far greater than that in the present world, and there are many souls with Shinigami qualifications, that is, souls with spiritual power. Such a soul is full of temptation for Menos Grande. Even though there are Shinigami here, which is the base camp of Shinigami, but not everyone can suppress the desire to devour, and finally chose to come to the Soul Society, devouring the soul. And this kind of cross-border virtual, when they arrive at the Soul Society, they will be monitored by the 12th squad. Then feed back to the 11th team. The 11th team sent members to give purification. In the very beginning, when Menos Grande appeared, the captain led the team to fight, and since Zaraki became the vice captain, Gosuke Shigure handed over this matter to him. Zaraki likes to fight and can complete the mission well every time. As time passed, he felt that if he took people to fight together, he would not be happy enough to cut them down, because some of the few heads that finally appeared were cut off by the team members. So, in recent years, whenever there was a falsehood, he asked himself to fight alone, and refused to accompany any team members. Advertisement. Naturally, many team members disagreed with this matter. Firstly, they finally had a chance to fight, how could they miss it? And secondly, they were also worried about Zaraki's safety. Still, who told Gosuke Shigure to trust Zaraki? In the end, the opinions of many team members were overruled and Zaraki was allowed to fight alone. Zaraki also lived up to expectations. Over time, many team members have gradually believed that the larger group really has the strength to face the virtual group that appears alone. This made them extremely depressed. But whoever called Zaraki as strong, they can't say anything. Because they couldn't fight Shu, they could only practice in the team. But today, an uninvited guest broke into the 11th team. The uninvited guest was tall and burly. Holding a long knife in his hand, after coming to the 11th team, he glanced contemptuously at the 11th team members who were fighting each other. Is this the 11th team? Who are you? Go get Gosuke Kenpachi out, I want to challenge him. The person who came was extremely arrogant. After seeing the two members of the 11th team who were discussing each other, he spoke in a cold voice without being polite at all. Who are you? Although in recent years, some new members of the team have been a bit slanderous about Gosuke Shigure's behavior of avoiding battles, but the old players are very aware of the strength of Gosuke Shigure. Take up the duties of Kenpachi. Today, unexpectedly, an arrogant person came out of nowhere and tried to challenge the captain in vain. Shinigami, remember my name is Anawaho, and I am the man who will be your new Kenpachi. The man who came to the 11th team grinned, looking extremely arrogant. Then, he swung his knife and missed two Shinigami from Team 11. The two Shinigami face off immediately. However, this man named Ghost Rock City did have some abilities. He easily defeated these two players and dealt them heavy damage. After that, more members of the 11th squad found out what was going on here, and rushed to fight with him one after another, but they were still easily defeated by Ghost Rock City. It didn't take long for this incident to alarm Gosuke Shigure's death. Chapter 80 Die under the watchful eyes of 200 team members. That is to say, a guy named Ghost Rock City broke into the 11th team, defeated many members, including some officers, and threatened to challenge me. Gosuke Shigure looked at an officer in front of him, and said with a strange expression. The officer in front of him nodded. Where's Zaraki? If he's not dead, let Zaraki kill him. Gosuke Shigure felt that such a trivial matter should not fall on his own head. It's just a mere Ghost Rock City, but it dares to challenge itself in vain. What audacity. Wouldn't it be good if Zaraki chopped this guy up casually? The officer replied. Vice Captain Zaraki went out again today to face the Menos Grande who invaded the Soul Society, and he hasn't come back yet. Do you want to wait for Vice Captain Zaraki to come back? This officer is one of the new team members who have joined the team in recent years, and his strength is not bad, so he was able to become a 303 officer. Since he joined the team, he had already become the vice captain at that time. He has basically never seen Gosuke Shigure take a shot, nor has he seen Gosuke Shigure compete with many players. It is Zaraki and his team members who have learned from each other. He has seen it many times. In his mind, the vice captain Zaraki is a real strong man. As for the captain, it's hard to say. Although this official did not secretly criticize Gosuke Shigure like the bottom team, but honestly, some doubts whether Gosuke Shigure has enough strength to serve as Kenpachi. Today, Ghost Rock City broke into the 11th team and defeated many members of the 11th team. None of the top-ranking officers were opponents of this person. The other party even wanted to challenge the captain by name. The officer couldn't help but feel a little worried for the captain. If the captain really faced Ghost Rock City and lost, wouldn't it mean that the captain of the 11th team would have to be replaced? Kenpachi's alternation rules, what a secret. That's one thing the whole Gote 13 knows. So, he considered for Gosuke Shigure, and sincerely hoped that Gosuke Shigure would wait until the Zaraki vice-captain came back. Advertisement. Forget it. Don't wait for Zaraki, since the other party wants to challenge me by name, then I'll go meet this guy named Ghost Rock City for a while. Gosuke Shigure said something in front of the chief executive. Then, carrying Zanpakuto, he walked out of the captain's room. The young chief officer was taken aback, and quickly followed behind Gosuke Shigure. As Gosuke Shigure walked into the training ground of the team, he saw a tall, burly, bloated, ferocious man holding a knife and grinning. He looked extremely arrogant. Around him, many Shinigami from the 11th division held knives and looked at him with great vigilance. On the ground, there is still blood that has not dried up, it is the blood of those injured officers. What? Do you want to attack me in groups? As far as I know, as long as there are capable people, they can challenge the Kenpachi of the 11th team at any time. If they win, they will be the new Kenpachi. I want to challenge Kenpachi, do you want to stop me? The many Shinigami of the 11th squad heard this and immediately gritted their teeth. It was precisely because of this guy named Ghost Rock City that he challenged Captain Gosuke by name from the moment he came to the 11th team, so they restrained themselves, because the behavior of the other party was within the rules. If the opponent had come to the 11th team to destroy from the beginning, they wouldn't be used to this guy. But because the other party is within the rules, this means that no matter how much they hate this person, they can't attack him in groups, they can only face this person one-on-one in a challenging way. After all, Kenpachi was originally a title given to the strongest in one-on-one battles. Many Shinigami of the 11th team were silent and did not answer Anawaho's words. Seeing this, Ghost Rock City became more and more complacent. So, what about Kenpachi? Is it still not coming out? Is it because I am afraid of the power of my uncle and want to avoid fighting? If this is the case, you'd better use the name Kenpachi let me out. When I was in Rukongai, I heard that Kenpachi of this generation is a coward. He would rather let the deputy captain fight than fight himself. I came here with such an idea, and I wanted to be Kenpachi. You just don't disappoint me. A louder and louder voice came from the mouth of Onion Castle, and his words were full of belittlement of Gosuke Shigure, a contemporary Kenpachi. At this time, a peaceful voice sounded, since you want to challenge me, I will give you a chance. Advertisement. Hearing this voice, many Shinigami from the 11th division looked sideways at the same time. I saw Gosuke Shigure, who still smelled of alcohol and was not wearing the captain's haori, just casually dressed in a domineering outfit. He mentioned that he was walking in the garden, looking extremely leisurely. Team leader. Many Shinigami of the 11th team called out one after another. Ghost Rock City's eyes also fell on Gosuke Shigure. After seeing the appearance of Gosuke Shigure clearly, he looked disdainful. Because Gosuke Shigure is a well-looking young man with no scars on his face, he doesn't seem to want a person who has been fighting for many years. Such a person, in terms of appearance, does not want to be strong. Combined with some rumors circulating in Rukongai, Ghost Rock City naturally looked down on Gosuke Shigure more and more. You are the contemporary Kenpachi. This uncle is a hero from Rukongai, named Ghost Rock City. Today, I officially challenge you. If you die under the sword of my uncle, the position of Kenpachi will belong to me. Although I disdain Gosuke Shigure from the bottom of my heart, after seeing Gosuke Shigure, Ghost Rock Castle honestly challenged Gosuke Shigure. Many old players, because they knew the power of Gosuke Shigure, didn't worry about it, but looked like they had a good show, while the new players, that is, those rumors spread, didn't know the power of Gosuke Shigure, so it was inevitable I'm a little worried. Although they occasionally criticize Gosuke Shigure secretly, but in all fairness, the captain is really a good person. 0.6 They don't want to change the captain directly. Especially Ghost Rock City, who doesn't look like a good guy at first sight. So, why isn't Vice Captain Zaraki here today? If he is there, he should be able to stop Ghost Rock City. Panasonic, go gather the team members. Gosuke Shigure didn't answer Anawaho's words, but looked at the officer who went to the captain's room to inform himself that he had been following behind him and asked him to call the team. After saying this, his eyes fell on Ghost Rock City. Kenpachi's challenge ceremony needs to be witnessed by 200 members of the 11th team, and a captain is needed as a witness. There is no captain as a witness here today. But I can let you die under the watchful eyes of 200 players. Quote. Hope you're ready. Chapter 81 Breaking Fate. For someone like Anawaho, Gosuke Shigure was never used to him. Gosuke Shigure can of course choose to kill Oniwa Castle directly. But Gosuke Shigure chose another way, that is to accept the challenge of Oni Rock Castle, and kill Oni Rock Castle under the watchful eyes of 200 team members. Among the original works, Ghost Rock was the one who killed Gosuke, he challenged Gosuke, then easily killed Gosuke in the battle, and replaced him as the 10th Kenpachi. After that, the entire 11th team became a mess because of the scourge of Ghost Rock City. There are no more female players in it, and it is almost becoming a den of bandits. For this reason, the remaining captains of Gote 13 had a lot of opinions on Team 11, and this continued until Zaraki entered Seireitei, hacked Oniwa Castle, and became Kenpachi 11. In terms of fatalism, Oniwa Castle is, without a doubt, Gosuke's nemesis. In the original, it was Oniwaho who killed Gosuke. But for the current Gosuke Shigure, he doesn't put Oniwa Castle in his eyes. It was Gosuke that Oniwa Castle killed, so what's the matter with Gosuke Shigure? Soon, 200 members of team number 29 and number 11 all gathered around the training ground. Since Gosuke Shigure succeeded him as the 9th generation Kenpachi, Ghost Rock Castle is the first person who tried to challenge Gosuke in vain. In particular, after Ghost Rock City came to the 11th team, it showed its strong and impressive strength. This inevitably makes many new players a little worried. The old players didn't have any worries. They know Gosuke Shigure's strength better than ordinary people. After Gosuke Shigure said the phrase, died under the watchful eyes of 200 players, Oniwa Castle seemed particularly angry. At this moment, after 200 members gathered, he immediately said to Gosuke Shigure, I would like to see, how do you kill me? He has a ferocious face and rushes. When he was in Rukongai, he was a well-deserved overlord and a hero. It is precisely because those weak people need to act according to his face, and he kills those weak people, that he has developed his arrogant character. When he came to Seireitei, none of the Shinigami in the 11th team were his all-in-one enemies, which made him even more insane. Advertisement. The so-called Shinigami, it seems, is nothing more than that. Unexpectedly, after seeing Gosuke Shigure actually said the words that made him die under the eyes of everyone. How could this not make him angry? He didn't think he was going to die. After today, he will be the new Kenpachi. The next moment, Ghost Rock City took the lead in attacking. The Zanpakuto in his hand was snatched from the hands of a Shinigami who had been killed in the past. In earlier times, the Soul Society was more chaotic than it is now, and there were many cases of Shinigami dying in the suburbs. Some of these Shinigami deaths, Seireitei will investigate. And some, it's nothing. Also, the Zanpakuto of these dead Shinigami are thus left behind. Therefore, apart from the Junyang Academy of Arts, there are actually quite a few sealed states scattered outside, which were obtained by souls by chance. It is precisely with this Zanpakuto that the Ghost Rock City has robbed that it has been robbed, and it is reawakened to become its own Zanpakuto. Only then has it gained great power and ruled the roost in Rukongai. It is also because he is a bully of Rukongai, he does not have any grace in fighting, and he does not have the slightest martial arts virtues to speak of. This knife can be said to be fast and ruthless, and it came to kill Gosuke Shigure in an instant. When some young Shinigami saw this, their expressions changed slightly, worried for Gosuke Shigure. But the next moment, the ending was beyond their expectations. The tall body of Ghost Rock City suddenly fell to the ground. A pool of scarlet blood gushed out from his body, and there was a deeply unbelievable expression on his face. How could it be possible? It was obviously a knife he was bound to win. The result not only failed, but fell down by itself. He didn't even see how Gosuke Shigure swung his sword. He was stabbed himself. Then, he felt that his life was disappearing, and his strength was also disappearing. I can't accept such an ending. Even if you can't accept it, you have to accept it, because I don't believe in the so-called fate. Gosuke Shigure put the Zanpakuto in his hand into the sheath, and said something that Oniwa Castle would not understand until it died. Advertisement. Then, under the gaze of 200 players, Gosuke Shigure left here slowly. He didn't intend to collect the corpse for Ghost Rock City. Ogre Rock died in the process of challenging Kenpachi. As a loser, a team of members will take care of his body. Watch the back of Gosuke Shigure leaving. The new team members who had some criticisms about Gosuke Shigure have gradually changed their views on Gosuke Shigure, and they have a little more understanding of the Captain Gosuke Shigure in their hearts. In the past, Gosuke Shigure did not know Gosuke Shigure's level because they had never made a shot. But today when Ghost Rock City broke into the 11th team, they all saw the strength of Ghost Rock City. Because Oni Rock Castle challenged Gosuke Shigure thing. Indirectly, the image of Gosuke Shigure in the minds of new players has changed slightly. But for the person involved, Gosuke Shigure, he never took it seriously. 643 Even in the original book, Ghost Rock City has been a Kenpachi for many years, and it is the 10th generation of Kenpachi. But there is no way, who said that the current Gosuke Shigure is too strong? The so-called Ghost Rock City, in front of him, is nothing more than a single blow. In the face of absolute strength, the so-called fate seems a bit ridiculous. Of course, this also explains. In the original book, Gosuke is so weak that he can't even beat a person like Onion City who was hacked by Zaraki with a knife. It's no wonder that the chief captain and other Gote 13 captains didn't want to mention Gosuke in the original book, because it was too embarrassing. The long river of time continues to move forward. After Gosuke Shigure killed Ghost Rock Castle, the fate of the 11th squad has completely changed compared to the original book. In the future, mentioning the 11th team again, there will be no more Kenpachi named Ghost Rock City. The villainous party headed by Kenpachi, the Ghost Rock City, disappeared completely from the route. However, during this period of time, an execution was carried out quietly among the Seireitei. After the execution, Hiraku Shunsui had a romantic relationship for a long time. Gosuke Shigure didn't know about it at first. Until one day, from Yoruichi's mouth, I knew something, and then learned the truth. Chapter 82 Suna Yeo, the evil of this world. According to Yoruichi, there have been some changes in the Ai's family recently. Seems like something is missing, if word of it doesn't get around that's all. It happened that several nobles learned about it through the mouth of the Tsunayashiro family. Ever since, the Ai's family can only execute a certain sinner. The execution place was not Sokyoku Hill, this execution was carried out in secret. So people who are in Seireitei don't feel it at all. It's really an unexpected thing. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Combined with Kyoraku Shunsui who has been depressed recently, Gosuke Shigure probably has the answer in his heart. Yoruichi didn't know what was going on in Gosuke Shigure's heart, and sighed, isn't that right? First, the Shiba family fell, and now, the most mysterious Ai's family has also had an accident. When will it be our Shihuan's or Kuchiki's family's turn? Does not seem surprising. She only did not mention the Tsunamio family. As time went by, Yoruichi grew up gradually, and gradually learned a lot about Shihuan's family from his grandfather. Naturally, I also know who is behind the decline of Shiba's family. It was the Tsunayashiro family. After the Shiba family fell, the Tsunayashiro family originally planned to exterminate the Shiba family, so they sent killers. But this matter was finally stopped by the Shihuan family headed by his grandfather. At the same time, the Ai's family also expressed contempt for the actions of the Tsunayashiro family. On the surface, it seems that the Tsunayashiro family swallowed the bad breath and gave up targeting the Shiba family. But it is not. The Tsunayashiro family probably felt that they had been provoked. That's why the incident with the Ai's family happened this time. Logically speaking, few people know about the loss of something important in the Ai's family. But for some reason, the Tsunayashiro family found out about it, and he took this opportunity to attack. Even if this is a family matter of the Ai's family, after it has turned into a family scandal, the person who originally guarded such a thing can only be executed. This is the warning that the Tsunayashiro family gave the Ai's family. Likewise, they have given the Ai's family a warning. What about Shihuan's house? It was Shihuan who prevented the Tsunayashiro family from destroying the Shiba family earlier. How will Tsunayashiro treat Shihuan? Advertisement. Yoruichi thought to himself. In recent years, she has felt more and more how old her grandfather is. In order to maintain the Shihuan family, her grandfather, Shihuan Kongshin has done everything possible. In the words of the father, because of insufficient qualifications, he is doomed not to become a strong man. So, I can only rely on myself. Shihuan Yoruichi thought so in his heart. As he entered the Spiritual Arts Academy and was getting closer and closer to becoming a real Shinigami, Yoruichi gradually realized the burden and responsibility on himself. It is necessary to bear the burden of Shihuan's family. As long as I become strong enough, even the Tsunayashiro family will have nothing to do with the Shihuan family. In the final analysis, the Tsunayashiro family today is no longer the head of the 5 great nobles in the past. The current head of the 5 great nobles is the Kuchiki family, which means that the Tsunayashiro family has also declined. Many thoughts flashed through Yoruichi's mind, and she looked at Gosuke Shigure in front of her again. Teacher, please teach me. In the Spiritual Arts Academy, the basic knowledge of Shinigami is taught. Things like Zon Quan Zo Gui and a lot of Shinigami common sense knowledge. For civilian students, this is naturally a good place to study. If you have enough talent, your strength can improve by leaps and bounds in just a few years. But for Yoruichi, the study at Spiritual Arts Academy is just to go through a cutscene and prepare for becoming a real Shinigami. A lot of knowledge, she has learned through tutoring before entering school. Compared with studying at the Spiritual Arts Academy, the things taught by the teacher Gosuke Shigure can improve her strength even more. Gosuke Shigure nodded, and did not refuse Yoruichi's request. After all, it was from Yoruichi that I learned something today. Spiritual Arts Academy, as a school, naturally has its holidays. Taking advantage of the vacation time, I taught Yoruichi for a while. Wait until Yoruichi takes leave and goes back to school. Gosuke Shigure is back in the band team. Advertisement. He knew the reason for Kyoraku Shunsui's depression, but he didn't choose to comfort Kyoraku Shunsui. After all, he is not an aristocrat. If you want to live a peaceful life, it is best not to get involved in the affairs of the nobles. In other words, it's best not to meddle in your own business. If you meddle in your own business, you will only bring unnecessary trouble to yourself. Gosuke Shigure understands this better than anyone. About Kyoraku Shunsui, let Kyoraku Shunsui suffer by himself, he will be able to come out sooner or later. The years passed. A few more years passed. With Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy, they entered the second division due to family reasons and became an official Shinigami. Because it has become an official Shinigami, Gosuke Shigure's task of teaching Yoruichi has come to an end. This means that he has one less thing to do. With nothing to do, he can only find other fun. In Seireitei, there is a publication called Seireitei Correspondence Collection, which is issued by the 9th Division. It is similar in nature to the newspapers inside Seireitei. Every once in a while, summarize all the major events that happened in Seireitei, because it is related to current events, so many dead Shendu are fans of this publication and choose to subscribe to it. In addition to summarizing current events, this publication also occasionally serializes some short stories, poems, and various scientific research columns. This is a Zhao Li Zhao hodgepodge novel. Of course, the scientific research column is only updated every so long. After all, it is too difficult to make progress and breakthroughs in new technologies. On the contrary, novels, stories and poems can be seen from time to time. It seems that because of the times, most of them are poems. If there were stories, they were cliched, short stories. But even so, for the Soul Society, which is seriously behind in the entertainment industry, watching the serialized stories on it is still a pleasure for many Seireitei people. Gosuke Shigure didn't mean to serialize novels on it, although he can write some novels based on his experience as a man of the third generation. But to pass the time, he was indeed a subscriber to the publication as well. On this day, he saw a new novel in this publication. Its name is Rosy Road, and the author is Kyoraku Shunsui. Chapter 83, The Truth of the World. This is a somewhat sad romance novel. The writing is quite superb. This is not surprising. After all, Kyoraku Shunsui is a man full of literature and art. Unexpectedly, he would actually write a novel on this. Gosuke Shigure felt a little emotional after reading this novel. Is it because some depressed emotions in reality can't be vented, so I put them in words? What happened to Kyoraku Shunsui, Gosuke Shigure knew. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But after reading this novel, he still didn't comfort Kyoraku Shunsui. Because when Kyoraku Shunsui chose to put some emotions in the text, it means that he has gradually stepped out. I'm afraid it won't be long before that dissolute and frivolous Kyoraku Shunsui will reappear in front of him again. Read the serialized part of this romance novel written by Kyoraku Shunsui. Gosuke Shigure put the book down again. He drew out the Zanpakuto and held the Zanpakuto across his body. Then closed his eyes. As he made this movement, he could vaguely see a blue electric arc jumping in the room, constantly active on Gosuke Shigure's body, and a tiny 957 trace appeared on Gosuke Shigure's face, the color of pain. But he is still forcibly enduring. Thunder and lightning filled his body, constantly activating the activity of his cells, and then increasing the strength of his body. Although Gosuke Shigure has been a hands-off shopkeeper all these years and seems extremely leisurely, he still hasn't let go of his cultivation. Even in his previous life, he had reached a high enough level, and in many skills, he had reached a certain kind of ultimate. But that was more than 1,000 years ago after all. After more than 1,000 years of development, Soul Society is progressing, and Shinigami is also progressing. If he is still clinging to the little things from his previous life, he is just looking for death. Is Yamamoto Genryusai strong? Of course strong. As the strongest Shinigami of the Soul Society, he was a real powerhouse 800 years ago. He once led first-generation Gotei 13 to defeat Habak, the founder of the Quincy Master, and saved the Soul Society. But even so, in the next 1,000 years of bloody battle, he still died. One must know that during the Millennium Bloody Battle, he did not become old and weak, but became stronger. Advertisement. His Zanpakuto, on the basis of Bankai, has advanced CJDE again. From the Sword of the Mighty Fire, it became the Sword of the Residual Fire. Such a powerful Shinigami is still dead. Why is Gosuke Shigure not working hard? As long as you don't see the ceiling, you have the space and motivation to keep improving. From this point of view, Gosuke Shigure is quite satisfied with this life. Son, his Ryutsu has been growing at a high speed, which means that his upper limit is extremely high. In addition, the Zanpakuto of the lightning department, although not as weird as the knife in his previous life. But if it is used for offense and cultivation, it is quite good. Thunder is a fierce thing, and its lethality is not bad. As for cultivation, you can use thunder to baptize your body, stimulate the activity of cells, and condense the strength of your body. Ever since he fully mastered Zanpakuto's abilities, Gosuke Shigure has been giving himself a set of electrotherapy every day. Fifth team. Since Hiroko Shinji took over as the captain, Aizen, who was originally the third seat, became the vice captain. Aizen is a gentle and refined man, wearing a pair of glasses, looks full of books. He is gentle and orderly. In the minds of the members of the entire 5th division, the impression is very good. Except for Hiroko Shinji. Hiroko Shinji is a person with a weird personality. In his opinion, Aizen's gentleness is just an appearance, and he feels a dangerous breath in this man. But this is just his own guess. After all, there is no evidence. So it's not easy for Hiroko Shinji to say it in person. After he became the captain, the voice of the third seat Aizen to be promoted to the vice captain was the highest, and he did not disappoint many members of the 5th team, and directly promoted Aizen to become the vice captain. On the one hand, Aizen is expected to be the vice captain. On the other hand, he promoted Aizen as the vice captain because he wanted to put Aizen under his nose so that he could monitor Aizen at any time. Of course, it is said to be surveillance. In fact, secretly, he has always been wary of Aizen, so he deliberately approached Aizen. This makes the relationship between the captain and deputy captain still normal after getting along for many years. Fortunately, they didn't slack off when dealing with team affairs. This was the reason why the 5th division team continued to operate normally. Advertisement. In the team building of the 5th division, in a room. This is Aizen's room. At this moment, he is holding an ancient book, like a treasure. Ever since Captain Yamamoto issued the order to destroy the Quincy division, he has been deeply suspicious since he just became the vice captain. Because Captain Yamamoto and the balance in Hakafuna Kiryu's mouth made him deeply incomprehensible. What exactly is balance? Why would Quincy break the balance of the world? Was it just because they killed Shu that Shu was completely annihilated? There is also Hakafuna Kiryu's hesitant words. Obviously, this world hides a big secret, a secret about the true face of this world. Hakafuna Kiryu and Captain Yamamoto are obviously the ones who know the truth. Besides them, there should be some people who also know the truth. But for some reason, these people are unwilling to reveal the truth to the public. Aizen is a person with an extremely strong thirst for knowledge. Since those people were unwilling to reveal the truth to the public, he went to find the truth by himself. He began to try to collect some books of ancient times in secret. Aizen believes that even if those people really hide the truth, there are still some claw-like clues hidden in the cracks that no one knows. Needless to say, Aizen did find some clues. In this world, there exists a king, and that king is the legendary Spirit King. Royal spies are born to protect the king. But where the king is, no one has ever seen it, and even the royal family's spies are just a legend, and no one has actually seen them. These things are no secret among the Seireitei. Aizen naturally knew. But he found another version among the ancient classics he found among the people. The king stabilized the world, but someone secretly murdered the king. They sealed the king and dismembered him. Afterwards, the fragments of the king's body were scattered all over the world, and the remaining body was used as the cornerstone of the world, powerlessly overlooking the world. Looking at this line, I don't know how many years ago, and I don't know what kind of literature it was left behind. Aizen's body couldn't help shaking, and a weird smile appeared on his face under the glasses. Fun, it's so much fun. Is this the truth of the world?
3BK Chapter 84 Zaraki's Child, Aizen was thrilled. In this book, he saw a glimmer of truth in the world. If what is said above is true, it means that the king is not as high as imagined. The so-called royal spies are likely to be the jailers who guard the king, rather than the real guards who guard the king. No wonder no one has seen the true face of King Ling for so many years. Because his situation is worse than that of ordinary people. Of course, this is just the statement in this book. Moreover, this book, which has been circulated in the world for many years, is already dilapidated, and only this sentence is more valuable, and it is not clear whether this sentence is true or not. However, even so, when he saw this sentence, Aizen felt that he had searched for so long. Next, it's just a matter of making sure the book is authentic, and that's it. How to determine the authenticity? There is a very simple way. If what the book says is true. Back then, certain beings dismembered the Spirit King and scattered his body fragments all over the world. If those people hadn't been cleaned up, perhaps the body fragments of the Spirit King could be found in this world. As his strength continued to grow, Aizen felt more and more that Shinigami had limits. In other words, he was already approaching that limit. If he reaches the limit, what awaits him is stagnation. That's one thing Aizen doesn't want to accept. Over the years, besides exploring the truth of the world and trying to figure out the true face of the world, he has one more thing to do, and that is to explore the method of evolution. Since Shinigami has a limit, is there any way to break through this limit? If the Spirit King is really the cornerstone of the world, and his existence is to stabilize the world and maintain balance, if the fragments of the Spirit King are found, can we use the power of the Spirit King to obtain a new evolution? In addition, what is the balance between souls is also the truth that Aizen is curious about. Aizen at this stage is full of curiosity about everything in the world. It is precisely because of the existence of this thirst for knowledge, because his aptitude is too terrifying, that he felt the limit of Shinigami a long time ago, which drove him to do many things in the future. Advertisement. Although it is not the time in the future, some things have already begun to show signs. At the same time, after graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy, Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki joined the second team. Yoruichi went to the Shinjun, where she will practice in the Shinjun and prepare for taking over the second division in the future. For some people, her life has already been clearly planned. There is no doubt that Yoruichi is such a person. The Lord is in the Shihuan family, and she is the person with the best qualifications among the younger generation of the Shihuan family. Whether she wants to or not, when she shows her talent, the burden of the Shihuan family has fallen on her. She is destined to be responsible for the future of the Shihuan family. In the future, it will inherit the second team. Yoruichi also understands this. Especially the affairs of the Shiba family and the Aiz family made her realize even more clearly that even the great nobles are not safe from worries. Once they show their flaws, they will be attacked by their opponents. If they are not careful, they may fall into a situation beyond redemption. In this case, the only way to protect the Shihuan family is to have a strong force. It is for these reasons that Yoruichi worked harder than anyone after joining the second team and becoming a real Shinigami. She actively carried out the task, and in actual combat, her strength improved by leaps and bounds. Although Shihuan Kongchan felt sorry for his granddaughter, he also knew that Yoruichi was destined to grow up and take on the heavy responsibility of Shihuan's family. Ever since, he deliberately handed over many difficult tasks to Yoruichi. Yoruichi didn't let him down either, completing all these tasks perfectly. And compared to Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki, on the other hand, seems to be doing nothing. He entered the third team under the command of the second team, the supervision team. The duty of the Overseer team is to guard the Overseer Tower, the Lair of Worms, a prison set up by the Soul Society to imprison Shinigami who were judged to be a threat to the Soul Society. Although none of the prisoners inside had committed any major crimes and were not enough to be imprisoned in the large underground prison, every one of them was a real dangerous element. If you let them stay outside, sooner or later it will lead to a catastrophe. Therefore, for the safety of the Soul Society, they can only be locked here and monitored. ***1 Similarly, if one day, the Shinigami who are locked here can be released after confirming that there is no threat. But in fact, there are very few Shinigami released. Advertisement those locked up here are all weirdos. The Shinigami who usually guard them also think so. But Urahara Kazuki, who came here, doesn't think so. Among these people here, he saw a completely different world. Some crazy researchers seem to be talking nonsense and saying some weird words, but Urahara Kazuki thinks it makes sense after careful consideration. He is a smart man and good at thinking. The nest of maggots, life as a caretaker, gave Urahara Kazuki time and space to think. 0. Here, Urahara Kazuki gradually began to metamorphose. Because he had been thinking for a long time, he seemed more reticent than before. Zaraki has a baby. Well, that's not exactly accurate. Zaraki is a combat lunatic who likes to fight, loves to fight, and has no interest in men and women. Under normal circumstances, it is naturally impossible for a woman to give birth to him. But he did have a child. This child was picked up by him. This is a very small little girl with puffy cheeks and looks very cute. That is to say, you met this child in a certain forest in Rukongai during the process of going out to cut shoe. Gosuke Shigure glanced at the ferocious Zaraki, then he looked at the little girl hiding behind him with a timid face. Yes. Zaraki grinned and said, I think she and I are very destined. I have already named her Yachinryu. Because I picked her up in Kalu district, her name is Kusajishi Yachiru. Although he had already guessed in his heart, Gosuke Shigure was still a little emotional when he heard the name. Yachinryu still appeared. Even if he brought Zaraki to Seireitei earlier, it still did not affect the appearance of Kusajishi Yachiru. Because Kusajishi Yachiru, in fact Zanpakuto of Zaraki, appeared in the present world in the form of materialization in order to respond to his master. Chapter 85 8,000 streams. Zaraki is powerful. It stands to reason that such a powerful man could have evolved his own Zanpakuto and performed Shikai long ago while holding the sealed state. However, for some reason, he sealed himself and suppressed his power. Combined with his extremely poor perception of Ryotsu, this prevents him from hearing his own Zanpakuto calling. I have never been able to complete Shikai, and Zanpakuto has been maintained in a half Shikai state for a long time. Perhaps it is for this reason. His Zanpakuto responded in another way and came to his side. That is, Kusajishi Yachiru. She is a little girl that Zaraki met in Kalu district, and has been taken by Zaraki since then, and even gave her an extremely important name, Yachinryu. Originally, 740 looked normal before the Millennium Bloody War. But following the Millennium Bloody Battle, the Quincy division invaded the Soul Society in order to face the powerful Quincy division. Zaraki had to return to his original stance. Ever since, replacing Yamamoto Genryusai at that time and becoming the new captain of Gode 13, he found Unohana Retsu and made a request to Unohana Retsu, that is, to teach Zaraki the chopping technique. Through battle, awaken the true Zaraki. The ultimate price is that Unohana Retsu died, and Zaraki, restored to the most powerful posture back then, no longer sealed himself, and in that state, he finally liberated Zanpakuto. Also after he liberated Zanpakuto, Kusajishi Yachiru disappeared. If that's not enough to say that Kusajishi Yachiru is the Zanpakuto of Zaraki. Then when Zaraki fell into desperation again, the figure of Kusajishi Yachiru appeared in front of him again, and after telling him the method of Bankai, everything has come to light. Kusajishi Yachiru, the Zanpakuto of Zaraki, materialized in the larger side. As for why Kusajishi Yachiru also has Zanpakuto, the materialized Zanpakuto is also able to wield the Zanpakuto? In fact, it is not a strange thing. Advertisement. Here, we have to talk about another special Zanpakuto, which is Kyoraku Shunsui's Zanpakuto Kaden Kyokotsu. On the surface, Kaden Kyokotsu and Jashiro Yukitaki's Sogyo no Katowari are average, the only Zanpakuto in the Soul Society pairing. But it is not. Kaden Kyokotsu is actually one-handed. Kwangu was deliberately created by Huaishin in order to hide another knife. Its true face is the 8-mirror sword, inherited from the Eyes family. Since Huaishin was able to create a crazy bone, in order to conceal the existence of the 8-mirror sword, it seems that Kusajishi Yachiru, who materialized next to Zaraki, created a 3-step sword beast, in order to conceal his Zanpakuto identity, a strange thing. The so-called 3-step sword beast is likely to be one of the powers after Zaraki's Zanpakuto Bankai. Because after Bankai, he did, to a certain extent, become a beast. Looking at the little girl hiding behind Zaraki, Gosuke Shigure couldn't help feeling a lot. You have already given her a good name. It seems that you are ready to adopt her, but are you sure you will adopt a child? Gosuke Shigure looked at Zaraki and asked another question. Zaraki was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said, although I have never raised a child, the first time I saw Yachinryu, I was sure that she can only survive if she is by my side. If she continues to stay in a place like Kalu district, she will definitely die. Zaraki isn't stupid, it's just that there are some things he doesn't bother to think about. Zaraki district and the Kalu district adjacent to Zaraki district are extremely chaotic, and he actually knows it. But because he was strong enough in the past, even if there was chaos there, he didn't care. But Bachinryu is different. Yachinryu is just a child. In that kind of place, he might be eaten by hungry people within a few days. Although he has never raised a child, Zaraki can be sure of one thing, that is, Yachinryu can only survive if he follows him. He may not be able to give Yachinryu a good living environment, but he can guarantee Yachinryu's survival. Gosuke Shigure also understood what Zaraki said. That's it. Advertisement. Since you like it, then you can keep her. I will take the time to go through an adoption procedure for you. Under normal circumstances, ordinary souls cannot enter the linking. To enter Seireitei, there are only a few special circumstances. The first way is to defeat the guards of the fourth gate of Baidao, Xinglu, Heileng, and Zuhua. Get the approval of the guards, and the guards will open the gate. This is also the most complete way to communicate with Rukongai Seireitei. Generally, Shinigami goes to Rukongai through these 4 gates. The guards of the 4 doors are all heroes, possessing not weak strength. If they can defeat them, it proves that they already have the qualifications to enter the Seireitei, and the Seireitei welcomes the strong to enter. Oni Rock Castle, who challenged Gosuke Shigure that day, came to Seireitei in this way. In addition, marrying and being adopted by a Shinigami is also a way to travel to Seireitei. Of course, these are relatively partial ways. The safest way is to become a Shinigami. As long as you pass the assessment of Spiritual Arts Academy and enter Spiritual Arts Academy to study, you can enter Seireitei as a Shinigami alternate. After graduation, if you have excellent grades, you can even work in Godei 13 and get a permanent job. You know, Shinigami is for life. Even in retirement, you're still a Shinigami. Back to business. The reason why it is said that becoming a Shinigami is the safest way. It is because Seireitei is special in that its concentration of spiritual power is much higher than that of Rukongai. Even if the soul comes to Seireitei through adoption and marriage to Shinigami, the normal 5.7 will be unable to bear the high concentration spiritual environment of Seireitei. It won't be long before he dies. After all, this is where the Shinigami live. Of course, Yachinryu will definitely not die so early because she is not whole. Having said that, you named her Yachiryu. I don't know what Captain Unikana will think of when he hears this name. Her expression should be very interesting. Gosuke Shigure thought of something and said it to Zaraki. Zaraki frowned slightly, not understanding why Gosuke Shigure would say such a thing. He would name the little girl Yachiryu, because after seeing her, the name popped up subconsciously in his mind. For a while, he didn't know why it was related to Yunohana Retsu. Chapter 86. Recruiting a son-in-law. Although Zaraki seems strange to have adopted a little girl for a man with such a fierce appearance, although he is really not good at raising children. But with the consent of Gosuke Shigure, Kusajishi Yachiru finally settled down in the 11th team. Regarding the fact that Kusajishi Yachiru lived in the 11th team, a group of Shinigami from the 11th team seemed to warmly welcome them. Although they are all reckless, but for cute little girls, it is still welcome. Especially some uninhibited female Shinigami even said in front of Zaraki that Zaraki would not bring up children, so it is better to let them adopt Kusajishi Yachiru. For this matter, Zaraki of course refused. Although clumsy, Zaraki really took care of Kusajishi Yachiru. Of course, this is also the reason why she is not a baby. If it is a baby and needs to be fed, it is not so easy to take care of her. And Kusajishi Yachiru, not long after staying in the 11th team, is also completely integrated here. From then on, the entire 11th team 29 also had a lot of smiles and smiles. I don't know if it's because of revenge for Zaraki's delay in hearing her call and knowing Zanpakuto's real name. Kusajishi Yachiru has a bad habit of giving people nicknames. In the original book, the nickname she gave Zaraki was Aegean, because at that time Zaraki succeeded Kenpachi, named Zaraki Kenpachi, but in this time period, Kenpachi was Gosuke Shigure, and Zaraki's name was just simple Zaraki, so Kusajishi Yachiru gave Zaraki the nickname Amu, and the rest, such as Gomisawa Yumi, is called Amy. 1. What small print is there, anyway? These nicknames are in the rough and barbaric style of painting the 11th team is extraordinarily weird. Even after getting acquainted with Gosuke Shigure, Kusajishi Yachiru also gave Gosuke Shigure a nickname. It's called Our. Originally it was called Xiaoyu. Gosuke Shigure thought this nickname was too girly, so Kusajishi Yachiru changed it to Our. To be honest, Gosuke Shigure heard this nickname after that. I was very speechless, feeling similar to Xiaoyu or something. Our. What time is he still? It sounds like you are doing part-time work. In the end, though, he didn't reject the idea of Kusajishi Yachiru giving him a nickname. Although I know the real identity of Kusajishi Yachiru, she is indeed a cute little girl on the outside. Even Gosuke Shigure can't bear to hurt such a little girl's heart. Time. Advertisement. Move on. Shinigami's lifespan is so long that Gosuke Shigure is a little numb. Sometimes, as soon as you open your eyes and close them, months or even years pass without you realizing it. The most important point is that there is too little entertainment in Soul Society. This is something that makes people extremely speechless. No wonder these guys in the 11th team like fighting so much, it's really because, apart from fighting and drinking, they can't find any fun to speak of. Sometimes, Gosuke Shigure feels too comfortable and seems a bit boring. He no longer hid in the back to deal with team affairs. When Yushu crossed the border and came to Soul Society, he chose to take action himself, beheading Khonshu vigorously and resolutely. This caused a burst of surprise from many members of the 11th team. I don't understand why the captain who hasn't made a move for a long time suddenly makes a move. After Hiruzen killed Oniwaho, Gosuke Shigure had already proved his strength, so, in other words, Gosuke Shigure had already rewritten his image in the minds of those young players, and there was no need for it at all. But Gosuke Shigure didn't say much. Did he say that it was because he had been staying in the house and felt that his body was going to rust, so he forcibly shot it? However, there was one person who was very dissatisfied with what he did. That is Zaraki. Originally, there was only one combat mission every so long, and Zaraki himself didn't enjoy playing very happily, but Gosuke Shigure came to snatch his work, which made him very unhappy and felt that he had nothing to do. The consequence of this is that the death of the entire 11th team was abused by Zaraki in the name of sparring. But even so, Zaraki did not challenge Gosuke Shigure. Perhaps it was the first battle in Rukongai. Gosuke Shigure left Zaraki with a very deep memory. This prompted Zaraki to not really want to challenge Gosuke Shigure for a while. This day, advertisement Gosuke Shigure received an invitation letter. The object of the invitation is the Kuchiki family. After the Shiba family was expelled, there are still 4 nobles in the existing Seireitei, namely Kuchiki, Suniyashiro, Shihuan, and Aiz. The declining posture became more and more low-key. I'm afraid it won't be long before the iron will fall completely. If it is said that the decline of the Shiba family was due to the joint efforts of several major nobles to expel him from the ranks of the great nobles, then the decline of the Aiz family is probably due to its own decline. Among the few existing great nobles, Kuchiki is the well-deserved head of the great nobles. This invitation letter was issued by Kuchiki Yinling, the head of the Kuchiki family, and Kuchiki Yinling is also the captain of the contemporary number 6 team. He sent this invitation letter because the Kuchiki family is about to hold a grand 177 banquet, and at the banquet, he will choose a husband-in-law for his daughter. There is no doubt that those who can receive the invitation letter from Kuchiki Yinling are all well-deserved big shots. However, this does not mean that you have to go to the banquet. You can also choose not to go. In the final analysis, the reason why Kuchiki Silver Ridge made such a big battle was just to show the status of the Kuchiki family, and at the same time, it also showed that it valued this matter. So, are you going? Gosuke Shigure's eyes flickered. In the end, he went anyway. He has been relatively free lately, and he has already been to Shihuan's house, and he has also walked around the Aiz shrine in the Aiz family, Suniyashiro's house, and he is too familiar with it in his previous life. He hasn't been to the Kuchiki's house, which is also a great nobleman. You can go for a stroll, and it should be quite interesting if you have a banquet. The Kuchiki family is located at one end of Noble Street, and their mansion looks solemn, although the area is not as large as that of Shihuan's house, and there are not as many nobles attached to it as Shihuan's house. But for hundreds of years, the Kuchiki family has produced strong men from generation to generation, and they are the well-deserved head of the nobility. It is worth mentioning that if you go down this street and go to the other end, you will be the Suniyashiro family. Chapter 87. A gathering of the powerful Gosuke Shigure was wearing the captain's haori. After arriving at the gate of Kuchiki's house, a servant greeted Gosuke Shigure politely, and then led him into the hall of Kuchiki's house. In the hall, the layout is elegant. A handsome young man is welcoming the guests. He is the son of Kuchiki Yinling, Kuchiki Aojun. His appearance is good, but his body is not very good. It can be said that although the Kuchiki family is still in its heyday under the leadership of Kuchiki Yinling, the next generation is uncertain. Kuchiki Kanshun obviously does not have the qualifications to become a strong man. From this point of view, these great nobles seem to have fallen into the same situation. In the early years, Shihuan's family also fell into such a situation. Shihuan Kongshan's son was of mediocre aptitude, but fortunately his granddaughter Yoruichi was of extraordinary aptitude. With the growth of Yoruichi now, at least, the next generation of the Shihuan family need not worry. The Shiba family also fell into such a situation, and finally a genius Shiba Kyan emerged. Unfortunately, the decline of the Shiba family made it difficult for Shiba Kyan to have the opportunity to grow up again. Now Shiba's family has been forced to relocate to Rukongai. Whether it can rise again, many nobles are not very optimistic. The Aiz family, also due to some reasons, gradually declined. It can be seen that even the great nobles do not necessarily have advantages over ordinary people in some aspects. If there is no strong man who can support the family business, the great nobles will be watched by others while enjoying everything. If you show a weak posture, you will be swallowed up by others. Only the strong can keep this family business. The Shiba family was unable to keep the family business because of the succession of the strong, and was expelled from the ranks of the great nobles. Right now, the same seems to be happening with the Kuchiki family. Kuchiki Silver Ridge is naturally strong, but what if he dies? What about the Kuchiki family? So, for the sake of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Silver Ridge must do something. At least one strong enough to support the Kuchiki family must be found to help the Kuchiki family maintain it for a few years. Advertisement. Fortunately, he also has a daughter. The adopted son-in-law is also a son. If he can recruit a strong enough son-in-law, at least the next generation of the Kuchiki family will not have to worry about it. In the next generation, if a strong person can emerge, the Kuchiki family can still be maintained. And this is not the first time that Kuchiki Silver Ridge has done this. In the long years, the several major nobles did not have strong ones emerging from generation to generation, and there were many strong ones who broke through generations, and the family inheritance was maintained by recruiting strong men into the great nobles. After Gosuke Shigure stepped into Kuchiki's house and saw Kuchiki Kongjun, he almost guessed the purpose of Kuchiki Silver Ridge holding this banquet. Immediately afterwards, he saw two familiar figures. He went up and greeted the two men. Captain Unohana, W. King Band Leader, Gosuke, you're here too. Kiraku Shunsui turned his head sideways, glanced at Gosuke Shigure, and said hello. Listening to Kiraku Shunsui's frivolous tone like before, Gosuke Shigure knew that Kiraku Shunsui had completely come out of the sadness. After all, Kiraku Shunsui was not a child himself, he lived for so many years, he is the head, and he has been in the position of captain for so many years, and he is still the head of a high-ranking nobleman.
It can be said that he is used to the darkness. Even if you are sad, it will only last for a while, and then you will look away and walk out completely. Of course, there will still be some brooding in my heart. Gosuke Shigure nodded, glanced again, and asked in surprise, why don't you see Captain Jashiro? The Kuchiki family is a great nobleman, and Jashiro Yukitake was born as a nobleman. Logically speaking, in this case, Jashiro Yukitake has to sell the Kuchiki family's face anyway, so it is right to come here. Kiraku Shunsui said. Originally, Jashiro was planning to come, but yesterday, he fell ill and is currently recuperating. I see. Gosuke Shigure expressed his understanding. Jashiro Yukitake is an old and sick young man. During his years as the captain, he has been in a state of illness for more than half of the time. But then again, even though he has been sick for so long, he still hasn't fallen from the captain's position, which is enough to show his strength. If he is in a state where he is not sick, Jashiro's strength is obviously extremely terrifying. Advertisement. After exchanging pleasantries with Kiraku Shunsui, Gosuke Shigure looked at Unohana Retsu again. I didn't expect Captain Unohana to come here. What? Is it strange that I'm here? Unohana Retsu squinted her eyes, half smiling. Gosuke Shigure also smiled slightly, shaking his head and said, where is it? I just think Captain Unohana is a person who likes to be quiet. Logically speaking, he doesn't like such noisy occasions. As that's so, Unohana Retsu reluctantly accepted the reason given by Gosuke Shigure, and asked Gosuke Shigure a question abruptly, how is Yachianryu in the Shishiju team? Are you still used to it? Gosuke Shigure looked at Unohana Retsu in surprise. Captain Unohana also knows about Yakiryu.
Unohana Retsu nodded. Anyway, I also taught Zaraki for a while, and he adopted a daughter, and of course I care. While talking, Unohana Retsu said again, also, I also think that the name Yachianryu is really good. When it came to the word, Yachiryu, Unohana Retsu's tone was a little weird. So that's what happened. Gosuke Shigure looked suddenly enlightened, and then said to Unohana Retsu. Yachianryu stayed well in the 11th team. The members of the fan team also liked it very much, That's good. 3 people, here you chatted and I chatted. Then, several captains came here one after another. They're Hiroko Shinji from the 5th Division and Hikafuna Kiryu from the 12th Division. These are all known by Gosuke Shigure, but not the Captain Gong who is particularly familiar with them. Still, Gosuke Shigure went to say hello to the two. Another hearty female voice sounded behind Gosuke Shigure. Teacher. After the voice came out, some people set their curious eyes on Gosuke Shigure. Just because, the person who said this is Shihuan Yoruichi. In recent years, the genius of the Shihuan family, Ms. Yoruichi, has gradually become famous. Anyone can see that Ms. Yoruichi is going to inherit the family business of the Shihuan family and become the next head of the family. Unexpectedly, the captain of the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure, is actually Shihuan Yoruichi's teacher. It can only be said that after Shihuan Kongshan asked Gosuke Shigure to teach Yoruichi that day, he did not hold a grand apprentice banquet, so the number of people who knew about it was actually not as many as imagined. Chapter 88. Kuchiki and Suniyashiro today. Those who are qualified to come to Kuchiki's house are not ordinary people. Except for Gosuke Shigure, the captains of Gode 13, the rest are noblemen. And the person who can be sent to this banquet as a nobleman is either the head of the noble family or an extremely important member. After all, the Kuchiki family is the head of several great nobles, and they must give this face. But after Shihuan Yoruichi called Gosuke Shigure a teacher, they found it seemed that they had to re-examine Shihuan's house. The Shihuan family are both great nobles, and Ms. Yoruichi, who has risen in recent years, has shown extremely strong qualifications. In time, she will surely become a new generation of Shihuan family. Her teacher is the contemporary Kenpachi. You must know that the Shihuan family itself commands the 2nd division, and right now it has a lot to do with the 11th division, the most powerful fighting division among the Gode 13. It seems that after they go back, they have to rediscuss how to treat Shihuan's family. All in all, in the eyes of these nobles, today when the Shiba family has declined and been expelled, the Shihuan family is showing a tendency to rise again, and it can be said that the future is boundless. 303 As for the rest of the nobles. The Suniyashiro family has always been mysterious, so it's hard to say for now. As for the Kuchiki family, if they cannot cope with the current crisis well, they may not decline. Today, Kuchiki Silver Ridge held this banquet just for the future consideration of Kuchiki family. But if the person he chooses is not enough to take on the big responsibility, the Kuchiki family may still decline. Those who can come here are not fools. In addition, Kuchiki Yinling's invitation letter stated at the beginning that it was to recruit a husband for his daughter. It is not a secret that Kuchiki Kanchun was combined. The purpose of Kuchiki Yinling is self-evident. Gosuke Shigure didn't care what those nobles thought. After hearing Yoruichi's greeting, he also looked at Yoruichi. Did the Shihuan family send you here today? Yoruichi said helplessly. Grandpa drove me here on the grounds that I would inherit the Shihuan family business sooner or later and had to deal with the Kuchiki family. In my opinion, he was obviously lazy and didn't want to come to this kind of occasion. Gosuke Shigure couldn't say anything about Yoruichi complaining about Shihuan Kongshan's words, so he could only smile. Advertisement because I haven't seen Yoruichi for a long time. In the following time, the master and apprentice stayed together and chatted for a while. After graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy, officially becoming a Shinigami, and honing in the second team for many years, Yoruichi has also grown up from a girl completely. Except for the unique black skin of Shihuan's family, his body is well developed. Of course, this is also related to her habit of wearing tight clothes, which make her figure more visible. Tight-fitting clothes are more suitable for close combat such as white hits. Until, after a young man with black and green hair came to the hall suddenly became much quieter, and the eyes of many nobles fell on the young man. Slightly dignified. Who is he? Gosuke Shigure's eyes fell on the young man, his pupils flickering slightly. It's from the Tsunayashiro family, Yoruichi explained to Gosuke Shigure.
He seems to be called Tsunayashiro Tokyo, and he is an excellent person of this generation. After the explanation, Yoruichi said bluntly, to be honest, I don't like the members of Tsunayashiro's family. They never participated in the affairs of Gote 13. Usually, they are in charge of the corridor of the Great Soul Book and hide in the dark, just like a Lion Majesty. More importantly, as a Lion Majesty, you never know when he will give you a bite. As he gradually took over the things at home, Yoruichi knew more and more about the Tsunayashiro family. The Tsunayashiro family led the sudden removal of the Shiba family on that day. At present, the Ai's family is gradually declining, and they are hiding themselves, which is also related to the Tsunaya CJCI generation family. More importantly, before the Kuchiki family became the head of the great nobles, the Namadai family was the head of the great nobles. Tsunayashiro will obviously not have a good face towards the Kuchiki family who took away the head of his great nobles. The relationship between the two is extremely poor. However, today is the husband-in-law banquet held by the Kuchiki family. Although the Tsunayashiro family is here, it is obviously impossible to directly smash the Kuchiki family's place. Instead, they politely exchanged a few words with Kuchiki Kangjun and expressed their congratulations. After a while, Kuchiki Silver Ridge, the head of the Kuchiki family, entered the arena. Advertisement. Behind him, there were two figures, one was a woman with heavy makeup and a gentle appearance. The other person is a tall young man who is not exactly handsome. His short hair is decorated with Kuchiki's unique star-leading pliers and red windflower gauze. It's the son-in-law chosen by Captain Kuchiki. Hiroko Shinji suddenly spoke after seeing the young man clearly. Gosuke Shigure glanced sideways at Hiroko Shinji. Captain Hiroko knows him. Hiroko Shinji nodded and said, well, because I occasionally go to the Spiritual Arts Academy to teach, so I know him. His name is Quincy Shong, and he is a true genius. He was born as a commoner, but graduated from Mao in a very short period of time. It is said that he awakened Zanpakuto shortly after entering school. Quote. Now that he is in Kuchiki's house, we may have to call him Kuchiki in the future. In this way, the opponent is indeed a great person. It's a pity that he entered the sixth team directly with such a raw material. After listening to Hiroko Shinji's narration, Gosuke Shigure felt a little emotional. Hiroko Shinji also agreed. Yes, such a genius should actually join our fifth team. How could Kuchiki Silver Ridge be intercepted in advance? Of course, this is just Hiroko Shinji's joke. Kuchiki Shong will join the sixth team, just because the Kuchiki family leads the sixth team. The real reason is that he chose to become the son-in-law of Kuchiki Yinling. If Hiroko Shinji has a beautiful daughter, he can also choose to recruit Kuchiki Shong as his son-in-law, so that he can join the fifth team. Too bad he didn't. And what Gosuke Shigure was thinking in his mind was a plot in the original anime, which was called Zanpakuto Strange Records. In that article, because of a materialized Zanpakuto, all Zanpakuto in Soul Society both materialized and mutinied. The name of the knife is Muramasa, and the owner is Kuchiki Hibiki. This is the original plot of the anime. But he didn't expect that the character Kuchiki Shong appeared in front of him right now. This shows that this world is not the world of comics, but the world of animation. Chapter 89 Undercurrent. With the entry of Kuchiki Yinling, everyone's eyes in the arena were on the captain of the sixth team, the contemporary head of the Kuchiki family, the old man who was at the top among all the nobles, and served as an example. Kuchiki Yinling first thanked everyone for coming. Then, it was officially announced that Quincy Shong entered the home of Kuchiki. From now on, the other party will abandon their original surname and change their name to Kuchiki Shong. Kuchiki Shonghei's aptitude is very good, and he showed his great strength when he was in Spiritual Arts Academy. If such a strong person entered Kuchiki's family and changed his surname to Kuchiki, even if Kuchiki Yinling's son Kuchiki Kang purely due to congenital weakness, they cannot become strong, but as long as there is Kuchiki Hibiki, the Kuchiki family will not decline for a long time. And the truth, too. At the end of this grand banquet, Kuchiki Shong became Kuchiki's son-in-law and adopted son. Not long after, Kuchiki Shong became the chairman of the sixth team under the arrangement of Kuchiki Yinling. This can be regarded as a kind of airborne, but it is also a heavy responsibility. The 6th Division is an aristocratic team. The first generation of the 6th Division did not have much special meaning. At that time, Gote 13 were all killer groups, and their purpose was to protect Seireitei. From the 6th Division of 2nd generation, it became the Noble Team, which was taken over by the noble Kuchiki family. Since then, the duty of the 6th Division has become to protect the rights and interests of the nobles and deal with matters related to the nobles. For example, if there are rebels among the nobles, they will be put down by the 6th Division. In this team, although there are many civilian-born Shinigami, the noble-born Shinigami also occupy a large part of it. As nobles, they all have their arrogance, and they want to suppress their arrogance. The best way is identity. Your strength is very strong, they may not agree with it, but if your status is more noble than his, then he will definitely agree with you. In the past, the third seat of the 6th Division was Kuchiki Kangjun. Although Kuchiki Aojun is not in good health and cannot be regarded as a powerful Shinigami, but his status is extraordinary. He is the only male in the head of the Kuchiki family, and his father is the head of the Kuchiki family. The noble-born members of Team 6 were all polite to him. But after the addition of Kuchiki Hibiki, that's not the case. In order to make way for Kuchiki Shong, Kuchiki Kangjun voluntarily withdrew from the third seat and took the fourth seat. Advertisement. The vice captain of the 6th Division is still Yin Yinjiro. But Kuchiki Aojun's behavior of giving up his position made many noble-born Shinigami dissatisfied. Although Kuchiki Hibiki is also surnamed Kuchiki, in the final analysis, he is just a son-in-law. In the minds of these noble-born Shinigami, they look down on Kuchiki Hibiki. Why is such a guy? Can also hold the third seat. Fueled by certain existences in the dark, the process of Kuchiki Shong serving as the third seat of the 6th team was not very peaceful. Especially after he led a team to capture some noble-born rebellious Shinigami, his indifference and lack of respect for others caused dissatisfaction among many nobles after being passed on. In the past, Shinigami who were born as nobles did not break the law. After all, they are nobles, and it is impossible to expect them to abide by the law. But in the past, the Shinigami who came to deal with related matters from the 6th Division also turned a blind eye to concealing the crimes they committed as much as possible, so that those Shinigami who committed crimes suffered a lot. The punishments are not painful or itchy, and it is fixed that they will be locked up at home for some years. But Kuchiki Hibiki is different, he is a guy who doesn't like oil and salt. He thought he was just and law-abiding, and put all those Shinigami who committed crimes into prison. But they don't know that in the eyes of many nobles, this guy has already violated the interests of the nobles. The existence of the 6th Division was originally to protect the interests of the nobles. As a result, Kuchiki rang the river, but took the initiative to violate the interests of the nobles. How can this be tolerated? Do you really think that he changed his surname to Kuchiki, so he is really Kuchiki? It's just an adopted son-in-law. In the darkness, a group of middle and small nobles were discussing. Many of those imprisoned for Kuchiki Hibiki's ruthless actions were members of their clan. They were very upset because of Kuchiki Hibiki's behavior. In the final analysis, he is just a commoner. Because of his qualifications, he was favored by the Kuchiki family. As a result, he really regarded himself as a nobleman. It's so hateful. The favorites talked a lot, and in their words, they were all dissatisfied with Kuchiki Shong. Advertisement. *TT. Earlier, when Kuchiki Kangjun served as the third seat, he always lenient the nobles who violated the law. The result is Kuchiki Hibiki, okay. All brought to justice. Although they could understand that Kuchiki Yinling found Kuchiki Kazukawa as his son-in-law and adopted son for the sake of the Kuchiki family's continuation, they could not accept Kuchiki Kayokawa's behavior against the nobles. However, after all, he is the son-in-law and adopted son of the Kuchiki family. In the 6th team, with Kuchiki as the backer, no matter how dissatisfied we are with him, there is nothing we can do. One person raised the crux of the problem. The people of many nobles did not lock their hands tightly, and their expressions became calm. At this time, a person proposed a solution. 0. Then let him make his own mistakes. As the head of the 4 great nobles, the Kuchiki family is a model for all nobles. If Kuchiki Kazukawa himself made a mistake, and Kuchiki is the head of the family, he probably would not choose to shelter him. Hearing this, all the nobles looked at the speaker with slightly shocked expressions. You are. The person who spoke ignored the shock of these people and continued. Of course, the captain of the 6th team is the head of Kuchiki after all. If he wants to be in the 6th team and lure Kuchiki Shong to make mistakes, it is easy for the head of Kuchiki to see. So, before that, we have to let Kuchiki Hibiki leave the 6th team. As far as I know, the position of the captain of the special forces of the 1st team has been vacated recently. Kuchiki Kazuo is a genius Shinigami. It is too talented to stay in the 6th team. You can use your respective energies and recommend him for the position. This captain's position. In the 6th team, the Kuchiki head can guide Kuchiki Shong and give him shelter, but in the 1st team, the Kuchiki head can't control the affairs there. After these words were finished, everyone suddenly showed a thoughtful attitude. Not long after, the letter of recommendation for Kuchiki Shong, the 3rd member of the 6th division, as the captain of the special forces of the 1st division, appeared on the table of Captain Yamamoto. Originally, Captain Yamamoto could ignore the recommendation, but he couldn't stand it. Next to the recommendation, there was also a statement from Central 46. Central 46 thinks that Kuchiki Hibiki is good enough to take on the big job. Chapter 90 The Darkness Under the Blossoms. Commander Yamamoto also knew about the Kuchiki family recruiting a son-in-law earlier, and he even sent the vice captain Chojiro Sasaki to congratulate him. Unexpectedly, not long after Kuchiki Shong joined the 6th team, Kuchiki Yinling was so eager to push Kuchiki Shong to the top. Central 46 thinks that Kuchiki Kazukawa is good enough to take on the heavy responsibility, which seems to be extremely fair. But Captain Yamamoto didn't know that the 46 chambers were composed of nobles. As the head of the 4 existing nobles, the Kuchiki family can completely influence Central 46's decision-making. Yinling, I know you are in a hurry, but I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry. Captain Yamamoto couldn't help sighing. The only male of the next generation of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Kangshin, is born weak and destined to be unable to become a strong man, so it is difficult for him to bear the heavy responsibility of the Kuchiki family. 340. In order for the Kuchiki family to continue, it is not surprising that Kuchiki Yinling entrusts the important responsibility to Kuchiki Shong, the son-in-law and adopted son. Kuchiki Shong only joined the 6th team, and became the 3rd. It has to be said that this is entrusting him with a heavy responsibility. If you continue to stay in the 6th team for some years and accumulate some qualifications, it is naturally the best. However, Captain Yamamoto never imagined that the position of captain of the Special Operations Force under the 1st Division had just become vacant, and he hadn't found a suitable candidate to be the captain. Kuchiki Yinling couldn't wait to push Kuchiki to the upper position. Captain Yamamoto inevitably had some thoughts in his heart. However, this letter of recommendation was written by Central 46 after all. Before that, Captain Yamamoto decided to meet the 2 parties and see what they think. Soon, Captain Yamamoto met with Kuchiki Yinling and Kuchiki Shong. Let Shong he be the captain of the 1st team of Special Forces. When Kuchiki Yinling heard this, he was stunned. Then he said with some hesitation, Shong he's strength is naturally enough to take on the big job, but his qualifications are still young, can he really be the captain of the 1st team of Special Forces? In Kuchiki Yinling's idea, let Kuchiki Shong stay in the position of the 3rd seat of the 6th team for a few years. The 3rd seat is the assistant of the deputy. Unlike the other seats, he needs to assist the deputy captain in doing things. Advertisement. After Kuchiki Shong has accumulated enough qualifications in this position, he will be promoted to the vice captain. As for the future, whether to let Shong be the captain of the 6th team, or to expect another genius from the Kuchiki family to grow up, and let Shong protect that genius to grow up, that's a matter for later. At least in this early stage, Kuchiki Yinling had already thought of everything, and arranged for Kuchiki Shonghei's life clearly. Unexpectedly, at this time, Captain Yamamoto proposed to let Kuchiki Hibiki be the captain of the 1st team of Special Forces. If Kuchiki Shong can really go to the 1st team to work, it will be a good thing. But Kuchiki Yinling also knows some of Kuchiki Shonghei's character. He is too upright, and currently too young and immature, and has not yet fully assumed the status of a nobleman, so he often does some things that offend others. Leaving the 6th squad, without his own shelter, Kuchiki Hibiki is likely to do something wrong. Kuchiki Silver Ridge was a little worried. When Captain Yamamoto heard what Kuchiki Yinling said, he couldn't help but look at him with a strange look, which means that you have already persuaded Central 46 to recommend Kuchiki Shong, so why are you pretending to me? It was Kuchiki Hibiki who didn't understand why. After hearing Captain Yamamoto's words, he was stunned for a while, and then said loudly, I can do it. This is not only answering the words of Captain Yamamoto, but also answering the words of his father-in-law. Kuchiki Shong is actually quite ambitious. He was born as a commoner, but has extraordinary aptitude. When I was very young, I was used to seeing the weakness of the common people and the strength of the nobles. He wanted to rewrite all this, but he didn't have enough ability. By chance, when he was graduating from Mao, Kuchiki Yinling approached him and proposed to him to marry Kuchiki's family. Becoming a son-in-law is a shameful thing. But after a little thought, Kuchiki Hibiki agreed to it. Although it is embarrassing to be a son-in-law. But on the other hand, he can take advantage of the trend and join the Kuchiki family, and with the help of the Kuchiki family, he may be able to change those injustices. Advertisement. Later, when he became the 3rd seat of the 6th division, Kuchiki Shong dealt with the illegal affairs of those nobles impartially and without mercy. Facts have proved that the identity of the Kuchi family is very useful. He can easily eliminate these injustices. Unbeknownst to them, this was because Kuchiki Silver Ridge gave shelter in the rear. Kuchiki Yinling actually has some opinions on Kuchiki Shonghei's ruthless way of doing things, but on the other hand, thinking about it, they are just some small and medium-sized nobles, they are indeed breaking the law, and Kuchiki Shong did nothing wrong, he finally chose to turn a blind eye and close one eye, and didn't say anything about Kuchiki. Kuchiki Hibiki did not understand all this. I just thought that I was finally qualified to flex my muscles. Right now, there is an opportunity to become the captain of a special force, this is Gao Sheng, how can he miss this opportunity? Facing the eyes of Kuchiki Yinling and Yamamoto's captain, Kuchiki Kazukawa said again, Father, Captain, please believe me, I can do it. Kuchiki Yinling and Captain Yamamoto looked at each other. In the end, Kuchiki Yinling told Kuchiki Shong, of course I believe in your ability, but I hope you can remember one thing. If possible, you'd better rely less on your own Zanpakuto, observe with your own eyes, the world is not as beautiful as you imagined. Kuchiki Hibiki was puzzled. Captain Yamamoto frowned, How could he not understand others who couldn't understand Kuchiki Yinling's words? In this world, there are too many Dark 5.0 hidden. As the captain of Gote 13, the only thing he can do is to cover up the darkness as much as possible, and prevent the darkness from pouring towards most of them. The energy of the Kuchiki family is really great. It is worthy of being the 5 nobles. No, it should be said that it is the match of the 4 nobles. In the mansion of the Shihuan family, Shihuan Yoruichi was holding a bowl of wine and talking to Gosuke Shigure in front of her. That's right, Gosuke Shigure is drinking with someone again, but this time it's not Kyoraku Shunsui and his ilk, but Shihuan Yoruichi. As Yoruichi grew up, her relationship with Gosuke Shigure became more and more casual. They don't get along like master and apprentice in the past, but more like 2 good friends. Is it related to Kuchiki Hibiki? Gosuke Shigure heard what Yoruichi said. Chapter 91 Prelude. Sensei, you actually know about Kuchiki Hibiki. Yoruichi was a little surprised. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. After all, he is a genius. Earlier, Captain Kuchiki held a grand banquet for Kuchiki Shong. Of course I have paid attention to him. As far as I know, after he joined the number 6 team, he directly became the number 3 seat. During this period of time, he completed a lot of tasks and gained a lot of limelight. I'm afraid that it won't be long before he will be directly promoted to the vice captain of the 6th division. It can be said that his future is hopeless. Yoruichi said. Kuchiki Shonghei's promotion speed is indeed not slow, but it is still not as good as you, teacher. Teacher, you are the captain. Gosuke Shigure said. Although it is true that I am the captain, before I became the captain, I also served as the vice captain for many years. But then again, even if Kuchiki Shong becomes the vice captain of the 6th division, he is doomed to be unable to go further and become the captain of the 6th division. Although he is the son-in-law and adopted son of the Kuchiki family, he is not a real member of the Kuchiki family after all. While talking, his eyes fell on Yoruichi again. It's you, destined to become the captain of the 2nd team. 29 Yoruichi didn't deny this, and sighed. Compared to being the captain of the 2nd team, I would rather the old man stay in the position of captain of the 2nd team for a few more years. After all, becoming the captain means that he needs to bear certain responsibilities. She is no longer the girl she was back then. After becoming a real Shinigami, Yoruichi realized more and more how difficult it is for the old man. But under such circumstances, the old man has supported the Shihuan family alone for so many years. How powerful he is. Gosuke Shigure said softly. Although I, as an outsider, should not express my opinions, I still want to say that you cannot escape these things, and this is your responsibility. Of course I know. Yoruichi nodded. As an aristocrat, while enjoying those excellent resources, he naturally has his own purpose. While talking, Yoruichi brought the topic back to Kuchiki. There is one thing, teacher, you are wrong. What's up? Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure was curious. Yoruichi explained. You said that Kuchiki Hibiki was destined not to be the captain, but you are wrong, he has already become the captain. As far as I know, because of the recommendation of Central 46, Kuchiki Shong was promoted. He was transferred from the 6th team to the 1st team and served as the captain of the 1st team's special forces. Although he is not the captain of Gote 13 in the true sense, he is still the captain, right? Gosuke Shigure was stunned, then nodded and said, it is indeed the captain, and with the particularity of the 1st team, the captain of its special unit must be at the same level as the vice captain of Gote 13. Kuchiki Hibiki has indeed been promoted. So, teacher, what you said earlier about the bright future is really not wrong. Yi Shiwen emphatically mentioned a word that Ushisuke Shigure said earlier. However, in my opinion, it is not a good thing for Kuchiki Kyokawa to serve as the captain of the 1st team of special forces. Gosuke Shigure changed his tone and said his own opinion. How do you know? Yoruichi was puzzled. Gosuke Shigure continued. The future is promising, and it may be that the future is not bright. It is his future that does not have any light at all. Recently, although Kuchiki Shong has gained a lot of limelight, he is just and law-abiding, and has dealt with many illegal nobles, which has attracted many people's praise, but you must know that nobles are not so easy to offend. Although it's not good to say these things in front of a noble like you, I still want to say a few words. For noble people, it is common to violate the laws of Seireitei. Usually, because they have their own ways to escape judgment, so basically few people are dealt with, but Kuchiki's behavior is waiting to be judged. Expose these dark things to the bright side. Those noble people will not let him go so easily. It's fine if he's the real direct descendant of the Kuchiki family, but even though his surname is Kuchiki, he's actually an adopted son-in-law. After Yoruichi heard Gosuke Shigure's analysis, his brows were raised slightly, and then stretched again. Since you can see this, Mr. Kuchiki should also be able to see these things. With him in the rear, Kuchiki Hibiki, it should be fine. Perhaps after a while, Kuchiki Kazukawa's behavior style will be restrained. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure said. If he has been in the 6th team, with Captain Kuchiki at his side to guide him all the time, he may be restrained, but it is different now, he has already gone to the 1st team. Speaking of this, Gosuke Shigure sighed again in a strange tone. I don't know whether the situation of Kuchiki's family is really bad ultimate, or the captain of Kuchiki lost his mind and pushed Kuchiki to the top in such a hurry. Obviously it will allow him to hone in the 6th division for a while longer. Yoruichi's eyes flickered, Thinking of Central 46's recommendation of Kuchiki Shong to serve as the captain of the first team of special forces. Perhaps, this is not Mr. Kuchiki's original intention. As a member of the great nobles, she is well aware of the 893 struggles among the great nobles. Kuchiki Shong has offended many nobles because of his fairness and law-abiding. In the sixth team, he can get the protection of Mr. Kuchiki, but Mr. Kuchiki took the initiative to send Kuchiki Shong to the first team. Although the first team has a special status, he can't get the protection of Mr. Kuchiki all the time there. After talking with Yi Fan, Gosuke Shigure returns to the 11th squad. Maybe it's because he has experienced too many things related to nobles recently, even if he didn't personally participate in them, but because he was one of the great nobles in his previous life, Gosuke Shigure seemed to care about it. At the same time, a review of what happened during this period was also carried out. In the process of replaying, it is inevitable to combine some known plots with what has happened now. First, the cause of everything originated from the decline of the Shiba family. At present, it can be confirmed that the Shiba family has been expelled from the ranks of the great nobles. Apart from its own decline, it also has a great relationship with the Tsunayashiro family. At the beginning of this world, when the ancestors of the five great nobles, Tsunayashiro and the ancestors of the Shiba family did not deal with it very much, and the grievances between the two families continued from generation to generation. Chapter 92 Replay. After the decline of the Shiba family, on the way to Rukongai, the Tsunayashiro family sent killers to wipe out the Shiba family. In the end, this was stopped by the Shihuan family. Afterwards, the other nobles should also contribute in the middle. This prevented the Shiba family from being completely destroyed, and some members remained. Thinking about it carefully, it's not surprising that the other major nobles would make a move. After all, the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Today, the Shiba family can be destroyed because they are expelled from the ranks of the great nobles, so tomorrow, this matter may also fall on their heads. Although several great nobles are trying their best to avoid the decline of the family and want to continue the family in various ways so that the glory of the family will continue to shine, but some emergencies are inevitable. For example, what happened earlier in the Ai's family. Although it has never been said what it is. But according to Gosuke Shigure's knowledge of the plot, it should be the loss of 8 mirror sword. The 8 mirror swords are the inheritance of the Ai's family, and they are also the Zanpakuto that their family has passed down from generation to generation. They are the source of their strength. If the 8 mirror swords are lost, the decline of the Ai's family is inevitable. So because of this incident, the Ai's family chose to keep a low profile. I'm afraid that in a few years, this great nobleman will become less known. The leak of the disappearance of the Ai's family's 8 mirror swords should be due to revenge from the Tsunayashiro family. Gosuke Shigure is extremely determined. The Tsunayashiro family is a group of lion majesty, it can be said that they must take revenge. Finally, there was an opportunity to completely destroy the Shiba family and make the surname Shiba disappear from the world, but because of the reasons of the other great nobles, they had to give up. How can the Tsunayashiro family let it go? Ever since, after this incident, the Dai family retaliated against the remaining nobles. Logically speaking, it was Shihuan Kongshan who stopped the group of killers in the first place, and he should take revenge on Shihuan's family first. But the Tsunayashiro family did not. Because even the Tsunayashiro family has to admit that the current Shihuan family has no flaws at all. Originally, after Shihuan's empty cicada, they fell into a situation of being out of control, but Yoruichi's growth has made up for it very well. Everything. Advertisement. Since we can't target Shihuan's family, we should target the rest. And during this process, you can't come forward in person, because if you do so in person, it is very likely to attract a group of people to attack. So, because of the existence of the Ai's family, it was revealed. The Tsunayashiro family is in charge of the Great Soul Book Corridor, and there are some things that can be easily known. The Ai's family, for the sake of the family's face, had to execute the members who made mistakes, and then chose to hide. After the Ai's family, the next target is the Kuchiki family. The Kuchiki family fell into the same predicament as the Shihuan family. The men of the next generation are not qualified enough to become strong and difficult to take on the great cause. The difference is that the next generation of Shihuan's Yoruichi is very qualified, while the Kuchiki family, well, although Kuchiki Aojun married a wife, but the child was just born, and it is not sure whether his qualifications are good or bad for the time being. Kuchiki Yinling didn't dare to gamble on the illusory future, so she had to choose another way, which was to find a powerful husband-in-law for her daughter, and her adopted son-in-law was also a son. His idea is good, but he ignores the character of Kuchiki Hibiki, which makes outsiders see an opportunity. Kuchiki Shong abides by the law and offends so many nobles. Because of the Kuchiki family's reputation, those nobles dare not provoke Kuchiki Shong, but if one day, Kuchiki Shong is in trouble, no matter how big the Kuchiki family is, under the circumstances of these nobles, it is not so easy for Kuchiki Yinling to exonerate Kuchiki Shong. The head of the four nobles, the example of the nobles, sometimes it is an honor, but it is also a kind of bondage. Since Kuchiki Kazukawa was so impartial when dealing with those nobles, then similarly, when Kuchiki Kazukawa committed a felony, the Kuchiki family must also be impartial. Who told Kuchiki Yinling not to stop him when Kuchiki Hibiki did those things, and let him do that? After Gosuke Shigure figured out all the reasons for the incident, Basically, it is certain that the next target of the Tsunayashiro family is the Kuchiki family, to be precise, the Kuchiki Hibiki. Because there is such a plot in the original book. After Kuchiki Shong served as the captain of the first team of special forces, he was imprisoned because of being involved in factional disputes. Under normal circumstances, Kuchiki Shong, as the son-in-law of the Kuchiki family, those small and medium-sized nobles would not dare to frame him. But he ended up in jail. Advertisement. Moreover, Kuchiki Yinling, as the head of the Kuchiki family, the head of the four great nobles, was so powerless in the face of Kuchiki Shonghei's imprisonment. He could only let him stay quietly in the confession palace first, and then he thought of a way go and clear the name of Kuchiki Hibiki. This point shows that Kuchiki Yinling at that time was actually a little powerless. The reason why Kuchiki Yinling is so powerless is probably the Tsunayashiro family. The great noble made a move. In the first years, Tsunayashiro was the head of the great nobles. Later, due to the decline, the position of the head of the great nobles fell to the head of the Kuchiki family, but even so, the Tsunayashiro family still has a great history. Area. This power lies in the fact that many small and medium nobles are driven by it. The reason is that they are in charge of the corridor of the Great Spirit Book and know many secrets of the Soul Society, and that they can influence the decisions of Central 46. So, in the end, it was because Byakuya Kuchiki was born too late. Quote. If he was the same age as Yoruichi, Qian Zhao would never have these things. Gosuke Shigure finally came to such a conclusion. Byakuya Kuchiki's qualifications are of course strong, and he will be a well-deserved strong in the future. But he was born a little late. This made Kuchiki Yinling have to recruit Kuchiki Shong as his son-in-law for the sake of Kuchiki's family. As a result, the Tsunayashiro family found the Kuchiki family's flaws and dealt a heavy blow to the Kuchiki family. However, even the Tsunayashiro family would not think of it. After they plotted against Kuchiki Shong, made Kuchiki Silver Ridge exterminate his relatives, sealed Kuchiki Shong, and the Kuchiki family lost a strong man. But it didn't decline because of it. Although the death of Kuchiki Aojun also happened during this period, in the future, after all, there will be another strong person, making the Kuchiki family continue. It is still far away for the Tsunayashiro family to become the head of the great nobles again. Chapter 93. The so-called justice. Because of the long lifespan of Shinigami, and the life in Soul Society is too monotonous. Even if Gosuke Shigure occasionally ran to snatch some Zaraki's jobs and cut some border crossings, it still couldn't add any fun to this monotonous life. Of course, Gosuke Shigure can also devote time to practice. In fact, he has indeed practiced. But, so be it. Blind penance, sometimes, can't make much progress. In particular, the growth of Ryutsu can be improved by simple hard work. Apart from his ordinary life, part of Gosuke Shigure's attention also fell on those great nobles. It seems that after the decline of the Shiba family, a turmoil among the nobles has quietly unfolded. Gosuke Shigure even conducted a review of these things. In the end, they came to a conclusion that there was a huge behind-the-scenes black hand hidden behind this incident, and the black hand was obviously the Tsunayashiro family, who were also great nobles. Now, under the operation of some people, Kuchiki Shong has gone to the first team of special forces as the captain. So, when will he fall into the trap of those people? The answer is, soon, today. Just after Gosuke Shigure conducted a review, but within a few months. Among the first team of special forces, there were 597 malicious incidents. Their Shinigami die. After being unanimously identified by several noble-born Shinigami, the murderer is Kuchiki Shong. After Kuchiki Kabakawa airborne and became the captain of the first team of special forces, one of the very senior Shinigami has been against him, thinking that if Kuchiki Kabakawa hadn't been airborne, he would have become the captain long ago, because Kuchiki Kabakawa's for this reason, he snatched the position that originally belonged to him. This made him and Kuchiki Hibiki very difficult to deal with. He also didn't follow Kuchiki's orders very much. Because of this incident, Kuchiki Hibiki held a grudge. Finally, after a certain time, he killed him and killed him. Although this person has some problems and is at fault, Kuchiki Hibiki should not have killed him. The Soul Society strictly forbids the killing of fellow Shinigami. Advertisement. Even aristocrats can't do such a thing. What about the crime of Kuchiki Kazukawa killing his colleagues? Among Central 46, Kuchiki Silver Ridge, the head of the Kuchiki family, stands quietly. Those members of Central 46 who were selected by many nobles looked at Kuchiki Yinling, and they didn't have the bossy CJBJ style that they used to face ordinary Shinigami. Because when it comes to identity and status, Kuchiki Yinling is much higher than them. If Kuchiki Yinling is willing, he can occupy one of the 46 positions at any time, and he will also be one of the positions of the most honorable 6 judges. Today, they called Kuchiki Yinling here to talk about Kuchiki Shong with Kuchiki Yinling. In other words, it is telling Kuchiki Shong the demands of those nobles and the rules of the Soul Society. On that day, Dai Hibiki was active as the third seat of the 6th division, and when dealing with many matters related to the nobles, he handled them impartially. Kuchiki Yinling is extremely supportive of him doing so. Because it represents justice. So now, Kuchiki Hibiki violated the Soul Society's ban, and Kuchiki Silver Ridge should also be just. More importantly, Central 46 also said that the Kuchiki family is the head of the great nobles, and is an example for many nobles. They also know that there are many aristocrats who break the rules, and the meaning of Central 46's existence is to maintain the rules. In these years, they have also dealt with many aristocrats who violated the rules. Therefore, they hope that the Kuchiki family will continue to abide by the nobles and make an appearance to the nobles. If the Kuchiki family takes the lead and doesn't abide by the rules, the entire Soul Society will be in chaos. The words were all persuasion, and they didn't mean to force Kuchiki Yinling. After all, even Central 46 couldn't force the head of a big noble. But these words, for Kuchiki Yinling, are tantamount to moral kidnapping. I know, and I will handle this matter fairly. Kuchiki Yinling said this with a complicated tone. Naturally, he could also feel that behind Central 46, there was a force that urged Central 46 to say these words to him. At the same time, those small and medium-sized nobles would unite and use rules to kidnap him, and there must be someone behind the scenes. But Kuchiki Yinling has to admit that the means of the man in the dark are extremely clever. Because the Kuchiki family, as the head of the great nobles, has always been honored as an example of nobles, and it is true that they cannot take the initiative to violate the rules. Advertisement. However, I believe that Shanghe was wronged. I also hope that you can help find out the truth and restore Shanghe's innocence. That's for sure, Central 46 hastily stated. Of course, that being said, it is still somewhat unreliable to expect Central 46 to find out the truth. After all, this group of people are extremely pedantic and only believe what they see with their own eyes. Therefore, Kuchiki Yinling decided to find out the truth by himself. But before that, he still wants to meet Kuchiki Hibiki. Because he is currently a guilty body, Zanpakuto of Kuchiki Hibiki was confiscated, and he was imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance just like Gosuke Shigure back then. After seeing his father-in-law, Kuchiki Hibiki was extremely excited. My lord, I was wronged. Kuchiki Hibiki said to Kuchiki Yinling in a hurried tone. Kuchiki Yinling looked complicated. I believe you, but I don't know, are you willing to believe me? Shanghe, can you give me some time? I will definitely find out the truth and return your innocence. Before that, you stayed here, don't worry, you will be able to go out soon. Hearing these words, Kuchiki Shanghe gradually calmed down. He met Kuchiki Yinling's eyes and said in a deep voice, okay. After that, Kuchiki Yinling hurriedly left here. He is going to find out the truth about the Kuchiki Hibiki. Just after Kuchiki Yinling left, another figure quietly appeared in front of the confession palace. The other person had dark green hair. He looked at Kuchiki Shanghe with a mocking smile on his mouth. Do you really want to trust him? Who are you? Kuchiki Shanghe suddenly looked at the mysterious man who came suddenly. The man said softly, it doesn't matter who I am. I just came to tell you one thing. Kuchiki Silver Ridge is ready to give up on you. The Kuchiki family, as the head of the great nobles, is an example for all nobles. No matter whether you have committed a felony or not, your actions have already disgraced the Kuchiki family. Therefore, it is impossible for him to rescue you. For the glory of the Kuchiki family, you can only be executed. Only in this way can the Kuchiki family be justified. Chapter 94. The Expected Choice. No, I cannot. My lord father will not lie to me. Such words shocked Kuchiki Shanghe, and then he fell into deep self-doubt. However, the words of this mysterious man continued to ring in Kuchiki Hibiki's ears as if with magical power. Even though Kuchiki Hibiki believed in his father-in-law, Kuchiki Yinling, once the seeds of doubt were planted, they began to take root. Kuchiki Hibiki couldn't help but become suspicious. Seeing Kuchiki Hibiki like this, the man sneered. Then quietly went to the dark. The Repentance Palace is built of murderous stones, which will contain Shinigami's Ryutsu, and at the same time, the sinners who are imprisoned here, Zanpakuto, will also be confiscated. Kuchiki Sound River is here, it is very difficult to get out of trouble. But it doesn't matter, in order to shame Kuchiki's family, he decided to help Kuchiki Shanghe. At the same time, according to the original script, after Kuchiki Shanghe escapes from trouble, he will directly encounter provocations. Once Kuchiki Shanghe really commits an unforgivable crime, even if Kuchiki Yinling finds evidence to exonerate Kuchiki Shanghe, it also doesn't help. However, I have to say that Kuchiki Hibiki still surprised the people in the dark. As expected, he is the son-in-law carefully selected by Kuchiki Yinling, and he has not waited for him to help Kuchiki Shanghe out of trouble. All I heard was a muffled voice coming from the mouth of the Kuchiki, whisper, Muramasa. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Kuchiki Shanghe. It was Zanpakuto of the Kuchiki Hibiki, who came to him by means of materialization. Obviously Zanpakuto has been confiscated, but it is really amazing to be able to get it back into the hands through this. Kuchiki Hibiki, you really surprised me. The man in the dark left here quietly, not letting Kuchiki Hibiki have a chance to catch up with him. At the same time, as he was leaving, his deep voice sounded, come on, the louder the noise, the better, then the Kuchiki family will be deeply shamed. What happened at the penitentiary palace? It was soon known by Seireitei. After all, the penance palace is where Shinigami who have committed serious crimes are imprisoned. Naturally, this is also a place where the Seireitei are closely guarded. Bang 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 bang. Advertisement. A sound similar to that of a beating watch sounded. This is a team giving an early warning. Then, the captain's voice instantly spread throughout the jingling court through Bakudo's, Tien Ting Kong Luo. Attention all colleagues of Gote 13, the sinner Kuchiki Shong escaped from the prison of the Confession Palace. If any members of Gote 13 encounter it, they can arrest him immediately. As above, it is no secret that the son-in-law of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Kazukawa, was imprisoned for committing a felony. After all, Seireitei is that big, and Shinigami's life seems rather dull. It is rare that some lively things happen, regardless of whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, it is indeed more interesting. The topic of conversation in the past 2 days is probably, is Kuchiki Shong innocent or guilty? How will the Kuchiki master deal with Kuchiki Hibiki? Among them, a large number of people think that Kuchiki Shong should be fine. After all, they are members of the Kuchiki family, and the Kuchiki family is the head of the great nobles, with an extraordinary status. It can only be said that in the long years of the Soul Society, it is no secret that nobles enjoy privileges. But apart from that, there are still some people who firmly believe that the Kuchiki family will deal with this incident fairly. If Kuchiki Kazukawa really committed a felony, the Kuchiki family will never forgive him. After all, the Kuchiki family is a model for many nobles. However, everyone never expected that before the result came out, Kuchiki Shong would escape from prison first. It's because Kuchiki Hibiki really committed a felony. He was afraid of punishment, so he escaped from prison. Everyone thought so. However, after hearing the news from the captain, he still started to search for the whereabouts of Kuchiki Hibiki, planning to apprehend him. It seems that there is some mobilization. In fact, it's not motivating people at all. Kuchiki Hibiki is no ordinary Shinigami. He was originally the third seat of the 6th team, and later became the captain of the first team of the special unit. No matter whether he was backed by the Kuchiki family or not, he had such a status. At least, because he was able to hold these important positions, his strength should not be underestimated. There are not many Shinigami of this strength in the entire Gote 13. If he is left alone, it is likely to cause turmoil. After the order from Captain Yamamoto came out. Advertisement. Back in the clan, Kuchiki Yinling, who was about to use the power of the Kuchiki family to collect evidence, had a sad expression on his face. You, Shong, why did you do this? Ask for flowers. He is having a hard time. But Kuchiki Shonghei's prison escape has become a fact. As the head of Kuchiki's family, all he can do now is to catch Shong and prevent him from making bigger mistakes. Among the second team, after hearing what the captain said, Yoruichi was also gearing up. It seems that there is something to do. She looked at Xingjun under her hand and said, let's compare and see who can catch Kuchiki Shong first. When all the Xingjun heard this, they also became interested. In the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure put down the teacup in his hand and sighed. It's really an expected choice. 0. He is not surprised that Kuchiki Hibiki will come to this point. On the one hand, Kuchiki Hibiki is a person who is easily angry and confused because of himself Zanpakuto. On the other hand, it is fueled by people in the dark. So Kuchiki Hibiki finally chose to escape from prison. As expected, the first thing he did after escaping from prison in anger was probably to kill those nobles who framed him. From the point of view of Kuchiki Shong, he is happy to be grateful. But from the perspective of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Hibiki's behavior undoubtedly shamed the Kuchiki family. In any case, the purpose of the people behind the scenes has basically been achieved. Originally, this incident should have nothing to do with Gosuke Shigure. But in the end, for some reason, he still carried Zanpakuto, said, I'll go out, with the team members, and left alone, not knowing where he went. The identities of the Shinigami who sued Kuchiki Hibiki were no secret. Because they are all witnesses, after Kuchiki Shong was imprisoned, they did not continue to work in the first team, but went home and stayed, waiting for the follow-up interrogation. Gosuke Shigure easily knew the identities of these people at Shihu and Yoruichi that day. Then, he quickly arrived near the homes of these people. After waiting for a while, a figure wearing a white prison uniform came here angrily, and he was going to kill all those who framed him. Chapter 95 I don't even have a Shikai, how do you manipulate it? Have you thought about it? Once you kill these people, there will be no room for you to turn back. Conversely, if you choose to stop, even though you are a criminal for the time being, with the help of the Kuchiki family, you can prove your innocence. Just when Kuchiki Hibiki was angry and was about to go to the noble mansion to kill all the Shinigami who framed him, a figure suddenly rang in his ears. When Kuchiki Shong heard the sound, he realized that a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. After seeing this figure, Kuchiki Shonghei's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression was a little calm. Because the opponent was wearing a captain's haori. This is the captain of Gote 13. What's more, Kuchiki Shong knew the person in front of him. The captain of the 11th squad, Gosuke Shigure, is also a contemporary Kenpachi. 243. Although Gosuke Shigure's reputation is not very good, as Kenpachi, he does not take the lead in fighting. But he is able to bear the name of Kenpachi. After all, he still has some skills. Kuchiki Shong didn't expect that the first person to appear in front of him was actually this one. He naturally knew that Gote 13 would hunt him down after he escaped from prison, but at least it had to be after he killed those people. Just before this, Gosuke Shigure came to him. Captain Gosuke's speed is really fast. What? You want to stop me? The sound of the Kuchiki ringing river is extremely cold. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. There is no way, whoever is the commander-in-chief has issued an order, and all Gote 13 are captured by you. Since I met you, I have to put you under the bridge. What kind of punishment is waiting for you after that has nothing to do with me? As that's so, Kuchiki Hibiki sneered, even if you are Kenpachi, it won't be that easy to catch me. After choosing to escape from prison, Kuchiki Hibiki was already barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. There is only one thought in his heart, that is to kill all those who framed him. Before that, whoever stops him is his enemy. The next moment, the Kuchiki Shong suddenly moved, Zanpakuto unsheathed, and threw a knife at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure smiled faintly. Advertisement. With the help of Shunpo, it is easy to avoid Kuchiki Hibiki's knife. Then, Zanpakuto, who was in the sealed state, also came out of the sheath suddenly, and also slashed towards Kuchiki Shong. Boom. The terrifying sword pressure swept across. Kuchiki Hibiki felt the overwhelming pressure, and finally understood where Gosuke Shigure's Kenpachi name came from. In comparison, those outsiders' comments on Gosuke Shigure are really ridiculous. Even if Gosuke Shigure can't avoid the battle and often let the vice-captain fight, this can't change the fact that Gosuke Shigure is a contemporary Kenpachi. Faced with this terrifying slash, Kuchiki Shong dared not confront it head-on. Instead, dodge with Shunpo. But his Shunpo seems a little slow. When he just cast Shunpo, the figure of Gosuke Shigure suddenly came to his side, and Zanpakuto waved again directly with the idea of inflicting heavy damage on Shimu Lahe. What? Kuchiki Hibiki river awe-inspiring. The knife in his hand swung out instantly, and in a hurry, he could only choose to collide with Gosuke Shigure. In his opinion, Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure is terrifying, but he is not weak and should be able to block it. But his idea didn't last too long. Boom. When Ryutsu collided, Kuchiki felt that his internal organs and the arm holding the knife were all shaking. His body flew out fiercely and hit a wall behind him. Bang. The walls shattered and smoke billowed. Kuchiki Hibiki stood up from the ruins, his clothes were torn, and he looked embarrassed. He looked at Gosuke Shigure again, with a hint of horror in his eyes. He is a genius. When he was in Spiritual Arts Academy, no matter whether it was a noble-born student or a commoner-born student, he was not as good as him. He graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy with the first place. After that, he was valued by Kuchiki Yinling and became the son-in-law of the Kuchiki family. Advertisement. After joining the 6th Division, his strength is placed among those veteran Shinigami, and he is also top-notch. It is precisely because of his confidence in his own talent that Kuchiki Shong is very proud. He believes that although his qualifications are still low and he was born as a commoner, his strength is sufficient to hold any important position. Even if he is the captain of Gote 13, he may not be unable to take up the position in the future. However, when he collided with the captain of Gote 13, Gosuke Shigure's strength still shocked him. It was just a knife, and he couldn't bear it directly. Is this the strength of Kenpachi? What are you kidding? Kuchiki Hibiki's expression became ferocious again. Even if you are Kenpachi, you can't catch me if you want to. The next moment, Kuchiki directly released his own Zanpakuto, whispered Muramasa. Muramasa is his Zanpakuto name, which is the name of a demon sword. In fact, Muramasa's ability is indeed quite strange. It is with the help of this knife that Kuchiki Shong has extremely powerful strength. Although this power is derived from Zanpakuto, Zanpakuto is originally part of Shinigami power, and there is no unreasonable one. The Lavender Ryutsu was released from the Zanpakuto in the hands of Kuchiki Hibiki, and then, an invisible force moved towards the Zanpakuto in the hands of Gosuke Shigure. Muramasa's ability can manipulate other people's Zanpakuto. He wants to use Muramasa's ability to manipulate Gosuke Shigure's sword and let Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto cut towards himself. In the past in the 6th Division, when facing those rebellious noble Shinigami, he had used Muramasa's ability repeatedly on 4.2 to make those people's Zanpakuto turn to attack their masters. Looking at the astonished expressions of those people, he is extremely proud. Gosuke Shigure will soon show a look of astonishment as Kuchiki Kabakawa expected. However, unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure's sword did not cut towards himself, but continued to cut towards him. This forced Kuchiki Shong to dodge in a hurry again. Isn't it a surprise? Gosuke Shigure looked at Kuchiki Hibiki, and the voice rang out, are you surprised that your Zanpakuto ability didn't work? It's not really surprising. Although your Zanpakuto's ability is very weird, but no matter how weird the ability is, you have to take advantage of it. The Zanpakuto in my hand is not released, but the sealed state. If you want to manipulate the sealed state, you must think too much. Too much. Chapter 96. The Materialized Zanpakuto. The sealed state is the most basic Zanpakuto. Except for the Ryutsu that can carry Shinigami, it doesn't have any special abilities, it's just a simple sword, and all the appearances of the sealed state are exactly the same when they are sent to Shinigami. Only by spending long periods of time with Zanpakuto and injecting their own Ryutsu into it, can Shinigami truly become their own Zanpakuto, which is the liberation of Zanpakuto, that is, Shikai. After Shikai, part of the power that originally existed in the soul of Shinigami was released using the sword as a carrier. But due to the power of Shinigami, it still cannot be fully released. When it is fully released, it is Bankai. In that state, is Zanpakuto's most powerful posture. There will be no reservations between Zanpakuto and Shinigami, however, that has its flaws. If someone can imitate Shinigami's spirit wave at the moment of Shinigami Bankai with the help of some special tools, they can take away Shinigami's Bankai. In the original book, the Star Crusaders used the power of the stars to take away many Shinigami Bankai. In the end, it was the clever Urahara Kazuki who developed the invasion medicine and injected the power of the void into Shinigami's body, temporarily changing the nature of Shinigami Ryutsu, and recaptured Bankai. Back to business. Although Muramasa's power is very strong, Zanpakuto who can manipulate the rest of the Shinigami. After Bankai, it is possible to enter into the depths of Shinigami's heart, give Zanpakuto to instigate rebellion, so as to make it betray its master and materialize in reality, but Zanpakuto who wants to instigate others must at least have to liberate Zanpakuto. Whether it is Shikai or Bankai, at least a part has to be liberated, so that his power can penetrate deep into the hearts of others. If he is not liberated, his power will not be able to penetrate at all, so how can he manipulate other people's knives? When Kuchiki heard what Gosuke Shigure said, he also reacted. As the master of Muramasa, he certainly knew the Zanpakuto in his hand very well, although he didn't know how Gosuke Shigure knew this. But he didn't have time to pursue it all, either. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "Although you are Kenpachi, if you don't liberate Zanpakuto, you will try to defeat me in vain. You are too arrogant." Gosuke Shigure said calmly, "I can only say that you don't understand." Advertisement. Although Zanpakuto is a major source of Shinigami's power, it is not the source of all Shinigami's power. Apart from Zanpakuto, there are Zanquan Zugi. I only know that blindly relying on Zanpakuto will eventually suffer losses. In his previous life, Gosuke Shigure often relied on his Zanpakuto. His knife ability can be called weird. It is precisely with the help of the ability of that knife, coupled with the resources of the great nobles born in his previous life, that he can become a strong man. Otherwise, although he is a time traveler, because there is no such thing as doing nothing every day, you only need to sign in. It is extremely difficult to become a strong system in a system that becomes stronger. Also after rising with Zanpakuto, he spent a lot of time honing the rest of his skills. Although he himself borrowed the power of Zanpakuto in his previous life. But because of the example of Chojiro Sasaki, he knew that in some cases, one cannot rely on Zanpakuto. And in this life, after all the skills of cutting fists and walking ghosts have reached their peak, he has not relied on the power of Zanpakuto from the beginning. From mastering Zanpakuto to the present, he has not used Shikai, not to mention Bankai, a few times. Now facing Kuchiki Hibiki, Gosuke Shigure has no intention of liberating Zanpakuto. After all, Muramasa's ability is too weird. Although Gosuke Shigure is sure to surrender the opponent again after the sword in his hand rebelled, but this is a troublesome matter after all. If trouble can be avoided, it is better to avoid it as much as possible. In the next moment, Gosuke Shigure suddenly moved, and he took the initiative to attack. "Do you think you can preach to me wantonly?" Kuchiki Hibiki was very angry. He swung the sword in his hand, ready to block the sealed state from Gosuke Shigure. The sword presses Wangwang. Kuchiki Hibiki's body flew out again, but he didn't show any panic. Gosuke Shigure didn't believe him when he said that he would suffer from relying on Zanpakuto's power. When he uses his Zanpakuto, he already has the upper hand. Just when Gosuke Shigure continued to swing his sword and was about to attack the Kuchiki Hibiki river, a figure suddenly appeared beside Gosuke Shigure. This is a male with a pale and terrifying face and extremely long nails. He does not know when he appeared, and there is no knife in his hand, but a lavender Ryutsu is released from his body. This Ryutsu it is exactly the same as the Ryutsu released by Kuchiki when he liberated Zanpakuto earlier. Advertisement. This is Zanpakuto of the Kuchiki Hibiki River. The materialized Muramasa came to reality in response to Kuchiki Kabakawa's call. The shadow spread out from under his feet and came into contact with Gosuke Shigure's shadow. After that, Gosuke Shigure felt a strong binding force restricting his actions. Since you can't manipulate Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto, let's manipulate Gosuke Shigure. This is also one of Muramasa's abilities. Of course, because Gosuke Shigure's Ryutsu is too strong, it cannot limit Gosuke Shigure for too long. But for Kuchiki Hibiki, enough is enough. As long as Muramasa buys him a moment of time, that's enough. Do you really think that only you can use sword pressure? Do you really think that apart from Zanpakuto, my other abilities are not good enough? The teeth are bright. Kuchiki Shong raised the knife in his hand, and several green lights of the knife flew out in an instant. This is a special sword pressure spawned by Muramasa's power, similar to the Kido blade. Although Kuchiki Kazukawa believes that he has top-notch abilities except Zanpakuto, but the fact is that at the moment, he is indeed very dependent on his own sword. What it all boils down to is that Kuchiki Kyukawa considers his Zanpakuto to be part of his own power. The green knife light is extremely terrifying. In Kuchiki's view, Gosuke Shigure's figure is restricted by Muramasa, and he will definitely receive such a powerful blow from him head-on. But then, he was taken aback. Muramasa's actions were not able to restrain Gosuke Shigure for very long. The blue Ryutsu suddenly erupted from Gosuke Shigure's body. This Ryutsu was extremely powerful, like a blazing sun. He broke free immediately. In the end, Kuchiki Kyuhei only saw Gosuke Shigure swinging the sword in his hand. The sword pressure swept across, shattering the attack he made, and then swallowing his body. Chapter 97. A completely different ending. There is no room for fighting back. Kuchiki Hibiki's body flew out of the sky like a kite with a broken string, and then hit the ground heavily. Although Kuchiki Hibiki still has a trick to suppress the bottom of the box, that is, Bankai, but in this case, he doesn't think that he can beat Gosuke Shigure with Bankai. After all, his Bankai, apart from the passive Ryutsu growth of Bankai, does not increase the combat power much. It just makes Muramasa's ability even more weird. So here comes the question. In Shikai, if Muramasa can't control Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto, Bankai, can he control Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto? The answer is no. Gosuke Shigure kept Zanpakuto in an unliberated, sealed state, and he couldn't find any opportunities to take advantage of it. Boom. The body fell to the ground, bringing a burst of pain. Also uncomfortable, there is Kuchiki Hibiki's heart. I still lost after all. Is my life going to end here? Why does this unjust Seireitei continue to exist? Kuchiki Shong was extremely angry, but seemed hopeless. He lay on the ground, simply too lazy to move. Gosuke Shigure walked slowly with a knife. Not long after, another figure quickly came here. She is Yoruichi. As the captain of the criminal army, Yoruichi's shunpo is extremely fast. After noticing Ryutsu of Kuchiki Hibiki, she came towards here quickly. At first, she thought she was the first to catch Kuchiki Hibiki, but she didn't expect that someone is faster than her. This person is none other than her teacher, Gosuke Shigure. 0. Teacher, you are really unexpected. Looking at Gosuke Shigure, Yoruichi couldn't help but sigh. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, it's just a coincidence that I met Kuchiki Hibiki. In order to prevent him from making trouble, I can only defeat him. Advertisement. While talking, he instructed Yoruichi again. Now that you are here, the Kuchiki Hibiki will be handed over to you. After speaking, he sheathed the knife and left here. Yoruichi looked at Gosuke Shigure who was leaving, and his eyes fell on Kuchiki Hibiki who was seriously injured lying on the ground, and shook his head helplessly. The alarm issued by the first team was quickly lifted. Because the dangerous element Kuchiki Hibiki has already been caught. After being recaptured, Kuchiki Shong was not imprisoned in the confession palace, but was guarded by the second team. As a secret maneuver, the second division is responsible for handling some confidential matters, and occasionally arrests prisoners with extremely high risk factors. In the second team, there is its own warehouse. The nest of maggots is the most famous of them. In order to prevent Kuchiki from escaping from prison again, he will be held here for the next time, and then wait for another trial. Kuchiki Hibiki stayed quietly after he failed to get revenge before preparing for the escape. He was already disappointed in the whole Seireitei. Now, even if he died directly, he didn't mean to be uncomfortable. In the final analysis, it was because he was too weak. There is no ability to rewrite all this. If he is strong enough, will such injustice happen to him? Obviously not, because at that time, he had killed all those who imposed injustice on him. Kuchiki Hibiki, Central 46 has summoned you. On this day, Yoruichi came to the imprisoned Kuchiki Hibiki and said such words. Are you finally going to judge me? Kuchiki Hibiki sneered, let me think about it, how should I deal with it? I killed my colleagues who were Shinigami, and I was imprisoned from the Palace of Repentance. I'm going to be sentenced to Sokyoku. Kuchiki Hibiki had already thought about his end. Just relying on the things I have done, there is only one dead end. Yoruichi raised her eyebrows slightly, she didn't expect Kuchiki Hibiki to say such a thing, and then, a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, you will know when you go. Soon, Kuchiki Hibiki went to Central 46. Central 46, the most powerful people in the Soul Society, had an arrogant attitude, indifferent words, and mean words when facing the sinner Kuchiki Shong. However, when they announced the results of the trial of Kuchiki Hibiki was still stunned. Advertisement. Because, the group did not sentence him to Sokyoku. Instead, he was simply dismissed as the captain of the first team of special forces. At the same time, he was deprived of his Shinigami status, confiscated his Zanpakuto, and ordered him to be confined at Kuchiki's house. From now on, he is not allowed to go anywhere except can stay at Kuchiki's house. How come? Such a result surprised Kuchiki Hibiki. Of course he knew that he was innocent and did not kill his colleagues back then. But those people framed him, and Central 46 was unwilling to listen to his defense. In addition, under his anger, he escaped from prison again. No matter how you look at it, he is a dead end. However, he survived. Sokyoku was not sentenced to death, nor was he imprisoned, but was placed in confinement at Kuchiki's house. What kind of punishment is this? As for depriving him of his Shinigami status and confiscating his Zanpakuto, Kuchiki Hibiki doesn't really care much about it. The normal Shinigami's Zanpakuto, of course, can be confiscated. But his Zanpakuto was different. As long as he calls out, Muramasa will naturally come to his side. That's how he got the Zanpakuto back into his hands that day in the Palace of Penitence. Leave Central 46. At the gate of Central 46, he met a man who made him look complicated. Let's go, your mother is still waiting for you at home. Quote. Wang Lizao Kuchiki Yinling looked at Kuchiki Shong and spoke softly. Kuchiki Shong was stunned for a moment, but in the end, he chose to speak. Father, body. Although I don't know the reason, it is obvious that I was able to avoid the death penalty. My father-in-law played a key role in it. If it weren't for the help of the Kuchiki family, he would never have had such a punishment. Hateful. The Tsunayashiro family, the contemporary head of the Tsunayashiro family, seemed extremely angry. Shihuan's family, you really deserve to die. Originally, the matter of Kuchiki Hibiki, under the secret manipulation of their Tsunayashiro family, was about to become a matter of great shame to the Kuchiki family. If this happens, the Kuchiki family will be humiliated, and the Kuchiki family will also lose a big powerhouse. Kuchiki Yinling's goal of continuing the Kuchiki family by recruiting Kuchiki Shong as his son-in-law will directly fail. As a result, I didn't expect that the one who failed the plan became my side instead. Chapter 98 Studying the Spirit King. First, after Kuchiki Hibiki escaped from prison, he was unlucky and directly met Gosuke Shigure, a contemporary Kenpachi. Gosuke Shigure easily defeated Kuchiki Hibiki, so that Kuchiki Hibiki didn't create more turmoil. If Kuchiki Hibiki, who escaped from the Repentance Palace, really killed a few Shinigami, then there would be no room for him to turn back. At that time, the Kuchiki family has only one choice, and that is to give up Kuchiki Shong. Only in this way can they barely stop losses and protect the glory of the family. Although Kuchiki Kayokawa was directly defeated by Gosuke Shigure, things did not develop as they expected. But as long as they allow those few witnesses to kill Kuchiki and kill his colleagues, they can still shame the Kuchiki family. The Tsunayashiro family decided to continue making a fuss about the imprisonment of Kuchiki Hibiki earlier. In their view, even though the Kuchiki family is the head of the great nobles, the Kuchiki family is in the open and they are in the dark. In this case, the advantage is still with them. However, they never expected it. Shihuan's family made a move. The Shihuan family actually chose to help the Kuchiki family. The Shihuan family has been in charge of secret maneuvers for generations, and the criminal army is controlled by the 010 Shihuan family. They have their own methods for finding clues. In the end, they really found some clues. That is, the dead Shinigami was not killed by Kuchiki Hibiki. It was the noble Shinigami who falsely accused Kuchiki Kabakawa. After they killed this Shinigami, because they were worried that the matter would be revealed, they joined forces and falsely accused Kuchiki Kazukawa. The Shihuan family helped the Kuchiki family to find the evidence. It is precisely because of this evidence that even if Kuchiki Kyukawa escaped from prison in the Penance Palace, since he himself did not kill his colleagues, these charges, instead seem irrelevant. Of course, Central 46 can still sentence Kuchiki Hibiki to death. But since the Shihuan family is on the side of the Kuchiki family, even Central 46 has to make a trade-off. Advertisement. After all, although the Tsunayashiro family can influence Central 46, it is only because many small and medium nobles saw the decline of the Kuchiki family and the strength of the Tsunayashiro family, so they made friends with the Tsunayashiro family in advance and gave Tsunaya save some face on behalf of the family. But if in addition to the original Kuchiki, plus a Shihuan family in its heyday, it is self-evident how to choose Central 46. In the final analysis, Central 46 was originally a group composed of representatives selected by many nobles, and it acted according to the faces of those great nobles. Now, with the Shiba family being expelled from the list of great nobles, among the only 4 remaining nobles, the Ai's family is preparing to hide, and 2 of the remaining 3 nobles have united, which is enough to rewrite everything. However, the Tsunayashiro family was still somewhat unwilling after all. That's why Kuchiki's Shinigami status was stripped and his Zanpakuto was confiscated. Since the Kuchiki family has also made a move, we can only let this matter go. Tsunayashiro's family, an elder, looked at the head of the family and couldn't help sighing. After the Tsunayashiro family fell from the position of the head of the great nobles back then, they wanted to become the head of the great nobles all the time. Unfortunately, the Kuchiki family was too powerful, and they never found the opportunity. Right now, it was hard to find an opportunity to weaken the Kuchiki family, but they still missed it. Compared to these, let's focus on more important things. If it succeeds, there may be more powerful people emerging from our Tsunayashiro family to regain the glory of the past. The elder he spoke to the patriarch again. The patriarch's eyes also became serious. Since the strong man from the Tsunayashiro family fell more than 1,000 years ago, the Tsunayashiro family, as if they had been cursed CJAJ, began to collapse. There has never been any strong person born in the clan. Although relying on the power of those 2 swords, the Tsunayashiro family is still among the great nobles, but the Tsunayashiro family is not reconciled to just being a great nobleman, they want to be the head of the great nobles. Ever since, in order to cultivate more strong people, they want an idea. That is, study, the King of Souls. Tsunayashiro, as a great nobleman, is more aware of the truth of the world than ordinary people. Advertisement. Countless years ago, the ancestor of the Tsunayashiro family united with the other nobles to divide the Soul King, and scattered many Soul King fragments all over the world. Some of the Soul King fragments were integrated into Shinigami's body by chance, this makes these Shinigami, with extremely strong Ryutsu and strength. So, here comes the problem. Is it possible to collect the fragments of the Soul King and integrate them into the bodies of members of the Tsunayashiro family, and by means of this method, artificially create a strong man? In the past, when the Tsunayashiro family was in its heyday and strong people emerged in large numbers, it was natural that they would not have such an idea, but now that they are gradually declining, they have no choice but to come up with such an idea. Also in the process of searching for the fragments of the Spirit King, they discovered that the Shiba family was also secretly studying the fragments of the Spirit King. But if you think about it carefully, this is not surprising. After all, the Shiba family has also declined, and the decline is even worse than the Tsunayashiro family. Even if the Tsunayashiro family declines, as long as they have those 2 knives, they are enough to deal with most situations. After realizing the secret actions of the Shiba family, the Tsunayashiro family came up with an idea, and directly expelled the Shiba family from the ranks of the great nobles on the grounds of the matter of the Soul King. The Spirit King is the wedge of the world, the cornerstone of the world. The Shiba family's research on the Spirit King is tantamount to destroying the balance of the world. Such a family is not qualified to become a great noble. But the Shiba family never dreamed that after the Tsunayashiro family expelled them from the ranks of the great nobles for this reason, they secretly studied the fragments of the Soul King. The head of the Tsunayashiro family nodded when he heard the elder's words, and asked again, "Have you found a suitable candidate?" The elder said, "I have already found one. The reason why it is said to be a candidate is because the fragments of the Spirit King back then were absorbed by the soul after being sprinkled on the Soul Society, and then merged into the body of the soul, constantly reincarnating in this world. The so-called fragments of the Spirit King actually refer to the soul itself." The elder then told the situation of the found soul with the fragment of the Spirit King in his body. After learning that the other party was a young woman who had joined the Spiritual Arts Academy, Patriarch Tsunayashi immediately had an idea. It's a pity to keep an eye on the other party first. After the other party becomes a Shinigami, we can find a way to marry her back to the Tsunayashiro family. Advertisement Chapter 99th Time flows. With the soul of the Soul King fragment in the body, its Ryutsu will be extremely powerful, and such a soul will definitely be able to become a Shinigami. Of course, it is also possible to attack the opponent before it becomes a real Shinigami. But now that the other party has joined the Spiritual Arts Academy, it is not easy to handle. Spiritual Arts Academy, equal to Shinigami's reserve. Even if it is the Tsunayashiro family, it is not easy to do it directly. But this does not mean that the Tsunayashiro family has no choice. If the other party is a man, you can choose to adopt the other party, and the other party will be brought into the Tsunayashiro family. But if it is a woman, it will be easier to handle. You can directly marry her back to the Tsunayashiro family. As long as the other party marries into the Tsunayashiro family, she is a member of the Tsunayashiro family. In that case, even if the Tsunayashiro family secretly uses her for experiments, there is no harm, people will know. Of course, because he married the other party and entered Tsunayashiro's house, it was to study the fragments of the Soul King. Naturally, it is impossible for someone from the main family to marry her. Tsunayashi, the head of the family, quickly thought of a candidate. Tsunayashiro Tokonada of the branch house. After Gosuke Shigure defeated Kuchiki Hibiki, things were quiet again. In the 11th team, he poured himself a cup of tea, and then came to the front of the captain's room, where there was a corridor, holding a teacup, sitting on the corridor, just as the morning sun fell on him. It looks warm. Thinking about it carefully, such an ending is actually pretty good. Gosuke Shigure thought of what happened recently, and whispered to himself. Although Kuchiki Shong was finally sentenced by Central 46, and his Shinigami status was deprived. But this is only deprivation on the surface. As long as Kuchiki Hibiki's spiritual power is still there, he will still be a Shinigami, which cannot be changed by anyone. As for, say, confiscated Zanpakuto. With Muramasa's particularity, even if Kuchiki Hibiki called out, Muramasa would immediately appear by his side. Of course, in all fairness, the temporary loss of Muramasa is actually a good thing for Kuchiki Kazukawa. He relied too much on his Zanpakuto, and the power of Zanpakuto affected his Shinshin. Advertisement. Temporarily losing Zanpakuto, on the contrary, would allow him to see himself more clearly. More importantly, the current Kuchiki Kabakawa, although imprisoned, has not gone astray after all. In this process, Gosuke Shigure has made great contributions. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but feel a little smug at the thought of saving a Shinigami who had gone astray. It seems that because he stopped Kuchiki Hibiki, a few days passed after this incident. Gosuke Shigure received an invitation letter. The invitation was sent by the Kuchiki family. The other party wants to thank Gosuke Shigure. However, this time, Gosuke Shigure did not attend the banquet, but declined the kindness of Kuchiki's family. He can get close to the Shihuan family, but he doesn't have to be close to the Kuchiki family. He has been swaying among the great nobles, but it will make him more and more noticeable. That's not a big deal for Gosuke Shigure, who wants to live a peaceful life. After learning that Gosuke Shigure declined the invitation, Kuchiki Yinling of Kuchiki's family was very sorry, but he didn't say anything after all. As the head of the Kuchiki family, he can understand why Gosuke Shigure refused his invitation. Obviously, Gosuke Shigure also has concerns. Ever since, he didn't ask for it. The matter of Kuchiki Shong has come to an end, and the matter of Kuchiki's family recruiting a son-in-law has finally become a kind of joke. Kuchiki Hibiki was not able to become the patron of the Kuchiki family, because he was directly stripped of his Shinigami status. However, although he was deprived of Shinigami's status, as long as he is still in the Kuchiki family, he can still help the Kuchiki family a lot. The effect is not that big. Some things are over, but some things are not over yet. What ended was the Kuchiki Hibiki incident, but what didn't end was the battle between the great nobles. This battle has existed since the ancestors of the five nobles, and it has gone through a long period of secret fighting, until the Shiba family was expelled from the five nobles. This battle has become clear again. However, as far as Gosuke Shigure is concerned, although he knows these things, he is not in the mood to care about them. In this life, he was not a nobleman. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Becoming a captain is already his limit. No matter how many things, he didn't want to bother with them. Time is like a long river, galloping forward and never turning back. Inadvertently, many years have passed. Over the years, the captaincy of Gote 13 has changed frequently. It's no wonder that when Urahara Kazuki took over as captain in the original book, Hiroku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki lamented that there are very few people who can serve as captains for more than a century. The captain of Gote 13 either died in the line of duty, or he was old and retired voluntarily. The latter is a good ending, while the former seems a bit sad. During these years, Love Aikawa first succeeded as the captain of the 7th Division, and then, Muguruma Kensai, became the captain of the 9th Division. These are some famous people. 0. Especially Muguruma Kensai, Gosuke Shigure is quite optimistic about him. After all, he is a handsome guy, and he will pretend. It would be even better if the strength could be stronger. In that case, you can avoid things like being slapped in the face after pretending. Unknowingly, I have also served as the captain for decades, which is really unbelievable. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but think of this. In the beginning, after Kenpachi was imprisoned in Mole City, he passed the captain's assessment and became the captain of the 11th team. But after that, a series of things happened. First, Shiba's family declined, Shiba Yichung was suspected to have died, and the captain of the 10th division changed. Afterwards, the captains of Team Fan and Team 9 were also replaced successively. If the second team that is already on the verge of replacement is included, when Yoruichi takes over as the captain of the second team, Gosuke Shigure has completely left the status of the new captain. And even if Yoruichi hasn't been succeeded as the captain yet, his current qualifications are not too low. More importantly, he is Kenpachi. In the history of Soul Society, Kenpachi is a profession with the highest risk factor, and often needs to take the lead in fighting. In comparison, Gosuke Shigure treats the profession of Kenpachi so leisurely, which is really weird. Chapter 100 The Cry of the Weak. Seireitei, Guanding Street. This is the street where the official residence of Central 46 is located, and at the same time, it is also an extremely important area among many aristocratic living areas. However, at this moment, the peace here was broken by a man's shouting. It was the cry that would be uttered at the risk of one's life. Please let me see room 46. Please. Stopped by the steel 6-foot stick held by the strong guards, a young man continued to shout loudly. The young man has no pupils in his eyes, and it can be seen from some subtle behaviors that he is blind. The blind young man seemed to be able to judge the surrounding situation only by the sound, and he also felt the unkind aura emanating from the guards in front of him. However, even so, he didn't have any fear. What poured out from the mouths of the young people was a cry for the 860 to convict, a pure plea for the pursuit of justice. But the guards would not even listen to the entreaty, and raised their 6-foot sticks at the blind young man. The sound of sticks waving, the sound of air flowing, and many other sounds mixed together. The blind young man felt all this and understood that he was about to receive a merciless blow from the guard. However, he did not avoid it. What appeared on that expression was despair and sadness. Only there is no fear. When he came here, he had already bet everything, bet his life. He thought so. Ordinary souls cannot enter Seireitei. When he finally defeated the guards of Seireitei and stepped into it, he didn't think about getting out alive. The guy who killed Jie Kwang must not be allowed to go unpunished. However, the blind youth was disappointed. No matter how he yelled, these people didn't intend to let him see Central 46, and didn't even intend to go to pass right pointing arrow sound. Advertisement. A 6-foot club hit him. Caused severe pain. In order to be able to defeat the guard of the Seireitei gate, the young man himself was covered with wounds. At this moment, he suffered another heavy blow, and he only felt that he was going to die here. At this moment, a man's voice sounded. The gatekeepers were prevented from continuing to commit atrocities. Afterwards, the man who stopped all this took the blind young man to another place, and he asked the blind young man the reason of the incident. The blind young man told all the reasons. It turned out that his name was Tusen Kanami, and he was an ordinary soul of Rukongai. Because of blindness, few people get close to him. Except for one person. That is, Jie Kwang. Jie Kwang and his childhood sweetheart, also his only friend in Rukongai. Later, Jie Kwang was admitted to Spiritual Arts Academy. After 6 years of study at Spiritual Arts Academy, became Shinigami. He sincerely I am happy for Song Kwang. After becoming Shinigami, not to mention his friend, who often came to Rukongai to meet him. Later, he learned that Jie Kwang was married. Married to a nobleman. This made him a little uncomfortable, but in the end he chose to bless Jie Kwang. However, he never thought that when he saw Jie Kwang again, it was when Jie Kwang died. His husband killed her in Rukongai. In front of him. After that, the other party looked at him even more contemptuously. Although he is blind, he can feel that gaze. This is a smug gesture after a murder. In order not to let the murderer go unpunished, and to bring justice to Jie Kwang, he finally came here. It's really an interesting story. Advertisement. So said the nobleman who brought him nearby after hearing Tusen Kanami's story. Then, he said his name. According to the words of this nobleman, he is the last member of the branch house of the great noble Tsunayashiro family, and he is an insignificant person. His name is Tsunayashiro Tokonada. At first, Tusen Kanami didn't think there was anything wrong with the name. After listening to it, he finally understood what the name represented. This is Jie Kwang's husband's name. The murderer who killed Song Guo came before him. The other party didn't help him out of kindness, but to drive himself into a deeper hell. After that, the group of guards holding 6-foot sticks reappeared and gave him a head-on blow. This nobleman named Tsunayashiro Tokonada is going to let someone here beat him, a pariah from Rukongai, to death. In the end, it wasn't until a man called Beijing Band Leader appeared that the beating stopped and he managed to survive. That is to say, even you have nothing to do with that man named Tsunayashiro Tokonada. In the end, you can only let him get away with it. In the tavern, Gosuke Shigure listened to a story told by Kiraku Shunsui. A story about a female Shinigami who was murdered by her husband, and her Rukongai friend came to Seireitei to bring justice, but was brutally beaten. Because Kiraku Shunsui happened to pass by and encountered this incident, so he stopped the group of guards from beating the young man. I was one of the people who experienced it personally, so I barely knew the reason, so I was able to fight with the city assistant in the tavern. Shigure tells the story. Kiraku Shunsui said in a deep voice. Even if it's just the last seat in the branch house of Tsunayashiro's family, he is still Tsunayashiro after all. Although the Jingle family is a high-ranking noble, they still have to be inferior to the great nobles. Among the nobles of the Soul Society, it is strictly forbidden for the subordinates to commit crimes against the superiors. Although according to what the soul named Tusen Kanami said, Tsunayashiro Tokonada killed her as Shinigami's wife and violated the rules of the Soul Society. However, there is no solid evidence after all, and even I can't do anything about it. At most, it's just passing on Tusen Kanami's request to Central 46. Gosuke Shi 2.7 After listening to the story told by Kiraku Shunsui, his eyes flickered slightly, and he asked Kiraku Shunsui again, in your opinion, how will Central 46 judge this matter? Kiraku Shunsui said in a complicated tone, how else can I judge? For the sake of the Tsunayashiro family, order Tsunayashiro Tokonada to contemplate behind closed doors. At most, he will be deprived of his Shinigami status, confiscated his Zanpakuto, and it was the same sentence as Kuchiki Hibiki. That is to say, even if a member of a great nobleman kills a colleague who is a Shinigami, as long as there is no real evidence, can he still get away with it? Gosuke Shigure explained the facts in a delicate tone, and he whispered to himself, no wonder. Kiraku Shunsui didn't understand the meaning of the word, no wonder. Gosuke Shigure thought of what Tusen Kanami did in the original book. Chapter 101 Justice for the Common People. Tusen Kanami, in the original book, is a very important role. He is the captain of the 9th Division, Aizen's assistant. After Aizen defected from the Soul Society to Hueco Mundo, he and Ichimaru Jin are the two who followed Aizen. He is the captain, but unlike Ichimaru Jin who is an undercover agent, Tusen Kanami really follows behind Aizen loyally. Of course, it didn't end well, and was eventually killed by Aizen. Not to mention his ending. Just why did he follow Aizen and betray the Soul Society? According to what he said in the original book, his friend was killed by his husband, and he sought justice for his friend but failed. This made him see the darkness of Soul Society, and he was completely disappointed with Soul Society. Therefore, he chose to follow Aizen, ready to subvert this decadent world. In his last life, Gosuke Shigure read the manga of the Millennium Blood War, but he didn't know that after the manga ended, there would be an official novel. Naturally, he hadn't read the novel about the Four Nobles, so he didn't know Tusen Kanami's friend's name, also does not know the details. But it doesn't matter. After hearing the story told by Kiraku Shunsui at this moment, he still figured out the reasons for everything. First of all, the female friend of Higashi 29 Senyao is named Jie Kwang. She is Tusen Kanami's childhood sweetheart, and she is not married to an ordinary person, but a member of the Tsunayashiro family. Of course, it's still not clear why her husband would have killed her. Could it be that the husband found out that his wife was cheating on her and got mixed up with a black blind man, thinking that his head was a little green, so he killed her? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking. Then he dismissed the idea. People in the Tsunayashiro family have a high probability of having dark green hair. The hair is originally green, and there is no reason to kill people for this reason. So there must be other reasons. For this reason, Gosuke Shigure couldn't guess because he didn't know the reason. But Tusen Kanami will become like that later, he can understand more and more. After finally coming to Seireitei from Rukongai, I was going to go to Central 46 to sue Tsunayashiro Tokonada, but because of the status of the other party's nobleman, not only did I not see Tsunayashiro Tokonada's face, but I was also beaten up. Pause. Even later, because of Kiraku Shunsui, Central 46 knew about it. Advertisement. But Tsunayashiro Tokonada, who is a murderer, will not receive any serious punishment. Anyone who learns of such a thing will have a mental breakdown, and then have a deep dissatisfaction with this world. Although nobles enjoy privileges, as nobles, they kill their colleagues without any substantial punishment. If there are too many such things, people will inevitably be disappointed in the world. Made a comment on his wife. Kiraku Shunsui heard the meaning of Gosuke Shigure's words, and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Gosuke, what do you want to do? Although you are the captain, this matter, even if you come forward, Central 46 probably won't change the outcome of the trial. Gosuke Shigure had a weird smile on his lips, of course I know that. 11. So I'm not going to show up. Quote. However, I believe that someone will be interested in this matter. Kiraku Shunsui looked at Gosuke Shigure deeply. Although Gosuke Shigure was hiding something in his words, which made him unable to understand some words, he could still feel Gosuke Shigure's determination to make peace with this incident. It's just a matter that has nothing to do with me. Why did Gosuke Shigure get involved? If you speak dark words, there is an untold amount of darkness in the Soul Society, and some things are actually out of control. Gosuke, why are you? Knowing what Kyoraku Shunsui meant, Gosuke Shigure said with a flat smile, although there is a lot of darkness in this world, it can't be that there is not a little bit of light and a little bit of justice in addition to darkness. If that's the case, this world would be too hopeless. Civilians, don't they really have the right to justice? Captain of the band, although you helped that soul out of good intentions, you still couldn't help him get justice, so you can't count as helping him completely. He said calmly, and then gave a reason to Kyoraku Shunsui, King Band Leader, don't forget, I'm also a commoner. Kyoraku Shunsui was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but whispered, I really almost forgot about it. Advertisement. After chatting with Kyoraku Shunsui, Gosuke Shigure was in no rush to meet Tusen Kanami. Indeed, Tusen Kanami is also a piece of uncut jade. After all, in the original book, he can become the captain of Gote 13. Let alone whether his strength is strong or weak among the captains, just because he can become the captain, he has unlimited potential people. If possible, Gosuke Shigure would certainly like to take Tusen Kanami as a subordinate. Although he is blind, his ability is still very penultimate. But before that, he still went to a place and visited someone. As he said in front of Kyoraku Shunsui, although there is a lot of darkness in this world, there is no light or justice outside of the darkness. 520. Of course, while doing these things, he also has some small selfishness. Who told this incident to be related to Tsunayashiro? Even if he was a Tsunayashiro in his previous life, it doesn't mean he has a good impression of Tsunayashiro. He wouldn't mind destroying or die if he could. Central 46. Recently received another case. This matter is related to the Tsunayashiro family. Through Kyoraku Shunsui's report, they learned of a Shinigami murder. The person who killed the female Shinigami named Yudakua was her husband, Tsunayashiro Tokonada, the last member of the Tsunayashiro family. The whistleblower, according to Kyoraku Shunsui, is the spirit of a Rukongai. Originally, Central 46 didn't want to pay attention to this kind of thing. A mere soul must be lying. The Tsunayashiro family are great nobles, how could they do such a thing? And even if it is done, as long as there is no solid evidence, it is not enough to prove that the female Shinigami was really killed by her husband, and she may have died at Shu's hands, or died of a serious illness. But for the sake of Kyoraku Shunsui, Central 46 is still going to have a trial of this matter. Although the Jingle family is not a big noble, it is also a high-level noble with an extraordinary status. Chapter 102. Abandoned Son. Central 46 first summoned Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Sternly asked whether the other party killed Shinigami's wife. Tsunayashiro Tokonada naturally denied it. Because the interrogation couldn't figure out why, they could only let Tsunayashiro Tokonada go back first, waiting for the next summons, and then, Central 46 discussed how to deal with Namashiro Tokonada. The most common saying is to gather evidence first. If the evidence is conclusive, it is natural that Tsunayashiro Tokonada should be severely punished. On the contrary, if the evidence is not enough to prove that Yudakuma was killed by Tsunayashiro Tokonada, it is not good to give too severe punishment. Because Tsunayashiro Tokonada is Utama's husband after all, and his wife died unexpectedly, he has a lot of suspicion, so confiscating his Zanpakuto, just let the Tsunayashiro family imprison him. This punishment is similar to the punishment for Kuchiki Hibiki. In other words, Central 46 has its own set of standards for the punishment of nobles. Among the group of nobles, such things as executions rarely happen. Even if they committed some crimes, as long as there is no real evidence, the major incidents will eventually be reduced to minor ones. The best thing is to deprive him of his status as a Shinigami and order him to be imprisoned in the family. Such a punishment is not a punishment at all for the nobles. Even if they lose their Shinigami status, they are still nobles and can enjoy a very good life. However, just when Central 46 was preparing to deal with Tsunayashiro Tokonada in this way, one came to Central 46. The head of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Silver Ridge. Earlier, although the Kuchiki family was humiliated because of the Kuchiki sound of the river, but this did not affect the status of the Kuchiki family, they are still the head of the four nobles. More importantly, the Shihuan family stood with the Kuchiki family during the Kuchiki Hibiki incident. That was enough to make Central 46 care. Advertisement. The Kuchiki family and the Shihuan family did not know when they had reached some kind of alliance, and the combination of the two of them was enough to rewrite everything. Even if they want to sell the face of the Tsunayashiro family, they have to consider whether they will offend the Kuchiki family and Shihuan family. According to Kuchiki Yinling, yes. Tsunayashiro Tokonada murdered Shinigami's wife, the evidence is solid, and this kind of evil is absolutely unforgivable. He is a disgrace to the nobility. This matter must be dealt with strictly. In Kuchiki Yinling's words, the word, Zheng, Yi, is not mentioned in every sentence, but these two words are contained in every word. All the rules of the Soul Society were made by the nobles. On the bright side, the nobles are also defending the so-called justice. Therefore, they must not tarnish this justice. Let's vote. After Kuchiki Silver Ridge left, someone in Central 46 spoke up. In the end, 46 people voted. They unanimously decided that the difficult things in Erdai should be dealt with strictly. In the end, Tsunayashiro Tokonada is just the last member of the branch house of the Tsunayashiro family. The Shiba family, which was a great noble at the beginning, could be expelled from the ranks of great nobles. The last seat of a branch house can be completely discarded, isn't it? What an important person. It would be unwise to offend the Kuchiki family for such a small role. Of course, before that, they still learned that the Tsunayashiro family would speak. Soon, the head of the Tsunayashiro family knew about it. Time Beach. He seemed very angry, or in other words, during this time, he has been in a state of anger, extremely dissatisfied with Tsunayashiro Tokonada. In order to allow the Tsunayashiro family to produce a strong man, after discussing with the elders, he finally decided to study the Spirit King fragment. Things come to light, and they make Tsunayashiro Tokonada marry Yutakuma. Advertisement. On the surface, Tsunayashiro Tokonada obeyed the family's order, but secretly, he was extremely dissatisfied with this matter. This is how the killing of Jie Kwang happened. Jie Kwang was killed by Tsunayashiro Tokonada. They were extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. After all, he is just a pariah. Even if he becomes a Shinigami, how can he compare with their nobles? Naturally, it is impossible for them to let Tsunayashiro Tokonada die because of this incident. At most, they can only verbally reprimand Tsunayashiro Tokonada, and at the same time help Tsunayashiro Tokonada to clean up the mess. For example, disposing of Song Guo's body. After all, the Spirit King's fragments are contained in the opponent's soul. Even if he died, his body should still be of research value. However, they never imagined that Central 46 was aware of this matter first, and Central 46's attitude also surprised them. Obviously, there are forces supporting Central 46 in the rear, which made Central 46's words so fierce. Should be Kuchiki's house. The chief elder of the Tsunayashiro family said in a deep voice, "We once put the Kuchiki family into a difficult situation with the incident of the Kuchiki ring that day, and now, such a scandal has also occurred in our Tsunayashiro family. How can the Kuchiki family not open revenge? The point is, this time is different from that of Kuchiki Hibiki. Kuchiki Hibiki didn't kill his colleague, but Tsunayashiro Tokonada really did." When Patriarch Tsunayashi heard the elder's words, his complexion became more and more gloomy. Then, in your opinion, how should we deal with this matter? The great elder said. The Kuchiki family has already made a move. Continuing to blindly protect Tsunayashiro Tokonada will only put our Tsunayashiro family in a disadvantageous situation. The longer it drags on, the more we will be attacked by groups. My suggestion is to give up Suna Nano's Yayo Tokonada. Although he has some qualifications, in the final analysis he is just a branch house manager. Back when we asked him to marry the woman named Jie Kwang, we were reusing him. In the end, he failed us and killed Jie Kwang. Now, he has brought us such a big trouble. I suggest, just give up on him. Sacrifice Tsunayashiro Tokonada and protect the reputation of our Tsunayashiro family. Tsunayashi said in a deep voice, just do as you say. As he spoke, he summoned a young man from the master's family, Shishang. A young man with black and green hair appeared. His name was Tsunayashiro Tokyo. Many things that happened in Kuchiki Hibiki that day were all planned by him. Among the young people of Tsunayashiro's generation, he is the most outstanding one. Go and tell Tsunayashiro Tokonada to surrender to the dog. Chapter 103-2 Zanpakudo. In other words, the patriarch and the elders are ready to abandon me. Tsunayashiro branch house. In Tsunayashiro Tokonada's house, he looked at the young man who had the same black and green hair as him, and looked somewhat similar to him, and said softly. On his face, there was no despair of being abandoned, and his expression was extremely calm. Tsunayashiro Tokyo looked at Tsunayashiro Tokonada's expression, but he seemed extremely angry. What kind of expression is this? Do you know how much trouble you have brought to the family? The family valued you so much that they let you marry that woman, but you killed her directly. More importantly, this matter has been known by Central 46, and by the Kuchiki family. So what? Tsunayashiro Tokonada said in a disdainful tone, facing the angry Tsunayashiro Tokyo. Even if those people know about my killing of Jie Kwang, so what? After all, Jie Kwang is just to the lives of commoners are nothing more than insignificant, but I am a great nobleman, and the blood flowing in my body is so noble. Could it be that 833 is still asking me to pay for a civilian's life? The eyes of Tsunayashiro Tokonada and Tsunayashiro Tokyo looked at each other. Or are you really going to say that? Because of the pressure from Kuchiki's family, etc., are you going to hand me over for inspection? Tsunayashiro Takina felt the eyes of Tsunayashiro Tokonada on him. Obviously, as the most outstanding member of the main family, his strength is not weak, but at this moment, in Tsunayashiro Tokonada's place, he subconsciously there was a hint of fear. But soon, he dispelled the fear, and said coldly, yes, the order of the Soul Society was established by us nobles. As great nobles, we must abide by these rules. If your affairs have not been exposed, we can help you cover up your actions, but now that what you have done has been exposed, in order to maintain order and the reputation of my Tsunayashiro family, you can only go to die. Tsunayashiro Tokyo's words were so straightforward that he didn't even bother to cover them up. According to the words of the head of the family and the elders, it is just the last seat of a branch house. The Tsunayashiro CJFH family has been passed down for so many years, and the last seat of a branch house can still be discarded at will. Such a person originally had some value because of his talent, but because of what he did this time, the final value has been eliminated. It's really a ridiculous remark. Tsunayashiro Tokonada commented in this way. Advertisement. It is a family that is stained with unclean sins, and it is ridiculous to talk about maintaining order. When the word sin was mentioned, Tsunayashiro Tokonada showed a somewhat sarcastic smile. Tsunayashiro raised his eyebrows slightly. What do you mean? Or, you don't want to make sacrifices for the family? Tsunayashiro Tokonada said truthfully. Of course I don't want to make sacrifices for the family. Back then, the ancestors of my Tsunayashiro family were able to murder even the Spirit King for their own benefit, but now, it is impossible for me to take the initiative to sacrifice for my own sake. He said this in a natural tone. Tsunayashiro Tokyo was shocked again when he heard the other party's words. The matter of the Soul King is the biggest secret of the Tsunayashiro family. As the most outstanding young man in the host family, Tsunayashiro Tokyo is of course qualified to know these things. He didn't expect that Tsunayashiro Tokonada would know these things. How do you know? Tsunayashiro Tokonada said coldly. I know far more than you. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he shot directly and attacked Tsunayashiro Tokyo. Even though Tsunayashiro Tokyo was the most outstanding young man in the host family, he didn't have the slightest chance to fight back in front of Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Tsunayashiro Tokonada looks young, but that's just what he looks like. His qualifications are actually very old. He was a classmate of Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki back then, and he even studied under Captain Yamamoto, but after graduation, he did not join Gotei 13. As a nobleman, after graduation, he can choose whether to join Gotei 13 or not. During these years, he has been staying at Tsunayashiro's house, enjoying the good life brought by his noble status. But secretly, his strength has not decreased because of this kind of life. On the contrary, because he had seen the family steal when he was very young and knew about the sins of the Tsunayashiro family, he didn't have any good feelings for the Tsunayashiro family. Advertisement. The so-called great nobles are just descendants of a group of despicable people. But he did not give up these conveniences brought by his noble status. Because he himself is also a despicable person. Similarly, because he knew the truth, in the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but grow ambition. The ancestors of the 5 great nobles were just ordinary people who followed the Spirit King at the beginning, but because of murdering the Spirit King, they became the world's biggest profiteer. Tsunayashiro Tokonada, although he is only the last member of the branch house, if he is given a chance, he may not be able to become the head of the Tsunayashiro family, and then, go one step further and seek to seize the entire world. This is Tsunayashiro Tokonada's ambition. However, he never thought that his ambition had not yet been realized, because he killed a commoner-born woman, the Tsunayashiro family was going to sacrifice himself. Tsunayashiro Tokonada was very unconvinced. But he is even more unyielding to this established destiny. His fate can only be decided by himself. Therefore, he shot first and killed Tsunayashiro Tokyo. As for killing Tsunayashiro Tokyo, what should he do? He had already thought of a way out. As expected, when the head of the family, the elders and others find out that Tsunayashiro Tokyo is alive and dead, they will definitely send people to encircle him. And in order to have the ability to protect himself, he must first find something. In Tsunayashiro's house, 2 swords. One is the sword left by the ancestors of the Tsunayashiro family. The sword is extremely powerful and has been held by the heads of the successive generations of the Tsunayashi family. The contemporary patriarch directly sealed it up. In addition to this, another knife is the Zanpakuto of a strong man of the Tsunayashiro family more than 1,000 years ago. After his death, the Yashira family managed to keep the knife. It has become a Zanpakuto that can be activated with a certain price, just like the ancestor's knife, and has been passed down from generation to generation. Chapter 104 Vientiane ends, the world becomes dust, and its name is the dead. Originally, Tsunayashiro Tokonada didn't need to look for those 2 knives. After all, his own Zanpakuto was not weak, but he couldn't help it. With the revelation of his murder of Yudakua and the summoning of Central 46, his Zanpakuto has been temporarily confiscated. Zanpakuto will not be returned to him until he is cleared of his suspicions. This is one of the ways the Soul Society uses to reduce the threat of a Shinigami, and that is by seizing his Zanpakuto. In addition, there are many Shinigami who will have their Zanpakuto confiscated after being dismissed. However, in the history of the Soul Society, there are not many Shinigami who have been dismissed. This kind of Shinigami, after being dismissed, is usually imprisoned in a nest of maggots, under guard. Tsunayashiro Tokonada temporarily lost his Zanpakuto, and the price to regain Zanpakuto would be too high, or rather difficult. In order to be able to defend himself, he could only search for the other 2 knives hidden in Tsunayashiro's house. If you can get them, it doesn't matter if you lose your own knife. Follow the clues I have obtained from years of searching in Tsunayashiro's house. Tsunayashiro Tokonada acted quickly. He left Tsunayashiro Tokyo's body in his room, and he did not deal with Tsunayashiro Tokyo's body, or in other words, he didn't have that time. The Tsunayashiro family occupies a large area. The branch house and the main house are mixed in the same area, the only difference is that there are many guards in the main house's residence. It's not surprising, Although many members of the Tsunayashiro family are Shinigami, there are also many people who have no Shinigami qualifications, and such a group of people, the nobles will inevitably introduce. Therefore, for their safety, it is natural to arrange many guards at home to protect them. However, for Tsunayashiro Tokonada, it was too easy to avoid these guards. In the final analysis, it was because he knew the Tsunayashiro family too well, and his own strength was also extremely powerful. If you choose to be Shinigami, Tsunayashiro Tokonada is a strong player who can become the captain. With the help of Shunpo, he easily sneaked into a certain core area of the main house. Came all the way to a room. Lingzi turned into a mask and blocked in front of him. A barrier. Advertisement. A smile formed on the corner of Tsunayashiro Tokonada's mouth. Immediately, Kido started operating. With the help of Kido's power, Tsunayashiro Tokonada easily broke the barrier here. Then, he moved on. A box appeared in front of him. On the top of the box, there is a charm, which is another barrier. Tsunayashiro Tokonada spent a little this time to break the seal on the box. Then, when the box was opened, a strong breath of death and annihilation gushed out from the box, and a Zanpakuto in the shape of a sealed state appeared in Tsunayashiro Tokonada's eyes. Different from the usual sealed state, the blade of this knife is red, which is the color of blood. In the past, a genius of the Tsunayashiro family held this knife, and it can be said that it was brilliant for a while. At that time, the Tsunayashiro family was overwhelmingly above the other four nobles, and was the well-deserved head of the great nobles. Even though this genius was born in a branch house, because of his strength, even the members of the main house are in awe of him. However, this genius figure still underestimated the despicableness of the Tsunayashiro family after all. The Tsunayashiro family is a family with the blood of sin flowing. In the past, even King Ling dared to murder for his own benefit. Some of the ideas of this genius were too naive. Put them together. The relationship with the rest of the nobles is also very good. It seems that it is a very good thing to make friends with commoners and nobles at the same time, but it is not conducive to the interests of the Tsunayashiro family. His strength did not bring substantial benefits to the Tsunayashiro family. Ever since, that generation of patriarchs finally conspired against him. After that calculation, the strong man fell. Under normal circumstances, after the fall of Shinigami, Zanpakuto will gradually degenerate into a sealed state because of the loss of the supply of Shinigami Ryutsu. Even if another Shinigami gets this sealed state, inject Ryutsu into it again, and evolve into Zanpakuto. It can't be the original knife. But the sword of the strong man is different. It is a sword similar to the Zanpakuto passed down from generation to generation by the Tsunayashiro family, and it can be passed down. Advertisement. *10. Of course, if outsiders use it, they still have to pay a price. The price is that they have to sacrifice their souls. Use the soul as the power to drive this knife. Only this knife. Looks like you're carrying another knife with you. Tsunayashiro Tokonada thought so. Although the contemporary patriarch doesn't use that knife very much, it doesn't affect him to take that knife as his whole card and carry it with him. As for, why not carry both knives with you? Of course, it is because it is impossible to activate these two swords at the same time during the battle, and the price of one sword is already unbearable. It costs more to move it. But it doesn't matter, I'm not afraid to bear the price. Tsunayashiro Tokonada said softly. He reached out and took hold of the Zanpakuto. As he held the handle of the knife, the murderous and deadly atmosphere became more and more intense. Tsunayashiro Tokonada's face also distorted slightly, and he felt that his spiritual power was being drawn by the knife. What, more importantly, a sense of weakness from the soul is emerging, which is the power of his soul being absorbed by this knife. This knife is too powerful. Before its owner was alive, he did not know how many powerful existences he killed with it. It can be said to be Shinigami for the upper cut, Menos Grande for the lower cut, and Quincy for the middle cut. It is a Zanpakuto that has been developed to ultimate. To move this knife, the force required, is also very powerful. However, Tsunayashiro Tokonada still held the sword after all. Everything ends, the world becomes dust. The dead. Tsunayashiro Tokonada uttered the liberation words of this sword. In an instant, everything around him seemed to be reduced to dust. In the endless dust, countless innocent souls emerged, all of whom died under this sword. The remnant soul of the strong. The souls of the strong who die under this knife will not go to hell, nor will they turn into spirit sons, but will become slaves of this knife, driven by the master of this knife for life after life. It is a very disgusting Zanpakuto. But it is undeniable that it is powerful, which is why the Tsunayashiro family tried their best to keep it. Chapter 105 The big event that caused a sensation in Seireitei. Where is Shishang? Haven't come back yet. In the Tsunayashiro house, in the owner's room, he and the elder were still discussing about Tsunayashiro Tokonada. At the same time, waiting for the arrival of Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Logically speaking, after sending Tsunayashiro Tokyo out, he would bring back Tsunayashiro Tokonada not long after. They are still very convinced of Tsunayashiro Tokyo's ability to handle affairs. No, the elder replied. Patriarch Tsunayashi raised his brows slightly. It stands to reason that Shishang shouldn't be so slow. Could it be that something happened? Although this possibility is slim. But in order to deal with this incident, they have already made a plan to sacrifice Shitan. In any case, it is still necessary to send someone to find Tsunayashiro Tokonada. 463. The Tsunayashiro Patriarch immediately sent another person to look for Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Not long after, one came. Patriarch, it's not good. Master Tokyo was killed, and Tsunayashiro Takina's whereabouts are unknown. What? Hearing this news, the head of the Tsunayashiro family shook his body, showing shock, and beside him, the elders of the Tsunayashiro family were also in disbelief. Shi Sheng's strength is not weak, how could he be killed? He couldn't accept this fact. Tsunayashiro Tokyo was the most outstanding person of Tsunayashiro's younger generation, and his aptitude penultimate was the most powerful candidate for the next generation of patriarch, but he was killed in the end. It's Tsunayashiro Tokonada. As expected of the head of the family, Tsunayashiro Patriarch, after the initial shock, woke up earlier than the elders. Although he is the last member of the branch house, he was in the Spiritual Arts Academy back then. His grades were not bad at the time, but Kiraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki are at the same level, and he has also studied under the captain, so his strength may be stronger than we imagined. Soon, the head of the Tsunayashiro family made another decision: we must find Tsunayashiro Tokonada and execute him secretly. If the news that he killed Shisheng spread, my Tsunayashiro family will only become the laughing stock of many nobles. It's not a joke. Advertisement. The branch house was the last, and killed Shinigami's wife. In order to maintain justice, the Tsunayashiro family decided to deal with the clansmen who had committed serious crimes in order to protect the honor of the nobility, but they did not expect that the clansmen who went to summon Tsunayashiro Tokonada were in turn held by Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Killed. If this matter gets out, the Tsunayashiro family will definitely become a joke. In order not to spread this matter, all they can do is to minimize the turmoil of the matter as much as possible and prevent these things from getting out. It is necessary to capture Tsunayashiro Tokonada first, and then execute him directly. Just as Patriarch Tsunayashi made a decision, suddenly, the screams of guards were heard outside the door. The expressions of him and the elder immediately changed again. Another boom was heard. The door opened, and a young man in a large robe with a dark face walked out slowly with a knife. Are you looking for me? Tatsunayashiro Tokonada, you dare to appear in front of us on your own initiative. After seeing the man's appearance clearly, the chief elder of the Tsunayashiro family immediately became furious. Tsunayashiro Tokonada sneered, why don't I dare to show up? Just because I killed a pariah, you actually want me to pay for my life. I don't agree to such a thing, so I came here to make a break with you. 17. You, the first elder of the Tsunayashiro family, became even more angry when he heard this. The patriarch was as calm as ever. He stared at the knife in Tsunayashiro's hand, and said in a deep voice, your confidence should be that knife. Because of recent incidents, your Zanpakuto has been confiscated. I never thought that you could find this knife. Tsunayashiro Tokonada frankly admitted, that's right, it was indeed this sword that gave me the confidence to come here. The Tsunayashiro family is a family with sinful blood flowing. The owner of this knife was killed by those of you who claimed to be righteous but were actually despicable. He didn't know that I used this knife to help. He took revenge and slaughtered the Tsunayashiro family. Will he be grateful to me? As he spoke, he raised his middle collar. Scarlet mist poured out from the knife, and the head elder of the Tsunayashiro family immediately felt a chill, and vaguely, he saw countless hideous figures emerging from the mist. You don't want to succeed. The patriarch Tsunayashi shouted angrily, and immediately brought up a Zanpakuto that he carried with him. Advertisement. This is not his own Zanpakuto. Rather, it is Zanpakuto that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Tsunayashiro family. Drinking from all over the world, entrenched in Tianya, everything in sight, overriding and cutting, intoxicating mirrors. This is the Zanpakuto left by the first ancestor of the Tsunayashiro family, and it is also a sword passed down from generation to generation by the Tsunayashiro family. Even if the head of the Tsunayashiro family does not have strong power, as long as they are willing to sacrifice, with the help of this knife, they can still exert extremely powerful power. The head of Tsunayashiro's family is not a powerful Shinigami. In the past, he was unwilling to use this knife, but he still chose to carry it in his carry-on bag. But today, facing Tsunayashiro Tokonada, who is holding another sealed sword, he knows that only by using this sword can he fight against Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Bang 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 bang, similar to playing a more general percussion reverberation. This is the unique alarm bell when Gote 13 holds the captain meeting, and it is calling many captains and vice captains to go to the meeting. The difference is that most of the usual captain meetings in the past require the captain and vice captain to go together. And this time, Captain Yamamoto made a special request with the help of Hell Butterfly, and only the captain can go to the captain meeting. This shows that many vice captains are not qualified to know what happened this time. In the past few years of 2.0, such a captain's meeting actually was held once. That was the time in Kenpachi, Mole City. The vice captain was not allowed to participate in that captain meeting, and only many captains were qualified to know the secret. Right now, Captain Yamamoto has mentioned the captain's participation in the meeting, and many vice captains are unavoidably curious. Among the fifth team, with the departure of the captain Hiroko Shinji, the vice captain Aizen couldn't help showing a curious look. What happened? It should be an interesting thing. He rubbed his chin, thinking so. A team, in the first room of the team. With the arrival of the captain of Gote 13, the captain of Yamamoto, talked about the reason of the incident. The Tsunayashiro family, TN. Chapter 106. Is there such a good thing? Is there such a good thing? After hearing this, Gosuke Shigure immediately had such an idea. An accident happened to Tsunayashiro's family. For him, the feeling he felt was not discomfort, but joy on the contrary. In the final analysis, it is that he does not have any good feelings for the Tsunayashiro family. Even if he was a Tsunayashiro in his previous life. But it is precisely because he is a Tsunayashi that he understands Tsunayashi better than ordinary people, and understands how evil they are. This is something he experienced firsthand. Therefore, after knowing from Kyoraku Shunsui that Tusen Kanami's tragic life is related to the Tsunayashiro family, and knowing that the murderer Tsunayashiro Tokonada will probably not receive any punishment, Gosuke Shigure doesn't mind making trouble for the Tsunayashiro family. So, he paid a visit to Kuchiki's home. The Kuchiki family has long been dissatisfied with the Tsunayashiro family because of what happened to Kuchiki Hibiki back then. However, everything the Tsunayashiro family did back then was within the rules. In the end, they could only passively accept the result of depriving Kuchiki of Shinigami's identity and imprisoning him. But now it is different. The Tsunayashiro family did such a thing and sold such a big flaw 29 on their own initiative. If the Kuchiki family did not grasp it, they would be too incompetent. Naturally, we have to take advantage of this opportunity to attack the Tsunayashiro family well. In Gosuke Shigure's mind, after Kuchiki Yinling's shot, the Tsunayashiro family will have some troubles. If it is wise, the best choice is to abandon the murderer Nameo Tokonada. Tsunayashiro Tokonada is just the last seat of a branch house, and it can be discarded completely. As long as the owner's interests can be preserved, not to mention the last seat of the branch house, even the entire branch house can be discarded. In the final analysis, as a nobleman, what he cares about is always only himself. When necessary, the family is nothing. Advertisement. As a result, I didn't expect that today, there would be a captain's meeting, and it seemed that there was a surprise. So, the question is, what happened to the Tsunayashiro family? Gosuke Shigure looked curious. When the rest of the captains first heard the word Tsunayashiro, some people were stunned, because compared with Kuchiki and Shihuan, the great nobleman who directly joined Gotei 13 seemed much more low-key. I didn't think about what it was for a while, and then I realized that this is a great nobleman with the same reputation as Kuchiki and Shihuan. Today, Captain Yamamoto summoned them to come here, and even the vice captain did not let them bring them, which is enough to show that something extraordinary happened in this great nobleman. Captain Yamamoto looked at the puzzled crowd, and did not hide anything. Last night, the head of the Tsunayashiro family was killed. All the important members died, including the head of the family and the elders, and no one was spared. What? When this sentence came out, it was another burst. All the captains gasped. Of course they know what this means, it represents what happened to the Tsunayashiro family, the nature of which has become extremely bad. You know, the Kuniyashiro family is a great nobleman. Such a big noble, although many of its members are unwilling to join Gotei 13, but there are many Shinigami among them. Generally, after Shinigami leaves Gotei 13, their Zanpakuto will be confiscated, and those who stay in the fan team, because they left Gotei 13, it means that this Shinigami has broken away from the supervision of the organization. If Zanpakuto is left to him, it may cause unnecessary disturbances. But the Tsunayashiro family is different. As great nobles, they enjoy privileges. Many of these members still maintain their own Zanpakuto. No, not only the Tsunayashiro family, but also the other major nobles. Even when members left Gotei 13, their Zanpakuto were not confiscated. In such a situation, there are many undiminished Shinigami representing the Tsunayashiro family. However, just like that, Tsunaya Daishi's family was still destroyed. How incredible is this? Do you know who the murderer is? Kyoraku Shunsui asked Captain Yamamoto with a serious expression. Advertisement. Even he didn't know about this incident, which is enough to show that it happened extremely suddenly. More importantly, after Kyoraku Shunsui heard about this incident, he couldn't help but think about the recent incidents related to Tsunayashiro. Tsunayashiro Tokonada killed Utamasa, who was Shinigami's wife. A blind man from Rukongai came to Seireitei to complain to no avail, but was brutally beaten and nearly killed by Tsunayashiro Tokonada. He reported Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Central 46 decided to try the case, and the Kuchiki family made efforts in it. Seeing that Tsunayashiro Tokonada is about to get the punishment he deserves. Just at this juncture, something happened to Tsunaya Daishi's family. Kyoraku Shunsui will inevitably connect these things, especially since the accident happened to the main house, not the branch house. Kuchiki Yinling, as the head of the great nobles, is obviously more aware of the inside story than Kyoraku Shunsui, and even this captain's meeting was held by Captain Yamamoto after Central 46 knew about it and in order to resolve the turmoil. Before Captain Yamamoto answered 123's answer to Kyoraku Shunsui's question, Kuchiki Yinling said, according to the few survivors of Tsunayashiro's family, the murderer is the last member of the branch house, Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Quote. When speaking of this name, Kuchiki Yinling's tone was extremely complicated, and his expression was a little subtle. Of course, he is no stranger to this name. In the turmoil related to the Tsunayashiro family during this period, Namishiro Tokonada was the protagonist. In the end, he did not expect that he would do such a thing before Tsunayashiro Tokonada received his punishment. It's him. Kyoraku Shunsui's expression changed slightly. Jashiro Yukitaki also showed a complicated expression. He also knew Tsunayashiro Tokonada. After all, he was a student of the same grade when he was in Mao. Captain Yamamoto glanced at the crowd, knowing that they were still shocked by the massacre of the head of the Tsunayashiro family. After Kuchiki Yinling revealed the murderer, his eyes fell on Shihuan Kongshin, who is also a great nobleman. Let's Captain Shihuan tell us the whole story. Yes, the second team is secretly maneuvering, and is responsible for doing things that are not visible. After Shihuan Kongshin learned what happened to Tsunayashiro's house, he started a secret investigation. After the investigation by the second team, at present, the truth of the matter has basically been clarified. Chapter 107 Hawako Mundo is not outside the law. According to our investigation, the cause of the incident is very likely to be related to Tsunayashiro Tokonada's killing of his wife as Shinigami earlier. Shihuan, Kong-chan, first mentioned an incident that has caused quite a stir recently. For this matter, few people knew about it. But as Kyoraku Shunsui took the initiative to contact Central 46, and as the Kuchiki family made efforts against the Tsunayashiro family, many dead Shendu knew about it. And as the captain of Gote 13, some captains like to listen to the 8 trigrams from the nobles when they are free. Not to mention, the object of the 8 trigrams is the great nobleman Tsunayashiro. So this matter, most people in the field know. Everyone didn't show doubts, but continued to listen. Shihuan Kongshin continued. After this matter was tried by Central 46, Tsunayashiro Tokonada, as a murderer, had no choice but to be executed. I guess, the Tsunayashiro family should be preparing to sacrifice him in order to maintain justice. But during this process, something may have happened, which caused the tragedy of the Tsunayashiro family. Why did Shihuan Kongshin guess that the Tsunayashiro family would sacrifice Tsunayashiro Tokonada? Of course it was because the Tsunayashiro family had no other choice. If the matter had not been revealed, the Tsunayashiro family would naturally have been able to hide the fact that Tsunayashiro Tokonada had killed Tsunayashiro Utamasa, but because of Kyoraku Shunsui, Central 46 knew about it. Afterwards, the Kuchiki family suffered even more. Under such circumstances, the Tsunayashiro family has only one choice left, and that is to sacrifice Tsunayashiro Tokonada and maintain justice. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Tsunayashiro Tokonada is the last seat in the branch house. If it is Tsunayashiro Tokyo, that is another matter. The Tsunayashiro family will definitely keep him. That is to say, the tragedy of the Tsunayashiro family is very likely that Tsunayashiro Tokonada refused to obey the trial and was unwilling to obey the law, so he acted first and slaughtered the Tsunayashiro family. Jashiro Yukitaki listened to Shihuan after Kong-chan's words, he started to speculate. It's very likely so, Shihuan Kongshin said. After Shihuan Kongshin finished explaining the reason, Captain Yamamoto said again. The Tsunayashiro family is a great nobleman, the massacre of the master's family is of an extremely bad nature. We absolutely cannot tolerate the murderer Tsunayashiro Tokonada who slaughtered the Tsunayashiro family getting away with it, and judging from the fact that he slaughtered the Tsunayashiro family, his strength should not be underestimated. Quote. Advertisement. Therefore, today, the captain's meeting is held here, and what is discussed is how to bring Nami Daishi to justice. The expressions of the captains all became condensed. Then, the division of labor began. If you want to bring Tsunayashiro Tokonada to justice, the most important thing is to find the whereabouts of Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Fortunately, what happened at Tsunayashiro's house was last night, and the time since the incident was not too long. In Tsunayashiro's house, the murderer, Tsunayashiro Tokonada, did not deal with the crime scene much. So he left a lot of spiritual seeds on the scene. According to its remaining spirit son, Gote 13 quickly and accurately grasped the whereabouts of Tsunashiro Tokonada. This is also one of the more conventional ways to find people, that is to use the Ryutsu released by the object to search for traces based on the opponent's spiritual power. Of course, if the opponent wears a device that can isolate Ryutsu, there is nothing they can do. But it seems that Tsunayashiro Tokonada did not have such a device because he did not have much preparation before the murder. It is still the first room of the team. Many captains are still discussing about the Tsunayashiro family. Hakafuna Kiryu brought the results of the 12th squad investigation. After the massacre of the Tsunayashiro family, through the on-site spiritual wave reaction, Tsunayashiro Tokonada Nihira opened the boundary in a special way. The broken boundary connects Hawako Mundo and the real world. We investigated the real world again, but we didn't find Ryutsu of Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Therefore, there is only one place where he goes, virtual. As soon as this conclusion came out, the captains were a little surprised. It's an unexpected choice to go to Hawako Mundo, Hiroko Shinji said with emotion. Hawako Mundo is not a good place for Soul Society's Shinigami. There is a false transition there. Shinigami goes there, it is very likely to be besieged by Menos Grande. So, over the years, very few Shinigami have taken the initiative to go to Hawako Mundo, and of those, many captains haven't even set foot there. Of course, that doesn't mean Shinigami won't make it to Hawako Mundo. Advertisement. In the long history of the Soul Society, it also organized an expeditionary force to go to the Hawako Mundo expedition to maintain the balance of the soul by beheading the virtual group. So far, there are still some Shinigami who went to Hawako Mundo and have not returned, and they all died in Hawako Mundo. It's not surprising to make such a choice. After all, in the present world, the concentration of spirit particles is too low. When Tsunayashiro Tokonada runs into the present world, it will be extremely eye-catching and we will easily find it. Hawako Mundo is different, is vast and boundless, and the concentration of spiritual particles in it is extremely high. He is there. Although it is dangerous, it is also very difficult for us to find him. The new captain of the 9th Division, the handsome guy Mugaruma Kensai, also gave his own opinion. Then, shall we let him go like this? Love Akawa, the captain of the 7th Division, is also a new captain. Because he has not participated in too many captain meetings, it is not clear what the captain will do for the time being. How to deal with this matter? Immediately asked. Captain Yamamoto looked serious. My old man said, the captain's meeting is held here today to bring Tsunayashiro Tokonada to justice. Hawako Mundo is not outside the law. Old man, I decided to send the captain to Hawako Mundo to arrest Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Who wants to go to Hawako Mundo? He looked at the captains in front of him, waiting for them to recommend themselves. The captains looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Li Jiaojiao, the chief captain, actually asked them to recommend themselves. Go to Hawako Mundo to capture Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Let alone the harsh environment of Hawako Mundo, Tsunayashiro Tokonada is not a simple character. Weak. Although the nature of this incident was very bad, in the final analysis, it was just because the nobles were involved, and Central 46 ordered Gote 13 to bring the criminals to justice. There is absolutely no need for me and others to get involved. It is not a good thing to participate too much in noble affairs. Many captains think so. Mugaruma Kensai and Love Akawa, who spoke earlier, did not recommend themselves, and Kiryu Hakafuna of the second team did not recommend themselves. Jashiro Yukitaki wanted to speak, but Kiraku Shunsui gave him a look. He immediately thought of his body again, and gave up. Fortunately, someone recommended too. Chapter 108 is Kenpachi, when the expedition Hawako Mundo. Let the old man go. Kuchiki Yinling stood up. His white hair was gray and his face was covered with wrinkles, but at this moment, his expression looked extremely serious. The Kuchiki family is the head of the great nobles. Something happened to the Tsunayashiro family. My Kuchiki family is obliged to execute that traitor Tsunayashiro Tokonada. In his words, there is a deep sense of Shaoran. Although the Kuchiki family and the Tsunayashiro family didn't deal with it very much, this time, he even used what happened to Tsunayashiro Tokonada as an excuse to take revenge on the Tsunayashiro family. But getting revenge on the Tsunayashiro family is one thing. It is another matter to remove a large nobleman. Today, Tsunayashiro Tokonada can point the butcher's knife at the Tsunayashiro family, and tomorrow, someone may point the butcher's knife at the Kuchiki's house. This is an evil deed that challenges the status and authority of the aristocracy, and it must not be tolerated. As the head of the four nobles, the Kuchiki family is the example of all nobles, and they are obliged to kill the villains. To uphold absolute justice. No, let me go. Just after Kuchiki Yinling spoke, Shihuan Kongshan spoke suddenly, stopping Kuchiki Yinling. The Kuchiki family is the head of the great nobles, and what happened to the Tsunayashiro family? At this time, you, the head of the Kuchiki family, should stay in the Soul Society, handle the affairs of the nobles, and stabilize those nobles. 153 inches. On the other hand, I have a better body and skill than you. Let me go about this matter. Shihuan Kongshan's eyes fell on Kuchiki Yinling, and he did not forget to tease Kuchiki Yinling. Kong Chan, you. Kuchiki Yinling met Shihuan's empty gaze and hesitated to speak. Shihuan smiled lightly and didn't say much. Even the reason for volunteering was not explained. If you really want to talk about the reason, then the reason is probably the same as Kuchiki Silver Ridge, in order to maintain the authority of the nobility. The so-called authority, because it is power and majesty. Kuchiki Yinling took a breath and said in a deep voice, in that case, I will leave this matter to you. Don't worry, I will definitely bring back the sinner Tsunayashiro Tokonada. Advertisement. After saying this, Shihuan Kongshan looked at the other captains again. Is there anyone else willing to go with me? It's impossible for you to let me, an old man, go round and arrest Tsunayashiro alone, right? Hearing this, Kiraku Shunsui shrugged helplessly. He knew that under such circumstances, he would not be able to fish if he wanted to. Jashiro Yukitaki wanted to volunteer, but he was not in good health. As Jashiro's friend, La Chunshui naturally couldn't let Jashiro go to Hawako Mundo to fight. And in his own words, as a superior nobleman, even the heads of the great nobles have volunteered to take the initiative. As a superior noble, how can I just sit on the sidelines? In the final analysis, it was because of this incident, which was actually an internal affair of the nobles, but because of Central 46, it was delivered to the 10 main team of the guarding court. Let me. Kiraku Shunsui spoke, but he didn't finish his sentence. Another discourse started from the evoked. Let me go. Hearing this, many captains looked at the speaker in surprise. Just because the one who spoke was Gosuke Shigure, the captain of the 11th team, the contemporary Kenpachi. Gosuke, you. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure's body, a little surprised. Gosuke Shigure explained with a smile. The situation in Hawako Mundo is complicated. It is really not good for the old man, Captain Shihuan, to go to Hawako Mundo alone. In the long history of the Soul Society, my 11th team once organized an expeditionary force to go to Hawako Mundo, and many Shinigami died in the virtual circle because of this. I, the captain of the 11th team, I have great admiration for those ancestors, but unfortunately, I have never been to Hawako Mundo, and now, I finally have such an opportunity. Let me go with Captain Shihuan. Gosuke Shigure seemed extremely forthright, and gave an answer that was unexpected but reasonable. The eyes, CJDC, of many captains fell on Gosuke Shigure, looking at him with some surprise, and then looked at the Captain Yamamoto. Will Captain Yamamoto accept Gosuke Shigure's offer? After all, what happened this time is a nobleman's affair, and Gosuke Shigure is not a nobleman. Captain Yamamoto was also deep in thought. Originally, in his prediction, it would be Kyoraku Shunsui who went to Haweko Mundo with Shihuan Kongshin. As his disciple, Kyoraku Shunsui is frivolous, but Captain Yamamoto knows the opponent's strength very well. With Kyoraku Shunsui accompanying him, he will be foolproof. Advertisement. What's more, Kyoraku Shunsui himself is the head of the upper-class noble Jingle family, so he can't stay out of this matter. Unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure volunteered before Kyoraku Shunsui. So, is it okay to let Gosuke Shigure go to Haweko Mundo? Captain Yamamoto thought for a while. When it comes to strength, Gosuke Shigure is Kenpachi, naturally not weak. The only problem is that he is not an aristocrat, so there is no need to get involved in this incident. If it wasn't for Central 46's request, Captain Yamamoto wouldn't even want to hand this matter over to Gote 13. However, what Gosuke Shigure said is justified. In the end, he agreed to Gosuke Shigure's request. That being the case, I will leave this matter to Captain Shihuan and Captain Gosuke. You can choose your own subordinates and follow you into Haweko Mundo. The captain's meeting came to an end just like that. Captain Yamamoto did not send more people to Haweko Mundo. 2 captains are already the limit. After all, this time period is not the time when the battle with Aizen is about to take place in the original book. At that time, knowing the strength of Haweko Mundo and the existence of Espada, he sent several captains to Haweko Mundo to help Kurosaki Ichigo. Not now. Although Haweko Mundo is the virtual base camp, there are many Menos Grande in it. But the 2 captains, as long as they don't go to the core area of Haweko Mundo like Zaya Palace, and simply arrest Tsunayashiro Tokonada, there will be no problems. Even if there is an accident, with their strength, it is enough to retreat unscathed. After the captain's meeting, Gosuke Shigure and Shihuan Kongshin walked side by side. Shihuan Kongshin was still a little surprised. I didn't expect that Captain Gosuke would offer to go to Haweko Mundo. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. As Kenpachi, it's a bit unreasonable not to go on an expedition to Haweko Mundo. As that's so, Shihuan didn't think about it. Gosuke Shigure said from the bottom of his heart, of course not. Chapter 109 Cut off the past. The real reason is still related to Suna Yayoi. After rebirth, Gosuke Shigure subconsciously cut off from the previous life. In his previous life, he was a Tsunayashiro. And in this life, he'll just be Gosuke Shigure, an ordinary Shinigami. It is precisely because of this reason that when he knew that Senjumaru was still staying in Soul Society and was holding on to it silently, although he was in a complicated mood, he never went to recognize Senjumaru. After all, the real Tsunayashiro Shisui had long since died. Perhaps it can be said that he is cowardly, but in this respect, he is indeed avoiding. It was also because he was drunk that day that he had some courage to run to Senjumaru and talk a lot. After that, after realizing what he had done, his mood became more complicated. But this also shows from another angle that some things cannot be completely cut clean. Even if he is Gosuke Shigure in this life, this will not change after all, he has inherited all the memories of his previous life. The memory of the 3rd generation is constantly intertwined in his mind. Sometimes, he himself can't tell whether he is an ordinary youth on Earth, or a nobleman Tsunayashiro Shisui, or a man named Gosuke Shigure in this life. The common Shinigami. It was also after Shutara Senjumaru went to Team Zero that he spent many years trying to understand some things. Escaping is useless. He wore the deadly costume left by Shutara Senjumaru, and felt that this deadly costume was different, and he became more and more aware of these things. Shutara Senjumaru can silently wait for him for thousands of years after his death.
So, why did he cut off from his previous life so easily? Accompanied by the struggle of nobles, Gosuke Shigure indeed gave birth to a sense of liquidation with the Tsunayashiro family. Of course, in order to prevent unnecessary trouble, even if you really want to liquidate, you have to wait for a good opportunity. For example, when Aizen slaughtered Central 46. In fact, it is a good opportunity. Advertisement although, there is still a long time before Aizen rebels.
But it doesn't matter. Gosuke Shigure has lived for such a long time in his previous life, he has long lost a certain concept of the length of time, and he can actually afford to wait. Before that, after accidentally learning about Tsunayashiro Tokonada, he didn't mind causing some trouble for the Tsunayashiro family. That's why the Kuchiki family made a move to embarrass the Tsunayashiro family. Tsunayashiro Tokonada, the last seat of the Tsunayashiro branch house, because of this turmoil, if not unexpected, should be abandoned by the Tsunayashiro family as a sacrifice. However, the development of things is often so unexpected. Tsunayashiro Tokonada not only did not become a victim, but made a move and directly slaughtered the Tsunayashiro family. For a while, Gosuke Shigure didn't know how to evaluate Tsunayashiro Tokonada. It can only be said that the other party has done what his daughter-in-law has always wanted to do. Similarly, it was also because Tsunayashiro Tokonada did such a thing. Gosuke Shigure felt that this time, he had to do something. Yudai Tokonada. There is no doubt about this matter, the only thing waiting for him is the case of dead end. The Soul Society will not tolerate such people living on. Of course, Gosuke Shigure could also choose to stand by and watch Tsunayashiro Tokonada captured and executed. But after thinking about it, he finally decided to do it himself. He wanted to come and see Tsunayashiro Tokonada for a ride. By killing Tsunayashiro Tokonada, Lai and the Tsunayashiro family are completely cut off. Although after the incident with Shutara Senjumaru, he understood that many things cannot be cut cleanly, but it is his wish to be able to cut cleanly with Tsunayashiro. From Soul Society to Hawako Mundo and the present world, you have to pass through the boundary. Boundary is a world completely different in time and space from Soul Society, this world, and Hawako Mundo. Time flows very fast here. Often in the present world, Hawako Mundo, and Soul Society, only a moment may pass, but in the broken world, a long period of time has passed. In the original work, Kurosaki Ichigo once practiced in the broken world for a long time to learn the last crescent sky rush. Advertisement. When Aizen went to the Soul Society from this world, he practiced in the broken world for several months. Seeking flowers, 0. This is also the reason why his hair grows longer when he goes to Soul Society to fight Aizen. From this point of view, the broken boundary is actually a very good place for cultivation. But it is not. In the broken boundary, there are Julyu and Jutu. They are like the cleaners of the broken boundary. Every once in a while, they will clean up the existence in the broken boundary. If they are not strong enough, if they encounter them, there is only one dead end. In other words, it is not so easy to cultivate in the boundary. Of course, this does not mean that the Soul Society is really in awe of the broken boundary. In fact, in the history of the Soul Society, there are many experiments in the broken boundary. Back then, Kenpachi, because Bankai was too dangerous, tested the power of Bankai in the boundary, so a ban was issued that could not be used in Seireitei. In the past, when Shinigami went to the present world, the Soul Society monitored the broken world in advance, and after confirming that there would be no conflicts, the Hell Butterfly guided Shinigami to the minister of the present world. And to go to Hawako Mundo, naturally there is no Hell Butterfly to guide the way. Pass through the crossing gate made by the 12th Division. Gosuke Shigure took Zaraki, Shihuan Kongshin took Yoruichi, a total of 4 people stepped into it, and they were about to pass through the broken boundary and go to Hawako Mundo. Going to Hawako Mundo Tsunayashiro Tokonada, although there are only 2 captains, Gosuke Shigure and Shihuan Kongshin, Captain Yamamoto has no special requirements for the subordinates who carry them, and they can carry them casually. But in the end, Gosuke Shigure and Shihuan Kongshin didn't bring anyone else along. Only brought 1 person each. It's not surprising that Shihuan Kongshin would take Yoruichi with him. After all, Yoruichi has grown up over the years, and sooner or later he will take over Shihuan Kongshin's class. Bringing Yoruichi this time can just help her get used to it. As for Gosuke Shigure with Zaraki, it was his sudden idea. At the very beginning, he didn't plan to take anyone with him. But after thinking about it, I still took the bigger one. Hawako Mundo is the headquarters of Hawako Mundo, and there are many ghosts in it. Zaraki, a fighting maniac, must like that kind of place very much. Let him go to Hawako Mundo together, maybe it can make him grow further. Chapter 110 Entering Hawako Mundo for the first time. Going to Hawako Mundo, there is no guidance from the Hell Butterfly. To reach Hawako Mundo, we must have our own Ryutsu condense the road under our feet, so that we can successfully reach that side. In the boundary, Shihuan Kongshin is talking with Gosuke Shigure, Yoruichi, and Zaraki. As a veteran Shinigami, he has actually been to Hawako Mundo in the past. But the other 3, even if Gosuke Shigure is Kenpachi, have never been to Hawako Mundo. Shihuan Kongshin thinks so. However, the fact is that Gosuke Shigure can easily handle the matter of gathering Ryutsu under his feet and condensing the road. Instead, it took Yoruichi and Zaraki a while to get acquainted with the matter. This made Shihuan Kongshin sigh in his heart, as expected of being the captain, he is really amazing. The time flow in the boundary is extremely fast, just 380, from Soul Society to Hawako Mundo, several people feel that a long time has passed. Of course, this is also a big boundary. The reason why Soul Society and Hawako Mundo are so far apart. In the final analysis, although the broken boundary is a gap between 2 worlds, it is actually a unique world. However, although a long time has passed in the boundary, in fact, whether it is Soul Society or Hawako Mundo, only a moment has passed. The time flow rate comparison between here and other worlds is 2000 to 1, that is to say, 2000 hours have passed in the broken world, and only 1 hour has passed in the other worlds. This is an extremely terrifying thing. The 4 of them walked forward in the lonely boundary. Arrived. There's Hawako Mundo ahead, Shihuan Kongshin spoke. Immediately, prepare to open the break and step into Hawako Mundo. However, just when he had just finished this task, a mighty storm broke out in the boundary. After all, it is the gap between the 2 worlds, it is not such a peaceful world, apart from the restraint and abruptness, there will occasionally be a mighty storm, which makes people lost in the broken world. Advertisement. Even though Shihuan Kongshin tried his best to avoid the storm, the raging storm still separated him from Gosuke Shigure and the others. Several figures came out from the passage, heading towards Hawako Mundo. The yellow sand is vast. The scorching sun ruthlessly scorched the earth. This is a world like a melting pot. Looking around, the whole world is full of yellow sand, without any plants or vitality at all, and it looks extremely dead. This is the Hawako Mundo. A very different world than Soul Society. Although the concentration of spirit particles in the air is higher than that of Soul Society. But because of the environment, it is actually not suitable for Shinigami to survive. Soul Society does not mention anything else, but the living environment, which is similar to the present world. Shinigami are also human beings, and of course they need to enjoy themselves. And look at the Hueco Mundo. After obtaining an environment with a high concentration of spirit particles, the price to pay is a barren place. This kind of place is really not for people, so it's better to leave it to those ghosts. Gosuke Shigure fell into the yellow sand, glanced at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help showing a bit of emotion. No matter how many years have passed, this Hueco Mundo still hasn't changed, it's as barren as ever. Quote. However, being separated from them doesn't seem like good news. Or, every time I go to Hueco Mundo, I will be scattered. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking so. In the original book, several captains went to Hueco Mundo to support Kurosaki Ichigo, but were scattered by accident. You know, the captains include Kuretsuchi Mayuri, Unohana Retsu, Byakuya Kuchiki, Zaraki Kenpachi and other strong players. This is enough to show that the environment in the broken boundary is more complicated than imagined. You can never predict what might happen next second. Just when Gosuke Shigure was observing Hueco Mundo, it seemed that to correspond to Hueco Mundo's name, he appeared right next to Gosuke Shigure with a hooded head. Delicious soul. Advertisement. This ghost seems to be born not long ago, and has never seen a Shinigami. After discovering Gosuke Shigure, he was immediately attracted by the fragrance emanating from Gosuke Shigure's soul, immediately drooling, and came to attack Gosuke Shigure. Ready to devour Gosuke Shigure. Voids live by devouring, and souls are their food. This soul includes the soul of the living human, the hollow as a kind, and the Shinigami. Among them, the stronger the spiritual power contained in the soul, the greater the temptation to them. If a head can devour a Shinigami by chance, with the spiritual power contained in the Shinigami, it can definitely make it evolve. But it is not so easy for Shu to devour Shinigami. One such moment, when he just rushed in front of Gosuke Shigure, with a flash of sword light, this Shigure was killed directly, and then, because of the characteristics of Zanpakuto, he was purified. The void in this world, after being killed by Zanpakuto, will become the original soul again, and then go to the Soul Society. Hueco Mundo's Shu, after being beheaded, seemed to be due to the confrontation between the two worlds. Instead of going to the Soul Society, he turned into a spirit sun and merged into this world. It's no wonder that the concentration of spirit particles in this world is so high. At the beginning, Hueco Mundo and Soul Society should have the same spirit particle concentration, but Hueco has a unique ability, that is devouring. They go to the Soul Society and devour their souls in this world. Many of the souls they devour are souls that contain spiritual power. The power was plundered into the virtual circle. After Shu died, the spirit sun returned to the earth, and it would nourish the earth invisibly. Over time, the concentration of spirit particles in Hueco Mundo is much higher than that in Soul Society. It's okay if it's a little higher, but if it's too much higher than 5.0, in the long run, it will break the balance of the world, especially in a world with such a high concentration of spiritual particles. The life-born also has powerful spiritual power. It is uncertain whether such an environment will give birth to an extremely powerful void. So, before Hueco Mundo becomes a real threat, Shinigami will purify Hueco Mundo. In the past years, the virtual circle has been purified countless times. After easily solving the problem, Gosuke Shigure felt that it would be better for him to find out the whereabouts of a few companions first. Fortunately, Bakudo, which seeks out Shinigami Ryutsu, is still available in Hueco Mundo. Bakudo number 58. Slap your toe and chase a sparrow. Coincidentally, when Gosuke Shigure cast Bakudo to perceive Ryutsu, his companion also used this kind of Bakudo, and then they perceived each other's Ryutsu. Chapter 111. Strange Feeling, The Forest of Menos Grande. Although Slap Toe Chasing Sparrow is a Bakudo that perceives Ryutsu and captures the location of people, in fact the range of perception is not too far. If several people are scattered too far, Gosuke Shigure will not be able to perceive it. In the final analysis, it is because this is Hueco Mundo, there are too many voids in the virtual circle, and each void is a source of interference. Among so many sources of interference, it is extremely difficult to find Shinigami's Ryutsu. But Gosuke Shigure sensed Ryutsu at this moment, which means that the other party is very close to him. And what he perceives as Ryutsu belongs to Yoruichi. On the other end, Yoruichi also sensed Gosuke Shigure's Ryutsu. Ever since she learned about the reality of Shunyu from Gosuke Shigure, in order to be able to complete Shunyu by herself, she also put a lot of energy into Oniyuki, who was not very interested in it at first. Now, her Kido attainments can't be said to be at the pinnacle, but at least they can be used, and I don't know how much better than Abarai Renji in the original book. Abarai Renji's Kido, that's really hard to describe. As for Yoruichi, the reason why he doesn't learn Kido is not because he can't learn it, but because he doesn't have much interest in it. After the two Shinigami sensed each other's Ryutsu, they quickly approached each other. Finally, they meet again in the desert. The only option is to meet again in the desert. After all, Hueco Mundo is in such an environment. It is not realistic to say that they meet by a small river or in a green forest. Teacher. After meeting, Yoruichi spoke first. Is it just you? Where's Captain Shihuan? Gosuke Shigure asked Yoruichi. Grandpa and I got separated. Yoruichi said, I don't know where he is now, but it's good news to meet the teacher. There was a slight smile on Yoruichi's mouth. She is not worried about her grandfather Shihun Kongshin at all. Gosuke Shigure sighed. It can only be said that we can never predict what will happen in the next moment. Now we only hope that Captain Shihun and Zaraki are okay. Yoruichi nodded, and said again, Teacher, what shall we do next? Should we find Grandpa's whereabouts and join him first? Or go directly to find Tsunayashiro Tokonada? Advertisement. Although Yoruichi has gradually grown up over the years, he is now in charge of the criminal army in the 2nd Division, which is enough to be alone. But this time when she came to Hueco Mundo to arrest Tsunayashiro Tokonada, after all, she was just an accompanying person, and the two captains were the real masters. In this case, she had to ask Gosuke Shigure what he thought. Let's see if we can find the whereabouts of Captain Shihun and the others. If we can't find them, we will go to capture Tsunayashiro Tokonada first. If the delay is too long, it is very likely that the other party will get away. Gosuke Shigure was quick to speak his mind. Yoruichi didn't object either. Then, the two teamed up and searched nearby, using Kido, trying to find the whereabouts of Shihun Kongshin and Zaraki. But it didn't turn out well. Although Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi did not fall far apart, it was just their luck. Shihun Kongshin and Zaraki seemed to have fallen elsewhere. Hueco Mundo is so big that it is really difficult to find them. After Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi understood this, they didn't insist on finding Shihun Kongshin and Zaraki's whereabouts immediately. They decided to search for Tsunayashiro Tokonada while looking for them. And when talking about where Tsunade Tokonada might appear, Gosuke Shigure suddenly had a thought, and then spit out 4 words, the forest of Menos Grande. Forest of Menos Grande. Yoruichi wondered why Gosuke Shigure would mention such a place. It's just a guess on my part. Gosuke Shigure gave his own answer. He didn't say that after he came to Hueco Mundo, there was a slight throbbing in his soul, as if some existence in the dark was calling him. This made him very concerned. He also had a similar throbbing at the beginning, and later he knew that the throbbing came from the Shiba suit sewn by Shutara Senjumaru. At this moment, I thought of Shudara Senjumaru inexplicably. I don't know what happened to her after she went to the Zero team. Advertisement. From Shudara Senjumaru to Team Zero, carefully speaking, there are quite a few. What the hell is calling me? Gosuke Shigure thought from the bottom of his heart. Then, take Yoruichi to the direction of Menos Grande Forest. The forest of Menos Grande is located in the basement of Hueco Mundo. It is actually not very appropriate to say that it is underground. Divide Hueco Mundo into the outer circle and the inner circle according to the regions. The inner circle is where the Zai Palace is located, and the outer circle is the vast desert right now. The outer circle is vast and boundless, and it may be a large area. There is no ghost in the area, and the inner circle is where Menos Grande is located, and it is the territory of the king of the ghost circle. And between the inner circle and the outer circle is Yinwei Jilin. This is the forest where Menos Grande lives. It is located between the inner circle and the outer circle, in a cliff. Jumping into the cliff, you can enter the forest of Menos Grande. At the same time, the bottom of the cliff is hollow, and the forest of Menos Grande continues to extend inward. Like a huge cave, the white trees support the ground above. It is worth mentioning that the ground supported by the forest of Menos Grande is the inner circle where the Zai Palace is located. Rather than saying that Hueco Mundo only has 697 inner circles and outer circles, it is better to say that Hueco Mundo only has outer circles and the forest of Menos Grande. The so-called inner circle is nothing more than an isolated island supported by the trees at the top of the Menos Grande forest. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that the king of Hueco Mundo built his palace in that kind of place, because it stands on top of many empty layers. Gosuke Shigure took Yoruichi and soon came to the side of the cliff. Yoruichi lowered his head and glanced at the cliff, only to see that it was extremely dark below, and he didn't know how deep it was. As the forest of Menos Grande down here. Just looking at it gives people a bad feeling. How on earth are we going to get down? Gosuke Shigure explained. Although it is a cliff, there is a way to go down. Let's go from the other side. Yoruichi nodded again, and then couldn't help saying, Teacher, you really know Hueco Mundo, it's obviously your first time to Hueco Mundo, right? Gosuke Shigure's expression did not change, and he explained, in the history of my 11th team, I have organized several expeditions to Hueco Mundo to crusade against Hueco Mundo. Before I came to Hueco Mundo this time, I read it corresponding information, so I have some understanding of Hueco Mundo. That's it. Yoruichi didn't doubt him either. Chapter 112 Wild Hope. The forest of Menos Grande, because it is located on a cliff and underground, is extremely dark here. Only some rays of light from the cracks in the cliff above bring a little light to this place. In the forest of Menos Grande, many white trees grow. It is said that it is a tree, but it is actually almost the same as a fossil. This kind of tree is tall and strong, without any branches and leaves on it. They are like pillars, supporting the ground above, so that it will not collapse. And in this dark forest, shrill screams can often be heard, and occasionally a strong smell of blood can be smelled. That's the ghosts eating and hunting. Menos Grande is not the only one living here, there are also many ordinary ones, but it is extremely difficult for ordinary ones to survive here, and their common ending is to become food for Yingsu. If you don't want to be reduced to Menos Grande food, there are only two options. One is to find a way to escape from the forest of Menos Grande, and the other is to find a way to make myself stronger. When I also become a Menos Grande, then my identity will also change from food to hunter. In addition, there is another way, that is to combine the two. That is to go into the present world. In the forest of Menos Grande, they are food. But if they can go to the present world, they will be well-deserved hunters. At the same time, devouring the souls of the world can also make them stronger. It is also under such a situation that many voids in the Menos Grande forest have gone to the present world, or in other words, most of the voids in the present world actually come from the Menos Grande forest.
Therefore, in the past, when Shinigami carried out expeditions to Hueco Mundo, they also used it to wipe out the Hueco Mundo in the forest of Daishu. After all, Hueco Mundo is too big. It is too time-consuming to find Shu's whereabouts and eliminate them one by one. The forest of Menos Grande is Shu's lair, where more than half of Shu's circle is gathered. As long as this place is cleared, it is enough to resolve the crisis caused by the excessive number of ghosts. In the past, the forest of Menos Grande was a dark forest full of killings. In this forest, even Menos Grande, sometimes it is food, and then it is swallowed by more powerful ghosts. However, recently, advertisement in the forest of Menos Grande, there is another hunter. Because an outsider came. After the other party came to the forest of Menos Grande, they only did one thing. That is, Jongshu, don't ask about indiscriminate chopping. The opponent is holding a long knife and looks like a Shinigami. He seems to be here to practice the justice of the Shinigami, just like the Shinigami who expeditioned to Hueco Mundo in the past, to clear the forest of Menos Grande. But for Hollow living in the forest of Menos Grande, this Shinigami who came here is an out-and-out outsider, an enemy. Since it is an enemy, it must be eradicated, especially for the Shinigami, which is the most delicious food for Menos Grande. If it is successfully swallowed, it can be worth devouring many of its kind. After that, they all died. With one cut, all the ghosts are buried. The strength of this Shinigami exceeded their expectations. In other words, the Crimson Zanpakuto in the opponent's hand was too powerful. Then, Yushu surrendered voluntarily because he realized that he was not an opponent. After all, Shu is just an evil soul, not a fool. On the contrary, it is precisely because of evil that they have more desires than ordinary people. After finding out that he is not an opponent, even if the opponent is a Shinigami, he does not mind surrendering. Compared to dying, it is obviously better to survive. As for who is the master, it is not that important. Originally, the sword-wielding Shinigami was going to kill all of these ghosts. After all, his purpose in coming to the forest of Menos Grande was to replenish the power of the Zanpakuto in his hand. But after hearing the words of surrender from Menos Grande in front of him, he suddenly found it very interesting. Thus, he really accepted the Menos Grande's surrender, and even, in the days that followed, deliberately recruited some Menos Grandes as subordinates. Although Hueco Mundo's environment is not very good for him, it is already very good to have a place to stay. That is to say, above you, there is a palace named Suya Palace, in which lives the king of Hueco Mundo. Advertisement in the forest of Menos Grande, in a gloomy environment, a man in aristocratic attire held a knife glowing red, and asked Shu, about 2 meters away, in front of him. This head looks similar to an ordinary hair, but the Ryotsu emitted from his body is extremely terrifying, far better than Jillian. He is an Ijukas. This is the second level Menos Grande after Vasto Lord. If we say that Jillian has such a large volume because he can't control his Ryotsu and can't make Ryotsu compress. Then, after Jillian evolves into Ijukas, his size will shrink, and at the same time, his wisdom will be closer to that of his life. But Ijukas also has its disadvantages, that is, they cannot control the desire to devour, and they are in a state of extreme hunger all the time. Devour everything, and this will only get better when you evolve into the superlative Vasto Lord. Yes. Ijukas looked at the Shinigami in front of him in awe. Interesting. A playful smile formed on the corner of Suniyashiro Tokonada's mouth. In this era, Hueco Mundo has appeared as a king, but few people actually know about it. The original Kenpachi also heard the name, Baragan, from the opponent's mouth after defeating a Menos Grande, and knew some facts about Hueco Mundo, and then the expeditionary force went to Hueco Mundo to crusade against Menos Grande. But for Suniyashiro Tokonada, he really didn't know these things. At this, King Nuo's moment, he was shocked to hear the news. First he was surprised, and then he had a thought, what do you think, how about I come to be the king of Hueco Mundo? He looked at Shu in front of him and said so, he couldn't help but be shocked by the false hearing in front of him. Going down the road next to the cliff, Gosuke Shigure took Yoruichi and soon came to the bottom of the cliff. This is the forest of Menos Grande? The concentration of spiritual particles here seems to be higher than the surface layer of Hueco Mundo. Gosuke Shigure said calmly. After all, it is the lair where Menos Grande lives. There are more hollows who die here than Shinigami beheaded every moment. At the same time, souls will fall here every moment and become hollows. So many voids are born and died here, the concentration of spirit particles is naturally extremely high. Similarly, the probability of encountering voids here is also very good. While speaking, he looked forward again. For example, now, we have encountered Shu. Chapter 113 Training with Battle Boom. The sword pressed Wang Wang, and the gigantic Jillian fell down without the slightest strength to fight back. Yoruichi cast Shunpo and shuttled among many virtual groups. She swung her arm, hitting Shu's body accurately and knocking him down. Seeing that Shu got up again, she had no choice but to pull out the Zanpakuto hanging from her waist, and gave Shu a knife, and dealt with it neatly. So, Yoruichi doesn't like Shu. If it's Shinigami, her white hits can't be useless, but it's different for Shinigami. These Menos Grande all have a kind of ability called high-speed regeneration. Although with the help of white hits, they can still be killed. After all, high-speed regeneration is a regeneration at the cost of consuming Ryotsu, but that would be too time-consuming. So, it's better to use Zanpakuto, even if she doesn't like using Zanpakuto. When Yoruichi eliminated many virtuals in front of him, Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure also killed all virtuals on the other side. The two rejoined. Gosuke Shigure looked extremely calm. Let's go. Yoruichi nodded, but still inevitably complained, speaking of which, there are too many voids here. After all, it is the 407 Mori of Menos Grande. It is the first time you come here, so you will inevitably have such an idea. Gosuke Shigure responded to Yoruichi's words. Yoruichi gave Gosuke Shigure a blank look. Say it as if it's not your first time, sensei. It turned out that you were so calm. While talking, she looked at Gosuke Shigure suspiciously. Sensei, have you been here before? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help reaching out, and patted Yoruichi's forehead. What are you thinking? How could I have been here before? This is the first time I have come here in this life. In addition, I found that you have become more and more disrespectful to me as a teacher over the years. Yoruichi also didn't show any embarrassment, and said truthfully, no way, you are too unassuming, teacher, and besides, I am not the little girl I used to be. Speaking carefully, before I knew it, I was already old. Gosuke Shigure said, you better not let your grandpa hear that. Advertisement compared to Yoruichi who says he is old, Shihuan Kongchan is the real old guy. Yoruichi said, of course I wouldn't say such a thing in front of grandpa, CJBI, I'm not stupid. Gosuke Shigure took Yoruichi and continued to go deep into the forest of Menos Grande. Although he said in front of Yoruichi that he had never been to Menos Grande forest in this life, he had indeed been to this place in his previous life. Therefore, he is still very familiar with this place. Of course, this is also due to the fact that the forest of Menos Grande has not changed in the past 1,000 years. This is not surprising. Although the forest of Menos Grande is Shu's lair, such a thing only knows how to devour and kill blindly, so naturally it doesn't know how to build it. Even before Aizen came to Hueco Mundo, the so-called Empty Night Palace was nothing but a dilapidated appearance, and the so-called king of Hueco Mundo, Baragan, except for the crown on his head, there is really no card at all. It's Aizen, who rebuilt the Void Night Camp. Hueco Mundo truly owns a landmark building. It was Aizen who brought Hueco Mundo to a height that they did not belong to. Similarly, after Aizen was defeated in the original book, Hueco Mundo declined rapidly. After that, anyone can wreak havoc in Hueco Mundo, and Hueco Mundo has nothing to fight back. Gosuke Shigure went to the depths of the Menos Grande forest following the intuition. Although it is still unclear where this feeling came from, Gosuke Shigure chose to believe him. After all, he has experienced some of the most bizarre things in the world. First time travel, and then rebirth. It is precisely because of these experiences that he chose to believe in metaphysics. In the process of taking Yoruichi to the depths of the Menos Grande forest, he naturally encountered many hollows. After all, this is Shu's lair. It would be a strange thing if he didn't meet Shu in this place. And these ghosts, in the face of Gosuke Shigure, can be said to be powerless to fight back. It's just a slash, the sword presses through, whether it's a miscellaneous hair, or a Menos Grande, the blood splatters all turn into bodies. Although Yoruichi knew that his teacher was very powerful, after all, he is the man who bears the name of Kenpachi. But this time traveling together, she has a new understanding of the strength of her teacher. Advertisement Gosuke Shigure went to everything he encountered on the way. What's more, Gosuke Shigure didn't liberate Zanpakuto at all, kept Zanpakuto in sealed state all the time, even Shikai was useless. That's one thing that made Yoruichi firm. Even without using Zanpakuto's abilities, it is possible to become strong. She doesn't like using Zanpakuto. My teacher became a strong man by relying on powerful slashing skills. I don't know how to slash, but I can also become a strong man by relying on white hits and shunpo. The present forest of Menos Grande, isn't it a good place to practice your white hits and shunpo skills? Nothing is more suitable for actual combat than these opponents at the moment. Originally, Yoruichi thought it would take too much time to kill these ghosts with white hits, but now, she gradually has a new idea. While Zanpakuto is better against hollow, it doesn't help her progress. Watching Gosuke Shigure / Menos Grande with sword pressure, Yoruichi made his request. Teacher, can you let me deal with these falsehoods? Oh, Gosuke Shigure looked at Yoruichi with some surprise. Yoruichi smiled and didn't explain too much, then, he cast shunpo and waved his fists to meet these voids and started a fight with them. Gosuke Shigure gradually understood what Bai wanted to do. During the battle, Yoruichi only relied on his own shunpo and white hits, and occasionally used some Kido in critical moments. The only one that was not used was Zanpakuto. This is not Yoruichi's arrogance, but Shihuan's fighting style has always been, and he is not used to using Zanpakuto. They are better at close combat, and pay attention to defeating the enemy with one blow. You really thought of honing your white hit skills here. Holding a knife, Gosuke Shigure came to the side and sat on the branch of a big white tree, watching Yoruichi fight with Kenshu there, couldn't help but praise. In addition, he also saw that Yoruichi intended to use white hits and Kido in combination during this process. What the Shihuan family is better at is the cooperation of Shunpo and white hits. If Kido can be added to it, it will obviously be even stronger. Chapter 114 Shinigami and Shu. Just when Gosuke Shigure took Yoruichi to the depths of the Menos Grande forest. In the depths of the Menos Grande forest, a great turmoil also occurred. Tsuneyashiro Tokonada is recruiting troops here. If we say that at the beginning, he came to Hueco Mundo because there was no way out. The Tsuneyashiro family wanted to sacrifice him. He was unwilling to sacrifice, so he could only resist, and then killed those who wanted to make him a sacrifice. Naturally, after doing this, there is no room for him in the Soul Society. He was unwilling to sacrifice for the Tsuneyashiro family, and naturally he did not want to be executed by the Soul Society. Ever since, he can only leave Soul Society. After leaving Soul Society, there are only two paths in front of him, one is the present world and the other is Hueco Mundo. Eventually, he came to Hueco Mundo. The reason why he didn't go to the present world was because he looked down on those weak humans. As a member of the Tsuneyashiro family, he had such noble blood flowing in his body, so he really shouldn't go to the present world and mix with those weak people. The Hueco Mundo is different. Aside from the fact that the concentration of spirit particles here is higher than that of the Soul Society, what makes him more concerned is that this is Shu's base camp, where there are countless fallen souls. I got that knife, and with the ability of that knife, staying in Hueco Mundo for a period of time is enough to pull up an army. In that case, Barely can also have some self-protection ability. Even if people from the Soul Society find him, he can easily defeat them. If he could defeat the Soul Society's pursuers a few more times, after the Soul Society realizes how powerful he is, the Soul Society might just let his existence go, and won't try to capture him again. Because at that time, the price of wanting to arrest oneself was too heavy. The first Tsuneyashiro Tokonada thought so. However, when he learned from an Ajukas that in this Hueco Mundo, there is actually a king and a palace named Kyoya Palace, Tsuneyashiro Tokonada's thoughts reappeared new changes. He changed his mind, he wants to be the king of Hueco Mundo. Advertisement of course, whether it is resisting the pursuit of the Soul Society or becoming the king of Hueco Mundo, there is one thing to do before that, and that is to pull up an army composed of Menos Grande to create a powerful force of their own. Anyone who is cut by the knife in his hand will become a prisoner of this knife and become its servant. But Shu, who was enslaved after being beheaded by the sword, was much weaker than before. Moreover, manipulating them consumes a lot of spiritual power for the person holding the knife. Therefore, in addition to building an army by beheading Shu, it is also a good choice to directly recruit Menos Grande. During the time in Menos Grande Forest, Tsuneyashiro Tokonada also understood. Shu is also afraid of death. Although Shu and Shinigami are against each other, Shinigami will also surrender to Shinigami when faced with life-threatening things. With the Menos Grande gathered under his hands, Tsuneyashiro Tokonada continued to attack the Menos Grande in the Menos Grande Forest, forcing them to surrender, and if he refused, he would kill the opponent with the sword in his hand. If it is obedient, then it is naturally better. On this day, Tsuneyashiro Tokonada, led by his subordinates, saw an extremely powerful hollow. Noitra, you have joined the Shinigami. A lower body is an antelope with 4 legs. The upper body is a woman, wearing a white mask. The one in front of her has long black hair, 2 sharp horns, a white mask attached to her face, and her hands are like praying mantises. Shu, who was like a sharp blade, looked extremely angry. Menos Grande, named Noitra, looked at the woman, with a soft and sharp voice, following behind Tokonada-sama. I can fight more happily. Neliel, do you want to join us? Although I don't like you, I cannot deny your strength. If you join us, you may be able to overthrow that king's rule and become the founder of the new order of Hueco Mundo. The woman named Neliel said coldly. Give up, I won't rely on you, Noitra. I also give you a piece of advice, you'd better leave here quickly, otherwise I won't polite. Between virtual and virtual, there are also occasional battles and divisions of territories. The Menos Grande, in particular, is more aware of its territory. Although the female Shu is not a Menos Grande who likes to fight, she still expresses her resistance to other Shus encroaching on her territory, not to mention, the other party also brought 10. Shinigami. Ask for flowers, advertisement, are you threatening me? Noitra sneered, although when it comes to rank, Neliel is Vasto Lord and he is just Chukas. But who said Ajukas is no match for Vasto Lord? Noitra didn't believe this, he only believed that no matter how strong or weak, it would take a battle after all. The next moment, he took the initiative to attack Neliel. Neliel's eyes flickered slightly, and she also fought against Noitra. The battle between Shu and Shu appeared to be extremely rough and barbaric, without the skill of Shinigami fighting at all. 0. But the damage they caused was extremely huge. This is also the reason why Shinigami will deal with them as soon as Hollow appears in the present world and Soul Society. If they cannot be dealt with in time, the damage they cause will affect many things. It has to be said that Vasto Lord is Vasto Lord after all. After a short fight, Noitra was at a disadvantage and was defeated by Neliel. However, it is different from the rest of the ghosts who devour their opponents after defeating them. Neliel seems to be too kind. She looked at the defeated Noitra without the slightest intention of devouring, but said coldly, now, you can leave here. She just like that, let Noitra go. This weird scene surprised Tsuneyashiro Tokonada, so he said to Neliel, your name is Neliel, right? You have proved to me that you are powerful. are you willing to submit to me? Neliel immediately looked coldly at Tsunaji Dai Tokonada. Suniyashiro Tokonada sighed. Really? I see. He raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, and its light flickered. He showed his hand to Nelly. Afterwards, in the forest of Menos Grande, another pink light flashed past. Wherever it passed, countless white trees were destroyed, and an unknown number of Jillian and miscellaneous Maoshu were affected by it and died. This is Sero Inch, Chapter 115 Shu and Shinigami. Sero is the only fighting technique that Hiro has mastered using Ryatsu. Compared with Quincy's manipulation of spiritual power, Shinigami uses Ryatsu's skills and Hueco Mundo, because there is no school dedicated to teaching various skills, the fighting methods in it are extremely monotonous. Their fighting ability was gradually sharpened in the confrontation with the same kind. This also makes their fighting skills extremely rough and primitive. And Sero is one of the abilities they naturally mastered after becoming Menos Grande, and it is also an extremely common ability. But I have to say, Sero works really well. As Shu's level increases, his Ryatsu becomes stronger and stronger, releasing all the Ryatsu and turning them into Sero, and wherever they pass, all enemies within the coverage of Sero will be killed. Because the range is large enough to 687, there is no need to even consider whether it can hit. Neliel is Vasto Lord, and the Sero she casts is naturally extremely powerful. Even a captain-level Shinigami must take this kind of Sero seriously. However, when the dust and smoke cleared, the Suniyashiro Tokonada in Neliel's imagination did not die. The thick blood light was extremely eye-catching in the dim environment. Under the bloody light, a figure was unharmed. Afterwards, the blood light seemed to have life and began to shrink. Suniyashiro Tokonada's mouth formed a slightly ferocious smile. It's really powerful. If Sero's power were stronger, it would really almost kill me. But unfortunately, it was still blocked by me after all. While speaking, he swung his knife and attacked and killed Neliel, preparing to completely eliminate Neliel. Although Neliel is Vasto Lord. But Suniyashiro Tokonada didn't care about this. If he really cared about the overall situation, it would be impossible for him to directly point the butcher knife at the Suniyashiro family after he learned that the Suniyashiro family was going to sacrifice him, Lanzi. Even, wanting to become the king of Hueco Mundo this time is just a temporary idea. Because there is already a king in Hueco Mundo, why can't this king be him? All he was after was to take over and process. How to become the king of Hueco Mundo, he hasn't figured it out yet. Advertisement, but he knew that Neliel in front of him dared to refuse his solicitation. He was not going to forgive Neliel, but was going to give her death directly. Neliel naturally didn't want to meet death here. Ever since, she and Suniyashiro Tokonada fought. Although Suniyashiro Tokonada's strength is not bad, it is not so easy to deal with a Vasto Lord level Menos Grande. But it was too weird not to be able to hold the knife in his hand. During the battle between Neliel and Suniyashiro Tokonada, phantoms rushed out of the blood mist, constantly interfering with Neliel's movements. This put Neliel into a situation where one enemy is many. Just when Neliel was about to be killed by Suniyashiro Tokonada, Suniyashiro Tokonada suddenly felt something, suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. A figure dressed in animal skins and a white mask came quickly. Suniyashiro Tokonada immediately put down his pursuit of Neliel, and a strange smile formed on the corner of his mouth. Because he noticed a knife in the opponent's hand. That is Zanpakuto, although from the outside, it is true. This figure, after seeing Suniyashiro Tokonada, also seemed a little excited. Which team Shinigami are you? He came here quickly after sensing the movement here. After saying this, in order to prevent the other party from misunderstanding, he took off his mask and revealed a handsome face. He really wasn't Shu, but Shinigami. Suniyashiro Tokonada is still surprised by the appearance of Shinigami in the forest of Menos Grande. It seems that this Shinigami is not the Shinigami that Gode 13 is editing, but stayed in the forest of Menos Grande a long time ago. Middle. If not, it would be impossible for the other party to ask such a mentally handicapped question. This proves that the other party knows nothing about Soul Society. Suniyashiro Tokonada came up with the idea of acting with this Shinigami in a play, but then, he denied this idea, and he said to the other side, I am not Gode 13's Shinigami. According to the Soul Society, I should be a sinner. The word sinner fell into the ears of this Shinigami who appeared out of nowhere, and he was taken aback. Suniyashiro Tokonada said to the other party again, looking at you, it seems that you have been in this Menos Grande forest for many years. Are you the Shinigami who was exiled to Hueco Mundo back then? Advertisement, if this is the case, you are also a sinner. Why don't you join forces with me? Let's conquer Hueco Mundo together. After I become the king of Hueco Mundo, we will immediately counterattack the Soul Society. After we occupy the Soul Society, who will know that we will be sinners? Just like the ancestors of the 5 great nobles in the past, who would know what heinous crimes they committed back then. Suniyashiro Tokonada spoke words that the visitor could not understand. Well, I can't say that I don't understand it at all, but I understand it a little bit. That is, he knew the origin of the Shinigami in front of him. Are you a traitor to Gode 13? Suniyashiro Tokonada drew a weird smile. How is it? If it is, since I met you, I absolutely cannot let you leave here. The visitor said firmly. Although he didn't understand what crime Suniyashiro Tokonada committed, but from his words, he could hear the ambition of Suniyashiro Tokonada, to keep such a guy and not deal with it. It will spell disaster for the Soul Society. Even if he didn't think about returning to Soul Society in 2.6 because so many of his companions died in Hueco Mundo, it doesn't mean he betrayed Soul Society. Interesting. Hearing this, Tsuneyashiro Tokonada couldn't help but say so. After that, he fought the Shinigami. Just like his reason for wanting to kill Neliel, since this person is so ignorant, there is no need for him to keep him. Even if the other party appeared in Hueco Mundo, he was very surprised. This sudden Shinigami is not weak, and his one-handed slashing technique is extremely powerful. But in the face of Shi-Tan, the answer just now, he was still a step behind. Before long, Tsuneyashiro Tokonada was going to kill him. At this moment, a figure rushed to help from the side, actively attacking Tsuneyashiro Tokonada. She is Neliel. Chapter 116, The Knife of That Year. When this sudden and mysterious Shinigami was about to die, Nelly showed her hand. Shu took the initiative to help Shinigami. This is an extremely incredible thing. After all, the two have been opposed to each other in the past. But on this specific occasion right now, such a thing happened. This is also the difference between Neliel and the ordinary ones. She is a Menos Grande of the Vasto Lord level. A Menos Grande of this level is no different from a normal soul, rational and thoughtful. More importantly, Neliel is more kind than ordinary Shu. Tsuneyashiro Tokonada took Neutra to attack her earlier. There is no doubt that Tsuneyashiro Tokonada is the enemy. And this Shinigami confronts Tsuneyashiro Tokonada. Naturally, this Shinigami is Tsuneyashiro Tokonada's enemy. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. Neliel also understands this truth. If Tsuneyashiro Tokonada were to let Tsuneyashiro Tokonada kill this Shinigami, he would never be able to escape because he was at a disadvantage before. At the moment, her only choice is to join forces with this Shinigami. Only in this way can we fight for a chance. 29 This Shinigami was also surprised after discovering that Nelly showed her hand to help her. But after all, he stayed in Hueco Mundo, especially the forest of Menos Grande for many years. Although it was an accident, he still accepted it. He's been in Hueco Mundo for far too long, so he knows Hueco more than normal Shinigami. The virtuals in the virtual circle are not all evil. In the long years, some special virtuals have emerged. He chooses to join forces with Neliel. Although Shu and Shinigami cooperated for the first time, facing Tsuneyashiro Tokonada, they finally had some leeway to fight back. But that's all. Meanwhile, earlier, after Neliel unleashes the terrifying Seireitei, Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi felt it too. After all, after Seireitei was released, it was hard not to feel the high-intensity Ryotsu reaction. It's Seireitei, and from the looks of it, it's not a Seireitei released by a normal void, at least it's an Ajukas, or a void of a higher level. Why? Advertisement. Since Yoruichi chose to come to Hueco Mundo, he naturally has some understanding of the gradation of virtual circles. Ajukas is already the second-level Menos Grande in Hueco Mundo. There are not many such Menos Grandes in Hueco Mundo. The higher-level void, could it be Vasto Lord? Yoruichi was a little creepy. In the records of Soul Society, Vasto Lord, but Menos Grande who can match the captain, even surpass the captain. Isn't it? Let's go over and take a look. Moreover, with this level of Menos Grande, it is impossible to release Seireitei for no reason. Something must have happened. Gosuke Shigure analyzed. Yoruichi nodded. Immediately, without the slightest hesitation, the two rushed towards the place where Seireitei was released earlier. It was very dark in the forest of Menos Grande. It is actually quite difficult to find the right direction in such a place. But Shinigami sees things not only by vision, but also by spiritual sense. With the help of the perception of spiritual power, you can also see the direction. Like Tusen Kanami, as a blind man, he can live like a normal person, relying on hearing and spiritual sense. The previous Seireitei, like a large flare, directly pointed out the direction to Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi. The two raced even more as they rushed there. The Shihuan family is known for Shunpo, and Yoruichi's Shunpo attainments are even more powerful. In the future, she will have a name related to Shunpo, called Flash Goddess. Although Gosuke Shigure is powerful in cutting skills, Shunpo also not weak. The two played one behind the other, and it was Gosuke Shigure who scored 1 point faster. On the way, there are also virtual wanderings, but this time they ignored the Shu they encountered on the way. Compared with dealing with these miscellaneous fish, they have more important things to do. It didn't take long for the two of them to come to the fringes of the previously terrifying Seireitei. What a terrifying power! After coming here, Yoruichi stopped and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. During this process, the peripheral vision of her eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure. In this Shunpo competition, her favorite Shunpo was always behind Gosuke Shigure. This made her a little frustrated, and she was still far behind. Of course, now is not the time to talk about these things. Advertisement. As for Seireitei, she knew in the past that it was one of Menos Grande's housekeeping skills, but she didn't know how much damage a Seireitei of this level could cause. It is clear now. The white trees collapsed, and the middle area was directly reduced to ashes. That's the disruptive power of Seireitei. What caught her attention even more was the central area of Hueco Mundo's destruction range, where there was a powerful Ryotsu reaction. Among them, there are both Shinigami and Shu. Sensei, you should feel it too, Yoruichi said to Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure nodded. It's Shinigami's Ryotsu, it should be Tsuneyashiro Tokonada. He said what Yoruichi was thinking. What a pleasant surprise, Yoruichi couldn't help but say. At the same time, I am also a little curious about why the teacher is so sure that going to the forest of Menos Grande will be rewarding. Gosuke Shigure still didn't explain much. In addition to feeling Shinigami's Ryotsu, the feeling that made his heart throbbing earlier became clearer after coming here. At the same time, because of the close distance, he gradually understood what the feeling was. Is it the deceased? How is this possible? Rao is Gosuke Shigure 3, after guessing the truth, he still couldn't help being shocked. Logically speaking, after his death, his Zanpakuto should disappear with it and then disappear completely. But the current feeling can't deceive anyone, it was the breath of his Zanpakuto back then. Could it be because of his rebirth that Zanpakuto was also reborn? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking about it, but because Yoruichi was at the side, Gosuke Shigure didn't think about it for too long, and quickly recovered. Whether it was the breath released by his own Zanpakuto or not, he just went over to see it. Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi moved again, quickly heading towards the central area. In the central area, even if Neliel and the mysterious Shinigami teamed up to deal with Suniyashiro Tokonada, they were still much weaker after all. The main reason is that the method revealed by Suniyashiro Tokonada is too weird. In the forest of Menos Grande, he didn't know how many souls he had devoured with the sword in his hand, which made the power of the sword in his hand recover a lot. For a while, Neliel and this Shinigami suffered heavy injuries, will be completely killed. Chapter 117 Kenpachi's Old Man, Hado number 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. The sound of thunder jumping sounded, and a mass of lightning flew out through the air, sweeping towards Suniyashiro Tokonada. Suniyashiro Tokonada raised his eyebrows slightly, without any hesitation, he quickly swung the knife in his hand. With one slash, several phantoms flew out of the scarlet blood mist, and they took the initiative to meet the fiery lightning howl. The phantoms and the fiery lightning howl collided, and finally cancelled each other out, completely disappearing. Naturally, the power of fiery lightning howl was also completely dispelled. Behind fiery lightning howl, a figure flew towards her. Her speed was extremely fast, bringing afterimages, and in an instant, she came in front of Suniyashiro Tokonada. Before Suniyashiro Tokonada had time to swing his knife, he was directly hit by the opponent's fist in the face, and then was taken away. Bang! Suniyashiro Tokonada's body slammed into the trunk of a big white tree that hadn't collapsed because of Neliel Sero. The trunk's skin collapsed, revealing a stone-like texture. Sure enough, this big white tree was not a real tree, but a rock-like substance. Immediately afterwards, this figure coming at extreme speed quickly launched an attack on Suniyashiro Tokonada. Shunpo is extremely fast, and white hits is even faster and more ruthless. In just a short moment, I don't know how many times the fist hit Suniyashiro Tokonada's body. Suniyashiro Tokonada's internal organs were severely traumatized, and he couldn't help vomiting blood, but he still made him swing the knife in his hand after all. As long as he can swing the knife in his hand, he has a chance to reverse all this. In an instant, the blood mist filled the air, and several afterimages flashed out, attacking Yoruichi at the same time. Because of the silence from the distance, Yoruichi was able to see what the afterimages were. They are all false, but it's a little different from the normal void. What the hell are these? Yoruichi couldn't help exclaiming. She swung her fist, however, her own attack fell on these things, half of them missed, and only half of them caused damage. More importantly, there were too many of these things. Even if she tried her best to shake her fist, she still couldn't smash them all and swing them all away. Immediately afterwards, another saber light flashed away. That was the sword pressure that Suniyashiro Tokonada slashed. Advertisement Yoruichi felt awe-inspiring, and could only retreat from behind. A cold voice came from Suniyashiro Tokonada's mouth. Shihuan's little girl, where do you want to go? He recognized Yoruichi. After all, the Shihuan family is also one of the great nobles, and Yoruichi, as the eldest lady of the Shihuan family, has been in the limelight in recent years. Compared with him, the last member of the branch house, Yoruichi is much more famous. Of course he knew Yoruichi. At the same time, after meeting Yoruichi, he also knew that he had left the matter of killing the Tsuneyashi family to the Shihuan family. He originally thought that it would be the Kuchiki family who chased Hueco Mundo. After all, the Kuchiki family is the head of the great aristocracy today. After what happened to the Tsuneyashiro family, it is really unreasonable not to show up again. Unexpectedly, it was Shihuan's family who came here. Thought about it. The head of the great nobles of the Kuchiki family is really incompetent. Of course, it's also possible that the Kuchikis are coming too. All in all, the fact that he killed Tsuneya Daishi's family did attract the attention of the Soul Society. But Suniyashiro Tokonada didn't show any fear. Even if Yoruichi came in front of him, he had no fear, just killed Yoruichi directly. I don't know what kind of impact it will bring after I kill the future head of the Shihuan family. Another slash was cut out by Suniyashiro Tokonada. This time, it's not the sword pressure, but the blade of Kido. Hado 78, slaying the flower wheel. The Kido blades gathered by Ryotsu headed towards Yoruichi with unparalleled power. Before he got close to Yoruichi, the hairs all over Yoruichi stood on end. Of course, Kido is not unfamiliar with the move of chopping the flower wheel. Gosuke Shigure had performed it before. This move is also different from the ordinary Kido using the arms, and needs the help of Zanpakuto as a medium. It is for this reason that Gosuke Shigure came up with the idea that Kido and white hits could be combined. However, at the beginning Gosuke Shigure's Zon Warren was targeting the dead things around him, but now Suneyashiro Tokunada's Zan Warren is targeting her. Advertisement, must avoid, Yoruichi thought so. However, just after this thought was born, she suddenly found that her feet sank. It was the weird figure summoned by the knife earlier. They were very similar to Shu, and at some point, two of them appeared and entangled Yoruichi's feet. This defeats Yoruichi's attempt to evade Kaneki. Her pupils contracted slightly. At this moment, Ji Zhanlan slash swept from the side, and collided with the Zhanwalan released by Suneyashiro Tokunada. Bang! While the huge sound reverberated, Lingzi turned into a storm and raged around. The two strange figures entwining Yoruichi's feet were directly crushed under the pressure of another sword, and her body was pushed backward by the storm. Finally fell into an embrace. The figure of Gosuke Shigure emerged and caught Yoruichi. It's all right. Holding a knife in one hand, he put his arm around Yoruichi and asked her. Yoruichi is still young at the moment, and she is not as open as the future. After being in such close contact with Gosuke Shigure, and smelling the masculine breath emanating from Gosuke Shigure, she was slightly distracted, and a blush appeared on her cheeks, and then she came back to her senses. He hurriedly said to Gosuke Shigure, "Teacher, I'm fine." Gosuke Shigure nodded, his body flickered again, and he let Yi-san go after he came to a safe place beside him. Holding the knife, he stared intently at the other end of the storm. As the storm, Zhao Wanghao. Rage. The captain feather on his body also swayed slightly. Among them, the 10 on the back. These two words are particularly eye-catching in the dim environment. The Shinigami who joined forces with Niliel earlier, who has been in the forest of Menos Grande for an unknown number of years, has been staring at the arrival after Yoruichi appeared, and at this moment, he noticed the Captain Haori on Gosuke Shigure, especially after the word 11. His complexion couldn't help changing slightly. This is Kenpachi. He is very familiar with the 11th team, because he is from the Shinigami of the 11th team, and he was one of the Shinigami of the 11th team's expedition to Hueco Mundo. Only Kenpachi can wear this kind of feather. But then the Shinigami also realized something. This Kenpachi, not to Yoshiki. He is very familiar with Kenpachi, so he is sure to change this point. Chapter 118 Excuses and Purpose. In other words, is Kiyoshiki dead? This Shinigami thought so, and he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. As a member of the 11th team and one of Kiyoshiki's friends in the past, he is very familiar with the rules of the 11th team and the succession rules of Kenpachi. All generations of Kenpachi have fought to kill the previous Kenpachi to become the new Kenpachi. Since today's Kenpachi is not Katsuyashiki, it can only mean that Katsuyashiki is dead. Did he kill it? The Shinigami thought again. Because there was only one figure from the back, and the environment in the Menos Grande forest was extremely dark, he couldn't see Gosuke Shigure's appearance clearly, but this Haori with the word 11 was enough. The identity of the other party has been revealed. This Shinigami secretly guessed. The battle between Gosuke Shigure and Suneyashiro Tokunada also started quietly. Suneyashiro Tokunada cast Shunpo and waved the knife in his hand. At the same time, a sharp voice came out of his mouth. Interesting, it's really interesting. I thought it would be the Kuchiki family and the one who chased me to Hueco Mundo this time. Shihuan's house, but 483 did not expect that it was you, Kenpachi, who came to Hueco Mundo. Asterisk a caret asterisk dollar asterisk caret. Why would you give your life to those people? Obviously you are a commoner. The matters between the nobles should have nothing to do with you? Judging from these words, Suneyashiro Tokunada seems to have fallen into deep confusion, but his movements did not stop at the slightest, and he performed moves full of killing intent one after another, sharply slashing coming towards Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure waved the knife in his hand, released a powerful sword pressure, and blocked Suneyashiro Tokunada's attack. Facing Suneyashiro Tokunada's doubts, he also gave the answer. I am a commoner. There is nothing wrong, so I came here not to bring justice to the nobles. The rise and fall of the nobles, as you said, really have nothing to do with me. But the justice that common people seek must not be trampled on by people like you. Oh, Suneyashiro Tokunada became more and more puzzled. Gosuke Shigure made another sword press, touched Suneyashiro's sword press, and then annihilated it. At the same time, 4 words spit out from his mouth, a blind man. Advertisement. Suneyashiro Tokunada understood immediately. Why did Gosuke Shigure say that the justice that the common people seek must not be trampled by himself? It turned out that Gosuke Shigure, a commoner-born Kenpachi, came to Hueco Mundo because of the blind man who came to Seireitei to complain that day. That blind man named Chusen Kanami. After learning that the other party actually went to Seireitei for the purpose of singing and preparing to sue Central 46, Suneyashiro Tokunada severely humiliated the other party at that time. If Kyoraku Shunsui hadn't appeared in time, he wouldn't even mind being in Seireitei before Seireitei. To torture and kill the opponent. After that, he didn't take the blind man seriously. Even if Central 46 summoned him, even if his situation suddenly became difficult and the Suneyashiro family prepared to sacrifice him, he just regarded all this as a game between nobles. The blind man who was about to sue had never been valued by him, and he didn't think that a blind man, not even Shendu, could push himself into that situation. It was the Kuchiki family that really made him fall into that situation. It's just a pariah who is not Shendu. As the captain of Gode 13, you bear the name of Kenpachi, and you will stand up for him. How ridiculous this is. Suneyashiro Tokunada was puzzled. Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure is too powerful. Even Tsuneyashiro Tokonada released the sword pressure, but he couldn't compete with Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure. After all, he is not a so-called sword hero, even if he had studied under Captain Yamamoto with Kiraku Shunsui and Jishiro Yukitake back then, but CJAD. He was only slightly grandmaster in kendo and had not reached the pinnacle. Even if a great nobleman like him does not have great strength, his status is still higher than 99% of the people in the Soul Society. It is also because his own sword pressure cannot compete with Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure. Tsuneyashiro Tokonada became more puzzled just now. Gosuke Shigure, how powerful is he? It's truly a contemporary Kenpachi. And what about the blind man? It's so weak, even the guards in Guanting Street who are not Shinigami can't beat them. Why would Gosuke Shigure stand up for such a person? Advertisement, you won't understand. Gosuke Shigure didn't explain much either. After all, the reason he told Tsuneyashiro Tokonada this time was just an excuse. It is said verbally that it is for the justice of the common people, but its real purpose is to settle the affairs of the Tsuneyashiro family. After rebirth, Gosuke Shigure thought he had completely broken with his previous life. In this life he is Gosuke Shigure, not Tsuneyashiro Shisui. After discovering that Shudar Senjumaru was still in Soul Society, he fell into confusion for the first time in his life. In order to completely cut off from his previous life, he did not reveal his true identity in front of Shudar Senjumaru, and even made up a lie. It took a long time for Gosuke Shigure to wear the Death Tyrant outfit until Shutara Senjumaru left the Death Tyrant outfit and then went to Team Zero to disappear from Seireitei before he figured it out. Even if I live a new life, it is not so easy for me to separate myself from my previous life. After all, they are Shinigami, rather normal humans. For normal human beings, one life is only 100 years, and after this life is over, after a few hundred years, all karma will be basically cut off. Shinigami is different, the stronger the Ryotsu, the longer the lifespan, and it is not a problem at all to live for hundreds of thousands of years. His so-called rebirth is nothing but a continuation of his previous life. Of course, since Senjumaru had already left Seireitei at that time and went to the Soul King Palace, even if Gosuke Shigure figured it out, there was no way to confide in it. As for the matter of Tsuneyashiro's family, he was indeed planning to get involved. Tsuneyashiro Tokonada slaughtered the Tsuneyashiro family, which surprised him. And because Tsuneyashiro's family was slaughtered, it was difficult for him to find some small troubles for Tsuneyashiro. Therefore, in order to completely settle the cause and effect, he could only choose to kill Tsuneyashiro Tokonada. After the words were spoken, Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure criss-crossed and swept across.
All of Tsuneyashiro Tokonada's offensives were shattered under the pressure of this terrifying sword, and his body flew out again. Chapter 119. Incomplete Soul. Is that all? If that's the only way, then today, you have only two options: to be caught without a fight, or to wait to be killed. With the help of Shunpo, Gosuke Shigure quickly came to the side of Tsuneyashiro Tokonada, who flew out, saying that there were two choices, but in fact there was only one. That is, you die. Tokonada lost. Tsuneyashiro Tokonada struggled to control his body that was being carried away by the sword, turned his head, and looked at Gosuke Shigure, who came to him. Gloomy words came out of his mouth: this may not be. He swung the knife again. Blood-red mist was released from the Zanpaku Dao. Because this sword is not Tsuneyashiro Tokonada's own Zanpakudo, he can't fully exert the power of this sword, such as Bankai. Besides, every time he swings T, he needs to bear a huge price. That is, part of one's soul will be swallowed by this knife, not only the soul, but also Ryotsu. Only in this way can we please the knife and gain the opponent's strength. If he uses this knife for a long time, he will most likely die. But Tsuneyashiro Tokonada didn't care. In his view, choosing death by oneself and ordinary people arbitrarily deciding their own life and death are two different things. Therefore, when facing the latter, when the Tsuneyashiro family was about to sacrifice him, he decisively chose to let the Tsuneyashiro family die first.
In the mist, figures between the virtual and the real emerged one after another, and they were densely packed, attacking and killing Gosuke Shigure at the same time. Shigure saw these things when he was rescuing Yoruichi earlier. At this moment, facing these things in person, he was slightly lost in thought, as if he missed them a little. As the distance from Tsuneyashiro Tokonada gets closer, the knife in the opponent's hand became more and more clearly reflected in his eyes. Where did he not recognize? This was clearly his Zanpakudo from his previous life. This knife, after his death, did not disappear completely, but remained. At this moment, Tsuneyashiro Tokonada was motivating him in some way. It's really incredible. Gosuke Shigure thought from the bottom of his heart. Advertisement immediately. I thought of another Zanpakudo passed down from generation to generation by the Tsuneyashi family. It has been handed down from generation to generation, and has been in charge of successive generations of family members. Since the Tsuneyashiro family can pass that sword down from generation to generation, there is naturally a way to keep his Zanpakudo after his death. Gosuke Shigure's mind wandering lasted only for a moment, and then he reacted. As the former owner of the knife in Tsuneyashiro Tokonada's hand, he is more aware of the ability of that knife than ordinary people. Although I don't know how much power the knife still retains in the hands of Tsuneyashiro Tokonada. But it was enough for him to take it seriously. Destroy it, thundered Tribulation. Gosuke Shigure no longer maintained the sealed state, but immediately liberated Zanpakudo. Not far away, Yoruichi was watching the battle between Gosuke Shigure and Suneyashiro Tokonada, and was also extremely surprised to find that Gosuke Shigure had liberated Zanpakuto. In her impression, teacher Gosuke Shigure is a strong person who doesn't like to use Zanpakuto's ability. Anyway, I have known the teacher for so long in Yoruichi, but I have never seen the teacher liberate Zanpakuto. Usually use Zanpakuto, also keep Zanpakuto in the sealed state, and use sword pressure to fight against the enemy. Right now, Zanpakuto is being used for the first time. Although he doesn't like using Zanpakuto much, Yoruichi is still curious about what Gosuke Shigure Zanpakuto's ability is. Immediately, she saw it. The azure blue lightning appeared on Gosuke Shigure's body, and his blade was also surrounded by strands of lightning. After cutting out with a single knife, Song Jian saw the lightning flashing away. Those figures between the virtual and the real were instantly torn apart by the lightning. The figure of Gosuke Shigure shuttled through the torn crack. Under Thunder's ability, he has a faster speed than Shunpo. After a face-to-face meeting, he arrived in front of Suneyashiro Tokonada. Suneyashiro Tokonada was aghast that Gosuke Shigure had directly liberated Zanpakuto, and was horrified at the speed that Gosuke Shigure had at this moment. In a hurry, he was ready to continue with the knife in his hand. However, the next moment, severe pain swept over. Suneyashiro Tokonada suddenly found a piece of arm flying out of the sky. Advertisement on that arm, there's also a Zanpakuto. Suneyashiro Tokonada was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that it was his arm. Ask for flowers. Gosuke Shigure's sword cut off his arm. More importantly, he didn't even react. As the arm was chopped off, Zanpakuto let go naturally, and then, a burst of severe pain swept over. Suneyashiro Tokonada's face instantly became ferocious. But he was still not ready to give in. He didn't want to accept such an ending. He had just conceived the idea of becoming the king of Hueco Mundo. With the help of Shunpo, he quickly distanced himself and dodged to the side. Fortunately, Gosuke Shigure didn't pursue him. Otherwise, in Gosuke Shigure Shikai's state, the thunder gave him extreme speed, and it would be easy to catch up with Suneyashiro Tokonada. The reason why Gosuke Shigure didn't pursue him was naturally because compared to Suneyashiro Tokonada, who had become a defeated dog, he was more curious about the sword that Suneyashiro Tokonada held before. Come to Suneyashiro Tokonada's broken arm, pick up the broken arm, and then, throw the broken arm aside, take off the Zanpakuto held on it. Gosuke Shigure holds his current Zanpakuto in one hand, and the Zanpakuto, dead person, from his previous life in the other hand. As his Ryatsu pours in, the power of this knife is awakened in an instant, and he feels it even more. The knife was meant to drain his soul power. Gosuke Shigure gradually understood why Suneyashiro Tokonada was so weak. Obviously he was a strong man who killed Suneyashiro's family, but right now, he is so weak. Now Gosuke Shigure understands. Probably because of using this knife for a long time, the soul has been incomplete, and every time this knife is used, the spiritual power will be drawn. Although the ability of this knife is very powerful after awakening, but when using this knife, it will weaken itself. If you can't solve the enemy with the ability of the knife, you will fall into an extremely embarrassing situation. Don't you even know me? Gosuke Shigure's soul power, with a word, was transmitted to the dead. In an instant. Zanpakuto, who was originally in a daze, immediately sensed a specious familiar atmosphere. Owner. Chapter 120. The Mystery of Rebirth. The sword spirit of the deceased is a cloud of fog. There is no concrete shape to speak of. If you really want to talk about the appearance, it is somewhat similar to the Ghost Stone and Gengar in the Pokemon that Gosuke Shigure saw in his previous life. The main body is a gray-black mist, and only a pair of scarlet eyes can be seen. Its voice is hoarse and not very nice. As if to show that it is a characteristic of Zanpakuto, the soul system, the sword moves like a ghost. Of course, if you look at it from another angle, it's still quite cute. At this moment, after feeling the specious aura released by Gosuke Shigure, the sword spirit of the deceased also suddenly woke up from the dazed state, and immediately stopped the instinct to devour Gosuke Shigure's soul desire. Owner. His doubtful voice sounded. After that, it became joyful. 137, Master, you are back. Although some changes have taken place, through the perception of Gosuke Shigure's soul, it has become absolutely certain that this is its own master. That made it very exciting. And as an expression of excitement, the red light on the top of the Zanpakuto held by Gosuke Shigure became more and more intense, as if scarlet blood would drip from it at any time. Yes, I'm back. Gosuke Shigure's spirit enters the interior of Zanpakuto, where the sword spirit resides, and talks to the dead. Great, Master, I thought you. The deceased was really happy, and happily, its body, that is, the fog, was constantly changing. Tell me about the past few years. In the inner space of Zanpakuto, where the sword spirit is located, under normal circumstances, this space should exist in the depths of the soul. The so-called Shikai and Bankai are to liberate the powerful power that originally existed in the soul, and use Zanpakuto as the outer space. It was cast in the medium, but now, because Gosuke Shigure was reborn once, and his soul changed a little bit, thus giving birth to the new Zanpakuto of Thunder Calamity, so the situation is a bit special. Advertisement. The space where the deceased is located is inside the sword, not in the soul of Gosuke Shigure. In this space, there is no concept of time. A long time has passed inside, but outside, but a moment. Because this is the communication of souls, The way of soul communication is naturally different from the normal situation. In an instant, it is impossible to know how many thoughts meet. At that time, I found that the master's aura suddenly became sluggish. If it continues, the master's soul will die. In the Zanpakuto space, the deceased told Gosuke Shigure the reason for the incident. So, I sacrificed all the souls that were imprisoned by me. I wanted to restore the master, but I could barely stop the trend of the master's soul dying, but I couldn't restore the master. Later, because of with the passing of power, I had to fall into lethargy. At this time, I felt a soul pouring into my body, and I passively absorbed this power. Then, in order to maintain the master's soul, I had to give some strength and help those who feed my soul. After that, I don't know how many years passed, until no one provided me with the power of the soul, and I finally fell into a deep sleep. I thought that I would never see my master again, but I didn't expect. The deceased spoke excitedly. From its words, Gosuke Shigure also understood the reason of the matter. Back then, when I was at my peak, I was killed by that generation of Suniyashiro. Even if he was a time traveler, he was always a wolf who underestimated people's hearts. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly die. But the Zanpakuto that couldn't stand him was a bit strong. It is an extremely rare Zanpakuto soul system. After sensing the disappearance of his breath and the decay of his soul, Zanpakuto sacrificed the souls of those imprisoned in it who had been beheaded by him in his previous life to maintain the vitality of his soul. Exist. This is probably the reason why he did not go to hell after death, but was reborn again. Of course, being able to be reborn must not only be due to this reason, but there must be other factors involved. Because according to what the deceased said, at the beginning, in order to obtain its power and use it, the members of the Suniyashiro family sacrificed many souls to it. The power of these souls kept it from dying along with Gosuke Shigure, and even had a little extra power to maintain Gosuke Shigure's soul. But later, because the Suniyashiro family no longer used the deceased and lost the supply of souls from others, it was no longer able to maintain the soul of Gosuke Shigure, and because of the loss of power. Advertisement it is also gradually in a state of muddling. If it continues to maintain this state, it may not take many years before it will completely disappear from the world and become the most basic sealed state. Until Suniyashiro Tokonada picked up the knife again. The silent dead just woke up because of the supply of the soul. Gosuke Shigure understood everything, looked at the deceased in front of him and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." The deceased hurriedly said, "I am really happy to see the master again." Gosuke Shigure also smiled lightly and didn't say much. In his heart, he couldn't help joking. Unexpectedly, what I got was Kuchiki Shangi's script. In the original plot of the original animation, after Kuchiki Kazukawa was sealed, his Zanpakuto Muramasa tried his best to rescue Kuchiki Kaokawa, even causing a large-scale Zanpakuto mutiny. And his own Zanpakuto deceased, in order to resurrect himself, also exhausted all the power stars. The only difference is that after Kuchiki Hibiki was out of trouble, he faced Muramasa who tried his best to save him, and directly gave Muramasa a backstab. And it is impossible for me to do such a thing. Well, regarding the matter of Kuchiki Hibiki, that is also in the original book. In this world, it should be impossible for such a thing to happen. Because Kuchiki Shangi's question 2.4 has already been solved. The breath of the dead gradually subsided. In reality, it gradually became an ordinary fight. This is where it no longer releases power. Because of the rebirth of Gosuke Shigure, some changes have taken place in the soul. It is difficult to blend with the soul of the deceased. The way is to let the dead devour one's soul, so that one's soul will become incomplete. Fortunately, Suniyashiro Tokonada sacrificed a lot of soul power to him earlier, and even held it to kill a lot of hollow in the Menos Grande forest, allowing it to temporarily restore some power, as long as it is not used, can still persist for a long time. Right now, Gosuke Shigure is letting him restrain his strength, just to save this hard-won soul power. Chapter 121 Is my knife easy to use? Just when Gosuke Shigure picked up the deceased, entered the space where the Zanpakuto sword spirit was, and had a conversation with it. On the other end, Suniyashiro Tokonada, who had a broken arm and used Shunpo to distance Gosuke Shigure, didn't think about running away. Escaping is not his style. Gosuke Shigure cut off one of his arms, and took away the sword that he managed to get. How could it be just like that? During this period, enduring the severe pain, he took out another knife from his body with his unskilled left arm. This knife is not particularly long. Suniyashiro Tokonada originally did not intend to use this Zanpakuto, but now, he has no choice. Drinking from all over the world, entrenched in Tianya, everything in sight, overriding and cutting, intoxicating mirrors. A slightly painful voice came from Suniyashiro Tokonada's mouth. As the words came out, his face began to distort, and extreme pain appeared on his body. This was because the power of his soul was extracted by Yanluo Jingdian, which became the source of power to move the knife. Yanluo Jingdian is a Zanpakuto handed down from generation to generation by the Tsunadai family, and it is the sword of the young ancestors of the Tsunadai family. This knife is extremely powerful 29. But the latecomer, after all, is not the real owner of this knife. If he wants to activate this knife, he can only use his own soul as its source of power and sacrifice to it. This is very similar to Gosuke Shigure's dead. In other words, if you want to urge those Zanpakuto who have lost their masters, only using the soul as the energy source can you urge such a knife. Of course, not all knives can be like this. Generally the kind of knives that can be activated by the soul are very special knives. If not before fighting Gosuke Shigure. Tsuneyashiro Tokonada sacrificed his soul to activate the Enra Kageda, which naturally didn't have much impact. After all, his soul was extremely strong. Even if he sacrificed a little to use it to cast the Enra Kageda, he could use it many times. But he couldn't stand it anymore. Before that, he used the dead for a long time. As the Zanpakuto of Gosuke Shigure's previous life, the deceased was a Zanpakuto of the soul system. When it comes to fighting ability, it is stronger than Yanluo Jingdian. But the price is that it also needs to move at the cost of the soul. Tsuneyashiro Tokonada's soul has long been incomplete, and at this moment, urging Yanluo Jingdian is just doing it by force. And the ability of Yanluo Jingdian is that it can imitate the Zanpakuto that all knife holders have seen. Advertisement, of course, only Shikai can be imitated. This is because Yanluo Jingdian, in the hands of outsiders, can only use Shikai. After all, except for the first ancestor of the Tsuneyashiro family, everyone else is not the real owner of this knife, and cannot use its Bankai ability, and its imitated Zanpakuto, because of the restriction of using Ryotsu, will be slightly weaker than the original version. Of course, if the user Ryotsu is strong enough, maybe the pirated version can surpass the genuine one. But the probability of this is extremely small. In the final analysis, it is to activate the Yanluo Jingdian, which requires the user to sacrifice the power of the soul. After the soul becomes incomplete, Ryotsu will only become weaker and weaker. In such a situation, how can it surpass the original version? After liberating Enra Kageden, Yadai Tokonada first cast Unohana Retsu Zanpakuto's calendrical power. Meet Shizuku, this is Unohana Retsu's Shikai, and in the cognition of Gode 13, it is a medical Zanpakuto. Tsuneyashiro Tokonada also thinks so. As he imitated Shizuku's ability to cough, a huge one-eyed ray appeared beside him, opened its ferocious mouth, and swallowed half of its body with its broken arm. After the one-eyed big ray disappeared, the blood on his severed arm had been stopped, which relieved his injury. But only so much. In this era, except that Kuretsuchi Miyuri can make up for the mutilated body through some specific means, the normal Shinigami, facing the injuries during the battle, has no recovery calendar at all. Until Inoue or Hime in the future, many Shinigami who were disabled due to battles had the opportunity to restore their disabled bodies, but Inoue or Hime's ability is also flawed. If the body has been incomplete for too long, after the incomplete part has turned into spirit particles and disappeared, even Inoue or Hime's ability will be powerless. All in all, by imitating Shizuku's ability to deal with injuries, this is already the ultimate that Yadai Tokonada can do. It's not over yet. After using Shizuku's ability to alleviate his injuries, Tsuneyashiro Tokonada's deep voice sounded again. His complexion has become so ferocious that it is ultimate. Advertisement using 2 Zanpakuto successively at the cost of sacrificing his soul is already broken, and what is still supporting him at this moment is just a crazy obsession. Everything is reduced to ashes. The raging flames burned, and the terrifying high temperature swept across the entire central area of the Menos Grande forest. After the fire ignited, it also illuminated the dark environment in the Menos Grande forest. The Shinigami who appeared earlier also saw the appearance of Gosuke Shigure clearly with the help of the firelight. He stared at the current Kenpachi, slightly lost in thought. Because on Gosuke Shigure's face, he had a somewhat familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. While he was watching, Gosuke Shigure also moved suddenly. In one hand, he was holding the deceased who had returned to the sealed state, and in the other hand was holding the thunder calamity, in the Shikai state. During the flickering of azure blue lightning, the power of thunder pierced through the air and touched the raging flames. Under the strike of thunder and fire, there was a violent roar. In the end, a figure flew out with a knife. It is Tsuneyashiro Tokonada.
After using 2 unique Zanpakuto in a row, Tsuneyashiro Tokonada is already at the end of his strength. At this moment, even if he imitates Ryujin Jaka with the help of Yanluo Jingdian, it is actually just a shape. Clash with Gosuke Shigure, who is still at his peak, and it's not surprising that he would lose. Gosuke Shigure thinks so too. With the help of Shunpo, he came to the side of Tsuneyashiro Tokonada, who flew out, and said softly, although Yanluo Jingdian is very strong, you need to pay the price of your soul to use it. If your soul is in a good state, maybe it is true. You can use it to cause me some trouble, however, after using the dead repeatedly, your soul has already become dilapidated. Having said that, I still want to ask you, is my knife easy to use? Tsuneyashiro Tokonada was lying on the ground, his broken soul made him have a splitting headache. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, he was stunned that Gosuke Shigure knew about Enra Jingdian and the deceased. Immediately, as if thinking of something, an unimaginable possibility appeared in his mind, and his pupils shrank slightly. You are. How can that be? Chapter 122, The Unbelievable Truth. An unbelievable guess emerged in Tsuneyashiro Tokonada's mind. If it is a normal person, after giving birth to this guess, he will definitely not believe it. But obviously, Tsuneyashiro Tokonada is not a normal person. So he believed Gosuke Shigure's words. What are you kidding? A dead person came back to life. His expression was shocked and his words were frantic. However, he did not continue to open his mouth to deny the rebirth of the dead. Instead, he said to Gosuke Shigure, if you are really that person, you should be able to understand me. After all, you were killed by those despicable people from the Tsuneyashiro family back then. So, why did you come to stop me? I killed Tsunaya Daishi's family, didn't I just avenge you? Perhaps it was because he realized that he was about to die, or because of the incompleteness of his soul. Tsunayashiro Tokonada had lost his normal sanity, so he didn't think about whether Gosuke Shigure was the same person back then who was reborn again. These words are not so much questioning Gosuke Shigure, but speaking to myself. He felt that there was really no reason for his defeat this time. Gosuke Shigure and the Tsunayashiro family have no relatives and no reason, so why did they make a move? A Shinigami born as a commoner, Gosuke Shigure has no reason to make a move. And as the person back then, Gosuke Shigure, there is no reason to make a move, right? He should be able to understand himself. As someone who was victimized by the Tsunayashiro family, he should be more aware of how despicable people the Tsunayashiro family are. By killing the members of Tsunayashiro's family, I was avenging him back then. Gosuke Shigure lowered his head, looked at Tsunayashiro Tokonada who looked crazy, and said, "You are not avenging me, you are just for yourself. You murdered first, but you didn't want to take the blame. The Tsunayashiro family was going to sacrifice you, but you didn't want to sacrifice, that's why the Tsunayashiro family was destroyed. In the process of this matter, I don't want to find out who is right and who is wrong." Advertisement. Because I know very well, Tsunayashiro, who are they? But after you slaughtered the Tsunayashiro family, if I want to cut off all the karma with the Tsunayashiro family, I can only do one thing. Gosuke Shigure's expression became extremely serious, staring at Tsunayashiro Tokonada and said, "Kill you. You killed the Tsunayashiro family, and the enmity between me and the Tsunayashiro family has been settled. However, in my previous life, I was a member of the Tsunayashiro family after all, and I have also received a lot of kindness from the Tsunayashiro family. Therefore, I can only end this kindness by killing you." Tsunayashiro Tokonada couldn't believe it even more. Gosuke Shigure's mouth curled into an odd smile. The next moment, the knife in his hand was thrown out suddenly. Tsunayashiro Tokonada's expression froze, blood gushed out, and he died. The moment Tsunayashiro Tokonada died, another figure suddenly came to Gosuke Shigure's side, and this figure was Yoruichi. After realizing that Gosuke Shigure wanted to kill Tsunayashiro Tokonada, she quickly came here to stop Gosuke Shigure, but it was still a step too late. Yoruichi's expression was a bit complicated. "Sensei, did you kill him?" Gosuke Shigure did not deny, "Yes, I killed him." Quote. I don't understand. Obviously Tsunayashiro Tokonada has already lost any fighting power, so there is no need to kill him. Wouldn't it be better to keep Tsunayashiro Tokonada and bring him back to the Soul Society for trial? Gosuke Shigure said calmly. His soul has long been broken, which makes him suffer extreme pain all the time. To kill him, one is to give him a relief. The other is that I don't want him to live. Although Tsunayashiro Tokonada killed the head of the Tsunayashiro family, he is a member of a great nobleman after all. I'm not sure. After bringing him back to the Soul Society alive, he will be sentenced to death. Yoruichi's eyes flickered slightly. In Gosuke Shigure's words, she heard his distrust of nobles. However, after thinking about the actions of the nobles in the Soul Society, it is not surprising that the teacher would have such an idea. On the surface, it seemed that after Tsunayashiro Tokonada slaughtered the family of Tsunayashiro, his crime was unforgivable. But no one can say how Central 46 will judge. If they change their minds and put Tsunayashiro Tokonada in a long-term imprisonment instead of executing him, wouldn't it be cheaper for Tsunayashiro Tokonada? Yoruichi's thoughts flickered, and after thinking for a while, he accepted that it was difficult for Gosuke Shigure to kill nor die here. Advertisement. At the same time, she also decided to hide the matter for Gosuke Shigure after going back. No matter what other people ask, her answer will always be that Tsunayashiro Tokonada died in battle. Even if it was her grandfather who asked her this question, she would still answer like this. This will be a secret between her and Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure put the Zanpakuto in the sheath, and tore off a few pieces of Tsunayashiro Tokonada's clothes, and wrapped the three swords of the deceased, Enluo Jingdian, and his current Zanpakuto together. Whether it's the deceased, or Yanluo Jingdian, Gosuke Shigure has no intention of letting Yoruichi touch it. Gosuke Shigure was well aware of Yoruichi's curiosity. Although I don't like to use Zanpakuto very much, if I get these two knives and use them out of curiosity, it will not be a good thing if my soul is incomplete. After all, the incompleteness of the soul is an extremely difficult thing. Yoruichi is actually quite curious about the fact that Tsunayashiro Tokonada owns two Zanpakuto, because according to what the Shihuan family knows about the Tsunayashiro family, there seems to be a Zanpakuto passed down from generation to generation in the Tsunayashiro family. I don't know which sword Tsunayashiro Tokonada used earlier as the inherited sword. But since Gosuke Shigure had already put away these two knives, it was not easy for her to visit the screen. Lise then picked up Tsunayashiro Tokonada's body and prepared to bring him back to the Soul Society. As for why not let Gosuke Shigure carry the corpse? Apparently because Gosuke Shigure didn't mean it. This matter can only be handed over to Yoruichi in the end. After Tsunayashiro Tokonada's death, the purpose of Gosuke Shigure and others coming to Hueco Mundo is basically achieved. Next, you only need to leave the Menos Grande forest and find Shihuan Kuchin and Zaraki. But before that, another voice came into the ears of Gosuke Tokiichi. This Kenpachi, can I have a chat? A calm voice reached Gosuke Shigure's ears. Gosuke Shigure turned his head sideways, and saw a bone mask. Although wearing a white bone mask and animal skin, whether it is the Zanpakuto in his hand or his Ryutsu, it shows that the other party is Shinigami. Chapter 123 Expeditionary Force Survivors. After feeling Gosuke Shigure's gaze, this Shinigami who was wearing a false dress also took off the mask on his face, and a handsome face was immediately reflected in the eyes of Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi. Before Yoruichi came here, he knew that the other party was a Shinigami. At the same time, I am also curious, why does a Shinigami appear in the forest of Menos Grande? And it seems that the other party has been here a long time ago, not the Shinigami who came to Hueco Mundo with them this time to perform the task. At this moment, after the other party took off the mask and revealed his true face, Yoruichi became even more curious. It turns out that this Shinigami looks like this, and it doesn't look ugly. Gosuke Shigure frowned after seeing the opponent's appearance clearly, and then relaxed again. After a long time, he spoke first, "Are you? Ah see." After hearing this, the other party took off the mask and Shinigami, who revealed his true face, was stunned. He didn't expect that this strange Kenpachi would know himself. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Yoruichi was also a little curious, and quickly asked Gosuke Shigure, "Teacher, who is Asido?" Gosuke Shigure explained to Yoruichi, Asido was the third member of the 11th team and a friend of the 7th generation Kenpachi Wu-Wei Kenpachi. Many years ago, he led the 11th team's Shinigami expedition Hueco Mundo. The Hueco Mundo 247 Expeditionary Force never came back after stepping into Hueco Mundo. According to the Soul Society's knowledge, they were all dead. I didn't expect that there would be survivors, Asido, still alive. Gosuke Shigure's tone was a bit complicated. As for whether it is really complicated or fake complicated, only he himself knows. As a time traveler, of course he knew that there was a Shinigami named Asido hidden in the forest of Menos Grande. Later, after rebirth, he knew even more that Asido was the Shinigami of the Kenpachi era who inherited on the order of Kenpachi, who cut Yoshiki. He led the team to expedition to Hueco Mundo, and never came back. In the perception of Soul Society, Asido is dead, but in fact he is not. The other party has lived steadily until the era of Kurosaki Ichigo. When Kurosaki Ichigo and others broke into Hueco Mundo to rescue Inoue Orihime, they also helped Rukia Kuchiki. This time, Gosuke Shigure actually noticed Asido after he noticed the movement in the depths of the Menos Grande forest and came here. Advertisement. But since the main target was Tsunayashiro Tokonada, Asido was naturally ignored. 1 CJFG. It wasn't until now that Asido took the initiative to talk to him, that he just showed a surprised expression. You are. After hearing Gosuke Shigure introduce himself to Yoruichi, Asido didn't know that this strange Kenpachi really knew himself. Then curiously asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure showed a faint smile, and said to Asido, Ashido, I am Gosuke. Gosuke. Asido was taken aback, and then remembered who Gosuke was. Gosuke, is that you? When he left the Soul Society that year, Gosuke Shigure was still a child following behind the Captain Keiyoshiki, which is why Asido only felt that Gosuke's appearance was familiar at the first time, but did not recognize him. After learning the identity of the Kenpachi in front of him, Asido was shocked again. He didn't expect that during the years when he left Soul Society. The children of yesteryear have grown up and become Kenpachi. It took a long time for Asido to digest this shocking news, and then looked at Gosuke Shigure and said, Gosuke, no, it should be Gosuke Kenpachi. I know this question is very abrupt and very uncomfortable polite, but can you tell me about the Kufu Kenpachi? Gosuke became Kenpachi, which means Keiyoshiki is dead. Although it is very likely that Gosuke killed Keiyoshiki. It's impolite to ask this question in front of Gosuke, but as a good friend of Keiyoshiki, Asido still wants to know how Keiyoshiki died. Gosuke Shigure said calmly, of course, as a good friend of Captain Keiyoshiki, you are qualified to know these things. Immediately, he killed Kenpachi, Mole City, and Kenpachi Mole City was imprisoned in Wujian for committing a felony. He passed the captain's assessment and told Asido about becoming the new Kenpachi. Advertisement. Only then did Asido know that Gosuke Shigure was not the 8th generation of Kenpachi, but the 9th generation of Kenpachi, and there was a Mole City Kenpachi in between, which surprised him again. After the accident, his expression was a little sad again. In other words, did Keiyoki die at the hands of Mole City Kenpachi? Thought he would be sad for a long time, Gosuke Shigure was ready to comfort him. As a result, Asido's sadness only lasted for a while before he recovered. Death at the hands of a stronger person, handing over Kenpachi's position, this should be something that Tokuyoshiki would like to see. He should die with a sense of gratification. Although I haven't seen that Mole City Kenpachi, he must be a very powerful person. Asido said so, and after finishing speaking, his eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure again. Of course, Gosuke, you can replace Kenpachi Mole City and become the new Kenpachi, which must be even more powerful than Kenpachi Mole City. It's really unbelievable. A child who followed Keiyoshiki back then has become a strong man who can take care of himself. Gosuke Shigure said. Compared to your surprise to me, I didn't expect that you were still alive. His expression suddenly became serious. Then, since you are still alive, why didn't you return to the Soul? Can I conclude that you have betrayed the Soul Society? Gosuke Shigure's eyes were focused but serious. Even though he knew that Gosuke Shigure was the child who followed Keiyoshiki in the past, but at this moment Asido felt deep pressure from Gosuke Shigure. He had no doubts that if he answered that he had betrayed the Soul Society, Gosuke Shigure would strike immediately. After a moment of silence, Aceto replied, I did not betray the Soul Society. The reason why I'm still alive but didn't return to Soul Society is because I want to finish what the dead team members haven't done. In order to maintain the balance between the souls, we once expedition to Hueco Mundo. During the process, many people died. Their deaths are rarely known. If I am gone too, who will remember what they sacrificed in Hueco Mundo?